Bai Lan stared at the constantly refreshing values on the transparent panel, his fingers continuously tapping the refreshed area, his eyes fixed on the spiritual roots column. She understood that spiritual roots were the foundation of cultivation and could not be changed, while other attributes could be ignored. Dual spiritual roots of wood and water? Switch. Switch. 2 hours later, the thunder element's single spiritual root appeared. She frowned, clicked on the save file, and continued to refresh. 5 spiritual roots are the standard for a protagonist in an immortal cultivation career. How is it possible that I can't get them? She rubbed her neck and continued to refresh with a focused look on her face. Another 2 hours passed. Finally, a line of colorful black characters appeared on the panel. Chaos spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Bai Lan's eyes lit up, and he lifted the collar of the gray-robed boy beside him. It's finally out. Get ready to enter the world. The gray-robed boy was forced to follow her into the golden light curtain, and his screams disappeared in an instant. The moment he landed, Bai Lan steadied his body, suppressed the dizziness in his chest, and looked around. The architecture was simple and ethereal. Monks were flying on swords, and there was even a huge spaceship hanging in the distance, a typical scene in the world of immortal cultivation. She secretly warned herself not to act like a country bumpkin. You have the 5 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Your aptitude is low. You can enter the outer sect and do menial work temporarily. A cold voice interrupted her observation. Bai Lan took the jade token and walked to the menial work area according to the instructions. Low spiritual roots? It doesn't matter. The status is only temporary. She knows that what really matters is the potential of the spiritual roots. Just as she stood there, she heard a cry of surprise from behind. Heavenly spiritual roots. Bai Lan turned around and saw a woman in white with her head slightly raised, with a look of boasting and disdain in her eyes. This look made her stunned, and she turned to ask the gray-robed boy, "Who is she? It looks like she has a grudge against me." Bai Ling, the destined heroine, is your half-sister and one of the mission targets. The gray-robed young man lowered his voice, with a gloating tone in his voice. Before Bai Lan could respond, another exclamation came from the other side. Another heavenly spiritual root. A rare thunder spiritual root. The man in black stood on the platform with a slightly provocative smile on his face. Who is he? Bai Lan couldn't help but frown. Long Aotian, the destined male protagonist and the second target of the mission. The gray-robed young man added enthusiastically. He is the good-for-nothing you broke off the engagement with 3 years ago. Now he has the golden finger, portable grandfather, and the true dragon bloodline, and is waiting to fight you. Bai Lan felt overwhelmed after hearing this. What kind of situation is this with so many heroes gathered here? Both of the sons of destiny have a grudge against me. That's right. Our mission is to influence them with your kindness and love and stop them from destroying the world, the gray-robed boy explained excitedly. Bai Lan sneered and pinched his collar. Use love to persuade? Why didn't you tell me earlier that the mission was so difficult? The young man in gray robe laughed dryly. The mission is confidential. There is nothing I can do. Bai Lan took a deep breath and looked at the children of destiny in the distance, his eyes showing determination. Okay, let's give it a try. Seeing that Bai Lan was gradually showing signs of giving up, the system became anxious. Besides, this task is not impossible to complete. You have the cheat code for the save file. It's only a matter of time before you can influence them with love. The system jumped to her side and patted her shoulder enthusiastically. You can conquer the hearts of the 2 children of destiny step by step. If you encounter danger, you can reload the save file. How convenient. What's more, with such a handsome and invincible system like me assisting you, the mission will be no problem, the system said as it floated back and forth. Humph, use love to influence them? You might as well influence me first. Bai Lan closed his eyes. What a crappy mission. I won't do it. They can do whatever they want. I came here purely to cultivate immortality. You really love cultivating immortals. The system sighed silently. Bai Lan's passion for cultivating immortals was something the system had not expected. After traveling to this kind of world, many people wanted to complete their mission and return to their own world, but Bai Lan was obviously not someone who played by the rules. She didn't care about the mission. She just wanted to take this opportunity to practice. Just as she was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Bai Lan, things change over time. 3 years ago, you humiliated me and forced me to break off the engagement. Today, I want to avenge my previous humiliation. Long Aotian walked out of the crowd, his words full of anger. Bai Lan had no choice but to turn around and prepare to clean up the scene. Long Aotian continued to shout loudly. You are only a 5 spiritual root. After you join the sect, you will only be a chores. I have a heavenly spiritual root and will definitely be a direct disciple after joining the sect. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize and be my maid in the future. Bai Lan sucked in a breath of cold air, thinking to himself, this guy is still acting out the lines from that Aotian Shuangwen novel. You dare not fight me? Long Aotian sneered. I can't do it now, but in 3 months, you will not be my opponent. Bai Lan cha len lai ti. Long Aotian was furious. Okay. 3 months later, we will fight to the death. Long Aotian turned and left. Bai Lan saved the game easily, secretly happy in his heart. If he really gets angry and kills me, I can do it again and change the lines. The host is so strong. He actually dares to confront the child of destiny head-on. The system was very excited. I don't know if I can win in 3 months, but if I fight Long Aotian now, I will definitely lose. Bai Lan responded calmly, so delaying time is the best option. Sure enough, the following plot was as she expected. As soon as Long Aotian left, Bai Lan turned around and prepared to leave. Her eyes swept across Bai Ling in the distance. And with an idea in her mind, she made a decisive decision not to continue to tangle with the 2 sons of destiny. So she turned around and slipped away. Host, don't run. There is an important plot later. The system chased after him anxiously. Who has time to spend time with them when it comes to plots and stuff? Bai Lan sneered and walked out of the crowd in a few steps. Soon, she returned to her residence, the Shangshu Mansion. This is a part of the South Country. The spiritual energy in the mortal world is thin, and it is a residential area set up by immortal cultivators for mortals. The monks of Qingyuan sect are screened every 10 years to select mortals with spiritual roots to enter the sect for practice. Bai Lan is the eldest daughter of the Shangshu Mansion and has a relatively high status here. But she knew that this identity was only temporary for her, and her goal was always to become an immortal. After the spirit testing conference, Bai Lan will leave the mortal world and head to the world of cultivation to embark on the path of becoming an immortal. System, the mantra for drawing qi into the body. Bai Lan looked at the young man in gray robe. He said glumly, No. Are you being naughty and slacking off? Bai Lan narrowed his eyes. It's obviously you who are slacking off. I've never seen a host who goes around the mission plot, complained the gray-robed boy. Bai Lan ignored it and called up the plot text to read. Seeing this, the system recovered slightly. Host, do you want to do the mission? Don't overthink it. I just want to see the golden fingers of the destined man and woman and get there first. Bai Lan responded disdainfully. The system was stunned and thought, the host never follows the routine. The plot text describes in detail the experiences of the 2 children of destiny. Long Aotian turned evil because he could not take his harem with him when he ascended to heaven. Bai Ling turned evil because of the pain of her beloved master dying to save her. The mission goal is to make her gain the love of Long Aotian and Bai Ling. Outrageous. Bai Lan flipped through it and simply dragged the information to the bottom. Bai Lan marked the key props and fixed his eyes on the information at the top. Ancient monk's cave, as expected. She raised the corner of her mouth. The protagonist will get the treasure after jumping off the cliff, come on. Host, don't be impulsive, the system said anxiously. You have no spiritual energy. If you jump into the secret realm of immortal cultivators, you may die faster. But there's a very small chance of survival. Bai Lan disagreed. As long as there is a chance, just save the file and start over. The system was speechless and sighed silently in its heart. Bai Lan was already walking towards the cliff. At the edge of the cliff, Bai Lan stopped, looked at the bottomless cliff, took a deep breath and said, Save the file. Host, do you really want to jump? The gray-robed boy asked tremblingly. You are a soul body. What are you afraid of? Bai Lan raised his eyebrows, then jumped and flew into the abyss. The cold wind was howling, and when Bai Lan collided with the rock wall in the air, waves of pain came. She concentrated her mind tightly, ready to reload the game at any time. The first time she jumped off the cliff, she reloaded the save game before hitting the boulder. The second time she jumped off the cliff, she reloaded the save game before the giant snake entangled her. The third time, she was already familiar with the operation and showed no fear. As the speed increased, Bai Lan finally fell into the water, splashing water, and successfully reached the bottom of the cliff. She steadied herself. The surroundings were quiet, and abandoned bamboo houses and fields appeared before her. The ancient monk's cave was in the ruins. Okay, this is it. She smiled and walked towards the bamboo house. Inside the house, a disembodied voice sounded. Who are you? Tell me your name. Bai Lan smiled and responded respectfully. Senior, I have strayed into this place by mistake. If you have entrusted me with your inheritance, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. The voice paused, as if doubting something. How do you know I have a last wish? How can someone who strays in by mistake know that there is a legacy here? Bai Lan's heart was moved, but his expression remained unchanged. I just heard that there is a last wish here, so I came here to help you fulfill it. Smart little boy, could it be that you have been possessed by some old monster? The voice became a little angry. Bai Lan smiled but said nothing. Humph! It seems like you knew I was dead a long time ago, and came here to dig my cave. How dare you? The old man's voice became even more harsh and angry. Bai Lan sighed helplessly. What are you talking about, Senior? I'm just a mortal who came here by mistake. If you don't believe me, you can come and check for yourself to see if I have been possessed. The old man was silent for a moment, then spoke angrily. He is obviously just a mortal, but he is so shrewd and guarded against the evil hearts of people. His tone changed. Oh, I understand. You must have a smart master. Tell me, who is your master? Bai Lan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. He sounds like an old senior with a sage-like demeanor. Why is he so gossipy behind people's back? Could he be from the village intelligence department? The old man snorted. You are so rude, little brat. If you really have a master, he is just an incompetent one. Bai Lan smiled slightly. Senior, don't forget that you have already fallen. Her eyes were cold. The old man gritted his teeth. You, Senior, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. If you don't leave your last words, there will be no chance. Bai Lan chuckled, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. You are so rude, the old man shouted. How long can a soul last? You have no say in this. Oh, Senior used the word support, which means that there is not much soul left of yours. Bai Lan smiled even more deeply. The old man sighed and said, Forget it. Since you already know it, you are a fellow practitioner. I have entrusted you with this. If you can succeed in cultivation in the future, you must help me find the only bloodline. I will help you 3 times and save his life. Bai Lan swore without hesitation. I, Bai Lan, swear that if I find the only bloodline of the predecessor, I will help him 3 times and help him escape from trouble. Okay, these 3 places are all places I have used before. Now, it is a great opportunity. Take them. The old man softened his tone. As soon as he finished speaking, several barriers disappeared and several bamboo houses appeared. Bai Lan observed carefully and knew that this was the place of inheritance. Wait! The old man suddenly paused, his tone puzzled. Why did you swear so straightforwardly, kid? Aren't you afraid that this oath will become a stumbling block for you? Bai Lan smiled slightly. Senior, you have misunderstood. The heart demon oath is for cultivators. Mortals are not bound by the laws of heaven. My oath this time is the same as not taking it at all. The old man was silent. I see. No wonder you are so decisive. Damned little devil, if I still had the strength left, I would definitely teach you a lesson, the old man said angrily. Bai Lan was helpless. Unfortunately, you have fallen. However, I have a kind heart. Since the senior has made his last wish, I will do my best to help if I can. She said sincerely. The old man snorted. Are you really going to help? Whether you believe it or not, you have to believe me now. Bai Lan chuckled. The old man sighed. If the Lan family of Tindu City encounters someone with Xianin Jumai, she must be my descendant. If you see her, teach her my technique of condensing ice in a qi, which can cure Jumai disease. Don't worry, Senior. If she were still alive, I would definitely teach her the skills. Bai Lan Avet? The old man nodded, and a golden light floated out of the bamboo house. This is my lifelong practice. Relax your mind, don't reject it, and approach slowly. Bai Lan paused slightly, saved the file carefully, and walked forward slowly. The old man suddenly sneered. Aren't you afraid that this ball of light is my soul and wants to take over your body? Bai Lan smiled. Senior, there is no need to scare me. I am confident that I can get away. The old man snorted coldly without saying a word. Bai Lan took 2 steps forward, and the moment he touched the ball of light, information flooded into his mind, including the inheritance of skills, techniques, and even Buddhist scriptures. Intense pain and dizziness came over him. But Bai Lan held back from making a sound and persisted with his willpower. Does it hurt? You're dreaming. How can you inherit my legacy without paying a price? The old man laughed proudly. Bai Lan endured the pain and bowed toward the bamboo house. Thank you, senior. I will remember your last wish and try my best to find the person with the shining meridians. Humph, you still have some conscience. The old man softened his tone. Bai Lan sneered and said nothing, having already anticipated the old man's conspiracy. The old man's soul seemed to be extremely weak, but he still wanted to prolong his life by taking over another body. You are such a weak soul, and you still want to take over another body? Just be quiet. Bai Lan spoke calmly. The old man obviously hadn't expected Bai Lan to be so calm, and his heart sank. If he succeeded in taking over the body, he would have made a profit. If not, he had already died once, so why not die again? You are just a mortal, and your little soul is as fragile as paper. Don't you understand that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The old man grinned. Bai Lan said lightly, You are so shameless. As a cultivator, you took over the body of a mortal woman like me. How will you live in the future? Aren't you embarrassed? The old man snorted coldly without saying a word, and quickly invaded Bai Lan's sea of consciousness with his remaining soul, trying to fight her to the death. The system finally came hurriedly at this time. Host, quickly reload the game. That Jindan stage soul is devouring your soul. Bai Lan was not panicked at all. She had clicked the load button the moment before the old man's soul came into contact with her. Time went back to the moment before she stepped into the bamboo house, and everything in front of her was restored to its original state. The skeletons in the bamboo house were still silent, waiting for her to fall into the trap again. Bai Lan smiled and said to the skeleton, Senior, there is no need to pretend to be dead. I know you are still here. The blue flames in the skull's eye sockets flickered, and then he shouted angrily, Junior, how did you know that I am still here? Bai Lan said calmly, You are so insidious and cunning. I don't believe that you won't use some tricks to plot against others. Her tone was contemptuous, but full of sarcasm. Although the old man felt guilty, he still did not give up the fluke in his heart. Little ghost, these are just your speculations. Okay, time is running out, so I won't continue to compete with you in wits and courage. Bai Lan smiled and turned to leave. Wait, the old man shouted anxiously. Bai Lan ignored him and continued to walk out with a firm step. Youngster, wait a minute. I have a treasure to give you. Don't go. The skeleton's voice was so fierce that it even broke one of his ribs. Bai Lan didn't even turn her head. I will come back to collect your body in 3 days. She left without mercy, leaving the old man shouting behind her, gradually fading away. The system finally arrived, terrified. Host, what were you doing just now? You were almost swallowed by him. I'm just curious about how cultivators take over other people's bodies, and I became interested when I saw the dark blue flame. Bai Lan said helplessly. You are too brave, the system retorted. Bai Lan touched the system's head and said, Don't worry, let's go check out the other bamboo houses and see if there are any good things. This is the inheritance that originally belonged to Long Aotian. I'm looking forward to it. Bai Lan walked into the remaining 3 bamboo houses. One of them was a utility room where rotten monster bones were stored. The other was an alchemy room with an ancient alchemy furnace and 2 storage bags in the center. Just as she was studying the alchemy furnace, the system's voice came. There is not even a copy of the inducing chi into the body cultivation formula in this library. It's really disappointing. Bai Lan chuckled, threw the handkerchief down, and picked up the storage bag next to her. Normal. The old man was a Jindan stage cultivator when he was alive, and the formula of drawing chi into the body is no longer useful to him. She glanced at the skeleton. But I can go and ask directly. Bai Lan walked out of the bamboo house, and the system flew over and followed. Where are you going? There are seniors here who I can ask for advice. Bai Lan smiled and looked at the skeleton from a safe distance. The system said anxiously, That old man just wanted to take over your body. How could he possibly teach you? Be careful. Bai Lan smiled. Senior, how about we make another deal? The skeleton's eyes flickered. Come here, and I'll teach you. Bai Lan was still standing in the distance. Senior, you told me the formula for drawing chi into the body. Although I cannot repay you, I can give you a body of the first level of chi refining. She smiled cunningly. That person's name is Long Aotian, and his talent is amazing. I will send him to you for you to possess. The old man wondered. How are you going to get him down? Don't worry. The enemy will bring him here personally. Bai Lan knew that Long Aotian's enemies would bring him here. In the original plot, the old man could not possess Long Aotian because his soul could not leave the bamboo house. But Bai Lan now has a way to send Long Aotian directly to the old man and let him possess his body. Before he finished speaking, the pool of water suddenly splashed, and Long Aotian fell from the air into the water. Bai Lan clapped his hands. "Senior, the deal is done. How about it? Is this a good deal?" The old man was silent, then suddenly laughed and said, "Little boy, you are indeed a disciple of the Yi family. You are immortal, but you know everything." Bai Lan sneered in his heart. "If you have a save cheat code, you can do it with ease." The old man slowly recited the formula, and Bai Lan listened carefully and saved it to make sure she could remember it. She listened to it dozens of times until she remembered the formula completely. "How is it? Do you understand?" the old man asked. "I've got it. Bai Lan note that." He has a photographic memory. It seems that he is a young man with good comprehension. The old man's tone changed. Bai Lan ignored her comment, turned around, and walked towards Long Aotian in the pool, taking off the storage bag from his waist. The old man's soul was shocked, watching Bai Lan steal the storage bag, but he didn't make a move. Obviously, losing his property was not enough to make him waste his energy. Bai Lan put away the storage bag and pointed at Long Aotian on the ground. "System, move him." The system complained unhappily. "Why me? You know I can't enter the bamboo house. What if the old man takes the opportunity to take over my body?" Bai Lan waved his hand. The system was helpless and began to move Long Aotian. "You don't do the task, but make me work." "Don't worry, completing the task is not my intention. I just want to get the golden finger," Bai Lan said with a smile. She began to try to draw qi into her body, sitting cross-legged in meditation. The old man in front of her and the grandfather in Long Aotian's body were both silent. The old man in Long Aotian's body was completely unaware of Bai Lan's movements, but he also understood that Bai Lan was not an ordinary mortal. However, all this made the old man fall into deep thought. Following Bai Lan's movements, Long Aotian on the ground actually moved slowly, which was unreasonable. The old grandfather inside Long Aotian felt a strong sense of oppression. An array of spiritual consciousness rushed out from the skeleton and headed straight for Long Aotian. The old man was shocked. He was a powerful person in the spiritualization stage. How could he not know that he was experiencing a situation of possession? If Long Aotian is really possessed by another body, what should he do? He won't be able to find a suitable body to be reborn in. His heart tightened. The old man didn't care about Bai Lan, and instead concentrated on dealing with the skeleton old man in the bamboo house. Host Long Aotian and the old man's soul are fighting, the system reported anxiously. "Oh my God! Is the child of destiny really going to die?" the system exclaimed loudly. "No, Long Aotian's grandfather has taken action, and the situation has reversed." The system suddenly sounded regretful. Bai Lan was still sitting cross-legged in meditation, his expression solemn, and he showed no reaction to the movement in the distance. "Watch the situation. If there is any change, wake me up." No matter whether Long Aotian or the old skeleton man wins, their fight poses no threat to Bai Lan. After all, Long Aotian's body was seriously injured and he was unconscious. No matter who wins, all he will get in the end is a motionless body. Bai Lan is now concentrating on drawing qi into her body. Cultivating immortality is her goal. In the silence, she began to feel the presence of aura. Yellow aura filled the soil under her feet. Cyan aura surrounded the surrounding trees, and black aura in the pond in the distance. Is this the world of cultivation? Bai Lan felt a surge of joy in his heart. She traveled here from the Dharma ending age, when the spiritual energy was exhausted and ancient books were lost. The abundant spiritual energy, here now, made her feel unprecedented power. The system suddenly turned around at this moment and saw that Bai Lan had successfully drawn qi into his body. It was surprised and asked, You drew qi into your body?" Bai Lan opened his eyes and said lightly, "What a fuss." "Oh my God!" the system exclaimed. "My little system, don't be so excited. Next time you interrupt my practice, I will definitely teach you how to be quiet." The system laughed awkwardly. Sorry host, I was too excited." "How is Long Aotian doing?" Bai Lan asked. As expected, Long Aotian's grandfather took action and successfully reversed the situation. The system sighed. "Host, the child of destiny cannot be killed." Bai Lan didn't care and took out 3 storage bags from her sleeves. She tried to probe her spiritual energy into the storage bags left by the old man, but the seal bounced back. She knew she had to reach at least the first level of chi refining to unlock them. Bai Lan then reached in a Long Aotian storage bag and found several spirit stones, a spear, 2 short swords, and a red mandarin duck belly band. Is this Long Aotian's equipment? She couldn't help but shake her head, feeling it was a bit ridiculous. The system said helplessly, Long Aotian is poor. There are only 7 spirit stones in his storage bag. He doesn't even have a decent magic weapon. That's right, Bai Lan smiled. Long Aotian didn't leave anything behind except the spirit stones. But his soul-breaking spear should be a special weapon. She glanced at the other items in the storage bag again, putting away anything worthwhile. Why don't you plan to complete the mission, but instead rob Long Aotian in the novice village? The system asked in confusion. Bai Lan smiled and said, Mission? I just want to get the golden finger. She shook her head. Slack off at work if you can. Don't be so dedicated. The system sighed and stopped arguing. Bai Lan threw the mandarin duck belly band at Long Aotian's face. I have taken the spirit stones and weapons, but this belly band should be returned to its original owner. She sighed slightly, turned around, and left the bamboo house, and began to clean up the items in the other bamboo houses. She put all the items into Long Aotian's storage bag. The host's passage is just like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind. The system sighed. Bai Lan raised his eyebrows. What? You're not going to take it away and wait for Long Aotian to pick it up? The host is right. Nothing can be left for Long Aotian. The system agreed. Finally, Bai Lan cleared out the items in the bamboo house, leaving 3 empty rooms. She smiled slightly and continued to move towards the next goal. Since you are not planning on following the path of truth, goodness, and beauty, then adjust the task plan. After the system made the decision, it quickly cheered up. Bai Lan nodded slightly. Since the Lord of Destiny wants to destroy the world, let's kill him first. You're making such a big deal? The system was stunned for a moment, and it took a while to react. Forget it, as long as the host is happy. Of course, if you can't handle it, just give up, practice to the level of a spirit, ascend quickly, and stay away from this world, Bai Lan added. The second half of your sentence is what you really mean. The system sighed. Bai Lan did not refute. You were smart, little system. The system snorted. You got the opportunity before Long Aotian, and indirectly killed one of his future concubines. Congratulations. But what's next? Next, Bai Lan raised his eyebrows. The system opened the plot text and said seriously. According to the plot, the heroine Bai Ling will meet Qing Xianjinren, and the two will form a deep master-disciple relationship. The host only needs to get there before Bai Ling. No, Bai Lan refused decisively. The system was stunned. Why? Why should I try to win the favor of Master Qing Xian and ask him to accept me as his disciple? Bai Lan asked back. The system suddenly weakened. That's because Bai Ling has excellent qualifications, so he was able to accept a disciple. You have 5 spiritual roots, so at most you can only be a nominal disciple. Correct, Bai Lan chuckled. This world generally believes that people with 5 spiritual roots are useless. Well, there doesn't seem to be any plot points that need attention in the short term. The system touched its head. Long Aotian will meet 2 concubines, and Bai Ling has a male lover. Logically, the host should prevent them from meeting. TSK, I don't care. They can do whatever they want. I don't have time to care. Bai Lan said firmly. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I have to practice hard and strive to break through the first level of chi refining before joining the sect. The system had no choice but to follow Bai Lan's steps. After a long journey, Bai Lan finally returned to the Shangshu mansion in Kyoto. Although she was exhausted, she was satisfied and got the opportunity of Long Aotian. Just as she was about to sneak into the yard, she was suddenly hugged by a woman. Lanner, you are finally back. Mother was worried to death about you. The woman was very excited. Bai Lan was stunned for a moment and was forced to pause for a minute by his mother's hug. The woman choked up and said, I heard that you left alone after the spirit testing conference, and your mother was afraid that you would be upset, so she sent people to look for you, but they couldn't find you. The system coughed lightly and thought, who can find her? The person who jumped off the cliff 3 times? Bai Lan sighed. Don't worry, mother. I just went out to relax. That Long Aotian, he is different now, don't go against him anymore. The mother continued to worry. Bai Lan nodded. Don't worry, mother, I know what I am doing. The system twitched its lips, thinking, do you have any sense? Are you provoking Long Aotian in public? Seeing her covered in mud, Her mother smiled and pushed her to take a bath. Go take a bath and rest for a while. Don't forget to take care of yourself when you go to the world of cultivation. Bai Lan nodded, watched his mother leave, and followed the servant to his own yard. She couldn't help but sigh that she missed this care a little. But more importantly, she cared that her mother's worries were not groundless. Bai Ling, the girl of destiny, is the offspring of Minister Bai's one-night stand. She was born in a lowly family and has been looked down upon since childhood. Her hatred has deepened, especially her jealousy towards Bai Lan. Maybe this is jealousy. Bai Lan soaked in the bathtub and chatted casually with the system. The system asked, "Isn't the host an orphan? Can't you empathize with her?" Bai Lan was speechless. Although she was indeed an orphan, her childhood was not as happy as those miserable protagonists in novels. Bai Lan was silent for a moment, and she had a plan in mind. What she had endured was different from Bai Ling. She would live in her own way and find her own opportunity. Bai Lan smiled slightly. "I have a master. As the old saying goes, a master is a teacher and a father. How can you say that I am an orphan?" She knocked on the screen and refuted righteously. "Well, I thought the host could use this to analyze the mental journey of the destined heroine." The system sighed. Bai Lan closed his eyes and shook his head. "I sympathize with her first half of her life, but that doesn't mean what she did was right. Besides, I should sympathize with myself now. I have to deal with these two troubles, Long Aotian and Bai Ling. Yes, the son of destiny cannot be killed, just like a lizard, which can be reborn after its tail is cut off." Bai Lan thought optimistically. "I think the host should sympathize with me more. If you don't complete the mission, I will never be promoted." The system said sadly. Bai Lan was selectively deaf and continued to take a bath quietly. At this time, after experiencing a life-and-death struggle at the bottom of the cliff, Long Aotian jumped off the cliff according to the old man's instructions. When he woke up, he found that his storage bag was missing and the bamboo house was empty. The old man fell into a deep sleep. Long Aotian was puzzled. There was nothing around except a few bamboo houses. At the same time, Bai Lan was meditating and practicing, and she felt the presence of spiritual energy. She realized that the spiritual energy at the bottom of the cliff was rich, and it was a good place to practice. She began to wonder if there were other cultivators in this area. Madam asked you to go to the front yard." The little girl's voice came. Bai Lan frowned slightly and stood up. "Wait, tell mother that I am not feeling well and cannot go." "Host, are you avoiding the plot again?" The system went wild. "This is called emergency avoidance." Bai Lan replied coldly, closing his eyes and continuing to practice. However, a few minutes later, the little girl rushed in again. "My dear, something bad has happened. The immortal from Qingyuan Sect is looking for you in the front yard, threatening to make father and mother kneel down and apologize." Bai Lan opened his eyes. "What's going on?" The system explained. "This immortal is one of the female protagonists' peach blossoms. He fell in love with the female protagonist at first sight. He is a cultivator in the middle stage of qi refining and the first supporting character to show his courtesy to the female protagonist." Bai Lan frowned. "A cultivator with no sense of boundaries actually meddles in other people's affairs?" She walked into the front yard and saw the blue-robed monk standing in the yard with a fireball in his hand. "My little sister's suffering is all due to you and your wife. Haha." Bai Fu's parents trembled under the monk's pressure, while Bai Ling stood behind the blue monk with a smug look on her face. Bai Lan walked into the courtyard and sneered. "Senior brother, have you forgotten that Bai Ling is not the only mortal who has his spiritual roots detected in the Bai Mansion?" The blue monk was stunned and put away the fireball. "You are?" Bai Ling sneered and belittled Bai Lan. The spiritual roots she measured are only 5 spiritual roots. It will be difficult for her to achieve great things even if she enters the world of cultivation. The blue-robed monk sneered and shook his head. "Even so, I am also a disciple of Qingyuan Sect. It is not appropriate for this senior brother to attack my parents in public." Bai Lan shook the identity jade card in his hand. "Brother, don't forget that I can protect myself too." "Complaining about injustice?" Bai Lan chuckled. "What's your name?" The blue-robed monk frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "I am Lu Qing, a disciple of Master Qing Xian." Qing Xian? Bai Ling's love master? Bai Lan silently memorized the name. She turned to Bai Ling and said, "I heard that you want to sever ties with the Bai family?" Bai Ling looked proud. "You used to look down on me in every way, but now I am an inner disciple of the immortal sect. From now on, I am no longer the Bai Ling of the past." Bai Lan sighed secretly. She only wanted to cultivate herself, and had no mood to deal with these troubles. Okay. She nodded slightly and pulled Mrs. Bai. Think about it carefully. Isn't it my father who caused Bai Ling's resentment? Minister Bai was stunned. Lana, you. I like to play with other people's feelings and didn't care about my illegitimate daughter. This led to all this. How can I blame my mother if not others? Bai Lan said in a calm tone, completely businesslike. She looked at Bai Ling again. Who should be held responsible for the resentment? Don't involve innocent people and don't cause any deaths. Bai Ling was stunned. You can settle accounts with whoever you want and go and complain if you want, but don't pick on my mother anymore. Bai Lan said coldly and turned around and left with Mrs. Bai. Wait, Bai Ling shouted. If you want to find fault, I'll fight you to the end. Bai Lan responded coldly. For example, if the jade bracelet on your wrist is leaked, your fate will be. Bai Ling's hands trembled slightly. She quickly covered the jade bracelet and looked at Bai Lan in astonishment. You know? She was shocked. I know. Bai Lan smiled. Your spiritual field space can attract the attention of many big shots. The system exclaimed. The host is really smart. He has foreseen Bai Ling's secret long ago. Mrs. Bai followed her daughter silently. She was still confused, but Bai Lan's words made her realize the potential threat of Bai Ling. Mother, are you still worried about father? Bai Lan asked it. Mrs. Bai was silent for a moment. No, Lana is right. I will no longer be involved in the matter between Bai Ling and my father. Bai Lan nodded. Then, mother, have you considered leaving the Bai mansion? Leave. Mrs. Bai was stunned. Father and Bai Ling have long regarded me as an enemy, and Long Aotian even intends to destroy our entire family. Bai Lan said softly. Mrs. Bai was shocked. How could this be? When I go to the world of cultivation, if someone threatens me with your lives, I will no longer be able to care. Bai Lan analitkan li. Mrs. Bai gradually realized the seriousness of the matter and whispered, What should we do? Mother is in charge of the family now. You can do as I say. Dismiss everyone in the mansion, divorce father, sell the property, and leave the Southland as soon as possible. Bai Lan said. The system was stunned. What are you going to do? Bai Lan sneered. The root problem of the Bai mansion is the Bai mansion. Demolish the Bai mansion and send my mother to a safe place, and the problem will be solved naturally. You are such a genius. The system sighed. Bai Lan continued. Although the cultivation world is a high-level martial arts world, there are no cameras or the internet. If she hides deeper, who would know that she is my mother? She watched Madame Bai digest the information and then continued to practice, determined to embark on her own path to becoming an immortal. After 3 days of intensive practice, Bai Lan finally reached the threshold of the first level of qi refining. However, before breaking through, she chose to stop temporarily and study the breath retention technique. Why doesn't the host practice anymore? The system asked curiously. Bai Lan closed his eyes and chuckled. If I continue to practice, I will break through. Isn't it good to break through? Do you like cultivating immortals? The system was puzzled. Bai Lan opened his eyes. Little system, there's a saying that goes, if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Have you heard of it? What this means is that if you become the most prominent, you will encounter bigger storms. The system fell into thought. That's right. So, if I break through now, I will attract the same amount of attention and wind as Long Aotian. Bai Lan smiled cunningly. The system suddenly realized. So that's it? Long Aotian has a halo, and you don't. Therefore, it will be smoother to break through after entering the sect and obtaining the mantra for drawing qi into the body. Bai Lan closed his eyes and silently recited the mantra for restraining breath. Sleeping is a functional technique, and it is not difficult for her to hide her shallow cultivation. After practicing for a while, she sensed the energy that was about to break through, but still chose to hide. At this moment, the Identity Jade card suddenly flashed, and a notice came. The spaceship will leave in 3 days. All disciples quickly gather back to the sect. Bai Lan took a deep breath, put the jade slip into the storage bag, and stood up. Finally, I can enter the world of cultivation. Host, don't you plan to say goodbye to your parents? Asked the system. Bai Lan shook his head. It's not necessary. Seeing each other again will only increase the pain of separation. I have left a letter. They will know it naturally. She had already decided that after she left, Bai's mother would disband the family, as she requested, and completely disappear from the Southland. She imagined that if Long Aotian came to the Bai mansion again, he would get nothing. After Bai Lan hit his shallow cultivation level that was about to break through and transformed himself into immortal, he boarded the spaceship and prepared to go to Qing Yuan's Sect. On the spaceship, Bai Lan found a corner and stared at the plot bar. Her goal was to get the golden finger first and improve her strength. You did what happened at the bottom of the cliff. An angry voice brought her back to her senses. She turned around and saw Long Aotian's face full of anger. I did it. What can you do? Bai Lan said calmly. It's you. Hand over the storage bag and the inheritance, or I'll be rude. Long Aotian threatened with gritted teeth. Bai Lan sneered. Your confidence, does it come from the old man in your mind? Long Aotian's expression changed. How did you know? Do you really think he's doing this for your own good? He never told you about his origins. Don't you know what he's thinking? Bai Lan approached step by step. Long Aotian's face changed. Impossible. The world of cultivation is so cruel. There is no such thing as doing anything without profit. Bai Lan laughed softly. Do you think someone will treat you well unconditionally? He just covets what's on you. Long Aotian was shocked. The old man in his mind roared, Don't believe her. She is trying to sow discord. Bai Lan chuckled and said no more. She knew that 2 provocative words would be enough, and too much would be counterproductive. Bai Lan knew that if Long Aotian really trusted the old man, he would not be so panicked at this moment. Bai Lan's words were like a fishbone stuck in Long Aotian's heart. Although he did not show it on the surface, he had already begun to doubt in his heart. Once the seeds of trust were planted, they would take root and sprout, destroying the relationship between them. The old man certainly knew that once a crisis of trust occurred, the consequences would be disastrous. However, he still chose to continue to conceal it. After all, in his eyes, Long Aotian was also untrustworthy. Seeing Long Aotian leave angrily, Bai Lan smiled slightly. He is anxious, he must be anxious. The system said excitedly beside him. Who wouldn't be anxious if a powerful stranger lived in his head? Bai Lan chuckled. The reason why Long Aotian accepted the old man is purely because he can't do without help for the time being. The spaceship was flying very fast, and the scene outside was receding rapidly, but Bai Lan no longer paid attention. She knew that in the process of entering the world of cultivation, the special plot about the female protagonist of destiny would soon unfold. Just as she was thinking, there was a sudden loud bombardment outside the spaceship. Looking up, she saw countless black gas fireballs hitting the barrier outside the spaceship, and a group of black-clad demons were besieging the spaceship. The world of cultivation is truly warm and hospitable. Bai Lan thought to himself, quickly saving the file and observing the situation. Although the barrier of the spacecraft was strong, cracks had appeared at several joints. The demon cultivators concentrated their attacks on one spot, obviously concentrating their fire. Once the barrier was broken, the cultivators might have a chance to survive, but mortals like them would definitely find it difficult to escape. You all are so bold that you actually dare to attack my Qing Yuan sect. Do you really think I don't exist? A female cultivator in purple flew into the sky, spreading her pressure, preparing to confront the demon cultivator. So it's Fairy Zi Ling who's in charge. What an honor. I've been coveting your whip for a long time. A laugh of unknown gender came from the demon cultivator's camp. Bai Lan took a deep breath. A masochist in the world of cultivation? Zi Ling snorted coldly. Come and die earlier, and I can leave you a whole body. The battle was about to break out, and a cultivator in the spaceship suddenly shouted, Senior Brother Liu, don't move the formation flags rashly. Bai Lan's eyes lit up. Is there a traitor among the demon cultivators? At this moment, the barrier outside the spaceship collapsed instantly, and the fireball fell. Bai Lan quickly read the file and went back 10 minutes. She realized that the formation of the spaceship was about to be destroyed by the inner ghost, and the mortals would encounter a fatal attack. The positioning of the 2 sons of destiny really helped them avoid the attack. Bai Lan thought to himself. She quickly walked towards Long Aotian, borrowing the aura of the child of destiny. At this time, Long Aotian had not yet sensed the danger. What are you going to do? Long Aotian looked at Bai Lan and asked vigilantly. I feel guilty and want to return your storage bag to you. Bai Lan replied with a smile. Long Aotian obviously believed it. Really? Bai Lan spread his hands. I was just kidding you. You actually believed it. Long Aotian snorted coldly. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for this. Chapter 13. The Way of the Succubus. The world of cultivation is all about the survival of the fittest. Since you regard me as your enemy and want to fight me, Then you should be prepared to go against me. Bai Lan said calmly. You lost your storage bag because of your lack of strength, and now you have the nerve to ask me for it. Long Aotian gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, subconsciously trying to grasp the hilt of the sword at his waist, but unfortunately, the two daggers were already in Bai Lan's storage bag. 3 years ago, you were a waste. 3 years later, you are nothing more than that in my eyes. Bai Lan took a step forward and spoke in a low voice, as if he was talking to the soul in Long Aotian through Long Aotian. Senior, you are so smart. You should know that for a cultivator, spiritual roots are not the most important. Long Aotian is so irritable and suspicious. Is it really worth your careful teaching him? The system was silent. What is the host doing? He is stirring up discord everywhere, first making Long Aotian distrust the old man, and now making the old man question Long Aotian. But it is obvious that the old man is much smarter than Long Aotian. Little girl, you don't need to use this method to sow discord. This boy is a fool, but I am not. I know exactly what you are planning. A slightly deep voice came from my ear, as if it was transmitted through the air. Brother Liu, what are you doing? That is the battle flag, and you cannot move it rashly. A familiar voice came from a distance. Bai Lan's expression became serious, and he subconsciously looked up at the barrier in the sky and the fireball hanging from the top and about to fall. Sure enough, the next moment after the words fell, the barrier shattered, the fireball fell suddenly, and the burning touch came again. But this time the fireball did not hit Bai Lan, because she was standing behind Long Aotian, and behind her stood another child of destiny, Bai Ling. The main feature is a double halo and double safety. Screams, roars, and survivors who were frightened and at a loss as to what to do. At this time, true person Ling, who was fighting with the demon cultivator on the opposite side in the sky, naturally also noticed the situation here. She frowned slightly, and a stream of purple spiritual energy carrying a formation chess piece was once again inserted into the missing eye of the formation, and the formation shield rose again in an instant. Bai Lan then breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he dodged it, and she knew it. Since the rules of heaven stipulate that creatures like the Child of Destiny cannot be killed, in other words, when AoE damage occurs in this range, the area around the Child of Destiny is the safest. However, this rule is only limited to use in range AoE and is not suitable for use in dungeon secret realms. Inferred based on Bai Lan's experience of reading novels. Generally speaking, in the Long Aotian copy, all the brothers die, all the extras die, all the female supporting characters die, and only Long Aotian and his harem can survive. Change your mindset and go into the dungeon with Bai Ling. All the sisters die, all the extras die, and most of the male supporting characters have to die to save the heroine. In the end, only the heroine and the hero survive. Turn your attention to the interior of the spacecraft. The others were not so lucky. That fireball took away at least 5 or 6 people, all of whom were mortals whose spiritual roots had just been detected. The Qingyuan sect suffered heavy losses this time. The people on this spaceship seemed to be useless mortals, all of whom are new outer disciples and menial disciples. But with time, these mortals with spiritual roots will gradually embark on the path of cultivation. In just a few years, these 100 mortals will become 100 elite cultivators in the Qi refining stage trained by the Qingyuan sect. This move by the evil cultivator almost wiped out most of the fresh blood in the Qingyuan sect. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came from within the black fog. Obviously, the plan had succeeded. Their target has never been Master Ling, but the powerless mortals on the spaceship. They want to shake Qingyuan's sect from its foundation. The methods used by the evil cultivators are indeed sinister and vicious. First, use a Jindan stage demon cultivator of the same level to hold back true person Ling, so that she has no time to take care of another place. Then the traitor unexpectedly opened the barrier outside the spaceship. Once the giant fireball fell from above, most of the fresh blood of Qingyuan sect here would die. The surrounding demon cultivators seemed to take the demon cultivator's laughter as a command and gradually withdrew from the encirclement. True man Ling had a cold expression, but did not chase after him. Instead, he instructed the other Foundation establishment disciples, hurry back to the sect. There were only a dozen people left in the cabin that originally held 70 or 80 people. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and many young children began to tremble and wipe away tears. The moment before, they were still marveling at the magnificence and beauty of the world of cultivation and fantasizing about what would happen after becoming a cultivator. The next moment, a catastrophic disaster struck. Countless people were killed by fireballs in front of them. The smell of blood and the burning smell of flames filled the air, making the atmosphere in the cabin even more depressing. I want to go back. I don't want to practice Taoism anymore. I want to go home. Someone spoke tremblingly. Some people agreed, while others remained silent. It is your blessing to be able to join the Qingyuan sect. But if you are scared like this, even if you become a cultivator in the future, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. A cultivator in the foundation establishment stage said in a cold voice, by becoming a cultivator, you can gain power that transcends mortals and become equal to them. If you don't have a mind that can match this power, you won't live long even if you embark on the path of cultivation. Immortal Ling landed in the sky and spoke in a deep voice. We won't force anyone who doesn't want to join the Qingyuan sect. Qing Ru, Zhang Man, send those mortals who want to go back tomorrow. 2 foundation-building disciples stood up and clasped their fists. Yes. Investigate all the disciples on this trip. Find the traitor who just destroyed the formation flag privately. And issue a Xian-level killing order. Yes. Everyone around started whispering. After all, only a few wanted to return to the mortal world, and most people were still yearning for cultivating immortals. Hello. The girl's voice came from behind. Yes, I'm calling you. A girl in pink stepped forward and said with a smile, I recognize you. You are the eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Who are you? Bai Lan frowned slightly. She probably didn't know the woman in front of her. The pink-dressed girl chuckled. It's really interesting that there is a noble lady who can't remember what I look like. You've obviously been to the palace banquet. Princess. Could it be the princess of the Southern Kingdom? Bai Lan quickly called up the plot about the girl in front of him, and then his eyes lit up. Isn't it a coincidence that she is the #1 enemy of the heroine of destiny? And the person in front of her is also the enemy of the heroine of destiny. Nan Xinji, a proud, reserved, and noble princess of the mortal kingdom, is unable to change her old way of speaking and behavior even after entering the world of cultivation, where the strong prey on the weak. But her dual spiritual roots and the speed of her cultivation gave her the confidence to be reserved and arrogant. But it is obvious that this kind of personality is not liked by the heroine of destiny. The two have quarreled many times, and finally they have a complete feud because they both like Master Qingxian. TSK. Now it seems that the Taoist Qingxian is not practicing the way of mercilessness, but the way of charm. Chapter 14. Emptying the Sect Library. I heard that your illegitimate daughter was found to have only one spiritual root. She was very popular at the time. Nan Xinji came closer and blinked her smart eyes. And you only have 5 spiritual roots? Bai Ling is no longer a member of the Bai family, so she can't be considered a member of my family. It seems that you hate her too? Not bad, not bad. Nan Xinji nodded approvingly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since we entered the immortal sect together, we will be sisters in the future. Bai Lan nodded, looked at Nan Xinji, whose expression was lively and her tone was arrogant, and smiled. Having just escaped death, most of the mortals on the spaceship were now secretly frightened and had no time to think about anything else. Only someone as brave as Nan Xinji would have the leisure to chat with others. What a pretentious little goblin you are. You always use that weak attitude to gain sympathy. How disgusting. Nan Xinji snorted coldly, his eyes sweeping straight towards Bai Ling, who was standing in the distance. Bai Lan looked over and saw that Bai Ling was indeed talking to the disciple named Lu Qing. Her every frown and smile revealed her delicate and gentle demeanor. And Lu Qing's eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at Bai Ling. I just don't know what expression senior brother Lu Qing will have when he finds out that his beloved junior sister is having an affair with his master in the future. Help them? Or betray the sect? Wow, that's really interesting. Everyone, we're here. A cold voice sounded from the air. Bai Lan looked around when he heard the sound. The spaceship slowly stopped, and the scene of the immortal gate gradually came into view. Amid the mountains and clouds, you can vaguely see flocks of cranes and monks flying on swords flying through. And the place where they were was the outer gate. Elder, why did you bring back disciples this time? A blue-robed monk stepped forward, bowed respectfully, glanced at the dozen or so disciples who walked down from the spaceship, and spoke with some confusion. Were there always 50 or 60 people in previous years? Why are there only a dozen this year? Humph, we met a demon cultivator on the road, and he attacked us. There is another traitor among the inner disciples. That person seems to be a disciple of junior brother Qingxian. This time the demon cultivator must have come prepared. That senior brother Liu is a disciple of true man Qingxian. Wait, could it be that the young master of the demon clan, Lan Ning, sneaked into the Qingyuan sect under the alias of senior brother Liu? A guess flashed through Bai Lan's mind, and then he shook his head. Guess should not be taken seriously. Since you were the outer sect deacon, you should make a list of the names of those who died on this trip and send some gold and silver to their families. After Master Ling finished speaking, he did not stop and summoned a lotus-shaped flying magic weapon, which disappeared from the spot in an instant. This is what a Jindan Jinren is like, coming and going like the wind. The blue-robed monk, who was called the outer sect deacon, was stunned and scratched his head. Forget it. The outer sect steward glanced at the list handed over by a disciple and spoke slowly. Long Aotian, Bai Ling, Nan Xinji, the three of you follow me. The sect leader wants to see you. Zhang Shan, you take the rest of the people to find a place to live. Two of these three have natural spiritual roots, and Nan Xinji has double spiritual roots. They are all disciples with good qualifications, and there is a high probability that they can directly enter the inner sect. When Long Aotian and Bai Ling left, they both turned back and gave Bai Lan a provocative smile in tacit understanding. Bai Lan? You two really haven't forgotten your original intention. Wherever you go, you never forget to glare at her. Your number one enemy. Sister, if I enter the inner sect, I may be able to protect you in the future. Nan Xinji said this with his head raised proudly, and then quickly followed the outer sect deacon. Bai Lan? Sundra has retired, thank you. The bamboo houses prepared by Qingyuan sect for menial disciples were originally dormitories for 4 people, and there were more than 20 of them. Now, due to the sudden decrease in the number of new disciples joining the sect, everyone can be assigned a separate house. There is a copy of the sect's rules, a set of formulas for drawing qi into the body, and a bottle of qi-nourishing pills in the room. Our Qingyuan sect doesn't have many rules, but the bottom line of the righteous path cannot be touched. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall will make you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. For those who violate the rules and flee for fear of punishment, the Qingyuan sect's hunting order will accompany you for the rest of your life. Everyone looks solemn. You are still mortals now. Remember to practice diligently and don't slack off. After saying that, the senior brother, named Zhang Shan, pointed to the mountain in the distance and said, "That is the sect's spiritual field. Menial disciples must hand in a fixed amount of spiritual herbs every month. The extra amount can be exchanged for contribution points. If the spiritual herbs handed in are insufficient for 3 consecutive months, they will be expelled from the sect. So even if you cultivate immortality, you still have to work. Practice well. As long as you break through the middle stage of qi refining, you can enter the outer sect. After that, there will be no such restrictions. You can do whatever you want. Let's disperse." Bai Lan randomly picked a bamboo house and flipped through the sect rules in his hand. It is nothing more than not colluding with demons, not practicing demonic techniques, not falling into the devil's ways, not harming fellow disciples, not betraying the sect, and so on. It is indeed as Zhang Shan said, the Qingyuan sect does not have many rules, and the only bottom line is also the bottom line of righteous cultivators. The Qingyuan sect was built on a spiritual vein, and the spiritual energy there is dozens of times more abundant than in the mortal world. Bai Lan, who had been suppressing his cultivation for a long time, could no longer hold back and finally broke through the bottleneck. After spending half a day consolidating his cultivation, Bai Lan opened his eyes and picked up the dosing system beside him. "Let's go, system. Let's go pick up a leak first." As early as when he was on the spaceship, Bai Lan had already planned the next route of action. She remembered that in the plot, both the male and female protagonists found 2 very good books on magic inheritance in the outer sect library. The old skeleton man at the bottom of the cliff did leave her a lot of martial arts skills, but most of them were targeted at the Shinin Jumai, which she could not use. Every new disciple has 100 contribution points in his or her identity jade card. With these 100 contribution points, he or she can exchange them for a low-level martial arts book in the sect's library. But Bai Lan is different. She can reload the save file repeatedly. She can use 100 contribution points each time to exchange for a different skill or technique, and then reload the file to start over after learning it. By repeating this process over and over again, with only 100 contribution points, she could learn all the low-level skills in the library. She doesn't need to learn a lot of skills, but if she masters 100 or even thousands of skills, she can flexibly apply the principle of the 5 elements mutual generation and mutual restraint during battle, and she will be able to achieve a surprise victory and put the enemy to death. She has the 5 elements spiritual roots, which means she can learn magic techniques of all attributes including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and even wind, ice, and thunder. Because the 5 elements are the root of spiritual energy, thunder and would produce wind, fire and would produce thunder, metal and water produce ice. As long as she has mastered the 5 elements of spiritual energy to a certain degree, she will be able to derive the other 3 elements of spiritual energy from gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. With anticipation in his eyes, Bai Lan asked around and finally found the Qingyuan sect's outer sect library. Oh, are you a new disciple this year? You haven't even entered the first level of Qi refining yet, but you want to be so ambitious. The old man guarding the library looked up and glanced at Bai Lan, his eyes suddenly fixed. Haha. Interesting, you actually used the breath-concealing technique to hide your cultivation. Chapter 15, Half a Library in My Head. As we all know, the old man guarding the library in the world of immortal cultivation, the sweeping monk in the world of martial arts, and the cleaning lady in modern youth dramas are most likely big guys with hidden identities. The white-haired old man in front of him looked kind, but he could see Bai Lan's background at a glance. Obviously, he's a hidden boss. Come in, little girl. The old man waved his hand, motioning Bai to go in. Bai Lan nodded, bowed, saved a file on the spot, and then walked into the library. The Qingyuan sect is indeed one of the largest sects in the world of cultivation. The splendor of the outer sect library alone is far beyond Bai Lan's imagination. Tens of thousands of books, jade slips, even stone inscriptions and book pages are neatly arranged inside. At first glance, I have the illusion that I will never be able to finish reading all the books here in my lifetime. The first layer is ancient handwritten books, which mostly contain miscellaneous articles from the world of cultivation and notes from cultivators, so they are only recorded in books. From the second floor up, there are jade slips, which mostly contain techniques and spells. Further up are those ancient stone tablet inscriptions and book pages, which are not open to menial disciples. Bai Lan was not in a hurry to go up to the second floor. Instead, he walked around the first floor a few times and flipped through a few books. An examination of the geography of the world of cultivation, an illustration of low-level spiritual herbs, notes on the properties of low-level spiritual herbs and their growing environment, an illustration of low-level monsters, and a map of the range of monsters in the 100,000 mountains. Zhuge Daojuan's notes, 100 tips on drawing qi into the body, guide to learning low-level techniques, talks on the relationships of the peaks of Qingyuan sect, appreciation of beautiful pictures of Qingxianjinren. When Bai Lan saw this, he was suddenly speechless. To her, Master Qingxuan's appearance was indeed good, but that was all. There is no need to publish a book specifically for it and put it here. Putting the book back intact, Bai Lan shook his head and went up to the second floor. This was the purpose of her coming to the library. The contribution point price of low-level spells is basically within 100. Common basic spells such as Fireball only require 50 contribution points. Bai Lan can redeem 2 at a time. There are at least 10,000 books of magic on the second floor of the library. If you want to learn all of them, you will need at least 1 million contribution points. Bai Lan can use the golden finger to master all these techniques. Even though she cannot fully master them with her current qi refining level, as long as she learns them, she will have plenty of time to practice them in the future. A net profit of 1 million is crazy worth it. With an excited heart and shaking hands, Bai Lan suppressed his excitement and started with the most basic fireball technique. Start from the leftmost bookshelf, exchange for a magic jade slip, leave the library, and study. Then read the file again and repeat the above steps. Fireball, water arrow, golden bell, hydrotherapy, and other such techniques were all stored in Bai Lan's memory through repeated archiving. She gradually became addicted to the feeling of accepting new things, and it was very interesting every time she learned and memorized new techniques. 1,837. Water mist technique. The system counted out boredly, while Bai Lan on the side rested his head on the jade slip and closed his eyes to memorize. Things in the world of cultivation are indeed magical, especially things like jade slips, which seem to connect the content with the perception of the soul. As long as you read it once, the content will be imprinted in your mind, and the words and pictures will be very clear when you recall them the second time. But Bai Lan still insisted on reading it several times to deepen his memory. 8,376. Earth Escape Technique. 9,372. Qingfeng Sword Technique. 11,231. Fire Cloud Palm. The system witnessed the entire process of Bai Lan loading the files again and memorizing the magic. She loaded and saved the files nearly 10,000 times, and she seemed tireless. A host who has mastered more than 10,000 kinds of magic. The system suddenly felt numb for Long Aotian for a second. He suddenly felt that in the competition 3 months later, perhaps the one who would be at a disadvantage would not be the host, but Long Aotian, whose storage bag had been taken away. Imagine that when you have only learned one spell, Bai Lan on the opposite side has more than 1,000 spells in his mind to deal with your next attack. Especially Long Aotian's single thunder spiritual root destined him to only learn thunder-related magic. The system suddenly widened its eyes. I finally know why you want to get 5 spiritual roots. Bai Lan, who was studying the fire cloud palm, raised his eyes. A person with 5 spiritual roots is a genius. If he encounters fire, he can use water to defeat the enemy. And if he encounters water, he can use fire to defeat the enemy. Wouldn't he be invincible in a fight? The 5 spiritual roots can flexibly switch attributes to fight the enemy, but the limitations of a single spiritual root are obvious. It's okay to encounter an enemy with a spiritual root that counteracts yours. But if you encounter an enemy that restrains yours, Bai Lan chuckled. You didn't just think of this. The system coughed lightly and turned its back. How is it possible? I thought of it a long time ago. I just mentioned it casually to liven up the atmosphere, cough. He couldn't admit that he really believed what the host had said to fool him in the beginning. The colorful battles are so beautiful, but that's all nonsense to fool the system. The girl in front of me had made her current plan from the very beginning. This should be the last volume of magic in the library. What do you plan to do next? You don't really want to learn all the techniques, do you? The system said suspiciously. Bai Lan shook his head. No, I learned these techniques to apply them in future battles. It is very useful to flexibly change tactics, but there is no need for skills, especially since most of the skills in the outer Sect library are low-level techniques. There is no need to learn them. That's good. That's good. The system breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Bai Lan working so hard to learn the magic, he was too embarrassed to say that he was tired of waiting. The host worked so hard. Although the system can't help, it can't hold them back either. Although the purpose of our efforts is not just to complete the task. I'm so tired. I feel like my head is going to explode. Bai Lan took a deep breath, sat down against a tree, and began to empty his mind and daydream. Even though the fatigue will be cleared after reloading the game, and the body and senses will return to the state before reloading the game, the mental fatigue cannot be reduced. I thought you weren't tired, the system screamed. Bai Lan closed his eyes. I was a little bit high just now. The techniques of the cultivation world are indeed very magical. But unfortunately, I am only at the first level of chi refining now, so I can only remember these techniques in my mind. The magic techniques in the world of cultivation are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The heaven level is the most precious, while the yellow level is the most common. Most of the books in the outer Sect library are yellow level magic, with a few hundred volumes of mysterious level magic. The points required to redeem the Xian level magic are also frighteningly high. It takes a full 1,000 contribution points to redeem 1 volume. Moreover, Xian level magic can only be used by cultivators at least in the late stage of chi refining. The spiritual energy reserves of cultivators below the middle stage of chi refining are not even enough to support such a huge consumption of spiritual energy. Chapter 16, Don't Know What's Good for You? Similarly, upper and middle grade yellow level magic techniques are not something that a young cultivator like her, who is only at the first level of chi refining, can use. Only the lowest level spell, Fireball, can be used, and it can easily burn down the house. But at least she had memorized the formulas and key points of these techniques. But the inheritance of magic is like the exploration games that Bai Lan used to play. You don't have to learn it, but you must have it. The illustration must be lit up, in case it is useful in the future. As long as it's in your mind, it's worth it. It's true. The opportunities the 2 Lords of Destiny got in the library are both pretty good. Bai Lan flipped through the memories in his mind and picked out 2 volumes of magic. Long Aotian's Little Mysterious Steps and Bai Ling's Fire Cloud Palm. Not bad, both are good stuff. The Little Mysterious Step is a form of physical exercise. After mastering it, one can achieve the state of having a shadow following the body as the steps turn, leaving no trace. Above it, there is a volume of earth-level footwork, which is the Great Mysterious Step. Its implicit requirement is to first practice the small mysterious step to perfection. The Fire Cloud Palm, on the other hand, was the most pure and terrifying form of power, comparable to any Xin-level technique. These 2 volumes of magic can be regarded as among the most useful magic in the Outer Sect library, and are also one of the opportunities for the 2 Sons of Destiny. The system is trying not to laugh. When a kind-hearted and selfless host was burning the jade slips, he was very thoughtful and placed the 2 jade slips that were originally in the corner in a more inconspicuous position. There are also a lot of useless magic jade slips placed around it, which will make people lose the desire to choose at a glance. A second of silence for the 2 chosen ones. By going against someone like the host, she can even find ways to make things difficult for Long Aotian and Bai Ling while improving herself. Facing the system's small eyes, Bai Lan helplessly spread his hands. What am I doing? I am such a simple, kind, and innocent person. As soon as I arrived in this world, Long Aotian was chasing me to kill me, shouting 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. There is also Bai Ling next door, who looks at me with sinister eyes. Especially these 2 are unkillable. The cultivation world is so scary. I'm just trying to protect myself. Let's go and reload the game. Bai Lan stood up and stretched. Time goes back to the moment when Bai Lan first entered the library. Bai Lan went straight to the bookshelf where the 2nd volume was and took down the Chaos Yin and Yang Sutra. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that this is a technique exclusive to the 5 spiritual roots. Bai Lan note that, as we all know, in the library of the world of immortal cultivation, the most inconspicuous ones, those used as table legs, covered in dust, and without any rank indication, are mostly great opportunities. It is 100% a hidden, heavenly-level technique. The art of Chaos Yin and Yang does not restrict the spiritual root attributes of the practitioner and requires a large amount of spiritual energy in the early stages. It is a useless technique recognized by everyone. It was under the guidance of his grandfather that Long Aotian practiced this technique. And when he broke through the foundation building stage, the spiritual energy accumulated during the Qi refining stage almost doubled in an instant and fed back, giving Long Aotian great help. But on second thought, this technique does not restrict the spiritual root attributes of the practitioner. Doesn't it mean that this technique is suitable for spiritual roots of all attributes? Bai Lan's 5 spiritual roots seem to make him the most suitable person to practice this set of skills in some sense. After recording the technique, Bai Lan brought it to the old man guarding the library. "Senior, I have chosen it." She had said this to the old man in front of her for the 11,231st time during the repeated SL. Interesting. The little fellow has good taste. The old man raised his eyelids and suddenly became alert after seeing the name on the jade slip. "With so many techniques available, why did you choose this one?" the old man asked with a smile. Bai Lan spread his hands. "I chose it by rolling the dice." "Old man." Bai Lan continued to remain silent and handed the jade slip forward. Bai Lan was just being perfunctory, and the old man obviously realized it. "If you don't tell me today why you chose this technique, I won't engrave it for you." The old man sat on the chair with a snort and spoke. "That's great, I'll just take the original copy away." Bai Lan made a gesture to leave. "Hey, you little bastard, if you dare to take it today, I will make you walk out of the library door sideways." The old man blew his beard. Bai Lan sighed. "Why do seniors bully juniors? I really chose by rolling the dice." "Tell me, how many spiritual roots do you have?" the old man asked suspiciously. Bai Lan was silent for 2 seconds. 5 spiritual roots. A loser among losers. The seniors have also seen that I have poor aptitude and poor comprehension. I have no chance of reaching the foundation building stage. So I just randomly picked a book of exercises and practiced casually. "I don't believe you." The old man snorted and laughed. "With 5 spiritual roots, you can choose any other skills, but you chose this one, hee. Bai Lan still had an innocent look on her face. "Forget it. Take the jade slip and go." The old man handed the recorded skills to Bai Lan. "As an elder of the sect, would I harm you? That's hard to say. Even traitors have sneaked into the inner sect of your Qingyuan sect, so the safety issue is really questionable." Bai Lan moved the entire outer library into his mind, but it only cost him 100 contribution points, and he finally left the library openly. "Where have you been? I couldn't find you for so long." An arrogant voice came from her bamboo house. There were more than one person, and it seemed that there were 3 or 4 disciples, all of whom were outer disciples dressed in white. Bai Lan, who had just reached the door of his house, stopped and frowned. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I am a disciple of Yuqing Peak, a disciple of Qing Xianzhenren. My junior uncle said that one of the outer sect servants is her sister. My junior uncle is kind-hearted, So he wants to help you. He wants you to join Yuqing Peak as an outer sect servant and serve by my uncle's side. The woman in white had an arrogant look on her face when she spoke, as if she was giving alms to Bai Lan. You have 5 spiritual roots, and it will be difficult for you to build a foundation in this lifetime, let alone enter Yuqing Peak. Uncle Master promoted you, so don't be ungrateful. I heard from my uncle that your Bai family used to make things difficult for me. Now that you have entered the world of cultivation, with such a huge gap in status, I am still able to help you regardless of past grudges. This is already a great gift. Bai Lan smiled but said nothing. Was it a gift of grace and support? Or did he want to keep her by his side as a slave and humiliate her in every way? How come I didn't know when I had a younger sister? You must have found the wrong person. Bai Lan chuckled. Also, entering the house without the owner's permission is rude, no matter in the world of immortals or the mortal world. Bai Lan smiled and said, Are all the disciples of Yuqing Peak so rude, ignorant, arrogant, and reckless? I have seen it today. The leading disciple looked slightly annoyed. What do you mean? Chapter 17. King of Scrolls Followers +1. Can't you understand what people say? Then go get your ears treated first. I don't have the interest to say the same thing to you a second time. Bai Lan swept his eyes over the few people and said in a cold voice, You are so arrogant. You are just a menial disciple, yet you dare to speak to us like that? Just wait. You have offended Yuqing Peak, and your days in the sect will not be easy in the future. The woman was so angry that her face was gloomy, but she did not dare to fight with Bai Lan, so she could only continue to speak harshly. The Qingyuan sect's rules were in place, so these people could only boss her around based on their status, but they could not attack her. Seeing this, the others all agreed. That's right. Just wait. Little Master is now the direct disciple of Master Qingxian. If you offend her, I wonder who in the sect will dare to befriend you in the future. Idare. A clear female voice sounded from behind the crowd, and Nan Xinji, in a pink dress, walked out of the crowd at some point. She pointed at Bai Lan, then raised her head and snorted coldly. She is mine. Bai Ling is the disciple of Qing Xianjinren, and so am I. I wonder who here dares to touch her. Bai Lan. Sure enough, Nan Xinji eventually became a disciple of Qingxian sect and became the heroine's senior sister. But what is going on in this scene now? Nan Xinji stood in front of her. Was he protecting her? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Things seem to be developing in a strange direction. Why did Nan Xinji and she become people in the same camp? Girl, think it over carefully. Making friends with her means becoming enemies with the heroine Bai Ling and the hero Long Aotian. Bai Ling has a string of male lovers behind her, and Long Aotian is no less so. Bai Lan couldn't even count on his fingers the number of people and forces that might become enemies with him in the future. After driving away the group of the heroine's followers, Nan Xinji turned around and looked at Bai Lan. Humph, don't get me wrong. I'm not here to save you. I just want to make things difficult for Bai Ling. I understand. You came here specially to save me. Thank you. Bai Lan thank sincerely. Although she didn't need Nan Xinji to save her, Bai Lan didn't say this out loud. I didn't. I was just passing by. Nan Xinji corrected. Yeah, okay, yes, on the way. That little devil Bai Ling actually became the personal disciple of the master. Damn it, sooner or later, one day, I will also become the personal disciple of the master. I will be more loved by the master than Bai Ling, Nan Xinji said with gritting his teeth. Sure enough, just as the plot predicted, Nan Xinji began to compete with the heroine for the favor of Master Qingxian. But after 2 contacts, Bai Lan also understood Nan Xinji's personality a bit. Perhaps she had no obsession with Master Qingxian himself. She just wanted to surpass Bai Ling, both in terms of cultivation and status. Bai Lan sighed. Compared to this, maybe you should focus on something more important. Something more important? Nan Xinji asked puzzledly. Don't cultivators spend their entire lives trying to ascend to immortality, cultivate the supreme path, and achieve longevity? Bai Lan chuckled. If one wants to seek the path and longevity, whether it's Master Qingxian or Bai Ling, after 100 years, there will be nothing more than a memory on the path to longevity. If I waste my energy on them and neglect my cultivation, it would be really not worth it. Nan Xinji paused. I think the princess was born in the Southern Kingdom, and she is the only person with spiritual roots in the Southern Kingdom's royal family in the past 100 years. Now that you have entered the world of cultivation, your father and mother must have placed high hopes on your path of cultivation. Bai Lan spoke slowly. His tone was gentle, but every word went straight into Nan Xinji's heart. What she said seemed to make sense. Nan Shinji fell into deep thought, wondering if she was paying too much attention to Bai Ling. It's really strange, because at the beginning I just felt disgusted with her identity. Even because of that little goblin, due to a temporary dispute, he chose the same master as her. I just want to compete with her. She has the Water Thunder spiritual root, and is obviously more suitable to enter Lingxia Peak. She suddenly felt a little regretful, but Nan Shinji's personality destined her not to show such regretful emotions outwardly. She snorted softly. I don't understand what you were saying. I'm leaving first. Tisk. Bai Lan shook his head. Sundara has retired. The system floated over and said in confusion. This is so strange, host. How did Nan Shinji hook up with you? And she looked weird just now. Nothing. I just saw that she was too obsessed and in a bad mood, so I gave her some advice. Bai Lan chuckled. The system was shocked. The host actually knows this trick. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with fried chicken, hamburgers, and snacks. When I was clamoring to eat them, my master also fooled me in the same way. Well, he enlightened me. The system fell into deep thought. He seemed to understand why the host was like this now, because his host's master was an old guy who liked to fool his apprentice. And neither the master nor the apprentice was serious. Yuqing Peak. Nan Shinji was thinking about Bai Lan's words all the way back to Yuqing Peak. Now, when he recalled the day when he became a disciple, he regretted it more and more. Especially when Master Qingxian personally taught Bai Ling how to draw qi into the body, but left her to the eldest senior brother, and the eldest senior brother pestered the younger junior sister all day long. This feeling of regret became stronger. She learned how to draw the qi into her body by herself. It seemed that there was no difference between having paid homage to this master and not having done so. Master Qingxian was elusive all day long, had a sullen face, and never spoke more than 5 words. But just as Bai Lan said, wasn't the reason she entered the world of cultivation to cultivate to become an immortal and achieve longevity? Why do you have to be so obsessed with gaining the master's favor? Especially since Master Qingxian, who didn't care about anything, wasn't as useful as Bai Lan's words of advice to her just now. Nan Shinji gradually fell silent. Why are you unhappy, junior sister? Maybe someone has made you unhappy. Brother will take care of him for you. Don't worry. Once you enter Yuqing Peak, there will no longer be people like the Bai family bullying you. I guess she's tired from practicing sword skills. Master is really annoying. Why is the homework he gives me so much? She heard the chattering of several senior brothers surrounding Bai Ling. Nan Shinji looked over and frowned slightly. She pressed her eyebrows helplessly. She felt more and more that her choice, when she became his disciple that day, was extremely stupid. In Yuqing Peak, from the master to the senior brothers, everyone likes the junior sister as if they were under a spell. She is like a transparent person. Is it too late to change masters now? She wants a master who can teach and answer questions without bias. Nan Shinji sighed. Outer Gate, miscellaneous service peak. Bai Lan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky. The 5 elements of spiritual energy in his dantian slowly flowed and gradually divided into yin and yang states, which complemented each other. Yin wood, yin metal, yin water, yang water. In this way, the 5 elements are divided into yin and yang have corresponding parts. Chapter 18, Second Trap of Long Aotian. Just as Bai Lan guessed, the chaos yin-yang art lived up to its name. Divide yin and yang above and cultivate the 5 elements below. Although Long Aotian was practicing this set of skills, with his single thunder root, he could only separate yin thunder from yang thunder in the end, which was very limited. As for Bai Lan's 5 spiritual roots, practicing this set of exercises seemed to be tailor-made for her. But this practice also has drawbacks. When the technique divides the spiritual energy in the body into yin and yang, the spiritual energy Bai Lan needs to break through the bottleneck is double the original amount. Originally, the cultivation speed of a single spiritual root was 5 times that of hers. It's better now. The speed of a single spiritual root is 10 times that of hers. She needs to absorb 10 times more spiritual energy than a single spiritual root. 10 times more spiritual energy to break through the bottleneck. Happiness is written all over his face. Bai Lan took a deep breath. System. Has Bai Ling had any opportunities recently? It would be best if it was one with lots of spirit stones and little danger so that I can rob and get there first. Life is not easy, Bai Lan sighed. The last robber was Long Aotian. This time the one he went to rob was Bai Ling. It's perfect, that's fair. It also fully develops the sustainable resource growth of the Lord of Balance. The system dutifully checked the progress of the plot. The female protagonist of Destiny picked up a mustard seed space blackstone in the market. By chance, the space blackstone collided with the space jade bracelet in her hand and unexpectedly upgraded the space jade bracelet in her hand. The spiritual field space that originally could not accommodate living things has become able to accommodate living things. Bai Lan stood up suddenly. Let's go to the market. Things related to the Lord of Destiny are always accompanied by coincidence and accidents. Bai Lan has gotten used to it. But unfortunately, she just wanted to turn all those coincidences into first come, first served, and only those who are able can get it. Put on the standard gray robes of the Qingyuan Sect's outer sect servants, which is the standard school uniform for all sect disciples in the world of cultivation. When you arrive at the outer sect, you can change into white. Hey, host! The clothes you are wearing now are the same color as mine. The system shook the sleeves of its gray robe with a happy expression. Bai Lan looked over and stared at the wide sleeves of the system's robe. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Actually, I've always wanted to ask you, why are you wearing gray clothes? The system speaks so noisily. No, it's full of energy. But he was wearing a gray suit, and she always felt that the suit didn't match his personality. Because I'm the cannon fodder savior system, it's normal that the theme color is gray. The system answered as a matter of course. Is this what gray clothes mean? Bai Lan. No, you have to change it to red, bright red. The cannon fodder system is too unlucky. Why? The system resisted. I, your host, will surpass the two sons of destiny in the future, embark on the path of ascension, and achieve the supreme path. As my system, you naturally have to dress in a bright red to match the identity of my Bai Lan system. Bai Lan said, touching the system's head. No need to say more, change. Although the system did not understand the meaning, it believed that changing the theme color was as easy as changing the computer wallpaper, so it obeyed Bai Lan. The originally gray robe turned into a bright red in an instant, making the system's originally fair skin look even clearer. How is it? The system turned around holding the robe. Good, wear it like this. Bai Lan nodded with satisfaction. After hanging the jade token proving his identity as a disciple of Qingyuan Sect around his waist, Bai Lan saved the file and walked out of Qingyuan Sect. The nearest market town is located in Songyuan City, 20 miles away. But in this short journey of 20 miles, there is no guarantee that there will be no danger. There are many evil cultivators and casual cultivators who kill people and steal treasures in the cultivation world. What if you encounter a few monsters on the way? She doesn't want to be chased around the world. Hanging the token of Qingyuan Sect's outer sect servant on the body is also to reduce trouble and play a certain deterrent role. The Qingyuan Sect is a well-known and prestigious sect in this area, with several Jindan and Yuanying masters in charge. Casual cultivators would not be willing to provoke it easily, especially since she is now at the first level of chi refining, and there are only 3 or 4 spirit stones in her storage bag at most. Most robbers passing by would look down on her, and there is no need to anger Qingyuan Sect just to rob her. Sure enough, everything was just as Bai Lan expected. On the way, she did meet quite a few monks wearing masks and holding throwing knives, crouching on trees. They were obviously waiting to rob her and steal her storage bag. But when Bai Lan walked over with a swagger, these people didn't even look at her. Sure enough, vegetables have their advantages. Since she had just broken through the shallow, first level of chi refining, the other party was too lazy to even rob her. TSK. He didn't even bother to take a look with his spiritual sense, even though Bai Lan put the storage bag into his arms and did not hang it outside. But if any one of them carefully investigates Bai Lan's consciousness, they will find 3 storage bags hidden in her arms. What a pity. After walking a few miles safely, Bai Lan paused when he inadvertently looked up at the black-robed monk dozing off on a tree above his head. To be precise, he was wearing a pansy-patterned mask on his face. At one point in the plot, it is mentioned that the pansy mask belongs to the Tianji Pavilion, a famous intelligence killer organization in the world of cultivation. The plot also mentioned that among Long Aotian's enemies, there was a force that went to Tianji Pavilion to spend spirit stones to issue a killing order to hunt down Long Aotian. The place where Long Aotian was attacked was at the junction of Qingyuan Sect and Fangshi. This person is most likely here to hunt down Long Aotian. As if he had noticed Bai Lan's gaze, the black-robed monk who had been resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, looked Bai Lan up and down, and his eyes fell on the identity jade token on her waist. He suddenly said, "Young man, Are you a cultivator who has just entered Qingyuan's sect? Bai Lan was silent. Do you know someone named Long Aotian? The black-robed monk leaned forward slightly and spoke in a cold voice. Bai Lan's eyes lit up. Of course I know him. He is very familiar to me. Senior, do you have a grudge against him? Bai Lan chuckled. What a coincidence, me too. The black-robed monk raised an eyebrow. Oh, Senior, you are from the Tianji Pavilion, right? It is indeed a wise move to wait for Long Aotian here. Although I don't know when Long Aotian will come, I am willing to lend a helping hand and explain Long Aotian's background. After Long Aotian entered Qingyuan's sect, he became a disciple of Master Changle of Wanjian Peak. Master Changle is a great man in the late Jindan stage, and his strength should not be underestimated. The black-robed monk's originally bored expression suddenly became serious, his brows slightly frowned, and he listened carefully to Bai Lan's words. Chapter 19, All the Trees and Grass Are Bosses? Although Long Aotian himself has only the second level of qi refining, he has the guidance of another mysterious master besides Changle Jinren, whose cultivation is no less than that of the late stage of Jindan. Therefore, although Long Aotian is still weak, he has many miscellaneous means of preserving his life, and he also has a small teleportation array in his hand. Long Aotian's strength is not something you should be afraid of, but if you want to keep him here, that small teleportation array will be the most difficult to deal with. In just a few words, Bai Lan had revealed all of Long Aotian's current cards. The system was silent. Light a candle for Long Aotian again. No, light 3 this time. If you go against the host, she will look for opportunities to harm you at all costs. The black-robed monk was also shocked by the information Bai Lan reported, and now he was lost in thought. Long Aotian's cultivation is not that great, but he has a master in the late Jindan stage behind him, and it is said that there is also a master whose cultivation is no less than that of the Jindan stage who is secretly guiding him. It seems that we can't underestimate the enemy this time, and we have to use some tricks. The man in black looked sharp. Bai Lan, who does good deeds without leaving a name, dug a trap for Long Aotian and did not stay there for long. He turned around and ran away. Host is so bad. The system clicked its tongue. Bai Lan spread his hands. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I just told the people who were chasing Long Aotian all his cards. This is called doing nothing? The system clicked its tongue and shook its head. Although with Long Aotian's luck, he will definitely escape in the end. But once the black-clad killer in the late stage of Qi training gets serious and fights with all his strength since he is familiar with Long Aotian's trump card. Even if Long Aotian, who was at the second level of Qi refining, was blessed by heaven and could not be killed and could even run away, he would still be badly beaten. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived outside the gate of Songyuan City. A huge town built along the valley, at first glance, is a spectacular scene with numerous buildings and streets full of people. Songyuan City is divided into 2 cities. The outer city is where low-level cultivators such as those in the Qi refining stage live, while the inner city is where those powerful cultivators whose cultivation is above the foundation establishment stage, or even the core formation and nascent soul stages live. After all, the conspicuous cloud-shrouded area at the back of Songyuan City, where several overlapping spiritual lights of formations are located, is also very eye-catching, and most of the people living there are big shots. In addition, you can see a golden shield covering the entire city above Songyuan City. This is probably the city's defense formation, and it also has the function of prohibiting airspace. Because most of the Foundation establishment cultivators who were flying on swords put away their flying swords and walked into the city when they reached the outside of Songyuan City. Of course, this rule is not valid for cultivators in the Jindan stage. The lineup of the Jindan stage can still be maximized. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength is everything and strength is the rule. After Bai Lan showed his Jade identity card, he entered the city without much questioning. Bai Lan, who entered Songyuan City for the first time, wandered around for half an hour. After feasting his eyes, he reluctantly accepted the fact that he was lost. Songyuan City is magnificent, and it is really big. Is this fellow Daoist's first visit to Songyuan City? It happened so coincidentally that just when Bai Lan looked embarrassed, a sharp-eyed person popped up. Here he comes, a must-have character in the novels about cultivating immortals, the guide. Whenever the protagonist in a novel about cultivating immortals arrives at a new place, he will meet someone who will guide him, and the reward required is only a spirit stone. Thanks to Long Aotian again. If Bai Lan hadn't robbed his spirit stone bag, he wouldn't have been able to get the spirit stones. Bai Lan smiled and nodded. Yeah, I wonder who you are. I am very polite to you, Daoist friend. I have lived in Songyuan City for decades. I usually earn spiritual stones by doing some spiritual work to support my family. Haha. The old man stroked his beard with a smile. For only one spiritual stone, the map of Songyuan City will be yours. Bai Lan Punde. According to common sense, you should bargain for the price, right? But this low-level spirit stone is the most basic currency in the world of cultivation. She can't pay someone half a spirit stone. Just when Bai Lan wanted to pay the full amount, the old man opposite seemed to sense Bai Lan's mood and hurriedly added, "If the fairy thinks this price is high, I can add another piece of information worth one spirit stone." Bai Lan's eyes lit up. As expected, you can't be too quick to pay the spirit stones. Wait a minute. Maybe there will be a surprise. Please speak, fellow Taoist. Bai Lan did not feel sorry for robbing Long Aotian spirit stones. He took out a spirit stone from his storage bag without hesitation. When the old man saw the spirit stone, his eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Daoyu, do you know that in Songyuan City, in addition to the market, there is another place called the Black Market? Bai Lan's expression flashed. Of course she knew about the Black Market. In addition to the market town, there are also many opportunities for Long Aotian and Bai Ling in the Black Market. But the Black Market is in the gray area of the Cultivation World, a place where all the major forces have no control. People with low cultivation and no ability to protect themselves will die if they go there. The location of the Black Market is recorded on this bamboo stick, but I still want to warn the fairy that if you don't have the ability to protect yourself, you must never set foot in the Black Market, otherwise. The old man smiled and shook his head, then turned around and left with the spirit stone. Bai Lan stared at the line of words on the bamboo stick and fell into deep thought. How could an ordinary old man, at the first level of Qi, refining, know such secret information of the Black Market? Could it be another big boss with a hidden identity? No, we can't think that everyone is a boss. The most important thing is to pick up the bargain first. She has to buy it before Bai Ling gets the space black stone. The map the old man gave Bai Lan was very clear. She followed the map and walked around in circles, and finally found the location of the market town in Songyuan City. The markets are divided into different sizes. The large markets are backed by the sects and located in the center of the city. They are basically equivalent to the large commercial gathering areas in her original world. Qi-nourishing pills, the best qi-nourishing pills. Fresh beast blood is essential for drawing talismans. We have both first and second level blood. The more you buy, the more discounts you get. An ancient monk's rare treasure, guaranteed to be genuine. If you're passing by, come and take a look. Bet one spirit stone once, and the winner will get a random item from the storage bag, including top-grade spirit tools, blood-recovering pills, monster bones, and everything else. In the market, there are silent stall owners who just guard their stalls, and there are also hawkers who try their best to shout loudly. What attracted Bai Lan the most was the Guanpu stall. One spirit stone, betting on whether the dice will roll big or small. The bigger one wins, and the smaller one loses. The winner can choose any storage bag from the dozens of storage bags held by the stall owner and get the contents of the bag. Of course, the storage bag is not included. Isn't this a typical gambling plus blind box? Ordinary people would probably lose everything if they went to play, but... Chapter 20. She remembered this grudge. Bai Lan can read the save file. With this kind of probabilistic gameplay, if she encounters a player who can save the game, she will almost certainly get the highest reward. All you need to do is reload the game a few hundred times and select all the storage bags on the stalls. No, her target this time is the space black stone of the Lady of Destiny. Bai Lan forced himself to look back. He only had 7 spirit stones left in his hand, which he got from Long Aotian. Now he didn't know the price of the space black stone, so he couldn't spend all his budget rashly. Bai Lan suppressed the urge to go to Guanpu's stall and take a gamble and turn around. Although she likes to play all in, at the moment, the space black stone is more attractive to her. She had no idea about the things that already belonged to the Girl of Destiny, nor was she interested in getting the jade bracelet. But the black stone is currently ownerless, so she is still willing to try to grab it. Who doesn't want a storage space? After walking around the market for a few times, her eyes swept over the stalls on both sides. In the plot, the female protagonist of Destiny could see the small stall after walking 2 steps. Bai Lan walked around the entire market before he saw a pure black stone on an inconspicuous stall in the corner. It is about the same size as a spirit stone, but its texture is shiny black. Although it is not very conspicuous among the objects, Bai Lan noticed it at a glance. Is this the gap between ordinary people and the Lord of Destiny? The things that are within the reach of the Lord of Destiny are something that ordinary people want to obtain, but they have to pay 10 times the price of the Lord of Destiny in order to have a chance of getting them. Taking a deep breath, Bai Lan walked forward. Dao, fellow Taoist, what do you need? The person setting up the stall was a little girl who looked a little shy. When she saw someone coming up, she looked up and asked. There were many miscellaneous items on the stall, including spiritual herbs, elixirs, talismans, and some strange, but somewhat spiritual gadgets. Bai Lan pretended to casually look through a few things on her stall before asking calmly. How much are the talismans? A yellow-grade, low-grade talisman costs 2 spirit stones, a medium-grade talisman costs 3 spirit stones, and a high-grade talisman costs 5 spirit stones. Bai Lan Sualao Set Li. So expensive. Talismans are disposable items, and each time they are used, there will be less of them. It would be better for her to draw them herself. He put the talisman back without saying a word. This little gadget is exquisite, but it doesn't seem to be a spiritual weapon. The spiritual energy is so thin. How many spiritual stones do I need? Bai Lan's gaze gradually moved to the pure black stone. He suppressed the urge to touch it and picked up a folding fan next to the black stone to play with it. The girl was obviously a social phobic. Her voice got smaller and smaller. This is something my brother left behind. I don't know what it's used for. It's just a small object containing spiritual energy. It seems to be really useless. If you want it, I'll give you 2 spiritual stones. Bai Lan was amused by what he heard. This little girl was really innocent and cute. Which seller would be so honest when introducing things? If a dishonest businessman were to sell this folding fan, he would praise it to the skies, saying it was a treasure he had retrieved after escaping death in the depths of a secret realm. And then he would tailor the price to the individual, with an offer ranging from 10 spirit stones to 100 spirit stones. Bai Lan was still planning to bargain, but when her peripheral vision accidentally caught a glimpse of something in the distance. The familiar figure in the sight seemed to be walking towards her. Bai Ling was here, and the person next to her was most likely her fellow apprentice. Come so fast. Bai Lan took out 4 spirit stones and said slowly, I want this folding fan. This little black stone seems quite interesting. Are 4 spirit stones enough for 2 things? Enough, of course it is enough. The stall owner's daughter nodded happily. These things have been on her stall for a year, and it's a miracle that they can be sold now. After handing over 4 spirit stones, Bai Lan put the small black stone into the storage bag at lightning speed and stood up and left without hesitation. Wait a minute. Why does my nephew want to leave as soon as he sees me? I'm not some terrible beast. Bai Ling's voice came from behind. According to seniority, Bai Ling's master is Qing Xianjinren, and Bai Ling is of the same generation as the Foundation establishment stage. Therefore, Bai Lan had to call her uncle master. What nephew said yesterday was really sad. Uncle had good intentions. In order to let you enter Yuqing Peak, I begged master for a long time. Bai Ling had a smile in her eyes, but her words were thorny. Happy. Nan Xianji calls Qing Xin master in the Ganges River. It is very intriguing that Bai Ling calls Qing Xian master. Everyone else calls her master, but she is treated specially. That's right, since she is the girl of destiny after all. But what many people don't know is that the title of master is a very normal one. But if the disciple calls the master master, the meaning will be different. If I throw my master into hiding, what will happen? Cough. Bai Lan looked at Bai Ling, who was looking proud, shook his head helplessly, and said with a smile, Why do you have to beat around the bush when you speak? You want me to enter Yuqing Peak? Is it for my own good? Or do you want to trample on me, your former high and mighty sister? The merciless words made Bai Ling's smile fade. Don't treat others as fools. I can see clearly what you are thinking. Bai Lan chuckled. Don't forget, I still have the evidence against you. Don't make me unhappy. Bai Lan's eyes swept towards the bracelet on Bai Ling's wrist, and he chuckled and said, If you keep causing trouble for me, I can't guarantee that I won't say something nonsense. Others couldn't understand what Bai Lan said, but Bai Ling understood it clearly. Her face tensed up. After entering the sect these days, she was first accepted as a direct disciple by the master, and then spoiled by the senior brothers of Yuqing Peak, and praised by a group of low-level disciples as Uncle Master. She had forgotten that her biggest secret was in Bai Lan's hands. Don't be rude. Who do you think you are to dare to speak to my junior sister like that? The young man said with a hint of annoyance. The pressure from the Foundation establishment stage suddenly came, and the young man next to Bai Ling said angrily, In terms of status, the little sister is your uncle, and in terms of qualifications, she is 100 times better than you. What qualifications do you have to be mean to her? Bai Lan felt a sweetness in his throat and frowned. Host, are you okay? The system panicked and hurried forward to support Bai Lan. Damn it, you actually dared to rely on your cultivation to exert pressure everywhere. You have no moral principles. Bai Lan was not surprised and patted the system's shoulder soothingly. This is how the world of cultivation works. If you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want. The Qingyuan sect's rules prohibit fellow disciples from killing each other, but do not restrict high-level cultivators from using coercion to intimidate others. But she remembered this grudge. I didn't want to tell the secret, but now I have changed my mind. She was indeed angry because she was injured for no apparent reason. She couldn't deal with Xiao Tianqi, but Bai Lan could easily capture him by extorting money from him, a mere girl of destiny. The main theme of Chapter 21 is that the person has no mouth. Xiao Tianqi, the eldest senior brother of Yuqing Peak, is one of the heroine's top concubines. He is a stubborn sister-con. There is no need to be serious with him. Bai Lan looked at Bai Ling and said in a deep voice, 100 spirit stones. Otherwise, I will make your secret public tomorrow. You must know the value of that thing. Then, I will see if your master can protect you. The space jade bracelet left over from ancient times is a rare treasure that has opened up a new world on its own. Even the powerful beings in the nascent soul stage are very interested in it. True man Qingxian is only in the middle stage of Jindan now, and his strength is only at an upper middle level in the world of cultivation. Once those 1,000-year-old monsters make a move, he, who is only in the Jindan stage, will die in one round. Bai Ling obviously knew this too. She gritted her teeth and said, You did this on purpose. You wanted to blackmail me. I did it on purpose. What? Do you have any objection? Bai Lan Zhuge. Xiao Tianqi can intimidate people with just a disagreement. So why can't he blackmail her with just a disagreement? It's just a matter of counterattacking with one move. Xiao Tianqi frowned and said angrily, Do you think Junior Sister will agree to you? I promise. Before Xiao Tianqi finished speaking, Bai Ling took a deep breath and nodded. Xiao Tianqi slowly typed a question mark. Bai Ling said in a deep voice, I will give you 100 spirit stones, but you must also abide by the agreement with me. Junior Sister, are you crazy? This woman is clearly threatening you. Xiao Tianqi held Bai Ling's shoulders with his backhand and said in a deep voice, What is the secret? Tell me, I'm a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. There is nothing I can't handle. Bai Lan looked at the female lead and the male supporting role in front of him with a smile. TSK, what a coincidence. This is exactly the problem you can't solve. It's even a trouble that even your master, Master Qingxian, can't resolve. Bai Ling had tears in her eyes, and she lowered her head, looking like a tearful woman about to cry, and she kept silent. Bai Lan had witnessed this ability of crying at the drop of a hat. This wasn't the case when she vomited blood due to the pressure from the foundation establishment stage cultivator just now. Tell me, I will help you. What does that woman know? Xiao Tianqi said softly, patiently. Bai Ling still shook her head. Brother, don't force me. I can't tell you about this. Why? Why can't you tell me? Don't you trust me? Bai Lan was amused by what he saw. The character of the destined heroine was not clear to her number one harem, but Bai Lan had figured it out. The main feature is that it doesn't have a mouth. Something went wrong? Keep silent and wait for the problem to develop. Being misunderstood? Just keep silent, cry, and wait for the problem to ferment. Was he expelled from the sect by his master? He kept silent about it, and the main point was that it was just a misunderstanding. Fallen into the devil? Was he locked up in a dark room by the devil? Did he have his heart and liver taken out? He continued to keep silent. In the end, after the heroine and the demon lord experienced a series of misunderstandings that were extremely cruel and life-threatening, they were able to use someone else's mouth to make the problem clear. Then the demon lord came to his senses and committed suicide to make amends. The heroine and her master lived happily together. So, the delusional heroine opens her mouth and reveals all the secrets at the critical moment? Dream. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Okay, Junior Sister, if you don't want to tell me, then I won't tell you. Seeing that he couldn't get any secrets out of Bai Ling, Xiao Tianqi turned to look at Bai Lan. You tell me. If you can't explain it clearly, I will. Bai Lan said calmly. I just don't say it, so what? Uncle Master is going to kill me, right? Xiao Tianqi paused. That's not the case. Senior brother, no. You don't have to stand up for me. Junior brother Bai doesn't like me anyway. It's just 100 spirit stones, not much. Let's go. Bai Ling grabbed the young man's sleeve and spoke in a low voice, not wanting to get entangled with Bai Lan anymore. She was indeed afraid that Bai Lan would really leak the secret of her space jade bracelet. Junior sister, you are too kind. You should teach such an ungrateful person a lesson. Xiao Tianqi said in a cold tone. Bai Ling took Xiao Tianqi away. Bai Lan took a deep breath. Forget it. Even though I was injured, I earned 100 spirit stones, so it's not a loss. What crazy brothers and sisters. It's better to avoid meeting them in the future. It will be bad luck for you if you see them. After spending 4 spirit stones to obtain the space black stone, Bai Lan went straight to the stall that was selling blind boxes. Her wounded heart urgently needs stud to save it. There were still crowds of people in front of the stall, and Bai Lan glanced at the storage bag in front of him. More than 50, wow. This stall owner is no ordinary person. Which normal cultivator can have more than 50 storage bags? Wasn't it a robbery? After all, a lowest level storage bag starts at 100 spirit stones, and more than 50 storage bags would cost more than 5,000 spirit stones. Bai Lan didn't believe that there were no evil robbers targeting the stall owner in this market, but he was able to run his stall safely until today. There must be some hidden strength. Fellow Daoist, we don't know what's in your storage bag. What if it's empty when you open it? Wouldn't you just make a net profit of a spirit stone? Someone pointed. That's right. You said there were high-level spiritual weapons, but I've been guarding your stall for 3 days, and I haven't seen anyone open one. Yeah, it's not a lie. People around were chatting idly. The stall owner sitting on the stall was still calm and composed, and said with a smile, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. With just 1 spirit stone, you can have the chance to get a top-grade spirit tool. Such opportunities are rare. What if we get really lucky and make a fortune? The stall owner smiled. Fellow Daoist, you make it sound so light. 1 spirit stone may not seem like much, but if 300 people come to gamble with you and all choose empty storage bags, wouldn't you be able to easily earn 300 spirit stones? Someone started to pick a fight. The stall owner said, go away and stop making trouble. My business is not as good as you say lately. Fellow Daoist, let me make a bet. Bai Lan handed over a spirit stone from the crowd and spoke with a smile. The stall owner was quick-witted and immediately jumped down from his rocking chair. Fellow Daoist, you are so generous. Come and play dice with me. When the people around saw someone coming forward, they all made way for him. The young girl, dressed as a servant girl at the outer sect of Qingyuan's sect, has a pretty face and a Taoist bun, but her cultivation level is only at the Qi refining level. Big or small? The stall owner asked Bai Lan with a smile while shaking the dice. Big. Bai Lan got involved in a heated gambling game with the stall owner. Bai Lan also got a rough idea of the 50 storage bags while saving and loading the game. He is really a profiteer? Among these 50 storage bags, 20 were empty, and the rest were filled with blood-recovering pills, chi-nourishing pills, spiritual herbs, and low-grade spiritual tools that were not worth spirit stones. But the stall owner did not lie. There was indeed a top-grade spiritual weapon in these storage bags. Chapter 22, Second Seizure of Storage Bag. However, that top-grade spiritual weapon seemed to be a hidden robe. In other words, the function of the robe itself is to conceal and block the detection of spiritual consciousness, which is why it was not discovered. Bai Lan didn't notice anything unusual at first, but after countless SLs, she discovered that every time she touched one of the storage bags, the stall owner's expression would become a little strange. This old stall owner has the expression of a profiteer from beginning to end, so when his expression changes, it is very noticeable. It was precisely because of this that Bai Lan spent more time investigating the storage bag. Only after turning the entire storage bag upside down did he realize the key. There was clearly something inside, but the person who got the storage bag couldn't see it, so he could only mistakenly think that he was unlucky. Little did they know that this was just the Emperor's robe. I want this thing. After reloading the game for the umpteenth time and looking through all the storage bags on the stall in front of him, Bai Lan decisively picked up the storage bag containing the special robe and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner raised his eyebrows, looking slightly surprised. Oh! Discussions gradually began to arise around. You chose so quickly. That's not right. I remember I drew that storage bag before, but there's nothing in it. Yes, I saw you smoke it with my own eyes. Is this little girl dazzled? Ha ha ha. Bai Lan didn't care about the discussions of the people around her. Her expression remained firm. She smiled and looked at the stall owner. How about it, fellow Taoist? Are you willing to give it up? The stall owner's eyes were full of deep thought, and after a long while he nodded. Of course, I am a businessman, and I will not do anything that goes against my reputation. The old man took out the transparent robe and handed it to Bai Lan. It seemed like there was nothing, but the moment Bai Lan took the robe in his hands, he could feel the texture of the fabric. To outsiders, this action seemed as if the stall owner and the girl were doing something to the air. Didn't they see anything? Everyone was silent. Use your spiritual sense to scan over there. Still didn't see anything? Are they blind? Or are the stall owner and the little girl crazy? Have you gone crazy from practicing Taoism? I made a bet with you today and found that we are of the same mind. This is my sound transmission talisman. Please accept it. The stall owner ignored the jokes of the people around him and handed over his sound transmission talisman with a smile. Then he said in a low voice, "You have a good eye. I admire it." Bai Lan was startled and took the sound transmission note. Something is wrong. Is this old man fishing? Use the robe that blocks spiritual consciousness to hang a person with special abilities. But she doesn't have any special abilities. She just intuitively feels that something is wrong. Ignoring the onlookers who were looking at each other in bewilderment, Bai Lan put the things into his storage bag and turned to walk away from the crowd. No matter what else, the best thing to do is to escape. He returned to Qingyuan's Sect safely, but on the way back to the outer gate, Bai Lan saw an acquaintance. "Boy, do you know who my father is?" "That's right. How dare you provoke our young master at the auction house? That's too much. You got hurt so badly, you must have been beaten up? Ha! Such a familiar dialogue, such a strong flavor. Is it really the plot of the extra provoking Aotian?" Bai Lan slowly turned his gaze over and saw 3 or 4 people surrounding the seriously injured and bloody Long Aotian. "Oh!" Bai Lan couldn't help but chuckle. This injury was most likely caused by the killer from Tianji Pavilion. According to the description in the plot, the killer from Tianji Pavilion knew from the beginning that the strength of his target was only at the 2nd level of qi refining, so he relaxed his vigilance, allowing Long Aotian to escape unscathed. But the appearance of Bai Lan made the killer change his mindset and become serious. Although Long Aotian finally escaped, he was seriously injured. However, Long Aotian, who is only at the 2nd level of qi refining, was able to survive from the hands of a professional killer in the late stage of qi refining. He is indeed the son of destiny. However, the Tianji Pavilion failed this time. The next time, the people they send to hunt down Long Aotian will be at the Foundation Establishment stage. A cultivator at the Foundation Establishment stage. I'm afraid it will be enough to give him another hard time. You are not allowed to bully Brother Aotian. Another crisp voice sounded. Bai Lan's spirits perked up, and he saw a beautiful woman standing in front of Long Aotian, confronting the people opposite her. She is here. She is here, one of the concubines around Long Aotian. This plot of beauty saving the hero is so classic. Fifth sister, you are from my Li family. How can you protect an outsider like this? The man who threatened Long Aotian just now said in a deep voice. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to this poor boy? Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because he can worship the Jindan stage elder of my Li family as his master. Grandfather only accepted him as a disciple for the sake of the head of the sect. Bai Lan shook his head. This is true. In the plot, Long Aotian rebelled against Qingyuan's sect in the later period, largely because his master Changelzhenren didn't care about him at all and was determined to let him go without providing any protection for him, and just allowed the Li family to bully him. In this way, Long Aotian turned evil, but this seems to have nothing to do with her. No matter how evil Long Aotian becomes, he is still Long Aotian, blessed by heaven and immortal. Even so, Long Aotian and Bai Ling are still not satisfied and want to burn the world to death for their own selfish desires. What's even more pitiful is that she is being targeted and hunted by the 2 sons of divine gold destiny, especially Bai Ling. After being threatened by her time and time again, she must be thinking about how to get rid of herself. Host, Long Aotian was beaten up by those people. The system stared at the situation in the distance and asked curiously, Host, you have been waiting here. Do you want to wait until they finish fighting before going up to punch them a few times? Bai Lan shook his head slightly. I am such a kind-hearted host. How could I possibly do such a thing? I will wait for them to finish fighting, and then go up and search Long Aotian's storage bag. System. Still coming? The last time Long Aotian's storage bag was taken away, he was so angry that his mouth was crooked, and he came to Bai Lan to settle the score. If I lose again this time, I will be so scared that I will collapse. A storage bag is worth 100 spirit stones. What's the fuss? Isn't it normal to loot in the world of cultivation? As Long Aotian's #1 enemy, I'm already kind enough not to go up and finish him off. Bai Lan spread his hands. In the world of cultivation, the standards for judging morality are different from what she knows. It is usually linked to the stance, and Long Aotian happens to be Bai Lan's #1 enemy on the opposite side of the stance. Besides, it was the other party who insisted on making an enemy of her in the beginning, so it was not her fault. The young master of the Leaf family, who provoked Long Aotian, was definitely a second-generation immortal. His grandfather was a master in the Jinan stage, and he had no shortage of spirit stones. He beat Long Aotian purely to vent his anger, not for money. Therefore, he didn't pay any attention to Long Aotian's storage bag at all. He just wanted to beat him up. But Bai Lan is different. She would do anything that would be detrimental to the enemy, especially when Long Aotian was seriously injured and unconscious. Taking his storage bag was just a piece of cake for Bai Lan. She had good intentions and was using her actions to teach Long Aotian a lesson. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, and don't put all your spirit stones in one storage bag. Chapter 23. Subjugating the Spirit, Physical Means. In the world of cultivation, people are so vicious that being knocked unconscious and encountering unexpected situations, such as losing a storage bag, is a very common thing. Screams rang out in the distance, while Bai Lan just closed his eyes and rested. Long Aotian was beaten up by the killer from Tianji Pavilion. At this moment, his spiritual energy was already exhausted, and he had no power to fight back. At this point, you were like a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Half a quarter of an hour later, only after hearing the footsteps of a group of people leaving did Bai Lan slowly open his eyes. He took 2 steps forward to check on Long Aotian's condition. TSK, how miserable. Bai Lan clicked his tongue and shook his head. This is the case with the child of destiny who is still developing. In the early stage, there are disasters and difficulties everywhere, and only in the later stage will he grow up. But now that Bai Lan has appeared, she can guarantee that the child of destiny will never have a chance to grow up with her. She will make Long Aotian face disasters and difficulties at every step of his life. Otherwise, she would be the one who died. What are you going to do? Long Aotian subconsciously covered his storage bag. Bai Lan chuckled. Oh, you're still awake. Long Aotian wanted to speak, but blood gushed out when he opened his mouth. Why else would I come here? I'm taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Why bother asking so many questions? Bai Lan chuckled and pulled the storage bag from Long Aotian's waist and shook it. As expected of you, you are the son of destiny. You can get a storage bag again in such a short time. It seems you are lucky. Long Aotian was so angry that he vomited blood. What do you mean by me? Who was it that started out by shouting 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, and came to kill me with such a fierce and arrogant attitude? TSK, TSK, TSK. Bai Lan shook his head with a smile in his eyes. I like peace, so I never do evil to others easily, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of making enemies with others. You asked for everything. Long Aotian took a deep breath, his neck stiffened, and he fainted on the spot. Host, you made Long Aotian faint. The system was stunned. Bai Lan spread his hands. He is too narrow-minded. You can't blame me. Okay. The system stroked its heart. The current plot seemed to be developing in a strange direction. He had a hunch that in the duel 3 months later, the host might not necessarily lose. Returning to his own cabin, Bai Lan took out the spoils of this trip one by one. Long Aotian storage bag, the 100 spirit stones obtained from Bai Ling, the useless white jade folding fan, and that space black stone. Holding the black stone in his hand, Bai Lan thought for a moment, then lightly stroked his palm across the sharp blade. Hiss, it hurts. Frowning and reluctantly dripping blood onto the black stone, Bai Lan tore off a piece of white cloth and casually wrapped it around his hand, then continued to wait for any abnormality to occur. After a moment, the black stone remained motionless. Bai Lan gritted his teeth. Sure enough, what the Son of Destiny can easily open, ordinary people have to pay 10 times, or even more to get. In the plot, a drop of blood accidentally dropped by the Girl of Destiny on it can awaken the spirit in the black stone. Now it's someone else's turn. The blood from her hand is almost covering Black Stone's entire body, but it still doesn't work. Bang! Throwing the black stone on the table, Bai Lan gritted his teeth and said, Listen to me, the spirit inside. If you don't come out, I will throw this stone into the cesspool, let it drown for 10 or 8 years, and then roast it over charcoal until it is burnt. After the vicious threat, a voice actually rang out from the black stone. Just don't come out. Lululu, my weapon spirit clan only recognizes those with great luck. You are just an ordinary person, and you still want to get this weapon spirit. It's really a pipe dream. The voice of the weapon spirit was extremely arrogant. The master in your heart is the woman named Bai Ling who confronted me on the street. Bai Lan said lightly. The spirit of the weapon snorted. Of course. Bai Lan chuckled, but his tone was cold. Well, since you can't be used by me, I will naturally not send you to my enemy. In that case, I will throw you into the mortal world, seal you at the bottom of a cliff 10,000 feet deep with spiritual energy, and then lock you up with multiple sealing nodules. I will then let you wait and see when the next child of destiny will appear again, and whether you can ever see the light of day again. Bai Lan's voice was sinister, and the threat was evident in his words. How can you do this? The spirit of the weapon became anxious. It waited for a long time before someone opened the seal again. If I were thrown back into the mortal world, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find the right person even if I waited for 10,000 years. I want this. What can you do? Bai Lan said without a trace of emotion. I will not let others get what I can't get. The spirit of the weapon only recognizes those with great luck, and those with great luck are the ones who are destined to be king. But she happens to be the enemy of the two destined ones in this world. If the black stone is left in the world of cultivation, it will sooner or later fall into their hands and give them the chance to become the son of destiny. My time is precious, and I don't have time to wait for you too long. In one stick of incense, you can either recognize me as your master or return to the sealed state. Make your choice. Bai Lan said calmly. I'll add that I don't like meaningless waiting. I hope you know yourself. For me, getting you or sealing you up doesn't take much effort. Spirit of the weapon. The system was stunned. Host, you are so fierce. Bai Lan responded with his eyes. How can I subdue it if I'm not more aggressive? The words used in the plot text to describe the docile and adorable spirit are totally wrong. His eyes swept coldly towards the black stone. The motionless black stone on the table trembled and continued to remain silent. Bai Lan took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood from the palm of his hand. Suddenly, I recalled that there was a low-level magic in the library called hydrotherapy, which could use water aura to heal wounds. As this thought flashed through Bai Lan's mind, a ball of water vapor condensed in the palm of his hand and gathered at the wound. A itchy and painful sensation slowly spread from the wound on the palm of my hand, accompanied by waves of slight numbness. The wound gradually shrank as time passed, and finally, not even a trace was left. There was a slight flash of surprise in Bai Lan's eyes. Is this the magic of the immortal world? It is really magical. With this ability, she could open a small clinic and become rich if she returns to Blue Star. No, she also needs a medical qualification certificate. How can she pass the exam? Just go up and release a ball of water? She can't even explain the principle clearly. Forget it. Shaking off the water stains on his hands, Bai Lan frowned and stood up. Haven't you thought about it yet? Blackstone shook his head. I am a noble spirit. In the next second, I can turn you from a noble spirit into an unnoticed stone in a cesspool. Do you believe it? Chapter 24, One World. The spirit of the instrument shed tears. It believes it. It believes it very much. This woman is so scary. The tone of her voice was definitely serious. How could this be? How could this be so? The spirit of the weapon said in frustration. I promise you, I will recognize you as my master. Tisk. Bai Lan frowned. You seem very reluctant? No, I haven't. Forget it. I'll just seal you up. I don't like forcing people. Bai Lan Sanat? The spirit of the weapon was horrified, and the whole stone jumped hard on the table. No, I am willing, very willing. It is a great honor for me to have such a smart, noble, and talented cultivator like you as my master. I am so honored. The spirit of the weapon spoke with trembling words, boasting as much as possible. Bai Lan nodded in satisfaction. Since you said so, well, I'll accept you reluctantly. Spirit of the weapon. He clenched the black stone once again, but the same repulsive feeling as last time did not come. A feeling of dizziness surged from his heart, and Bai Lan's consciousness was instantly poured into the black stone. Everything went dark before my eyes, and I closed my eyes. Open your eyes, and you will see. Why is it still all black? Bai Lan blinked. She must have opened her eyes the wrong way. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and open your eyes again. There is still an endless expanse of gray before my eyes. Just when Bai Lan was doubting his life, two shadows floated over from the left and right. One is a fiery red boy, her system. Another, hi, Master? An indescribable white object that flickered like a ghostly fire floated over. Bai Lan silently took a step back. Are you the spirit of this black stone space? It is the spirit of this weapon. The ghost fire flashed. Bai Lan? Turning her sight to the system floating beside her, she suddenly felt that the system that she had not paid much attention to before was in a very good version. At least it's more pleasing to the eyes than the will-o'-the-wisp in front of us. How about it? This space is nice, right? The ghost fire flashed. Bai Lan was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. How long have you been here? Will-o'-wisp pondered for a while before speaking. I can't remember clearly. I was born with this thing and have become one with it. So wherever this black stone drifts, I follow it. If I count carefully, it has been several hundred years. So, in these hundreds of years, you have never left this space? And you can't see any grass or trees in the outside world. The will-o'-the-wisp flickered, and his voice was full of doubt. Is the outside world different from here? Bai Lan? That was so different. This damn place was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. All you could see was nothingness. Living in this damn place for hundreds of years is like being in prison for hundreds of years. After living there for a long time, she was worried that she would suffer from depression. Master should have sensed that you have resonated with this world. Bai Lan nodded. From the moment the black stone gave up resistance and accepted her consciousness, she felt as if she had merged with the black stone and could control every blade of grass and tree in the black stone at will. What shocked her most was that this black stone space seemed to have no boundaries. She could not feel the edge of space at all. It was like an infinite space with nothingness above and below and no boundaries. It is clear that after the destined heroine in the plot used the black stone, her space jade bracelet was only expanded by twice. She thought it was just like a computer patch, a system patch, or something to upgrade space-type devices. How could the interior of this black stone space be so huge? Does this space have no boundaries? Bai Lan suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the will-o'-the-wisp beside him. The will-o'-the-wisp flickered. The black stone that the master is talking about is called the Void Stone. It can form a world of its own. Or, this is a space that is a world of its own. Although it has boundaries, the size of this world is already very vast. A world as big as this? Her silence was deafening. What's going on? She thought she just got a storage space that was more advanced than a storage bag. Only now did she realize that there was a world inside the black stone in her hand. A world. Boundary. She had read some miscellaneous books in the Sect's library, and had once written that the original world of cultivation was created by the ancient immortals and gods who moved mountains and filled the sea. So, can she also create a world inside this void stone? Moving mountains and filling the sea. Forget it. With her current ability, she can do the work of 3 people carrying cement at a construction site. So forget about moving mountains and filling the sea. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. She is just a young cultivator at the first level of chi refining, so she should not think about these trivial things. Closing his eyes and moving his mind slightly, Bai Lan sent himself, the system, and the will-o'-wisp out of the void stone. Wow, so bright. The will-o'-the-wisp flickered. Where is this? Is this the world of cultivation? There's so many strange things. Bai Lan sighed, picked up the system beside him, and said earnestly, I leave it to you. Take this will-o'-the-wisp to see the world and get familiar with the world of cultivation. The system scratched its head and said, okay. After changing the system's visible to only one person mode to visible to everyone, Bai Lan no longer cared about the 2 of them. The disadvantage of the system is that it is talkative, and the advantage is also that it is talkative. Since he likes to talk, I will give him the task of leading the spirit to understand the world, and I can do other things. This time, the Void Stone brought her a big surprise. Perhaps Bai Ling did not discover the original function and secret of the Void Stone, and instead used it as a material to strengthen the space jade bracelet. She missed the opportunity and lost such a large piece of space. In a good mood, he opened Long Aotian storage bag and took out 20 spirit stones and a low-grade spiritual weapon. In addition to these, there is also a broken teleportation array disc inside, which is obviously no longer usable. Throwing all the things into the Void Stone, Bai Lan closed his eyes, held the spirit stone tightly in his hand, and began to absorb the spiritual energy on it. Her cultivation speed is slow, so she has to rely on external forces to make up for it. By absorbing the spiritual energy into spirit stone to cultivate, she can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Time flies and a month passed quickly. The consumption of 30 spirit stones only allowed Bai Lan's cultivation to be raised from the first level of chi refining to the second level. Such speed, such consumption. What she cultivated was not to become an immortal, but a bottomless pit. Standing up expressionlessly, Bai Lan looked at the two little ones floating nearby. This system is your teacher. You should speak to this system with respect. Why would a noble person like me, the spirit of the weapon, please a thing like you who is neither human nor demon? You are just a servant of the master, Humph. Host, it said I am your slave. When the system saw Bai Lan wake up, it clamored and complained. Chapter 25. How do you know I'm not capable of doing it? Bai Lan held his forehead with his hand. How old are you? 5 months old, the system said in a serious tone. Bai Lan? I almost forgot that this system is a new system which was just launched 5 months ago. Waving his hands, Bai Lan sighed helplessly. Forget it, you two go have fun. In the next few months, Bai Ling will begin to practice in seclusion under the guidance of Master Qing Xian, while Long Aotian next door will meet a new female lover. These two people don't need her attention for the time being. She needs to find a way to earn spirit stones. The speed of practicing with 1 spirit stone a day was too slow, and she needed more spirit stones to assist her practice. Others cultivate immortality. For her, cultivating immortals is just like playing a pay-to-win game, where she has to spend spirit stones crazily to advance. After leaving the servant's yard, Bai Lan went straight to the outer mission hall. Seeing this, the system behind him ignored the weapon spirit and followed him while shouting, Host, what are you going to do? Take me with you. The system and the spirit of the weapon followed, floating from the left and right. Bai Lan paused, looked around, and while there was no one around, he pushed the weapon spirit back into the black stone space. The system can hide itself like an intelligent AI, but the spirit of the weapon really exists. Your identity is special, and it's easy for others to see through you. Don't come out easily without my consent in the future. Bai Lan whispered. There is a universe and a hidden world inside the Void Stone. This thing is much more eye-catching than Bai Ling's white jade bracelet. Those old guys in the nascent soul and God transformation stage are not only interested, they will even do anything to snatch it. If the white jade space bracelet is related to ancient cultivators, then the Void Stone is related to immortals, ascension, and even the rules of creation. She wanted to live 2 more years. For her safety, the existence of the weapon spirit must not be revealed. But, the spirit of the weapon wanted to refuse, but felt a little conflicted. It had no interest in the outside world before, because it was born in darkness and had never seen light, so it thought that the outside world was the same. But when it saw the outside world and returned to the Void Stone again, the gap was obvious. Bai Lan reacted quickly, remained silent for a moment, and comforted the spirit. Don't panic. I won't let the Void Stone stay dark forever. After a while, I will go buy some night pearls or something to illuminate it, and there will be a light source in the Void Stone. The Void Stone has completely established a connection with her, and her consciousness is like the rules of the world inside the Void Stone, and she can freely control everything inside the Void Stone. The inside is a unique world, ruled by her consciousness. It's really clever. Who hasn't played a home building and development game? Isn't it just about building your own world in a world of nothingness? Build houses, farm, and engage in ecological development. From a small courtyard, a city, a country, or even a continent was built. This is the joy of nurturing construction. But the prerequisite for everything is to have spiritual stones. The Outer Gate Mission Hall is right at the foot of the Outer Gate's main peak. After stepping into the mission hall, you can see countless jade tablets densely hung on the walls on all 4 sides. When the spiritual consciousness scans over it, one can see the information engraved on the jade token. Elder Qin of Danfeng is in urgent need of a Dantong. Those who are familiar with the properties of spiritual herbs will be given priority. 10 Sect contribution points per day. Long-term recruitment, disciples from the outer peaks who take care of the spiritual fields. Anyone who knows the rainmaking technique will be accepted. Only recruit 1 person to process monster materials. Contribution points will be paid on a daily basis. 10 contribution points a day. Do you have a Taoist partner? No gender. No cultivation level required. If not, I'll ask you next time. We are purchasing monster materials at high prices. If you're interested, please look for Wu Gang, the Iron Peak Refiner. As long as you use your spiritual sense to explore, this information will appear before your eyes, very clearly. However, the number of jade cards that can be seen by disciples at the initial stage of chi refining is limited. Currently, She can only see 1/10 of the Jade cards. The remaining Jade cards seem to have restrictions, and only disciples with high cultivation can see and receive them. 10 contribution points after conversion become 1 spirit stone. She was in urgent need of spirit stones, and most of the tasks on these Jade tablets were not suitable for her. The simple tasks that low-level disciples often take on are not only time-consuming, but also have low rewards. Bai Lan was very interested in the information about purchasing monster materials at high prices. Purchasing at a high price means there should be a lot of contribution points or spirit stones. But when compared with a human cultivator, the strength of a low-level monster is basically equivalent to that of a human cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining. But with a slight trace of spiritual energy in his hand, Bai Lan took down the wooden sign that promised to purchase the monster materials at a high price. As soon as the wooden sign was in hand, it hummed and a sound came out. The mission has been accepted. You are being transferred to your client. There were many similar sounds around, all coming from the wooden signs in the hands of the chi refining disciples who had taken down the wooden signs. After a while, a young man's voice came from Bai Lan's wooden sign, and there was a lot of noise in the background. Has anyone accepted the mission to hunt monsters? I am Wu Gang from Lian Tai Peak, and I'm in urgent need of monster materials. It's me. Let's talk about the price first. Bai Lan went straight to the point. May I ask which peak you are from? And what is your current level of cultivation? A disciple from the miscellaneous services peak, his cultivation level is the second level of the chi refining stage. Bai Lan answered straightforwardly. There was silence on the other side for a long time. Are you here to make fun of me? Wu Gang spoke sullenly after a long while. Bai Lan chuckled. How do you know I'm not up to the task? For ordinary disciples at the second level of chi refining, they are still practicing diligently, practicing over and over again the low-level techniques that they had finally obtained by completing Sect missions. But Bai Lan has already memorized all the low-level spells in the outer library in his mind, and he also has a cheat code for loading save files. Even if low-level monsters are difficult to kill, as long as you kill them 100 times, even if you were at the second level of chi refining, you can kill the monsters. When she used to play games, she liked to challenge herself to fight the boss alone without taking any damage. You just need to figure out the monster's attack method and combat logic over and over again. Avoid its attacks, attack its weaknesses, and avoid all damage. Then you can successfully hunt the monster. Wu Gang said awkwardly, I'm not looking down on you, junior sister. You should know that the last person who took my mission was a big brother from Jianfeng. He was at the 6th level of chi refining. He went to the Shirwan Mountains for half a month and was chased all over the mountains by a Foundation establishment monster. When he returned to the Sect alive, he was seriously injured and could not get up. Wu Gang took a sip of water and said, if he hadn't been seriously injured, I wouldn't have run out of materials for refining weapons and would not have taken on the Sect mission again. No need to say more. Just tell me what kind of monster you need, and I'll kill a few for you to see. Bai Lan said in a light tone. Wu Gang coughed lightly. Well then, a first-level spiral turtle often lives in shallow water. Its shell is an excellent material for refining weapons. When you hunt it, be careful not to damage its shell, otherwise its value will be greatly reduced. Chapter 26. Turtle. If you can't defeat me, don't try to be brave. Your life is more important. He added hastily, as if he was troubled by his conscience. Got it. Bai Lan responded and put the wooden sign into his storage bag. I closed my eyes and searched through the information of the first-level spiral turtle in my mind. The weakness is the abdomen, not surprising. Most of the spiral turtles have the attributes of fire, wind, and water, and their attack methods are to spit out fireballs, wind blades, or water bombs. Among them, the water-attributed turtle is the weakest, and the fire-attributed turtle is the strongest. Bai Lan had previously read a book on the growth habits and behaviors of low-level monsters in the Sect's library, and it now came in handy. Host, do you really want to go to the Shirwana Mountains? I heard it's very dangerous there. The system was a little worried. After all, even Long Aotian and Bai Ling suffered many setbacks in places like the 10,000 Mountains. Bai Lan nodded, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. I have so many spells in my head, so I might as well find a place to practice them. Bai Lan said with a smile. Actual combat is the best training, isn't it? Besides, I can't die. If the host is conscious, he can naturally rewind the time by reloading the save file. However, if he is killed by a powerful monster with one blow, even his consciousness will disappear instantly. What if there is not enough time to reload the save file? The system was a little worried. Bai Lan shook his head. Don't worry, I know my limits. Of course she knew about the system's concerns, But if she kept hiding in the sect because she was afraid of death, then how could she practice? Besides, she has legs. Turning around and running when seeing or feeling the aura of a Foundation establishment stage has become the latest rule Bai Lan has set for himself. The chi restoring pill can quickly restore spiritual energy, but Bai Lan does not plan to use the pill to restore spiritual energy for the time being. All medicines are poisonous, especially low-level elixirs like this one. The poison contained in them far exceeds the value of the elixir itself. Spirit stones can completely replace the effects of chi-restoring pills, restore spiritual energy, and do not cause poison. After preparing half a month's worth of dry food and water, Bai Lan set out on the journey to the Shirwanda Mountains. Qingyuan Sect is located in the center of the mountain range. After crossing 2 empty mountains, you will reach the outskirts of the Shirwan Mountains. Why are the 2 mountains surrounding Qingyuan Sect empty? Because at the beginning of the sect's establishment, all the monsters in these 2 mountains were slaughtered by the Taoist ancestor Qingyuan. In the following years, Qingyuan Sect would regularly send disciples to the surrounding areas to clear out the monsters. The main focus is safety. A few days later, on a beach somewhere in the Shirwanda Mountains, the gray-robed girl raised her hand and threw a fireball, which hit the puddle behind the 3-headed turtle, causing a huge wave. The 3 turtles that were resting with their eyes closed on the beach suddenly screamed and jumped up, crawling towards Bai Lan. Then the wooden spikes emerged from the ground and pushed the spiral turtle out of the ground. Several vines rose from the ground and wrapped around one of the spiral turtles and tied it up tightly. Then a long sword shining with golden light pierced through the belly of the black turtle. The turtle's shell was intact, and her golden sword pierced the black turtle's belly accurately, preserving the integrity of the monster material to the maximum extent. The combo was very compact and smooth. From the perspective of the black turtle, the death of a companion in a few breaths was enough to make the remaining 2 turtles go berserk. The 2 turtles, one red and one blue, hissed and began to breathe towards Bai Lan frantically. Tisk, it's really a low-level monster. Looking at its brain, I'm worried about you, monster clan. Bai Lan shook his head slightly. One spinning turtle spits out a water ball, and the other spins turtle spits out a fireball, and they are sprayed out together, and the water ball and the fireball collided in the middle. When the 2 are combined, water and fire counteract each other, and their power is greatly reduced. He took out a spirit stone from the storage bag and held it in his palm to absorb the spiritual energy from it. Facing the already runaway spiral turtle, Bai Lan's feet moved quickly, and he began to dodge the attacks with ease. As her sleeves fluttered, several water balls and fireballs hit Bai Lan on both sides. She dodged the attacks from the spinning turtle perfectly and was even able to step on the opponent's turtle shell to gain leverage to dodge. After saving and loading the game hundreds of times, she was already familiar with the attack logic of the turtle and could almost perfectly dodge its breath. You can also take the opportunity to use spirit stones to restore your spiritual energy in secret. After all, her cultivation level at the 2nd level of chi refining was still a little low. After releasing the explosive and killing combo of the spiral turtle just now, the spiritual energy in her body had been exhausted. Pin down the rest of the spinning turtles, kill one of them alone, then restore the spiritual energy in your body through perfect dodging. After accumulating enough spiritual energy, kill the other one alone. Therefore, these days Bai Lan almost always followed the above steps to kill the spiral turtle. Although the efficiency is a bit slow, it's okay once you get used to it. The only pity is that the spiral turtles around this beach were almost killed by Bai Lan. But she knew that resources should grow sustainably, so she didn't exhaust all resources, so she only killed adult spiral turtles and never killed the young ones. After a moment, Bai Lan took a deep breath and looked at the 3 corpses of spiral turtles on the beach. It's almost time to hand in the task system. Count how many spiral turtles there are in total. Bai Lan put the 3 spiral turtle corpses into the void stone and yawned. These days I've been sleeping in the open air, sleeping on treetops at night, and eating steamed buns during the day. It almost forced her, a nun, to become an ascetic. Including these 3, the host has killed 57. The system swallowed and said, "Host, are you finally going to take a rest?" Such a gentle and lovely host, but these days he seems to be killing like crazy. Except for the slightly strange look on his face the first time he saw blood, he became more and more skilled after that. There seemed to be only 3 words in her mind. Fight. Cool. Let's go back to the sect quickly. I'm going to have a good meal after receiving the reward. I can't even eat a single bite of this broken steamed bun. Bai Lan took a big bite of the steamed bun in his hand and walked towards the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains. Hand over the storage bag, and we can give you a whole body. Otherwise, Bai Lan moved her ears. After becoming a cultivator, her senses became exponentially sharper. She could clearly hear the conversation several meters away. Two people at the 5th level of chi refining, and one at the 7th level of chi refining, surrounded a person dressed as a disciple of Qingyuan's sect. After taking a bite of the steamed bun, Bai Lan frowned and weighed his own strength. I am at the 2nd level of chi refining. There are 3 people on the opposite side, including one who is at the 7th level of chi refining. On the surface, he is stronger than her, but his hidden strength is currently unknown. There is no need to compare, just one glance and you will know that you have no chance of winning. Forget it, that Qingyuan sect buddy. You're on your own. Everyone has their own destiny. You can't expect a chi refining level 2 cultivator like her to save you at this time. Bai Lan retracted his gaze, shook his head, and raised his foot to leave. Brother, there's a girl from Qingyuan's sect over there. She's only at the 2nd level of chi refining. It seems she has discovered us. Let's go and get rid of her together. I don't know if she can see our faces. If we let her escape and report it, we brothers will definitely be hunted down by the Qingyuan sect. The leader said viciously. Bai Lan paused and his eyes turned cold. She originally wanted to stay out of it, but now. Chapter 27, there's something wrong with this woman. The mission of this trip to the Shawantishan Mountains has been completed. I didn't want to work overtime, but unfortunately, this is your own fault. Bai Lan shook his head slightly and slowly pressed the save button. She couldn't beat him once. But after fighting billions of times and figuring out the opponent's moves, even if you can't win, it will be easy to escape from the opponent. They're all in the chi refining stage. No matter how strong the opponent is, he won't be so strong that he can't break through. 2 talismans were wrapped in spiritual power and smashed in front of her. Bai Lan stepped back to avoid them at the moment before the fireball talisman exploded. Just before she could stand firm, one of them had already lurked behind her and used a flying blade-like spiritual weapon to hit her back. These 2 cooperated very well. Their combat skills were stronger than those of ordinary monks, and every move they made was deadly, with the goal of killing people. Bai Lan dodged the flying blade by leaning sideways, and with the spiritual power under his feet, he stepped on the tree trunk and jumped to the top of a tree nearby, waiting for the next attack from the 2. Seeing that Bai Lan, who was at the 2nd level of chi refining, had avoided their attacks, the 2 people at the 5th level of chi refining looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Bai Lan also felt a little depressed. First, use the talisman to force her to retreat, and then take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack when she dodges. The power of the talisman and the flying blade are not weak. Once she is hit, she will lose most of her ability to move. Bai Lan has been fighting the spiral turtle for the past half-month, and she has also fought with other monsters during this period. Bai Lan's fighting habit is to observe the enemy, observe the opponent's expression and movements, because no matter whether it is a monster or a cultivator, there will be flaws before attacking. For example, before a monster attacks, it will have obvious movements of exerting force, and the fluctuations in its spiritual power will also be extremely obvious. The monks would also make small movements, such as putting their hands close to the storage bag to take out weapons and talismans, or raising their hands to make hand gestures, etc. During a fight, if you wait until the opponent's attack is right in front of you before dodging, it will be too late. Therefore, you must judge the enemy's intentions first and look 10 steps ahead before you take one step. Only then can you make yourself invincible. When loading the game for the first time, Bai Lan did not take action. He just kept dodging with small phantom steps, and then observed the fighting methods of these people, trying to figure out their attack habits and thinking logic. Secondly, he saved and loaded the game countless times. Bai Lan gradually began to try to counterattack the enemy and find methods to restrain the opponent. When she was weak, she naturally couldn't fight the opponent fairly, so she could only defeat them one by one and disintegrate the enemy's strength. Brother, there's something wrong with this woman. My 3rd brother, and I can't even get close to her. After Bai Lan perfectly predicted his attack for the 13th time and took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack, one of them had a sad face and shouted for help. Yes, big brother, this woman must know us. It seems like she knows all of our moves. If we continue like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. Another person added. Of course she knew them. She had reloaded the game 17 times, and she knew both of their faces by heart. Frowning slightly, Bai Lan secretly took out a spirit stone, held it in his hand, and began to replenish the spiritual power in his body. She couldn't let the chi refining level 7 guy come over, otherwise, even if she could reload the save files infinitely, she wouldn't be able to cope with the three of them. This game still needs to be restarted. It can't be played too perfectly. Some flaws must be exposed. If necessary, he would get injured a little so that the other side would think that he was easy to deal with. This would prevent these two people from calling the 7th level chi refining cultivator in the distance to join the battle. First deal with the two people at the 5th level of chi refining in front of me, then I can concentrate on dealing with the one at the 7th level of chi refining. The two at the 5th level of chi refining were only slightly more difficult to deal with than the spinning turtle. The one at the 7th level of chi refining was the biggest threat. After all, there are still too few spells that can be used at the 2nd level of chi refining. Fireball spell, Golden Sword spell, Entanglement spell, and Earththorn spell are all the lowest level spells. But even so, with mutual cooperation, low-level spells can also produce considerable damage. Reloading the game again, Bai Lan pretended to be weak at the beginning. After the two of them lowered their guard, Bai Lan began to use his trump card to attack the opponent's vital points. After a few breaths, when Bai Lan, pretending to be weak, successfully closed the distance with the two men, the wooden spikes that had been prepared in advance instantly sprang up from below, and then a golden sword pierced through the opponent's throat. Although the golden sword technique is a low-level technique, Bai Lan poured almost half of his spiritual power into it when using it. The power was enough to penetrate the abdomen of the spiral turtle and also the throat of the cultivator. The woman who was retreating step by step and could only attack with fireball technique suddenly killed one of her companions. The other one widened his eyes in surprise and wanted to retreat, but Bai Lan seized the opportunity and threw the spear in his hand with spiritual power, successfully reaping a scream in the next second. Host is so strong, the system said in surprise. This time, after reloading the game 18 times, the host successfully killed these two bad guys who were blocking the road and robbing. When killing the turtle before, the host had to reload the game data 70 or 80 times at the beginning, which almost drove the system crazy. Don't praise me yet. This time, I hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lost 200 of my own money. I was also injured. Bai Lan took a deep breath and held a spirit stone in each of his left and right hands. There is no time to heal. The noise just now was quite loud, and the person at the 7th level of chi refining in the distance must have heard it. Originally, Bai Lan could sense the aura of the 7th level chi refining cultivator in the distance, but just a moment ago, the other party restrained his aura and hid in the dark to observe Bai Lan. Once the opponent launches an attack from the dark, you will be caught off guard. You are really capable, fellow Taoist. You managed to quietly eliminate 2 cultivators at the 5th level of chi refining in such a short time. The young man's gritting teeth voice came from somewhere. Bai Lan chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. I'm not praising you. The irritable voice was obviously extremely angry. Where is my fellow senior brother from the Qingyuan sect? Where is he now? Bai Lan changed the subject and gradually increased the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Why? You care so much about your fellow disciple, and you still want to save him? The voice sneered. Worry about yourself first. You killed my people. Don't you really think you can get away with it? Bai Lan shook his head and sighed. How dare you be so presumptuous right under the feet of the Qingyuan sect? Aren't you afraid that the sect will find out and issue a hunting order? Are you trying to change the subject? The young man sneered. Bai Lan chuckled, threw away the 2 exhausted spirit stones in his hand, and slowly said, The villain dies because of talking too much, don't you know? You actually absorb the spiritual energy directly from the spirit stone? Such a waste of resources. The young man then noticed that Bai Lan was holding a spirit stone in his hand and was absorbing the spiritual energy from it. Directly absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spirit stone can indeed restore the spiritual energy in the body very quickly, but this is an extremely extravagant behavior, and those second-generation immortals dare not do so. Chapter 28. Is this the level of Qingxuan's disciples? Of course, for Bai Lan, absorbing the spiritual power in the spirit stone for cultivation is already a common occurrence, which can be attributed to her bottomless, chaotic spiritual root. After killing the other side and collecting their 3 storage bags, Bai Lan would naturally get more spirit stones than what he lost at this moment. Bai Lan was planning to earn back the spirit stones lost in this battle by using the storage bags of these 3 people. It's my spirit stones that are being sucked out. What does it have to do with you? You live in the sea. So why do you mind being so nosy? Bai Lan said as he took out the invisibility robe that could block spiritual sense from his storage bag. If she fights the other party head-on, she will definitely be the one to die. The best tactic is to hide your body and attack from the dark. Court death. As soon as the young man finished speaking, several hurricanes arose around him and attacked Bai Lan, revealing his figure. Is he a cultivator with wind spiritual roots? Wrapping the robe around himself, Bai Lan's figure instantly disappeared. He then put on a golden bell cover and instantly turned from light to darkness and began to hide in the dark without saying a word. The young man didn't expect that the woman who was arguing with him the last second would disappear in an instant. He frowned and took a few steps forward, but still could not find any trace of Bai Lan. Are you hiding? Do you really think I can't see you? The young man glanced around, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. I've seen you. Come out. I can still leave you with an intact body. Bai Lan, music.jpg. If you had really seen her, you would have rushed over and killed her long ago. Why are you standing there screaming like this? Bai Lan didn't say anything. If she opened her mouth to respond to the other party, her voice would reveal her whereabouts to some extent. Host, what are you going to do? Why don't we sneak away quietly? The system didn't dare to speak and typed on the screen to chat with Bai Lan. Bai Lan shook his head slightly. It was not her style to flee before fighting. The system fell silent. But saving and protecting is his style. Following the host every day makes me feel nervous. Go check on the Qingyuan Sect disciple and see if he's still alive. If he's dead, give me his storage bag. Bai Lan types and responds to the system. If you really can't win after a while, you can still roll up the storage bag and run away, which is not too bad. The system fell silent again after reading it. As expected of the host, he is still thinking about people's storage bag, even in this situation. What if the person is still alive? I stole his storage bag? Bai Lan was speechless. I only take storage bags from enemies and dead people. I'm not a bandit. I'm just eyeing people's storage bags. If he's still alive, forget it. It would be a waste if you don't take Long Aotian storage bag. Being kind and moral to the enemy is disrespecting yourself. The system was embarrassed and coughed lightly. Got it. Bai Lan secretly used the spirit stone to restore the spiritual energy in his body. When the spiritual energy in his body was full, he began to attack from the dark. The Earth Thorn technique interferes with the enemy's steps, the Entanglement technique controls the enemy, and the Fireball technique and the Golden Sword technique coordinate the attack. What kind of magic is this? The young man asked in horror. The attack seemed to come suddenly from the front, back, left, and right, and he didn't even see the woman's figure. Stop hiding. If you have the guts, stand up and have a fair fight with me. The young man took out an umbrella-shaped spiritual weapon to prop up his defense, and then spoke in a deep voice. It's so funny. There are 3 people on the other side, and I'm alone, and the difference in cultivation is so huge. Is this fair? There is no such thing as fairness or unfairness in the world of cultivation. The other party was frightened for a moment, but quickly calmed down. After all, although the spells Bai Lan used were dazzling and seemed to be more than a dozen, if you look closely, you will find that they are all low-level yellow-grade spells. Following the direction of the attack, the young man faced the attack upwards and slashed fiercely with a long sword in his hand. Bai Lan groaned, and a cut deep enough to see the bone was immediately made on his arm. If she hadn't dodged in time, the arm would have been. Blood flowed out of the wound, and the smell of blood filled the air. The bloodstains on the ground exposed Bai Lan's position. The young man laughed grimly. I thought it was some amazing magic, but it turns out it's just hiding your body. Do you really think you can hide perfectly? You're playing tricks on me. Bai Lan chuckled and clicked load the next moment the young man's sword fell. It's normal to have a slight error in the first battle. In the second round, Bai Lan quickly cheered up after learning from experience and lessons and adjusting his combat methods. This goes on and on until the 37th time the game is loaded. He dodged the young man's chopped sword and stabbed out with a spear, piercing the man's heart quickly, accurately, and fiercely. Who are you? Why can you? The young man had blood oozing from his mouth and a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Bai Lan lifted up his robe, revealing his hidden figure, and said in a cold voice, In your next life, don't do things like killing people and stealing treasures. It will damage your virtue. Under the young man's horrified gaze, Bai Lan drew out his spear and stabbed out once again, completely ending the other man's life. Last hitting is very important. Bai Lan always keeps this in mind. He rummaged through the storage bag, picked up the spiritual weapon that had fallen to the ground, and then released a fireball to destroy the corpse. She has become very proficient in using the process. Host, are you done? The system's tone was a little strange. Well, that disciple of Qingyun's sect, Bai Lan wiped the blood off the spear, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Why? Is the person really dead?" "No, actually Oh, forget it, host. You should go and take a look yourself." The system was a little hesitant, and finally stomped its feet and pushed Bai Lan forward. Bai Lan was helpless. Why are you so entangled? Whether that person is alive or dead is just a matter of one sentence. The system led the way, and Bai Lan followed him to the entrance of a cave. Only then did he see clearly who the young man tied up with the spirit-binding rope was. When he first entered this world, on the second day, after testing his spiritual roots, a middle-stage Qi training disciple from the tutelage of true man Qing Xian followed Bai Ling to cause trouble for the Bai Mansion. The person in front of him was none other than Lu Qing, one of the heroine's concubines and a disciple of Master Qing Xian. Bai Lan's eyes turned cold, and under the other party's astonished gaze, he turned around and put the spear in his hand against the other party's throat. She smiled and said, "Boy, aren't you Lu Qing, the disciple of Qing Xianjinren, the one who follows Bai Ling? I haven't seen you for a few months, and you turned out to be so lame. You were surrounded and beaten by a few casual cultivators." If Bai Lan had known it was this person, he would not have saved him and would not have spent so much effort on him. Of course, it's still not too late to finish off the enemy now. Lu Qing's neck stiffened. "You? What are you doing? Are you in the same group with those casual cultivators?" Bai Lan smiled slightly. "That's right, I was not in the same group with them, but now." Chapter 29 Installment Payment. I originally thought that being forced to be a good lay phone was okay, but when I saw your face, I suddenly regretted it. I have killed a lot of spiral turtles recently. Now I feel a little guilty about it. Why not throw you into the pile of monsters to feed the spiral turtles? What do you think of this proposal?" Bai Lan chuckled. Lu Qing's eyes widened. I am also a disciple of Qingyun's sect. I am also a disciple of Qing Xianjinren and a member of the Lu family. How dare you kill me? Why not? It's out here in the wilderness. There's no village or shop nearby. If I kill you, who would know? Bai Lan sneered and used some force on the spear in his hand. You were so arrogant in Bai Mansion that day. Why are you so cowardly now when a gun is pointed at you? You! Lu Qing's neck turned red with anger. How about this? I'm not an unkind person. How about I exchange my life for spirit stones? Bai Lan pulled the spirit-binding rope on Lu Qing's body and tied the rope more tightly under the other party's incredulous gaze. Lu Qing was stunned. I thought you were going to untie me. Bai Lan ignored him and just made a number 8 gesture with one hand. The real purpose is revealed. The system sighed in its heart and lit a candle for Lu Qing. Lu Qing swallowed and said, 800 spirit stones? No, it's 8,000 spirit stones. Bai Lan smiled slightly. I am your savior. It is reasonable to repay you with some spirit stones. Why don't you go and rob it? Lu Qing was furious. Bai Lan chuckled. You can also choose to refuse. As she spoke, she moved the spear in her hand a little closer. Lu Qing felt the stinging pain in his neck, and his heart skipped a beat. He said in a voice that was filled with fear, But I can't afford so many spirit stones. Although Lu Qing was born into a prominent family, he was not valued by his family, so he was not the kind of second-generation immortal who could spend thousands of spirit stones at a time. How about this, installment payment? Bai Lan said with a smile. What does installment mean? Lu Qing swallowed. Installments means repayment in installments. 8,000 spirit stones to be repaid in 2 years. This way you only need to give me 300 spirit stones every month, and it will be paid off in 2 years. Lu Qing was caught in a brainstorm. Why do I suddenly feel like I have a huge debt? If you agree, then make a vow to the devil in your heart. Lu Qing was shocked. Do you still need to swear a demon oath? You can also choose to refuse. After saying this, Bai Lan moved the spear in his hand a little closer. I swear. Lu Qing choked with sobs. With a spear pressed against his neck, Lu Qing incurred a huge debt that would take 2 years to repay. Once the inner demon has made a vow, it is extremely difficult to go back on it. That's right. He who knows the times is a hero. Bai Lan nodded and put away the spear in his hand. Bai Lan stepped forward and untied the soul-binding rope on Lu Qing, and then put it into the Void Stone. I don't know what material this rope is made of, but after just holding it for a moment, I felt the circulation of spiritual energy in my body stagnate for a moment. Remember to send this month's 300 spirit stones when you return to the sect. I don't like to come to my house to collect debts, so you'd better be aware of it. There was some resentment in Lu Qing's expression, but he could only be angry but not say anything. Even though he was at the 6th level of chi refining, he was still defeated by those 3 casual cultivators. But this woman in front of him, she actually killed 3 chi refining cultivators by herself. One of them was even in the late chi refining stage. It's so scary. For saving your life, it's not too much for me to take 8,000 spirit stones, right? Or is your life not worth 8,000? Bai Lan glanced over, and the coldness in his eyes made Lu Qing shrink his neck. It's worth it. Of course it's worth it. Speaking of which, how could the disciple of the dignified Qing Xian master be so unskilled? Bai Lan said with a click of his tongue. Even if you can't beat those 3 people, you can always find a chance to escape. Don't you even have the ability to escape? Lu Qing's face flushed red. Don't tell anyone about this. Oh, you want me to keep it a secret? Bai Lan made an 8 gesture. This is another price. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and said, speaking of spirit stones, shutting up of spirit stones, we are both from the Bai family. Why are you so snobbish? My junior sister is not like you. Bai Lan glanced at Lu Qing calmly. What are you barking about? Of course, she and I are different. Her name is Bai Ling, and mine is Bai Lan. We are different people, so why should we be the same? You. Lu Qing was furious. Okay, shut up. Talking to you was the worst decision I made today. Bai Lan shook his head, retracted his gaze, and quickened his pace. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, but only took a few quick steps to catch up. The 10,000 mountains are too dangerous. It is difficult for him to ensure his safety alone. If he encounters a few monks who block the road and rob him, he will be finished. But following Bai Lan seems to be much safer. Bai Lan glanced at the person following behind him. Lu Qing's storage bag tightened. He was just following. This woman wouldn't ask him to pay her in the name of protection money. Bai Lan retracted her gaze again. She took out the wooden task sign from her storage bag and input some spiritual power into it. The Hunting the Rotating Turtle mission you have accepted has 8 hours left before the deadline. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to avoid exceeding the deadline. A prompt sound came from the wooden sign. The world of immortal cultivation is worthy of being the world of immortal cultivation. The design of this wooden sound-transmitting sign is comparable to modern technology. My mission is completed. Should I go to Liantia Peak to find you? Bai Lan sent a message to Wu Gang. There was silence in the wooden sign for a long time. After a moment, the other party's shocked voice was heard. You are still here? Question mark. Bai Lan was silent for a moment. Of course I'm still here. Ah. Oh. That's right. You can send me a message, so you are still alive. Wu Gang took a deep breath. I haven't heard from you for more than half a month, and I thought you were... Do you still think I died in the Shirwanda Mountains? Bai Lan raised his eyebrows. Ahaha. Wu Gang was a little embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm still alive and I've completed the mission. A total of 57 spiral turtles and 2 iron-horned rhinos. How can I deliver them to you? The string of numbers read out in a calm voice successfully silenced the other 2 people present. Lu Qing, who was following Bai Lan silently, almost bit his tongue. The 2nd level of chi refining, 57 rotating turtles? Is this a number that a human can accomplish? This woman's cultivation level is only at the 2nd level of chi refining. Many outer disciples were still working diligently in the sect farming when they were at this level. Obviously, Wu Gang, who was standing opposite the wooden sign, was also shocked by this number. After a long while, he coughed lightly and said, sorry, I guess I heard it wrong. Did you mean the 5-headed spiral turtle? 57. Bai Lan added. How much? Wu Gang's voice was numb. Bai Lan was silent. Chapter 30, a huge sum of money. You don't have to come to Liantia Peak in person. I will find you myself and leave now. Where are you now? There was some urgency in Wu Gang's voice. Okay, then we'll meet at the Sect mission hall later. After explaining the meeting and the address, Bai Lan looked at Lu Qing, who was following closely behind him, and said calmly, the front is the territory of Qingyuan's sect. No need to follow me anymore. Lu Qing was stunned and looked around. Then he realized that he had already left the Shirwan Mountains. You don't need to remind me. Lu Qing snorted. Bai Lan raised his eyebrows slightly. When facing the creditor, you'd better be more respectful. Lu Qing's face froze, he stopped talking, and just strode away in the opposite direction. I can earn an extra 300 spirit stones every month. So at least the resources for cultivation in the chi refining stage will not be too tight in the future. You can even be a little more extravagant and use 2 or 3 spirit stones at a time to assist in your practice and speed up your practice. At this time, Wu Gang, who had been anxiously pacing around the door of the mission hall for more than 10 times, finally saw Bai Lan who was rushing over. In order to quickly verify the truth that a person at the second level of chi refining could kill 57 spiral turtles in half a month, he almost rushed here at full speed on a flying spiritual weapon. Among the people coming and going at the entrance of the outer gate mission hall, the injured girl dressed as an outer gate servant quickly attracted Wu Gang's attention. He took a step forward and asked anxiously, "Junior sister, you are the junior sister who is at the second level of chi refining? Has the second level of chi refining become her prefix?" "It's me." Bai Lan nodded. "Check the goods. I killed 2 more armored rhinos. See if they are useful. If not, forget it." Bai Lan handed over a storage bag. Storage bags cannot be placed inside storage bags, but the void stone accommodates everything, so naturally it can also accommodate storage bags. The 2 storage bags of the old skeleton man at the bottom of the cliff were used to rob Long Aotian's 2 storage bags, in addition to the 3 storage bags obtained from killing the 3 casual cultivators today. Bai Lan already has 7 storage bags on him. If they were all hung outside, it would be too conspicuous. It would be safer to put them all inside the void stone. Wu Gang probed his consciousness into the storage bag and took a look. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Bai Lan in astonishment. "Not junior sister, are you serious? How could this be false?" Bai Lan looked puzzled. The woman's eyes were pure and clear. If the system had not seen with its own eyes how Bai Lan killed the monster without blinking, it would have been deceived by her clear eyes. Wu Gang looked away, patted his forehead, and once again lowered his head to probe his spiritual sense into the storage bag to take a look. He must have opened it incorrectly. Let's try again. When his spiritual consciousness probed into the storage bag for the second time, he still saw a pile of densely packed spiral turtle corpses. The turtle shells were all perfectly protected and intact, making them all excellent materials for refining weapons. Not to mention how dangerous the 10,000 mountains are, many disciples in the middle stage of chi refining do not dare to go there alone, and they go together in a team of 3 or 4 to ensure safety. Always looking for the same kind of monster, using the most perfect means to hunt, decompose, and store it. And afterward, he has to deal with the blood and the remaining smell on his body to avoid attracting more powerful monsters. These cannot be achieved overnight. You should know that most creatures like spiral turtles like to live in groups. Wu Gang still couldn't figure out how to hunt the spiral turtle with his chi refining level 2 cultivation. After a while, Wu Gang finally accepted the fact and spoke in shock. "Junior sister, you are truly a god." "Just kidding, let's talk about the price first." Bai Lan smiled slightly. "If the price is right, we can have long-term cooperation in the future. You should need more than just this kind of material." Wu Gang nodded vigorously. That's right. Junior sister, although these 57 spiral turtles are a bit too many, none of them have damaged the most important part of the shell. Even if I don't need so many animal materials, I can sell them to other fellow disciples at a fair price, and there will be plenty of people willing to buy them. The market price of a low-level spiral turtle is around 30 spirit stones. Junior sister, these spiral turtle materials are all top grade. I will buy your batch of animal materials, including the 2 armored rhinos, at the price of 35 per head. How do you think? Wu Gang thought for a moment, then estimated a price. A total of 2,065 spirit stones. What do you think, junior sister? Bai Lan went to the 10,000 mountains to hunt monsters and stayed there for more than half a month. Apart from the time for cultivation, she consumed 50 or 60 spirit stones just to replenish her spiritual power during battle. The spiritual stones that were previously extorted from Bai Ling have been completely used up. Now I have earned 2,000 spirit stones at once. This deal can be done for a long time. It is very profitable. The system lit a candle for the monsters in the 10,000 mountains. Perhaps it is not that killing monsters is profitable, but that the host is too efficient. Since we want to cooperate for a long time, I naturally trust Brother Wu's character, so let's just accept this price. Bai Lan nodded. One hand hands over the spiritual stone, while the other hands over the goods. Although Wu Gang's cultivation level is only at the chi refining stage, he is generous in his moves. There are always people who are better than you. Wu Gang is a smart man, so he naturally guessed that the girl in front of him must be someone who has had a wonderful experience. In the world of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to pry into other people's opportunities and privacy, so he naturally wouldn't ask too much. But he is still curious. Wu Gang really wanted to see Bai Lan fighting, but he didn't know how to ask. After hesitating for a long time, Wu Gang couldn't help but start to inquire. Junior sister is such a genius, but she is just a menial disciple. Could it be that she has spiritual roots? Indeed, I have 5 spiritual roots. Bai Lan nodded and did not hide the fact. Alas, junior sister, there is no need to be sad about this. Thousands of years ago, there were examples of ancestors with 5 spiritual roots forming Dan and Yuanying. Wu Gang sighed and comforted Bai Lan. After all, those with 5 spiritual roots are generally recognized as useless. Their cultivation speed is extremely slow, and many people cannot build a foundation before their lifespan is reduced. Bai Lan shook his head. It took her 2 or 3 hours to develop the qualifications of the 5 spiritual roots. Colorful black. It's the proof of her genius. I will be in seclusion this time to refine weapons, which may take a month at the shortest and 3 to 4 months at the longest. After I come out of seclusion, I will use the sound transmission talisman to contact junior sister. After Wu Gang exchanged talisman notes with Bai Lan, he hurried back to Iron Refining Peak with a storage bag full of materials. Bai Lan noticed that the flying magic weapon he used when he left seemed to be a compass. It is impossible to fly with a sword during the chi refining stage because the spiritual energy in the body is not enough to support long-term flight. However, there are also many flying spiritual tools on the market for use by disciples in the chi refining stage. They can be operated by simply putting spiritual stones in them. Bai Lan thought for a while and nodded. I understand. Flying instruments are like cars, and spiritual stones are like oil. Maybe she should consider getting herself a means of transportation? Have you heard that a female disciple of Master Qingxian of Yuqing Peak was expelled from the sect by Master Qingxian? Chapter 31, Because I Am a Genius. Is this true? Tell me in detail. He heard the voices of people around him talking, and the key information caught Bai Lan's attention. She took back the step she had just raised, found a corner, and started listening to the gossip of the people around her. Ah? Isn't it the plot that happened after Bai Ling reached the foundation building stage that Master Qingxian expelled Bai Ling from his sect? Why is it suddenly happening ahead of time? Hasn't the war between good and evil begun yet? What's the matter with that female disciple? She has already become a disciple of Master Qingxian, yet she still caused such a thing, someone said with disgust. He must be a person with improper behavior and evil intentions. A master uncle like Master Qingxian would definitely not accept a disciple with such evil intentions. Someone took advantage of the situation to spread rumors. That female disciple seems to be called Nan Xinji. She is only at the chi refining stage and is in the inner sect, but has no master to teach her. TSK. Bai Lan frowned slightly. This plot is not going in the right direction. In the plot, Nan Xinji never left Yuqing Peak and was finally killed in the secret realm by one of Bai Ling's concubines. There was a rustling sound behind him. Sensing the sudden presence of a presence behind him, Bai Lan's expression became serious. The fighting skill she had developed from killing the tortoises for half a month allowed her to quickly enter combat mode. She quickly clamped the hand that was about to pat her shoulder and pushed the person who was behind her to the ground. The woman's cry of pain came from her hands. Bai Lan looked carefully and saw an extremely haggard face. It was Nan Xinji. ? It's bad. I've been in too many fights recently, and I'm mentally tense. Ahem. Bai Lan coughed lightly and loosened his hand, pulling the person up from the ground. So it's you. Don't sneak around so suddenly in the future. Nan Xinji gnashed his teeth and said, What are you doing? I was just saying hello. Sorry, subconsciously. Bai Lan couldn't say that she mistook the man for the spinning turtle that attacked from behind. I'm a lady who does not bear grudges and will not bother with you. Nan Xinji snorted and suddenly said in a low voice, You know everything about me. Nan Xinji was expelled from Yuqing Peak and left the tutelage of true man Qingxian. But she was naturally still a disciple of Qingyuan sect and was still included in the organization of inner disciples. Are you talking about you being expelled from the sect? Nan Xinji gritted his teeth and said, expel? What they said is really harsh. It was clearly me who took the initiative to leave Yuqing Peak. Anyway, there is no difference between becoming a disciple or not. Instead of being bullied on the peak every day, it is better to leave early. Nan Xinji's behavior would indeed be despised in the world of cultivation, but as long as true man Qingxian didn't say anything, it would theoretically work. That day on the mountain peak, I saw my master teaching Bai Ling's swordplay with my own eyes, so I wanted to secretly learn a few moves. At first, it was fine, but then Bai Ling twisted his foot for some reason and fell flat on the ground. Dictionary. What a classic scene. Bai Lan held back his laughter and continued to listen to Nan Xinji without saying a word. Then the master embraced Bai Ling, and after the two of them turned around a few times, they actually hugged each other like that. Nan Xinji gritted his teeth and said, I thought the master was biased towards Bai Ling because her talent was better than mine, so I accepted it, but now what is going on? She was so angry that her neck turned red. So, do you still have a place to live? Nan Xinji said a lot before getting to the point. Bai Lan. So this is your purpose. I don't want to live in Yuqing Peak anymore, and I don't know which peak to go to in the future. So these few days, Nan Xinji said sullenly. Homeless. You should know that I am a menial disciple and live in the outer peak, which is not a good place. Bai Lan spread his hands, but when he saw the look in Nan Xinji's eyes, he sighed, There are plenty of houses in the outer peak. You can pick anyone you want. Well, okay. You lead the way. Nan Xinji raised his head. Obviously, for Nan Xinji now, having a place to live is already very good. Bai Lan shook his head helplessly. Do you think Bai Ling is a succubus? Why do Master Qing Xian and all the senior brothers like her so much, but no one likes me? Nan Xinji was still so angry while walking on the road. Tisk. Bai Lan shook his head. Because you have the temper of a princess. Nan Xinji. Wait, I just realized that after not seeing you for a month, you have broken through to the second level of qi refining? Nan Xinji's eyes suddenly widened. Is the cultivation of the 5 spiritual roots so fast? Because I'm a genius. In fact, they are all made of spirit stones. Nan Xinji. I have never seen such a narcissistic person. The living quarters for you outer peak servants are too simple. Nan Xinji arrived at the place, looked around at the row of bamboo houses of the same style, and frowned. Bai Lan's expression remained unchanged. You can also choose to live back at Yuqing Peak. Forget it. Nan Xinji gave up talking to Bai Lan and angrily found an empty house to live in. The system looked at Nan Xinji's leaving back and shook its head. Host, the plot is going in a wrong direction now. I can't bear to watch it anymore. From the moment I robbed Long Aotian and stole Bai Ling's spirit stone, there is no going back to this plot. Give up. Bai Lan touched the system's head with a smile, and then began to count the spoils of her trip. There was nothing good in the storage bags of the 2 5th-level Qi refining masters. The only flying blade had already been destroyed by Bai Lan's fireball spell and became waste. All in all, it's just a few bottles of pills and 200 spirit stones, so it's still considered a profit. His gaze turned to the storage bag of the 7th-level Qi refining cultivator. The monk was good at using a long sword when fighting. Not only was the wind spirit root agile and swift, but his methods in fighting were also extremely strange, unlike those of an upright monk. During one of the save files, Bai Lan was hit by that poisonous blood palm. The poison from that palm spread quickly, and hydrotherapy was completely incapable of curing it. It was obviously not the method of an ordinary cultivator, and it was very much like that of an evil cultivator. Sure enough, after searching for a while with gloves on, Bai Lan found a book of martial arts from the man's storage bag. 5 poison, soul-captivating palm. As soon as you hear the name, you know that this is not an orthodox magic. In addition, there is a corpse puppet. That's right, it was the monk's corpse, which looked so smelly and rotten that it was beyond recognition. The original soul in the corpse still exists, and the torture and pain that the soul has endured during this period are the best nutrients for training a corpse puppet. Bai Lan frowned and stared at the thick corpse refining notebook in her hand. After a while, she looked up at the system. I remember that one of Bai Ling's concubines was from the corpse refining sect. There are more than 10 people in Bai Ling's harem, and one of them is related to the corpse refining sect. She had no good feelings towards the corpse refining sect. Their methods of using living people to make corpse puppets, torturing their souls, and then refining them, and finally using them for their own benefit were truly vicious. This is pure evil. But that casual cultivator was obviously not a member of the corpse refining sect, and it was unknown where he found the sect's inheritance, and he began to try to refine corpse puppets on his own. Can Bai Ling still date someone like this who was born in the corpse refining sect? She couldn't imagine it. Yes, in the plot, the elder of the corpse refining sect, named Luan Yin, captured Bai Ling alive in an accident and wanted to refine her into a corpse puppet. However, over the next few months, he fell in love with her during the experiment of refining her and finally deliberately let her go. Nan Shinji is right. Bai Ling is practicing the way of succubus. Bai Lan was speechless. Chapter 32 revived? Bai Ling's harem is really... It has everything. The cold master, the gentle eldest senior brother, the poisonous second senior brother, the lively third senior brother. And besides those, there is the young master of the evil sect, the genius swordsman, the beautiful and feminine leader of the Huan sect. And now there is even the vicious and evil murderer from the corpse refining sect. Bai Lan shook his head. It's really fun. That is to say, monks have long lifespans, otherwise Bai Ling would be too busy to death with dozens of love affairs that kept breaking up and getting back together. Long Aotian is not much behind. He is currently flirting with a pair of sisters from aristocratic families. The system spread its hands. Sigh. No matter how much he ignored it, Bai Lan had to face reality in the end. The corpse puppet in this storage bag exudes a strong smell. It is too evil, and most importantly, it smells bad. The most important thing is that the soul of the cultivator who had long since turned into a resentful spirit inside the corpse puppet is still alive. If we ignore this corpse puppet, the soul inside will probably float out. If he took care of it, he would have to use his own blood to feed and suppress it. Bai Lan had no interest in self-harming to feed such a gloomy thing. Hey, soul inside, if you can hear me, just squeak. Bai Lan knocked on the corpse puppet's head. The corpse puppet moved, and only a low hissing sound came from inside. Wow, there really is a soul in there. This is trouble. Bai Lan thought for 2 seconds and took out 2 or 3 pieces of talisman paper needed to draw talismans from his storage bag. The casual cultivator at the 7th level of chi refining was a powerful one. Not only did he teach himself how to refine corpses, he also had some knowledge of talismans and alchemy. Therefore, his storage bag was filled with many tools for drawing talismans, talisman pens, talisman paper, and the essence and blood of monsters. Bai Lan spread out the talisman paper and dipped the brush in cinnabar, as if he was going to start drawing a talisman. Host, what are you doing? The system looked puzzled. Bai Lan waved his hand. Just going back to my old job. Old business? Just as the system was puzzled, it saw its host's fingers move slightly, pouring a little fire spiritual power into the talisman pen, and then began to write. She looked focused, with her brows slightly furrowed. As the brush and ink flowed, a line of intricate cloud characters appeared on the paper. Although the movements were a little clumsy, there were no mistakes, and it was completed in one go without any pause. The 5 thunder gods' lightning will burn with light, and then bind ghosts and subdue evil spirits immediately as ordered. Bai Lan closed his eyes and recited a spell. Then he made some strange gestures. The system is still confused. Is this the host's main job? He couldn't understand it. He vaguely remembered that when he found the host, she was setting up a stall at the night market to tell people's fortunes. How come she could draw talismans now? Bai Lan smiled, but said nothing. He moved the corpse puppet into the void stone and pasted the talisman on the corpse puppet's forehead. After seeing the golden light flash on the talisman paper, Bai Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Although they are not in the same world, they are both evil spirits. This thing should still be useful. Bai Lan looked at the motionless corpse puppet, his tone suddenly a little uncertain. After all, this is the world of cultivation, and everything is possible. After a moment, under the system's astonished gaze, the corpse puppet stood up straight. The corpse puppet's originally stiff hands suddenly raised up to shoulder width, and then jumped. His movements were stiff and methodical, very stupid. Hiss! Bai Lan's expression froze. What's going on? Isn't this talisman used to suppress evil spirits? How? How did it bring the corpse puppet back to life? Is what the old man taught her true? Don't mess with her at this critical moment. Bai Lan's expression was somewhat stiff. Hey, the soul inside? Are you still there? Bai Lan cleared his throat and greeted uncertainly. She was using a talisman to kill evil spirits, so how come the corpse puppet was still alive? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. The corpse puppet paused and turned to Bai Lan. I'm here. Can he actually speak? Before Bai Lan could speak, the corpse puppet spoke again. Dayu, but did you kill that evil cultivator? Bai Lan she pupin stang. Not only can he speak, but he can also think, although he stutters a little. It's me. She nodded. Thank a lot. I am a disciple of Ling Yin's sect. Previously, I was killed by evil cultivators because of my lack of strength, and finally ended up like this. I wonder what method you used to unlock the restrictions on this corpse puppet. As if he had regained the familiarity of using his voice, the young man's voice gradually returned to normal. The pale and gray face slowly turned around, and the eyeballs moved. What method was used? The talisman used is for killing evil spirits. Now the evil has not been destroyed, but is still alive. Bai Lan twitched the corner of his mouth. It's okay, no need to thank me. Bai Lan sighed. The corpse puppet jumped on the spot, but found that there was a yellow talisman blocking his view. He blew a breath and said, Dayu, what is this thing on my head? Can you take it off? After a moment of silence, Bai Lan saved the game. This time, he took 2 steps forward and took down the talisman. The next moment, the corpse puppet, which was originally still alive and kicking, suddenly fell backwards and made a hoarse sound again. Bai Lan? What on earth did the old man teach her? This was definitely not a talisman to kill evil spirits. Instead, the way she looked at the talisman, it seemed like it could control evil spirits. After sticking the talisman back on, Bai Lan said solemnly, If you take off the talisman, you won't be able to move freely. The corpse puppet jumped up straight. Okay. As the corpse puppet opened its mouth, a foul smell filled the air. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it anymore. Bai Lan took a deep breath and used the water stream condensed from his water's spiritual power to wash away the corpse puppet in front of him that was emitting a fishy smell. Corpse puppet? After a while, the corpse was rinsed clean and its original appearance was revealed. Apale zombie face. But at least it doesn't stink anymore. It would have been fine if the casual cultivator had followed the corpse refining sect's method to refine a corpse puppet, but he was too lazy to even clean it and ended up letting the corpse go bad. What are your plans for the future? Returning to Lingyi's sect. The corpse puppet jumped and said hurriedly, No! After I fell into the hands of the evil cultivator, I was refined into a corpse puppet by him. Now my appearance is no longer considered a normal human cultivator. If I return to the sect, the end result will be that my soul will be torn apart. I don't want to die yet. There was a tremor in his voice. Bai Lan was helpless. What should I do? Do you still want to live here with me? Let me take you in. Fellow Taoist, please have mercy on me and take me in. The pale face was still expressionless, but the words he said gave Bai Lan goosebumps. She rubbed her arms with a complicated expression. This deal is not a good one. Her current identity is a disciple of Qingyuan's sect, a major righteous sect. If the existence of the corpse puppet is discovered, even if the corpse puppet was not created by her, she will be labeled as an evil cultivator, which is something she will never be able to clear herself of even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Seeing Bai Lan frowning, Shirkue added, Take me in. I can do anything you want me to do. Only the talisman you drew can allow me to move freely. Chapter 33, Is he the master's new slave? Bai Lan pondered for a moment, raised his eyes, and saw the weapon spirit arguing with the system in the distance, and his brows furrowed even deeper. There is one key point, that is, the corpse puppet is now in her void stone. She originally thought that the corpse puppet had lost its independent consciousness and turned into a resentful spirit without the ability to think independently, but she never thought that her talisman would awaken his consciousness. Now that he has the ability to think independently, he can also see this space. We can't let him go. Otherwise, the existence of the Void Stone is likely to be leaked. She couldn't gamble on that possibility. You can't just kill him. He's already a corpse. In that case, let's make 3 rules. Bai Lan said seriously, You want to stay with me because you want to be able to move freely and have a chance to survive. After he became a corpse puppet, he was no longer something that the righteous monks could tolerate. If he went out to see the light, he would die. The fate of falling into the devil's way is even more miserable. The corpse refining sect is the leader among the devil practitioners, and he was made into this state by the corpse refining sect. But I have no obligation to help you, so if you want to stay, you have to pay the same price. Please speak, fellow Taoist. This zombie is quite polite. Bai Lan smiled slightly. Since you want to stay, then stay. Without my permission, you cannot leave this space at this moment. Of course, I will also provide you with what you need within my ability. A somewhat unequal treaty that clearly restricted personal freedom. The corpse puppet obviously realized this and began to hesitate. This is my territory. You have seen things you shouldn't have seen. Bai Lan reminded him in a faint voice. The corpse puppet obviously realized it as well. After his consciousness gradually recovered, he discovered that even the spirit beast bag that could store living things would not be larger than a storage bag. But this space is obviously not a spirit beast bag because the space is incredibly large. Only the space magic weapon Xinkuan Dantian, which was refined by ancient cultivators as recorded in ancient books, has such an effect. Although it is pitch black here, it doesn't look like the legendary magical treasure in the cave. I promise you. The corpse puppet finally compromised. He saw a secret that he shouldn't have seen. If the woman in front of him was a little more ruthless, what if he is killed to silence him? That's right, he who knows the times is a hero. Bai Lan nodded. Since there are 3 rules, then the other 2. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll add more later. Corpse puppet? Bai Lan already had a plan in mind. She would not waste the free labor. If she wanted to build buildings or farm in the void stone in the future, she couldn't rely on herself alone. In the future, if we want to raise some monsters, we need someone to feed them. There are so many strange creatures in the world of cultivation. They're just corpses. You should get used to them after spending some time with them. It's not a big problem. Bai Lan waved his hand and called the weapon spirit in the distance over. He will live here in the future. I will leave this man, this corpse to you. Bai Lan rubbed the ghost fire and encouraged it. Will-O-Wisp was also a little excited when he saw the newcomer. Is he the master's new servant? The system gritted its teeth and said, not a slave. He is not, and neither am I. No, it's just a relationship between landlord and tenant. Bai Lan looked at the corpse puppet. Do you have a name? Autumn. Very good, Qiu Tian. Since you will live here in the future, there are some things I have to tell you. Bai Lan pointed at the spirit of the weapon. It is the spirit of this space. Qiu was silent for a long time before he said, hello. You just need to know that I am the master of the weapon spirit, so within this space, my rules are the rules. Bai Lan chuckled. Corpse puppet. Hiss. After saying this, Bai Lan began to think again. Although it is pitch black here now, it is indeed not suitable for living. When the words came to his lips, Bai Lan suddenly stopped. His gaze turned to the weapon spirit, system, and corpse puppet beside him. 3 little ones, none of them is human. It's not suitable for living things. Bai Lan changed the adjective. Think about it. If there is anything you need, I will go to the market to buy some. The spirit of the weapon has no other needs except for a light source. The corpse puppet wants a coffin and some fresh blood. Even blood from a monster will do. The system requirements are the most. We need a softer bed. We also need lamps, tables, chairs, cabinets, and other basic furniture. Oh yes, I heard that night shining pearls are very cheap in the cultivation world. We can buy more for lighting, or we can find some pearl curtains that glow in the dark. They will look great here. Oh, and the system kept chattering and finally received 3 ruthless words from Bai Lan. I can't remember. Although it was a system, it was the one that spent the most money on her. She finally earned 2,000 spirit stones, but was unable to keep them warm. System. It's okay. I'll remember it for you, hee. Bai Lan shook his head, turned out of the space, stared at the pile of talisman papers on the table, and fell into deep thought. Although the master seemed a bit unreliable on weekdays, Bai Lan knew in his heart that he was a capable Taoist who just didn't often show it in front of others. On the surface, he is an old Taoist priest hiding in the deep mountains and forests, but in fact he is a hidden master. Bai Lan learned talisman drawing, swordsmanship, divination, and the art of Qi Huang from the old Taoist priest. She had personally witnessed all the other skills, but talisman drawing was the only skill she had never used in actual combat. Because there were very few evil spirits in her time, so drawing talismans for her was just like doing the homework assigned by her master. It's just a formality, it's useless. What she had drawn before was the cloud seal, and the power of thunder and fire was needed to kill the evil spirits. So Bai Lan tried to inject fire spiritual power into the tip of the pen when drawing the talisman. I just tried it just now, but I didn't expect it to actually work, although the final effect was beyond her imagination. Archive. Take a deep breath, pick up the pen, dip it in ink, and then draw the talisman. This time, she drew the talisman from the world of cultivation, the fireball talisman. There is a collection of low-level talismans in the Sect's library. She has written it down. The characters on it are not cloud seals, but ancient characters from the world of cultivation. Drawing talismans is not simple. The person drawing the talisman needs to be calm and steady, and have a strong ability to control the spiritual power in the body, so that it can be evenly integrated into the talisman along with the runes before a talisman can be formed. Bai Lan's skill in drawing talismans has already reached a high level, especially since the last demon-suppressing talisman she drew was so successful. Could it be that she really is a genius in drawing talismans? Try again. Swish. When the talisman was halfway drawn, the fire's spiritual power overflowed from his brush, and the entire talisman turned into ashes. Okay, case solved. She's not a genius at all. The one just now was just luck. Bai Lan was not discouraged. He read the game file and redrawn it. The reason why talismans are so expensive is that drawing them takes a lot of time and materials. Many people who learn to draw talismans spend at least 10,000 spirit stones on materials in the early stages. If a novice can draw 10 pictures and complete one, it is considered good. There is a saying in the world of immortal cultivation that the art of formations, elixirs, and talismans are all about burning spirit stones. Precisely because of this, very few casual cultivators have the financial resources and energy to learn how to draw talismans. When they need talismans, most of them choose to buy them directly from the market. But Bai Lan can read the save file. Ruined a painting? Just reload the save file and start over. Loss of material? That doesn't exist. Even though there is a high probability of drawing defective talismans in the early stage, under Bai Lan's operation, the probability of shipping the finished product is 100% with no loss at all. Chapter 34 Debt Collection. Host, Lu Qing and Nan Xinji, who came outside to deliver spirit stones to you, started arguing. The system reminded. Bai Lan, who was drawing talismans, looked up, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully, and indeed heard two familiar voices arguing. With your personality, you will still be disliked when you go to other peaks of the inner sect in the future. Nan Xinji looked so angry that he broke down. What does this have to do with you? I'm no longer a member of Yuqing Peak. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Your behavior this time has already angered the master. If it weren't for Junior's sister speaking up for you that day, the master would have taught you a lesson long ago. And now you still don't repent. Lu Qing continued to add fuel to the fire. Repent? What have I done wrong? Which of the Qingyuan sect's rules says that you can't change your master after entering the peak? If Master Qing Xian doesn't want to teach me, can I just leave? Lu Qing had no rebuttal and began to put moral pressure on him. You don't respect your teachers. You are so shameless. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you like Bai Ling, just say it directly. What's the point of hiding it? Whether the junior sister you're trying so hard to please likes you or not is another matter. Nan Xinji also began to poke the opposite side's lungs. Lu Qing was stabbed in the heart, and he gritted his teeth and said, as long as I always treat my junior sister well, she will respond to me sooner or later. You are just dreaming. It was a really lively noise. Bai Lan slowly opened the door and stuck his head out. Meeting the gazes of the two people, he shook his head. It's okay. You guys keep arguing. I love to listen. Lu Qing. Nan Xinji. Stop arguing? Well, then you should hand over this month's spirit stones first. Bai Lan looked at Lu Qing and stretched out his hand. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and handed over a storage bag. Bai Lan extended his spiritual sense to take a look inside, then nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the amount is correct. So this is what it feels like to collect debts. 300 spirit stones were easily deposited into his account, and Bai Lan's mood instantly improved. Nan Xinji was puzzled by the strange spiritual stone transaction. She glanced at the two of them and asked, do you know each other? I don't know him. Lu Qing decisively wanted to distance himself from Bai Lan. Bai Lan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Of course I know him. Yesterday, in the Shawandarshan Mountains, he was attacked by 3 casual cultivators. Didn't I tell you not to tell this to anyone? Lu Qing didn't expect Bai Lan to directly talk about his dark history, and he suddenly shouted out. Bai Lan spread his hands. I remember saying at the time that confidentiality has a different price. Lu Qing. Facing Nan Xinji's suspicious gaze, Lu Qing gritted his teeth. Naturally, he didn't want his dark history to be revealed in public by Bai Lan. If the embarrassing incident of him falling into the hands of a casual cultivator and being rescued by an outer sect servant at the second level of Qi refining were to be spread out, he would definitely become a laughingstock among the inner sect disciples. 300 spirit stones? Is that enough for hush money? Although his tone was so fierce that he gritted his teeth, Lu Qing finally succumbed to Bai Lan's tyranny. Bai Lan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad deal. I'm very tight-lipped, don't worry. Nan Xinji became more and more curious. She looked at Lu Qing's back as he fled away and whispered, what on earth is going on that is worth that guy spending 300 spirit stones as hush money? Of course it's something worth 300 spirit stones as hush money. That's why he would use 300 spirit stones to keep me quiet. Nan Xinji. Listening to your words is like listening to a speech. When are you planning on moving back to Inner Peak? Even you start to dislike me and want to drive me away. There was actually some grievance in Nan Xinji's tone. Bai Lan shook his head. Didn't you hear that I was trying to change the subject? Forget it. Nan Xinji pulled Bai Lan's sleeve and said, "By the way, is there a cafeteria outside the peak?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dull gurgling sound came from Nan Xinji's stomach. The cultivators in the qi refining stage have not yet started fasting and still need to eat, so there is a cafeteria outside the sect. Judging from Nan Xinji's weak hands and feet and feeble voice, he hadn't eaten since yesterday. Reluctantly, he shook his head. "Follow me. I'll take you there." "You really are a good person." Nan Xinji was happy, and he started to talk again. "Don't worry. Even if I am no longer a disciple of Yuqing Peak, I am still an inner disciple. When I build my foundation in the future, I will definitely protect you. I won't let anyone bully you. After I have cultivated successfully, naturally there will be a Jindan stage elder who will take a fancy to me and accept me as his disciple. I don't care about Qing Xinjiren or anything like that. Bai Ling is just a mere girl. Sooner or later, I will be stronger than her." What are you talking about? Don't you believe me? You are just treating me perfunctorily." Nan Xinji was furious. "Yeah, it's an expression of approval," Bai Lan said, pointing ahead. "We're at the cafeteria." After sending Nan Xinji to the cafeteria, Bai Lan bought half a month's worth of dry food and stored it in a storage bag. Next, she would go into seclusion for a while, at least to break through the third level of qi refining before dueling with Long Aotian. Since she couldn't kill the Son of Destiny, she had to ensure that her own strength was always above that of the Son of Destiny. Only then would she be safe. When you first became an apprentice, didn't you ever consider becoming the Sect Master's apprentice? Bai Lan suddenly spoke as he looked at Nan Xinji, who was concentrating on eating in front of him. Nan Xinji looked up blankly, with a piece of meat in his mouth. "Zhongzhu?" "Right. The leader of Qingyuan's sect, Jinren Qinghe, and Jinren Qingxian of Yuqing Peak are from the same school. Both of them are direct disciples of the Qingyuan sect's supreme elder, who is in the nascent soul stage. Qingxian had better aptitude, with a single ice spiritual root, and was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the sect, so he obtained more resources for cultivation. The supreme elder devoted himself to teaching him everything he had learned throughout his life, and even the secret heavenly level mental method was ultimately passed on to only him. However, Qinghe had poor aptitude. As a disciple who joined the inner sect only through hard practice, his comprehension was mediocre and he was not taken seriously by the Grand Elder. Later, both of them became Jindan cultivators, but the Supreme Elder passed the position of sect leader to Qinghe and only appointed Qingxian as the master of Yuqing Peak, devoting himself to cultivation. Outsiders don't know the reason, but Bai Lan, who has a god's perspective on the plot, knows it clearly. Managing such a large sect is an extremely energy-consuming task. Not only does one have to deal with various forces, but all matters within the sect, big or small, must be handled by the sect master. It looks impressive, but it is not. Taking on the position of sect leader greatly reduces the time for cultivation. Once one becomes the master of a peak, one will have more free time and can concentrate on cultivation, not worrying about other things but only seeking the way to ascend. What is good and what is bad? How could Qinghe, who is in the midst of it, not know? Everyone can practice cultivation. Who doesn't want to live forever and become an immortal? The leader of Huayanzhao, who is gentle, modest, polite, and broad-minded, and known for his benevolence, has probably been dissatisfied with his junior brother Qingxian for a long time. Chapter 35. Battle with Long Aotian. On the surface, he is a good brother who cares for his junior fellow student. But secretly, he hopes Qingxian will become possessed as soon as possible. Although Master Qinghe seemed dissatisfied with Nan Xinji's behavior of leaving Yuqing Peak and pretended to scold her, he must have been very happy in his heart. Who doesn't like Qingxian? Excellent. Qinghe Jinren. The sect master has only one direct disciple now. If you go and ask him for help, perhaps you will have a chance. Bai Lan chuckled. Nan Xinji frowned. But I remember that the sect master is the senior brother of Qingxian Jinren. I did such a rebellious thing, and he scolded me to death at Jingdao Peak that day. Will he really accept me as his disciple? Go and give it a try. Bai Lan's eyes turned, and he suddenly smiled cunningly. Why don't you and I make a bet? What's the bet? I bet that the sect leader will definitely accept you as his disciple. If he doesn't, I will give you 100 spirit stones. If he does, you will give me 100 spirit stones. How about it? Do you want to bet? Bai Lan chuckled. Nan Xinji slammed the table and said, Bet. She felt from the bottom of her heart that the sect master would not accept her as a disciple. Everyone knew that the Sect Master was the senior brother of Qing Xianjinren. How could she, who had done such a treasonous thing before? The system in silent mode lit a candle for Nan Xinji. The host obviously knew the inside story and took advantage of the information gap to trick Nan Xinji into earning her 100 spirit stones. However, these words also pointed out a way out for her. The host is indeed kind. The system turned to look at its host and saw her smile with emotion. The 100 spirit stones are most likely secured. I hope Nan Xinji won't default on the debt. System. She is so kind. All she cares about is the spirit stone. Nan Xinji, who was tricked by Bai Lan into going to Jingdao Peak to seek the Sect Master's apprenticeship, regretted it halfway. How embarrassing it would be if I got rejected. Thinking of this, Nan Xinji wandered at the foot of Jingdao Peak for a long time. Just as he was about to leave quietly, a clear and gentle voice came from behind him. Junior Sister Nan, the Sect Master is looking for you. Nan Xinji was stunned. Big brother? Gongsun Jing, the eldest senior brother of Jingdao Peak, is the only disciple taught directly by the Sect Master, and is also one of the best among the foundation-building generation of Qingyuan sect. Did the Sect Master uncle come to see me for instructions? Nan Xinji's voice sounded a little nervous. Nothing else, but since Junior Sister doesn't want to stay at Yuqing Peak, she has to find a place to go. The inner disciples are the future backbone of the sect, and the Sect Master naturally doesn't want to see you go astray. Nan Xinji was a little surprised, but still nodded, secretly encouraging himself in his heart. Since you are here, you might as well give it a try. On this side, Nan Xinji followed Gongsun Jing to see Taoist Qinghe. Bai Lan began a month-long seclusion. Apart from cultivation, practicing magic, and drawing talismans, my life was very fulfilling and time passed in a flash. Bai Lan was meditating with his eyes closed, holding 2 spirit stones in his left and right hands. After circulating them for a large and small cycle, he slowly opened his eyes. Breakthrough to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Sure enough, by increasing the consumption of spirit stones from 1 per day to 2 per day, the speed of cultivation also increased rapidly. This is probably the power of money. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of banging on the door was deafening. Bai Lan frowned and pushed open his shaky wooden door, looking at the 3 people standing outside. Are you Bai Lan? Bai Lan nodded. Humph, my eldest brother said that today is the date for the duel with you. So don't make my eldest brother wait too long. One of them said arrogantly. Don't be afraid to go to the sect's fighting arena. How dare a mere outer sect disciple challenge my elder brother to a duel? You really don't know your place. You have to go today, whether you want to or not, or we brothers will use our fists to your advantage. Bai Lan held his forehead with his hand. The group in front of me, are they Long Aotian subordinates? I almost forgot that in the plot, this group of thugs provoked Long Aotian first, and then were beaten up by Long Aotian and became Long Aotian's younger brothers. But apparently getting beaten up isn't going to make these people smarter. Now he's provoking her again. Lead the way. Bai Lan was too lazy to argue with this group of people and took the lead. The next highlight is Long Aotian. Even though his storage bag was snatched away by her twice, Long Aotian's strength should not be underestimated due to his identity as the son of destiny and the guidance of his grandfather. Forget it. At most, I can just reload the game thousands or tens of thousands of times, and I'll eventually win. The Qingyuan sect forbids its disciples from killing each other. Only on the fighting stage can personal grudges be resolved, but it is limited to fighting, and the life of the other party cannot be harmed. The disciples' competition during the Qi refining period was not on a large scale, but Long Aotian's identity as an inner sect disciple did attract many outer sect disciples to come and watch. Bai Lan, today, I will avenge my previous shame. Standing on the ring, Long Aotian looked at Bai Lan with an arrogant expression and uttered his classic Aotian lines again. Bai Lan's habit of feeling embarrassed for others has been cured a lot by Long Aotian since he traveled to the world of cultivation. Is this desensitization therapy? It won't be embarrassing after you hear it more often. She walked to the stage in silence and stood facing Long Aotian. Humph, are you pretending to be an expert by not saying anything? With your mere Qi refining level 3 cultivation, it's easy for me to crush you. Long Aotian said proudly. The first 2 times you took advantage of me. This time The person opposite is only at the 4th level of Qi refining. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Bai Lan frowned and interrupted Long Aotian's long speech. She looked directly at the Foundation Establishment stage law enforcement disciple beside her and said, Uncle Master, I accept the challenge. Let's get started. The Foundation establishment stage law enforcement disciple raised his eyebrows, smiled and nodded. He raised his hand and made a gesture, injecting spiritual power into the formation on the fighting stage. An outer defensive shield quickly rose up, isolating Bai Lan and Long Aotian from the outside world. This is to prevent the aftermath of the fight between the people who are fighting from accidentally injuring the surrounding onlookers. Therefore, the fighting stage will be equipped with defensive magic arrays, and disciples of the law enforcement hall will serve as referees to prevent accidents. After pressing the save button, Bai Lan looked at Long Aotian and raised his chin. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 3 moves. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Long Aotian was so angry at her carefree look that he gritted his teeth and said, just wait. Drawing out the long sword from his waist, Long Aotian no longer hesitated and rushed straight towards Bai Lan. The sword was dark black all over, and when it came towards him, Bai Lan could faintly feel the lightning power on it. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. This sentence also applies to the world of cultivation. Long Aotian's sword is extremely fast. His body movements and swordsmanship are combined. Bai Lan can hardly see his figure while he is chopping, stabbing, and stabbing. Long Aotian's swordsmanship is extraordinary, most likely taught by his grandfather with the golden finger. After being hit, Bai Lan reloaded the save file. He did not fight back, but just kept observing Long Aotian's swordsmanship and then learned and memorized it. The 10th time of loading the save file took a little longer. Bai Lan hid for a stick of incense, using his small phantom steps, and perfectly avoided every attack from Long Aotian. Chapter 36. Take full damage and use up all skills. What is that errant disciple doing? He's been hiding. Why hasn't he made a move yet? You're not scared, are you? I think so. After all, the opponent is an inner sect disciple, whose cultivation is higher than hers. It's a servant versus an inner sect disciple. There is no suspense at all. I saw her look so confident before. I thought she was capable, but now this is it? It's boring and a waste of time. No, that woman's footwork was a little strange. When she was dodging the opponent's attack, I couldn't see her shadow clearly. The people watching around were talking about it. Most of them were laughing and shaking their heads, and they were not optimistic about Bai Lan. Only the disciple from the law enforcement hall, who was sitting at the top, had a more intense interest in his eyes. Others couldn't see it, but he could. The gray-robed girl on the fighting stage was not hiding, but observing her opponent's moves. It could even be said that she was trying to learn from her opponent's moves. Is all you can do about it? The veins on Long Aotian's hand, holding the hilt of the sword, became more and more prominent. He found that he could not hit Bai Lan at all. The other party had almost predicted his every attack. This feeling is like punching cotton. Your moves can't hit the opponent at all. The accumulated emotions have nowhere to vent, which is very frustrating. TSK. It was just like when Bai Lan was bored while playing games. She could understand Long Aotian's current mood very well. But sorry, you still have to avoid the damage you should avoid. If you're new, practice more. What's the point of being impotent and furious? Why waste your words? Long Aotian. I will kill you. Anger makes people lose their minds. Long Aotian's pain points were repeatedly hit by Bai Lan, and his originally smooth swordsmanship actually revealed flaws. After dodging Long Aotian's blow again, Bai Lan formed a ball of water in his hand and smashed it directly into the opponent's face. Just now I told you to take 3 moves. Now it's my turn. Long Aotian reacted quickly and dodged sideways, but his pupils shrank when he came to his senses. Bai Lan's figure disappeared in an instant. Long Aotian was panicked for a moment, and then he felt a burning sensation on his back. Bai Lan took small mysterious steps and went behind Long Aotian. The fireball in his hand hit Long Aotian's back directly. While he turned around to dodge, several golden sword techniques followed closely. Once a flaw appears, we must take the initiative, force the enemy into a dead end, and kill them all. Just when Long Aotian thought he had dodged a series of attacks, circles of vines quickly wrapped around his feet, binding his feet firmly in place. The entanglement spell only lasted for a few breaths, but it was enough for Bai Lan to knock the sword out of his hand. The long sword fell to the ground with a clang, and the outcome of this battle was already decided. The spectators outside the stadium were all stunned. Wasn't that errant disciple hiding the whole time? Why did he suddenly fight back? After several colorful spells, how come Long Aotian's sword fell to the ground? The changes happened too quickly, catching everyone off guard. Long Aotian wanted to pick up the sword on the ground, but Bai Lan saw this and stepped on it, looking at Long Aotian with a chuckle. Long Aotian looked up at her and said through gritted teeth, "You, how could you have so many spells? How could an outer sect disciple have the contribution points to exchange for so many magic skills and master them within 3 months?" "Guess." Bai Lan smiled slightly, tapped his toes lightly to pick up the long sword under his feet, and held it in his hand, looking at it carefully. This sword is not bad. How about lending it to me for a while?" Long Aotian. After saying that, Bai Lan gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and rushed towards Long Aotian. The situation suddenly reversed, and the person who was chasing Bai Lan with a sword just now became the one being chased and hacked. Long Aotian's dodging action seemed a little awkward. Suddenly, he lost his weapon, and he was a little panicked for a moment. In a panic, he quickly got several scars on his body. The law enforcement hall disciples who were watching the battle from a distance had a gleam in their eyes. The swordsmanship used by Bai Lan was exactly the same as the one used by Long Aotian just now. "This little girl is interesting." You! Long Aotian gritted his teeth in anger, but he could only dodge and tried to take back his sword countless times. Of course, he could see that Bai Lan was using his moves. Even though there were some slight mistakes, it was enough to drive Long Aotian crazy. Take full damage and use up all skills. The enemy dodged all of his moves, and he didn't deal any damage at all. Now he found that his skills were stolen by the enemy, although not completely correctly. But the damage is not great. It is extremely insulting. "I've told you before that it's not wise to go against me." Bai Lan smiled and shook his head. "Just wait. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't despise the poor young man." Bai Lan finished the rest of his lines for him. "You keep saying this to me over and over again. Why can't you say something new? I'm so tired of hearing it." "Hateful." Long Aotian was furious. He clenched his fists, generated lightning, and punched towards Bai Lan. "You have such a bad character. I just said a few words to you. Is it necessary to be so angry?" Bai Lan's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared behind Long Aotian in the blink of an eye. Holding the sword across Long Aotian's neck, Bai Lan looked at his incredulous expression and shook his head calmly. "With your current strength, you can't even satisfy me." In fact, she did gain a lot from this fight, but it was really pleasing to see Long Aotian being mad and helpless because of her. "You've already lost." Throwing the sword in his hand onto the fighting stage, Bai Lan turned around and left, his back still graceful. 3 months later, I will fight you to the death again." Long Aotian gritted his teeth and said. Bai Lan did not turn around, but said coldly, "The loser has no right to make demands." "You, I can bet with you using spirit stones," Long Aotian said in a deep voice. Bai Lan paused. "Very good." After several setbacks, although Long Aotian did not find Bai Lan's weakness, he has already figured out her preferences. "Know that she likes spirit stones. Do you really want to be beaten by me?" Bai Lan snorted and laughed. "Forget it. You are asking for trouble, so you can't blame me. Next time you want to be beaten, remember to bring enough spirit stones. I don't like to waste time on irrelevant people and things, but spirit stones are another matter." In fact, the spiritual energy in her body is almost exhausted. Fortunately, Long Aotian had lost his will to fight, otherwise she would not be able to pretend any longer. The system broke out in a cold sweat, and while it breathed a sigh of relief, it felt that the style of the plot was becoming more and more wrong. It seems that his own host has stolen the limelight from Long Aotian. "It's weird, very weird. Master, please stay. If you have time, you can come to the law enforcement hall to have a chat." An ethereal and magnetic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bai Lan raised his head and glanced at the crowd of people who were talking, and finally fixed his eyes on the person at the top. Chapter 37, Playing Games? The Foundation Establishment Stage Law Enforcement Hall disciple, who presided over the competition, did not leave immediately after completing his task, but remained standing on the stage. Seeing Bai Lan looking at him, he smiled and nodded slowly. There is a part in the plot that mentioned that only after Long Aotian defeated his opponents on the fighting stage for countless times did he gain the favor of the people in the law enforcement hall and got the opportunity to join the Sect's law enforcement hall, the most secretive organization within the Qingyuan sect. All of its disciples are extremely powerful and have outstanding combat abilities, and they are also the best among the cultivators of the same level. Hunt down traitors, evil cultivators, and remnants of demonic cultivators. Anyone who has been issued a hunting order by the Qingyuan sect will be the target of the law enforcement hall disciples, no matter where they are, and the fight will not stop until one of them dies. After Long Aotian joined the law enforcement hall, he gained many opportunities. But now, wait, it seems like she stole the plot that belonged to Long Aotian. Bai Lan couldn't help but look back at Long Aotian. He had already been helped away by the younger brothers beside him. What's wrong with the host? Was he injured in the battle just now? Seeing that Bai Lan hadn't spoken for a long time, the system couldn't help but feel worried. Bai Lan shook his head. Don't worry, I'm super strong. She has become extremely skilled at reloading the game, avoiding all damage, and understanding the enemy's combat logic. It's just that I seem to have accidentally snatched the plot that belonged to Long Aotian. Bai Lan informed the system of what happened. The system was stunned. Ah, can it be like this? Ah, host, do you plan to go to the law enforcement hall to meet that person? The system scratched its head. It feels like the plot is gradually becoming outrageous. Of course I will go. Holding a spirit stone in his hand, Bai Lan recovered his spiritual power as he walked. She was indeed very interested in the Qingyuan Sect's law enforcement hall. Who hasn't had that fantasy moment of joining a mysterious organization to fight demons during their middle school years? The Qingyuan Sect's law enforcement hall is such an existence, secretive and powerful. Once you enter the immortal world, whether you can achieve immortality is another matter. The right thing to do is to follow your heart and live a carefree and happy life. She wants to become stronger, because only by becoming stronger can she do whatever she wants. Therefore, the law enforcement hall is indeed a very suitable place for her. Just as the man said, Bai Lan followed his memory and came to the Qingyuan Sect's law enforcement hall. It was a solemn and dignified building, with no one around. There was a small table and chair at the door, where a gatekeeper disciple was sitting and dozing off. Seeing Bai Lan approaching, the disciple rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked up. Are you here to turn yourself in or report something? Please state your name first. Bai Lan. Isto. Ah. The gatekeeper paused. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, and the gatekeeper slammed the table and said, Junior sister, are you here to tease me? Why are you here in the law enforcement hall and disturbing my sleep? Slacking off at work, and even feeling justified in doing so. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, a familiar voice sounded from inside the hall. This person is my guest. There is no need to be polite, nephew. Just come in. There are not so many rules in the law enforcement hall. Law enforcement hall? Not so many rules? It sounds unreliable. Bai Lan twitched his lips, but nodded and walked into the hall. The moment he stepped over the threshold, the door behind him slammed shut, and the sound of a huge rock moving was heard in front. Bai Lan's expression became serious. Something was wrong. Save the file first. Although the process of Long Aotian joining the law enforcement hall was only described in one sentence in the plot introduction, Bai Lan did not forget the word test in that sentence. So this is the test of the law enforcement hall? Sure enough, that person did want to let himself join the law enforcement hall. But she is only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Nephew, there is no need to panic. Ha ha ha. You are quite calm. The voice wanted to comfort Bai Lan, but upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she still looked calm. Uncle Master, the greeting gift from your law enforcement hall is really interesting. I have always abided by the law in the sect and have never committed a crime. Are you going to put me in jail? Bai Lan Samai. The stone formation in front of her is hard and has the effect of isolating spiritual consciousness. With her current level of cultivation, she is afraid that she will not be able to leave even a trace on the stone. Hey nephew, your words are too serious. I'm just playing a little game with you. It cannot be considered as law enforcement. The voice said with a smile, try to walk out of this maze. When you walk out, your uncle will give you a generous gift and will not treat you unfairly. What if I can't get out? The voice that did not answer Bai Lan had already disappeared, and there was no response from the surroundings. Bai Lan's heart skipped a beat. What an irresponsible uncle. He didn't even explain the rules when playing games. Who will be responsible if she starves to death in there? There was a moment of silence. He took out a pancake from the storage bag, rolled it up, then sat cross-legged and started to eat the pancake. She had been fighting with Long Aotian for the whole morning and was already starving. Hey, what are you doing here, coming to the law enforcement hall to eat cake? After a while, Bai Lan was still eating the cake in the same place, and the disappeared voice appeared again from above. Master, you're still here. The question I asked you just now wasn't answered. I thought you had left me a long time ago. Bai Lan swallowed the pancake in his mouth and spoke slowly, pretending to be an expert without saying anything. Humph. Concentrate on breaking through the formation. If you can break through this formation, it will be your chance to enter the law enforcement hall. If you can't break through, naturally you won't have to worry about your life. But from now on, you will never have the chance to enter the law enforcement hall again. Bai Lan's expression became more serious. Is this a one-time exam? If you fail once, you won't have another chance. How could she, who was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, make it through? Or, perhaps, this stone formation was not testing the cultivator's strength, but his character and understanding? With a guess in mind, Bai Lan stood up and secretly began to contact the system. I guess there must be an illusion inside. Ah, what is an illusion? It's the kind of illusion that can confuse people's minds. What were you doing when I was reading books in the library? Looking at the system with a puzzled look, Bai Lan narrowed his eyes. The system shrank its neck. Fishing. The system has changed. The system that was once keen on completing tasks has now begun to give up on tasks and start to slack off. Is this what they call a 3-minute heat? Next time, don't slack off. When I read a book, you have to record the content in your mind. Bai Lan said firmly, don't slack off. I know. I won't slack off next time. You are an intelligent creature and should not be affected by illusions. If I fall into an illusion and cannot get out, you will be responsible for pulling me out. Bai Lan said in a serious tone. Nothing else matters. She is just a little worried that she might say something she shouldn't when she falls into the illusion. The system nodded seriously. Host, rest assured. I promise to complete the task. Very good. I'll leave this matter to you. After saying that, Bai Lan took a deep breath and walked towards the depths of the stone formation. He couldn't use his spiritual sense to explore the way, nor could he break down the stone wall in front of him. Bai Lan could only rely on his intuition to walk out of the maze. The stone formation in front of him was stacked layer upon layer, one circle after another. Bai Lan followed his intuition and walked for an incense stick of time, but the scene in front of him remained unchanged. It's like a road that you can never get out of. No matter which way she goes, she will end up back where she started. Chapter 38. Fantasy and Reality. Is this the immortal world's version of the ghost wall? Bai Lan frowned and stood still. Virgin urine? No, she is not a virgin. System? Bai Lan wanted to call the system. Only then he realized that the chattering figure beside him was missing. Just when she realized something was wrong, an idea flashed in her mind, and the surrounding stone walls collapsed. The scene in front of her disappeared like smoke and was replaced by another scene. Green mountains, clear waters, thatched houses, and farmland. The smoke from cooking rises, and the greenery is lush. Bai Lan frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him, lowered his head and sighed, suppressing the bitterness in his heart. The ghost wall just now was obviously an illusion, and the scene before her now was even more familiar to her. This is obviously also an illusion. The maze is an illusion, and the illusion is still an illusion. Okay, let's play with nesting dolls, right? But the illusion of the ghost wall just now collapsed suddenly the moment Bai Lan realized that something was wrong. But now, in this illusion, even though Bai Lan realized that this was an illusion, the world here remained motionless and did not show any sign of collapse. Got it. Climbing a tower, right? The first level is the simplest illusion. The second level increases the difficulty. My blind guess is 9 levels because that's a good number. With a slight sigh, Bai Lan walked forward and opened the door. My disciple, your master personally cooked a large table of dishes. How about it? Are you touched? Bai Lan couldn't help laughing. Oh, how are you going to clean up the pile of takeout boxes at the door? Huh? What box? You're too old to hear, clearly. Come and eat. The old man covered his ears and began to change the subject. Sitting at the familiar round table, looking at the familiar dishes in front of me. Well, they were all the takeout she used to order. Bai Lan never thought that one day she would be able to eat takeout and drink milk tea in the fantasy world of cultivation. But the unexpected surprise was that she met her relatives again, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. But it's a pity. These are probably just illusions in her memory. Bai Lan sighed. Master, I'm sorry. Taking out the spear from the storage bag, Bai Lan's face became sharp, and he stabbed the old man in front of him fiercely. The master buried his own coffin. If the one in front of him was real, her name, Bai Lan, would be written upside down. She has responsibilities on her shoulders, so naturally she will not be attached to the warmth in front of her. The illusion is here, which means that she still misses her previous life in her heart. But one still needs to cultivate to become an immortal. Sure enough, the moment the spear was thrust out, The figure of the old man in front of him spread out like clouds and mist, and the surrounding scene gradually collapsed as before. As the scene changed, Bai Lan saw system. The surroundings returned to their stone wall, maze appearance. The young man in red in front of him was leaning against the stone wall and had already fallen into a deep sleep. Hey, mission accomplished, hey. I got a pay raise, I'm the strongest system, Host, I'll take you flying? Ah. She had originally hoped that the system would help her after she entered the illusion. Okay. She came out of the illusion safely, but the system itself entered the illusion. Even indulge in the joy of completing the task and cannot extricate oneself. It is worthy of being the illusion of Qingyuan's Sect's law enforcement hall, a creation of immortal cultivators, where even intelligent machines can be tricked into it. Should we say that the system's desire to complete tasks and get promotion and salary increase is too strong? Or should we condemn the system for having too bad a character? The young man in red was still grinning foolishly. Bai Lan gritted his teeth, pinched the system's face with both hands, and sent him a message through gritted teeth. Wake up! Hey, my face hurts, The system opened its eyes in a daze. Host, aren't you doing a mission? Where are you? Wait, that's not right, illusion. Host you. The system was a little confused. Bai Lan shook his head and did not answer. He just stood up slowly and glanced at the surrounding scene with a serious expression. You just entered the illusion. The system froze. In this way, the person who set up the formation will definitely notice that another consciousness has also entered the illusion. Your existence has been exposed. Bai Lan said in a deep voice. I will reload the save file. This time, don't follow me when you enter the Void Stone. I will break out of the illusion alone. The system also reacted. He is an intelligent machine with autonomous consciousness. In other words, he is a being that can think and have independent emotions. He is an individual. He was also affected by the illusion and entered the illusion, so the existence of the system was noticed by the people in the law enforcement hall. Sure enough, the next moment, the surrounding stone walls collapsed, and two figures flew from the sky on swords. The middle-aged man in the lead had a solemn expression, and the pressure from the Jindan stage swept over, and Bai Lan almost couldn't stand. Who are you, and why did you break into the place where disciples of my Qingyuan Sect's law enforcement hall are undergoing trials? Why don't you show yourself and tell us your intentions? The deep voice carried a strong sense of oppression. She just knew it. Discovered. The system is a system that even Long Aotian's grandfather cannot detect. It would be fine if it is not discovered, but if it is discovered, there will be trouble. In the world of cultivation, if you cannot detect the other party's cultivation strength, then the other party is most likely a strong person who is stronger than you. But the system is just an intelligent machine that can only make noises. How could she explain it? She couldn't explain it clearly. Bai Lan decisively clicked the load button. Time goes back to when Bai Lan first stepped into the law enforcement hall. Bai Lan looked at the familiar scene in front of her. Everything returned to calm, and she breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging a glance with the system, both of them nodded. She now realizes that it is better to rely on herself than on the system. She had already gone through the illusion once, so it would be no problem for her to go through it again. The illusion trial of the law enforcement hall, the first level test perseverance, and the second level test character. If you gradually lose yourself in the endless maze, you have failed the first level. Only those who can find the flaw can break out of the endless illusion. In the second level, the illusion will inspire the things that people desire most in their hearts, trying to keep you in the depths of the illusion forever. A deceased relative, a beloved partner, or perhaps the thing you desire most in the depths of your heart. Once these things appear in front of them, it is difficult for people with unstable minds to have the courage to shatter this dream with their own hands. With the experience from the previous week, Bai Lan became much more familiar with the illusion after entering it again. Breaking the stone wall and defeating his inner demons, Bai Lan saw the same two illusions again. This time, he quickly passed them in just 5 minutes. Hiss, am I dazzled? The middle-aged man holding the teacup was stunned. It took him a whole stick of incense to pass through these two illusions, but he had already become the only genius in hundreds of years. The Foundation establishment stage youth at the side also had a look of surprise in his eyes. Then he touched his chin and said with a smile, Master is already 173 years old this year. It is understandable that he has blurred vision. Don't be sad. Get lost. Stop trying to make up stories about me in a roundabout way. You have no respect for your parents. Bring that little girl here. I want to take a good look at her. The middle-aged man put down the teacup in his hand, with a hint of smile in his tone. Yes, Master, I said that this little girl is not simple. She has excellent comprehension and is a good seedling. I hope your trip here is not in vain. A cunning look flashed in the young man's eyes, and his tone sounded as if he was seeking credit. Chapter 39 Firewall? So what? That little girl is just a menial disciple, and it's obvious that her aptitude is not that good. The old man snorted. The young man smiled but said nothing. In the entire Qingyuan sect, the one who cares least about the spiritual roots and qualifications of his disciples is probably the master. Deep down, I was obviously happy that I had met a good candidate, but I insisted on pretending. Bai Lan broke the illusion and began to review the accident with the system. Host, do you think I should install a firewall or something? The system began to doubt its life. He is the system. That is why the system is confused by the illusion of the world of immortal cultivation. It's over. The host must have begun to doubt his business ability. Bai Lan shook his head. The firewall won't make you smarter, don't waste your time. System. A system broke quietly. After staying there for a while, he saw a senior uncle in the Foundation building stage walking out of the hall. It was the Foundation establishment cultivator who presided over her battle with Long Aotian today. Junior apprentice brother has a good character. When he was competing on the stage today, he showed an understanding that far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. The man smiled and looked at Bai Lan with deep admiration in his eyes. You retreated to advance. In just a few dozen rounds, you learned your opponent's moves and turned the tide of the battle. If I'm not mistaken, you used 5 kinds of spiritual power to cast spells and fight at the same time in that duel. Isn't it? She read the file over and over again, and watched Long Aotian swordsmanship over and over again dozens of times. Even if your brain isn't very good, if the same set of moves is played dozens of times in front of you, you will be able to learn a few moves by imitating them. Uncle Master, you are overpraising me. I did use 5 different types of magic at the same time in the battle, but those were only low-level magic, not worth mentioning. The young man smiled and said, many 5 spiritual root cultivators feel sorry for themselves because of the reputation of having useless spiritual roots. You're different from them, isn't it? What she wants is the 5 spiritual roots. So, the generous gift that Uncle Master mentioned before. Bai Lan was not confused by the young man's continuous flattery and lost his mind. He went straight to the point without any ambiguity. Unexpectedly, Bai Lan was so direct. The young man shook his head and laughed. You are quite straightforward. You will get the benefits naturally. Just follow me. After the young man finished speaking, he turned around with his hands behind his back and led Bai Lan inside. My name is Ji Feng. You can call me Uncle Ji. The young man said with a smile. Ji Feng? The story of Long Aotian flashed through Bai Lan's mind, and he quickly located a part of the story by following Ji Feng's name. Perhaps it is standard for the protagonist to be born with a rebellious nature. If he doesn't experience becoming an enemy of the world and being hunted down all over the world, he doesn't deserve to be called the protagonist. Both Long Aotian and Bai Ling had an experience of rebelling against Qingyuan sect in their later years. In Long Aotian's script, after he rebelled against the Qingyuan sect and was put on a wanted order, a swordsman from the Qingyuan sect chased him all over the world with the wanted order. That person's name is Monsoon. Bai Lan's eyes lit up instantly. From the protagonist's perspective, the villain is the one who opposes the protagonist. But if you stand on the villain's side and oppose the protagonist, then aren't they allies? As long as you have a grudge against Long Aotian, then we are good friends. While Bai Lan was thinking, he had already followed Ji Feng to the top of the attic. Master, the person has been brought here. Bai Lan raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man sitting at the top drinking tea. He has white hair and black clothes, looks dignified and full of righteousness. Is this person the Jindan stage cultivator who discovered the system's traces in the previous round? Bai Lan's eyes flashed. This is the current head of the law enforcement hall, Ling Xiaojinren. Ji Feng introduced to Bai Lan. Bai Lan bowed and saluted, Master Ling Xiao. No need to be so polite. Ling Xiaojinren smiled and waved his hand. Although you are a menial disciple, you have been in the sect for several months. You should know what the law enforcement hall means. Law enforcement hall equals Qingyuan sect's internal police station. She has seen through it. Do you have any intention to join the law enforcement hall? Ling Xiaojinren asked casually. Bai Lan was silent for a moment, then nodded. But the law enforcement hall is not a place where you can join just by passing through 2 illusions. If there are any test requirements, please tell me directly. The girl looked serious. Master Ling Xiao and Ji Feng looked at each other, were stunned for a moment, and suddenly smiled heartily. In that case, I will speak frankly. The disciples of the law enforcement hall are all engaged in fighting and killing. Most of the time, they must be prepared to kill cultivators of the same level alone, or even cross levels to kill cultivators with higher cultivation than themselves. Ling Xiao said solemnly. So the conditions for joining the law enforcement hall are very simple. You have passed the first test. The second test is to kill a foundation establishment demon cultivator alone with your chi refining stage cultivation. Bai Lan's eyes suddenly focused. Ah, are you guys in the law enforcement hall playing such a big game? Your assessment goal is to kill a chi refining stage cultivator across levels. The two illusions just now were just appetizers. According to this standard, the strength of the disciples who have reached the law enforcement hall is beyond compare. How about it? Do you have the courage to give it a try? Ling Xiao Jinren said with a smile. Life and death are determined by fate, and opportunities are in the hands of God. If you are timid in your heart, don't make it difficult for yourself. Just follow your heart. If I were timid, I would not have come to the law enforcement hall to keep the appointment. Bai Lan chuckled. Before building the foundation, I will definitely bring the head of a demon cultivator in the foundation building stage to see you. Good. Master Ling Xiao clapped his hands and laughed. With a wave of his long sleeves, 3 wooden boxes appeared in front of Bai Lan. As a gift for you to break through the illusion array, you can take anything from these 3 wooden boxes. Ling Xiao looked at Bai Lan with a smile. Bai Lan was cheered up. Here it comes. The much-loved part of receiving rewards for completing levels. Under normal circumstances, this is the time to gamble on your luck. The children of destiny are usually favored by the rules of heaven, and even in this situation of choosing 1 out of 3, most of them can choose the best reward. It's hard to say about others. Although Bai Lan has no luck, she has a golden finger. She could simply choose all 3 boxes, then reload the game and pick out the one that suits her best. Archive decisively. Then he took the first wooden box and opened it to take a look. It is a book of magical powers with thunderous force and top-grade earth grade, and it seems to be one of Long Aotian skills. Bai Lan shook his head slightly and reloaded the file. The second wooden box contained a top-grade foundation building pill. For a cultivator in the chi refining stage, this pill is indeed a rare and precious item that is worth 10,000 spirit stones. A top-quality foundation building pill is even more priceless. However, compared to choosing this foundation building pill at this time, Bai Lan would rather learn the art of alchemy on his own. By then, after refining 100 or so of them, the foundation establishment pill can be eaten like boiled eggs. This reward is not worth it. Shaking his head again, Bai Lan decisively reloaded the game, and his eyes finally turned to the third wooden box. The book inside still contained a magical power called Qing Long Spear Technique. It turned out to be a gun technique. Bai Lan looked a little surprised. Wasn't there an unused spear in her storage bag? The soul-breaking spear can grow by being bathed in blood. The more battles it experiences, the stronger its power will be. Bai Lan was worried that she didn't have the right magical power to use it. Among weapons such as guns, swords, bows, and knives, the gun was the one she was least familiar with. Because of this, Bai Lan wanted to try to learn it. Chapter 40 all. Only by facing challenges head-on and going against the will of heaven can you overcome all calamities and ascend to heaven. The child of destiny is favored by heaven, but she chooses to go against heaven. Master, I choose the third wooden box. Reloading the game again, Bai Lan decisively chose the Azure Dragon Spear technique, the Earth-level magical power. So decisive? Ji Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Aren't you afraid that it's empty? Master Ling Xiao and Uncle Ji are both good people who keep their promises. Since they promised to give me generous gifts, they will certainly not fool me. Bai Lan praised both of them. Ji Feng shook his head and chuckled, sharp-toned. Ling Xiao nodded, looking proud. Well, you are right. I am the kind person who keeps his promises. Little girl speaks much better than your uncle. Ji Feng, who was being dragged down for no apparent reason, said, Master, do you want to listen to what you are saying? I am still here. I know you are here. What are you yelling about? Humph, little girl, I am happy today. I will give you all 3 wooden boxes. You don't have to worry about what to choose. Ling Xiao said as he waved his long sleeves, and the 3 wooden boxes fell into Bai Lan's hands one after another. Looking down at the 3 neatly arranged wooden boxes in his hands, Bai Lan's brain froze for a moment. So, that's it? All given to her? Why did she waste her brain cells, just now, reloading the game over and over again to consider her choice. Thank you, Immortal. You are truly the best Jinan Immortal in the Qingyuan sect. Bai Lan smiled and decisively gave out a good guy card. Of course, she would be happy to have them all. Bai Lan walked out of the law enforcement hall carrying the 3 wooden boxes, feeling relaxed and happy, and felt that this trip was well worthwhile. After having a fight with Long Aotian, she was noticed by the HR of the law enforcement hall. Although the entry requirements are somewhat harsh, it is not impossible to complete. I'll go find a Lucky Foundation establishment stage demon cultivator to borrow his brain from. Just because of the value of the 3 wooden boxes in his hand, Bai Lan's favorability towards Master Ling Xiao has reached its maximum. Rich, generous. Is it the type in the game where you will lose spirit stones crazily if you gain too much favor? Master brother, please stay. Ji Feng's voice came from behind. Bai Lan turned around. Master, is there something wrong? Ji Feng raised his eyebrows. It's not a big deal. I just want to ask my nephew for a small favor. Uncle Master, please feel free to speak. I am all ears. With the coldest expression and the most polite words, Ji Feng smiled and took out a map. Junior brother, you know that in half a month, the Nineteen Secret Realm will be opened. Ji Feng raised the map in his hand. Only Qi refining disciples can enter this secret realm. It is full of dangers, but also many opportunities. It was rumored that someone had obtained the supreme inheritance in it. It is still unknown whether it is true or not. Bai Lan's expression froze. Of course, she knew this secret realm, and was even very familiar with it. There is a saying, when Long Aotian entered the secret realm, all his teammates died, and all his concubines survived. There is more to say. When Bai Ling enters the secret realm, there will be dangers everywhere, but also opportunities. All the dangers are for her teammates, and all the opportunities are for Bai Ling. There is also a certain chance of randomly triggering a self-sacrifice to save others event, such as the female supporting role blocking the knife for Bai Ling, the concubine in the harem blocking the knife for Long Aotian, and so on. In the Nineteen Secret Realm, Bai Ling and Long Aotian both gain many opportunities. So, naturally, she had to go. But she certainly couldn't reveal her intentions directly, so she had to listen to what Ji Feng wanted to do first. So, Master wants... Uncle Master, the herb I need can only be found in the ancient secret realm. If you're interested in this secret realm, we can do business. Is this what Uncle Master said, a small matter, a small favor? Bai Lan said slowly. This ancient secret realm is so dangerous and terrifying, countless disciples of the sect have died there in the past years. My nephew is only at the 3rd level of Qi refining now. How dare he take the risk? This old fox Ji Feng is really dishonest. He just said it was a secret place, but didn't specify how dangerous it was, in order to trick her into taking the risk. Junior uncle, you have defeated the inner sect genius with the guise of a menial servant of the outer sect. How can you be an ordinary person? Uncle Master believes in you. Ji Feng patted Bai Lan's shoulder, looking like a good uncle in the world of cultivation. Long Aotian is just a small fry at the 4th level of Qi refining. He is nothing to be afraid of. But more than half of the people who went to the Nineteen Secret Realm together are cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining. Bai Lan didn't believe him. Long Aotian, who was far away in the inner peak, sneezed 3 times in a row. Ji Feng continued to deceive. Hey, that's wrong. Using the cultivation of the early stage of Qi refining to defeat the late stage of Qi refining is also a kind of cross-level killing. Before taking the head of the Foundation establishment demon cultivator, Junior brother, you can use this to practice first. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just it's still a little bit lacking. Bai Lan made a gesture. Ji Feng. Tisk, I thought my nephew was a kind-hearted and helpful person, but I never thought he was the kind of person who would not do anything without a profit. I thought my uncle was a kind and generous uncle, but I never imagined that he was such a cruel person who wanted to get something for nothing. Bai Lan, look that fool. Ji Feng snorted softly. Of course there will be benefits. As long as you find the spiritual herbs, I will not treat you unfairly. This little girl is really... At first on the fighting stage, when Long Aotian said that he would use spirit stones to bet on the fight, the little girl's eyes lit up. Later, when she was exploring the maze, it was when she heard the word generous gift that she became motivated. If you find that spiritual herb and eventually refine the elixir, your uncle can give you one. Ji Feng explained the benefits to Bai Lan. Pills made from ancient spiritual herbs? It must be good stuff. Bai Lan not that they see do. Ji Feng handed over the map in his hand. This is a simple map drawn by disciples from memory when they entered the Nine secret realm in previous years. You can accept it, nephew. The location of the spiritual herbs has been marked on it. Bai Lan took the map, took a quick look at it, and nodded. Uncle Master, don't worry, I will try my best to find it. Come back alive. If you die in the secret realm, you won't be able to make the Ding Yen pill. Bai Lan's face froze. Ding Yen done? You want to refine the Ding Yen pill? Ji Feng was puzzled. Is there any problem? She thought it was some ancient elixir recipe that could enhance one's cultivation and break through a certain realm or strengthen one's qi and blood. Is love just a beauty pill? The kind of pill that has no other use except beautifying and preserving one's appearance? In the world of cultivation, people with high levels of cultivation do not have appearance anxiety because cultivation makes people beautiful. People with low cultivation levels don't need to worry about their appearance, because before worrying about their appearance, they should first worry about how long they can live in the world of cultivation. Therefore, instead of wasting time on taking pills, it is better to practice and reach the stage of forming pills as soon as possible. Then you can stay young forever without taking pills. That's not right. Even though the Ding Yen pill is useless to me, it doesn't mean that others don't like it. A pill that can keep you young forever should be worth a lot of spirit stones. So, Uncle Master, do you have the recipe for Ding Yen pill? Comparing the two, fish and fishing net, she prefers fishing net. Chapter 41, A Divine Man Appears. Of course there is. Yifeng nodded. Bai Lan nodded in understanding and started to think secretly in his mind. The value of the pill formula is obviously much higher than the value of a pill. If you want to get the pill formula from Ji Feng, you have to think of a way. Ji Feng looked at Bai Lan's eyes full of deep thought and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. Although I know that the errand boy in front of me is not considered a thief, but he always had a bad feeling. He felt that once someone was targeting him, the other party would try every means to get the recipe from him. TSK. Host, do you really plan to go to the Nine's secret realm? The system floated out from the Void Stone. Bai Lan nodded. Of course, Long Aotian and Bai Ling are going. So how can I fall behind? In other words, she must take the initiative and seize the opportunity. I must not let Long Aotian or Bai Ling get those opportunities first. If I let them become powerful, I will be the first to die in the future. Snort! A familiar humming sound suddenly came from behind, but this time Nan Xinji did not pat Bai Lan's shoulder again. After being traumatized by Bai Lan's shoulder throw last time, she changed her mode of greeting Bai Lan to verbal communication. You win this time. 100 spirit stones. Keep them. Bai Lan turned around with a smile and said, Congratulations. It seems that Uncle Nan has successfully become the Sect Master's disciple. Congratulations, congratulations. Nan Xinji looked strange. She thought her request would be rejected by the Master, but she didn't expect. You've expected it a long time ago. Why? Nan Xinji lowered his voice. Bai Lan also lowered his voice. To be honest, I can tell fortunes. Then can you calculate when I can build my foundation? Bai Lan nodded, slightly closed his eyes, counted with his fingers, and spoke softly after a long while. I counted with my fingers. You will build your foundation when your cultivation reaches the great perfection of qi refining. Nan Xinji. This is common knowledge in the world of cultivation, okay? Everyone knows that after reaching the great perfection of the qi refining stage, one must build a foundation. Do I need you to tell me this? Because you asked. Forget it. I shouldn't have talked about this with you. Nan Xinji said mysteriously. Do you know that a genius appeared among the outer sect's errand disciples today? That man, a mere errand disciple, defeated an inner sect disciple in just a few dozen rounds. He was unscathed after the fight, not even a hair messed up. Rumors spread like wildfire. There are even rumors that the errand disciple has been spotted by an inner sect elder and has become an inner sect disciple. Bai Lan. So what? So where is the inner sect elder who took a fancy to her? She wanted to jump into the inner sect. After all, the inner sect disciples had higher salaries. If there is a chance, I really want to see your skills. Nan Xinji looked expectant. Bai Lan's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, she is really amazing. Actually, I came here to say goodbye to you today. Nan Xinji sighed slightly and then got to the point. I'm going to the Nine's secret realm, which is an extremely dangerous cave. In previous years, most of the qi refining disciples who went there were killed or injured. Bai Lan Pauset? If I die in the secret realm, it is my fate. Please keep this letter. If I really cannot come out after half a month, You should give it to my father and mother as a suicide note. Nan Xinji looked depressed. Okay. Bai Lan nodded and took the letter, but I will go to the Nine Ean's secret realm as well. Nan Xinji pulled the letter back. You're going too? Why did you agree to it just now? What if you die too? My suicide note will be in vain, because I'm confident that I will get out alive. Bai Lan Chukui. Nan Xinji. She stuffed the suicide note into her arms and snorted coldly. I will naturally come out alive, Humph. So why did you go and fight with Bai Ling again? Nan Xinji's face froze, and it was obvious that her thoughts had been guessed. If Bai Ling wants to go, I must go too, otherwise it would seem that I am afraid of her. Besides, opportunities are sought in danger, so it is reasonable to try one's luck. With the help of Master Qing Xian, who gave all his resources, Bai Ling's cultivation level increased dramatically. It has been less than 3 months since he started practicing, and he has already reached the middle stage of qi refining. Forget it, as long as you are happy. Bai Lan waved his hand. Since you don't need me to send a suicide note, then forget it. See you later. It would be time to enter the secret realm in half a month, so Bai Lan would naturally not waste this time. She wants to practice in seclusion. Now that she had plenty of spirit stones, it would not be a bad idea for her to use half a month to raise her cultivation to the 4th level of qi refining. Everyone in the world thinks that people with 5 spiritual roots are useless, but it's because the spiritual energy required for a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots to advance and break through is too huge. With 1 more spiritual root, they need to absorb more spiritual energy. Therefore, many cultivators with 5 spiritual roots were unable to break through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage throughout their entire lives, and their lifespans came to an end. After all, none of them was like Bai Lan, who cracked spirit stones like candy beans. There was a small pile of spirit stones in front of her. Bai Lan, who was meditating, could feel an endless stream of spiritual energy flowing into her body. Is this what it feels like to spend money? Knocking dozens of spirit stones a day can really speed up your cultivation, although these spirit stones also flow like running water. But it is worth it. Time is precious. If she has enough spirit stones on hand, she doesn't mind using them to shorten the time of cultivation. You have to at least break through to the 4th level of qi refining. After entering the middle stage of qi refining, it will be safer to enter the 9 Ean's secret realm. By then, when fighting, she will be able to use intermediate level magic. Time flies. The story of the menial disciple defeating the inner Sect disciple half a month ago was widely reported, but after the fight, the protagonist of the incident disappeared without a trace. Now that he appeared in the public eye again, Bai Lan instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. It's not because of the impressive record half a month ago, but among the all-white disciples' uniforms, the young Bai Lan in a gray robe really caught people's attention. The menial disciples of Qingyuan's sect wear gray clothes, the outer disciples wear white clothes, and the inner disciples wear blue clothes. The patterns on their clothes are different, which also symbolizes their status. But among the disciples who are going to the Join's secret realm this time, they're white and blue, but only a trace of gray. Among the menial disciples, only Bai Lan came. The disciples around were all talking about it. It's not that I look down on menial disciples. I also started out as a menial disciple. But wouldn't it be too dangerous for me to venture into the secret realm with my qi refining level for cultivation? No matter what other people do. She looks familiar. I remember now. She is the one who defeated inner Sect disciple Long Aotian on the fighting stage half a month ago. Bai Lan, who was standing in the corner with her eyes closed, sighed secretly. She didn't need to open her eyes to know that many people were looking at her vaguely. I should have worn white clothes when I came here earlier. Anyway, there is no rule in Qingyuan's sect that requires wearing school uniforms. Chapter 42, he still couldn't forget his Hashihado. I didn't expect that you would go to the Join's secret realm. I remember everything that happened before. Humph, Bai Lan, I remember your name. Sooner or later, I will make you regret what you did before. A fierce voice with a bit of gritted teeth came. There is no doubt that this tone and this tune belong to Long Aotian. Are you referring to the time when I broke off the engagement with you? Or the time when I watched you get beaten up by a crowd of people? Bai Lan raised his head nonchalantly and told Long Aotian all the embarrassing things that happened to him. Or the time when I defeated you on the fighting stage that day. Suddenly, a few muffled laughs with a hint of mockery were heard from all around. He originally wanted to make harsh words, but he didn't expect Bai Lan to directly reveal his dark history in public. Long Aotian's face looked extremely bad. According to the original plot, Long Aotian should have been on the rise after entering the sect, but ever since he met Bai Lan, he seems to have been frustrated. In this way, Bai Lan has become his number one enemy in his mind. It would be fine if Bai Lan was eliminated, but if he can't get rid of her, Bai Lan's shadow will become the biggest demon in his life. Junior brother Bai, you are too disrespectful. Senior brother Long is an inner sect disciple, and his master is Jinren Changle. According to seniority, you should call him uncle. How can you be so aggressive and rude? Another familiar voice came, and the person who came was Bai Ling. Bai Lan had figured it out. As long as she and Bai Ling were in the same place, she would definitely say something to her. For example, now, will you die if you don't chase me? Bai Lan was speechless. Bai Ling was speechless. I am just stating the facts. Will you die if you don't chase me and state the facts? Bai Lan looked indifferent and glanced at Long Aotian in the distance. What's more, the uncle who was beaten by his nephew on the fighting stage without any ability to fight back has no right to talk about seniority in front of me. Long Aotian, who had already walked far away, was whipped again. Ha, Howell said. It's rare to see an uncle being beaten by his nephew without any ability to fight back. I heard his voice before I saw him. I turned around and saw that the person was Ji Feng. But to Long Aotian, Ji Feng's hearty laughter sounded like naked contempt and ridicule. She is better than me, but it's only temporary. Things change over time. Don't look down on the young and poor, Long Aotian said, gritting his teeth. Bai Lan held his forehead with his hand. He still couldn't forget his hometown. Junior brother Bai, don't forget the important things your uncle told you. Ji Feng paused as he walked past Bai Lan and reminded him. Bai Lan nodded. Uncle Master, please be at ease. Ji Feng then smiled, walked to the front of the crowd, stood still, raised his hand, and made a gesture to keep quiet. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary foundation building stage, but the black jade pendant on the waist of this Uncle Master belongs to someone from the law enforcement hall. Everyone gradually quieted down. Everyone, the Nining Secret Realm, is located on the Baiming coast north of Wuyan Province. Even if you are escorted all the way by a Jindan stage elder, it will take several days to arrive. The Secret Realm lasts for 1 month, and you cannot leave the Secret Realm early during this period. If you have urgent matters, you can leave now. Ji Feng looked at everyone and spoke loudly. There were a few traces of spiritual power fluctuations in his voice, which were clearly heard by everyone present. Apart from the cultivators from the Qingyuan sect, the other people who went to the Secret Realm together were from the Huan sect, which was on good terms with the Qingyuan sect. Let me be frank with you. The Qingyuan sect is indeed on good terms with the Huan sect, but behind the scenes, Ji Feng coughed lightly and paused. The Qi refining disciples present looked at each other in confusion, with some nervous expressions. If a female cultivator from the He Huan sect has a bad temper and wants to kill you over a disagreement, remember to save your life first. If you die in the Secret Realm without any evidence, you will have no way to seek redress. Ji Feng said, shaking the folding fan in his hand, and sneered. Uncle Master, I am just a small foundation-building cultivator. I don't have the ability to penetrate the Secret Realm to save you. Everyone was confused. Bai Lan fell into deep thought. The situation in the world of cultivation is complicated. If we talk about the Taoist traditions, the majority are Taoists. In addition, there are also Buddhists, ghosts, demons, and so on. In terms of power, there are the Qingyuan sect, Huan sect, Jinchi sect, Liwa sect, Xiaoyao sect, etc., and below there are the 4 major families in the cultivation world, such as the Jin, Li, Qiu, and Lu families. In addition, there are also forces such as Wanbao Tower and Tianji Pavilion. If we talk about good and evil, there is a difference between righteous cultivators and evil cultivators. All of these were too complicated. Bai Lan even saw a 3-finger-thick volume in the sect's library titled The Relationships Between the Major Sects and Families in the Cultivation World. A relationship map sandwiched between the book was 3 meters wide. So Bai Lan decisively gave up reading and just let the system take a photo and record it so that he could check it again later when needed. But even if she didn't understand these things deeply, she knew that people's hearts are hidden. These sects and family forces seem to be living in harmony, but only the sect leaders know whether they are sincere or not. So what Ji Feng meant by what he said just now was that they should be on guard against the people of the Huan sect. Okay, that's all I have to say. Once you enter the Secret Realm, life and death are determined by fate. Everything is up to you. After Ji Feng finished speaking, he turned around and bowed to Ling Xiaojinren, who had arrived late behind him. Master, everyone is here. Master Ling Xiao nodded. The one who escorted everyone to the secret realm was Ling Xiaozhenren. Hundreds of disciples present boarded the Sect's public flying boat to the North Ming Sea. The journey was smooth and risk-free until they reached the so-called North Sea coast, when Bai Lan finally felt refreshed. What a vast ocean, but the water in it is black. The endless Black Sea, along with the adjacent sky, also added a bit of gray color, and a feeling of depression and darkness surged into my heart. But in that grayness, the sudden appearance of a touch of red was very eye-catching. A graceful figure slowly walked over, followed by a group of women in purple, all of whom were disciples of the Hehuan sect. I didn't expect that the person coming this time would be fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. If I had known it was you, I would have dressed up and come back to see you. The woman had a charming posture, and her tone was even more gentle. She was wearing a red dress, which made her look even more beautiful in the gray-toned Blackwater River. Ling Xiao just snored softly. Put away your charm, old ghost from the Hehuan sect, and don't try to play tricks on me. I won't fall for it. The red-dressed woman smiled lightly. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, why should you be angry? I am just using charm to greet you. This is the old rule of the Hehuan sect. The woman's expression remained unchanged. She smiled and said something scolding. The red in her pupils gradually faded and turned black. Good job. Bai Lan looked away, thinking that the person opposite was just a charming older sister who spoke provocatively, but he didn't expect that she was secretly using her charm to cause trouble. In other words, Ling Xiao had a high level of cultivation and was able to see the flaw. If it were Bai Lan, he would have fallen into the trap long ago. Host. This is one of Long Aotian's future concubines, Master Hong Xiao. The system suddenly became alert and screamed in Bai Lan's mind. Bai Lan paused and looked at Long Aotian standing beside him. The other person was indeed staring at the woman in red motionlessly, and it was obvious that he liked her. TSK. Chapter 43. Go forward and charge the system. Okay, now that the people from the Hehuan sect have arrived, let's not waste time. Open the secret realm and let these little brats in to have a try. Ling Zhao's expression straightened up. He flew forward and took out half of a jade bead that was shining with spiritual light. The charm failed, and Hong Xiao lost interest in flirting. Her demeanor returned to normal, even appearing a bit cold compared to her previous charming look. Of course, brother Ling Xiao invites you. This is her true appearance, right? The charming big sister in red and that gentle look are all fake. It's just a trick to lure you into a trap with her charm. Once her purpose is gone, she no longer has the heart to pretend. Okay. Everyone in your cultivation world is an Oscar winner by Lan's side. After the two Jindan cultivators merged the jade beads in their hands into one and injected spiritual energy into them, the originally calm sea surface suddenly began to show ripples. After a fluctuation of spiritual power, the scene hidden in the illusion also emerged, and a dark vortex appeared. This formation will only last for a quarter of an hour. Enter the secret realm quickly. After a month, when the disciple token lights up, it will be time to leave the secret realm. I will still only wait for you for a quarter of an hour. Don't miss the time to come out, otherwise you will have to stay in this secret realm for a whole year. Everyone answered yes, and the monks from the two sects jumped into the vortex one after another like dumplings. Wow, host, why is the entrance to this secret realm a vortex? I have gigantic fear. The system's voice trembled, and it grabbed Bai Lan's sleeve and tried to retreat. Bai Lan was speechless. He grabbed the system by the collar and threw it down. It was clean, neat, and without hesitation, and the only sound left in the air was the system's extremely broken scream. Of course, because the underlying system code was modified to make the sound audible only to Bai Lan, his screams were only audible to Bai Lan. First it was fear of heights, then fear of giants. If she knew how to program, she would have changed the underlying code of the small system sooner or later. Change it to a system of rushing forward courageously. After saving the game first, Bai Lan jumped into the vortex without hesitation. A dark void flashed before my eyes, and my head felt dizzy for a moment. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a light in front of me. Raising his hands to cover his eyes, Bai Lan frowned and adjusted for a while. Why is it you? A familiar voice sounded from beside him, and there was a hint of doubt and disgust in the woman's voice. Turning slightly, Bai Lan saw Bai Ling's familiar face and almost couldn't hold back. After entering the secret realm, you will be teleported randomly. So where you go and who you are teleported to all depends on luck. I must have not checked the almanac today. Why is my luck so bad that I bump into this woman? No, Considering it from another perspective, it can also be said to be good luck. His eyes lingered on the other person's slightly disgusted expression for a moment, and Bai Lan sneered. Without hesitation, he drew out the soul-severing spear from his hand and pointed it at Bai Ling. I have tolerated you for a long time. I didn't attack you in the Sect because I took into account the Sect rules, but this is a secret realm. It would be impolite if I didn't beat you up. This woman had been making trouble for her madly from the very beginning, even though she knew that the hatred of the Child of Destiny was already targeted at her. But it's really unpleasant to feel like you're being targeted everywhere. Bai Ling was stunned. You? What are you going to do? What are you doing? I'm going to beat you up. Bai Lan tightened the spear in his hand and stabbed straight at Bai Ling. The girl of destiny cannot be killed, but it will never hurt to give her a beating. Long Aotian is a good example. One beating is not enough? Then give me 2 beatings. Bai Ling didn't expect Bai Lan to attack her directly. She was frightened and subconsciously wanted to escape. My master is Master Qingxian, the master's junior brother. How dare you attack me? Do you want to live? Bai Ling shouted. Shout louder. I want to see if your beloved master will come to save you. It's okay. She will reload the game when Qingxian comes, so it's not a big problem. Let's beat her first this time. Otherwise her mind will be unstable. Taking small, mysterious steps, Bai Lan flashed in front of Bai Ling in a few steps and pointed the spear directly at her face. Seeing that she couldn't escape Bai Lan, Bai Ling's eyes turned fierce, and she took out a handful of talismans from her storage bag and threw them straight at Bai Lan. Every piece is of top quality. Bai Lan's expression paused. She originally just wanted to give him a light beating and then stop, but now it seems Bai Ling has so many spirit stones, it would seem unfair to Long Aotian if he didn't cheat her out of it. As a child of destiny, she can't just focus on Long Aotian's storage bag. After all, according to the rules of the Cultivation World, after killing the enemy, the storage bag becomes a trophy. Even though she couldn't kill the Child of Destiny, she couldn't give up the spoils. Save the game, hold the gun, and start dodging with small phantom steps. Bai Lan fought for a while, then gave up close combat and chose long-range attack. She hadn't practiced the Qing Long spear technique yet, so the soul-breaking spear wasn't working very well. After all, he is the direct disciple of Jin Danjinren. Even if Bai Ling is not good at fighting, his strength cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that the opponent has too many life-saving magic weapons on him, and the high-quality talismans that he keeps smashing around are enough to be intimidating. But Bai Lan is no pushover. Even Long Aotian can't withstand his save-file reloading technique, let alone Bai Ling. After dozens of rounds, the opponent finally couldn't hold on. Even if he had many treasures and boxes of talismans, he could not withstand such an attack. The talisman in her hand could not hit Bai Lan at all. She was like a fish, always able to dodge all the attacks that were about to fall. If you continue to smash it, all the talismans will be smashed. Not to mention that she couldn't beat Bai Lan. Even the next month-long journey to the secret realm would become extremely dangerous. After a while, Bai Ling said with red eyes, "Why do fellow disciples have to kill each other? If we continue to fight, we will consume too much energy. How are we going to survive in the Nineteen secret realm in the next month?" The sentence, "Why should fellow disciples kill each other?" was really ironic in Bai Ling's words. Anyone who is the enemy of the Son of Destiny, whether friend or foe, good or evil, will end up dead. There are many people in Qingyuan's sect who will die at the hands of Bai Ling in the future, including my original self, and even a luxurious gift package to wipe out my entire family. Bai Lan was brewing a ball of fire in his hand, and he chuckled and said, "I am not unreasonable, but if you want me to let you go, well, that's not enough." Bai Ling gritted her teeth. "How much do you want?" Bai Lan was obviously talking about spirit stones. Bai Ling already knew the other party's preferences very well. "Give me 2,000 spirit stones as a ceasefire fee." Bai Lan raised his chin. Bai Ling glared. "You are pushing it too far? Then let's continue fighting. Beating you down can also be a way to get spirit stones." Bai Lan samai salai. Bai Ling weighed the pros and cons, and finally gritted her teeth and agreed. "Just wait for me. Once you leave the secret realm, you will pay the price for what happened today." He made a harsh remark before leaving. Bai Lan just chuckled and shook his head. After leaving the secret realm, the only person she could rely on was Master Qingxian. But as long as the sect rules are still there and Master Qingxian cannot kill her, then there is no need to worry about those other insignificant little troubles. "Host, what did you just do?" The panning system came flying from a distance. After entering the vortex, the system, and she were teleported to different locations. After the system that sensed Bai Lan's position woke up, it naturally chose to rush in her direction as soon as possible. I just saw Bai Ling running away with injuries all over his body. Are you in any danger? System looked around nervously. Even the son of destiny has to flee in a hurry. Such a dangerous place must be a very dangerous place. It's better for the host not to wade into muddy waters. Seeing the system nervously looking around, Bai Lan shook his head helplessly. Her injuries were caused by me. There is no danger here, at least for now. The system was stunned. You hit Bai Ling? The image of the always proud daughter of destiny running away in panic flashed in my mind, and the system's CPU became a little hot. Why? Is it inappropriate? Bai Lan raised the storage bag in his hand. By the way, I'll give her 2,000 spirit stones. After we get out of the secret realm, we can go to the market to buy some new furniture. The system was instantly excited. Great. It's perfect, it's perfect. That bad woman always goes against the host. It's only right to beat her up. But host, I thought that with your style, you would directly take her storage bag. The system hesitated to speak. According to the host's past style, after beating her, he did not take all of her spoils, but only took 2,000 spirit stones. This was a little unlike her. Bai Lan weighed the storage bag in his hand. His expression darkened. The spiritual tools and magic weapons in Bai Ling's storage bag are 100% from the hands of Qing Xianjinren. There must be marks left by Qing Xian on them. If I really took her storage bag, I would definitely be targeted by Qing Xian. Oh, I see. The system understood. Bai Ling was holding a love story between a master and a disciple, and now was the time when she and Master Qing Xian were in love with each other. Therefore, it was reasonable to give Bai Ling a light beating and a small amount of spirit stones. Half a month was enough for Bai Ling to heal her injuries. After leaving the secret realm, the evidence would disappear, and she would have no choice but to suffer the loss in silence. Unlike Long Aotian, he got a useless cool script. Long Aotian's master, Changle Jinren, is a snobbish person. When Long Aotian had not achieved any results in his practice in the early stage, he was very dismissive of him and even allowed the younger generation in his family to bully him. In the later period, when Long Aotian's talents gradually emerged, Master Changle changed his previous indifferent attitude and became very attentive to him, even betrothing his only daughter to him. The main point is a contrast. But it's a pity. The appearance of Bai Lan completely strangled Long Aotian's talent in the cradle. The reputation of being beaten by the menial disciples on the fighting stage without being able to fight back almost pinned him on the pillar of shame and made him a laughingstock of the inner sect. Master Changle was extremely disappointed with this disciple, with only one spiritual root. So, Master Changle Jinren is dispensable to Long Aotian and will not provide him with any protection at all. Bai Lan beat him up and snatched his storage bag without worrying about attracting pressure from a Jin Danjinren. I have summarized that there are two great opportunities in the Nine secret realm. One is the soul technique obtained by Long Aotian. The other is the ancient alchemy inheritance obtained by Bai Ling. The system looked at Bai Lan. Where does the host plan to go first? Bai Lan searched carefully on the map Ji Feng gave her and said seriously, "Let's go get the alchemy inheritance first. This place is close to us. The most important thing is that Bai Ling and I were teleported to the same place. According to the luck of the child of destiny, she will most likely find the opportunity before me. Time is running out." The system was cheered up, but it's not a big problem. Let's let Bai Ling find the location of the opportunity first. We'll remember the location and then load the file. After loading the file, we can go straight to the location of the opportunity, which can save time to the greatest extent. Bai Lan Samai Salai. Rather than letting her work hard to find an opportunity and end up with nothing, it would be better to let Bai Ling find it herself, and she can reap the benefits. System. It's really worth giving you this cheat code for loading the game. Everyone looked at each other, nodded, and chased in the direction Bai Ling left. Bai Ling greeted Bai Lan's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart, then looked for a cave with a gloomy face and planned to go in to heal her wounds. Bai Lan attacked without mercy, and every move hit the sore spots. Although the injuries were not fatal, they were painful. But as soon as she entered the cave, the person she met made her cry for joy. "Senior brother Lu Qing, I actually met you here." Woo woo woo. Bai Ling ran into Lu Qing's arms. Lu Qing's eyes suddenly widened, and the sudden surprise almost made him dizzy. He patted Bai Ling on the back and stammered, "Junior sister, you wait? What happened to your injuries? Who hit you? Tell me, Senior brother. Bai Ling just cried and didn't say anything. Bai Lan, the culprit hiding in the dark, was silent for a moment. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow road. By the way, has Lu Qing given me the spirit stones for this month? When it comes to accounting, the system is obviously more reliable than Bai Lan. No. TSK, wait till I finish my business before I go to collect the debt. His gaze returned to the cave. Bai Ling was still crying, and Lu Qing was still trying frantically to comfort Bai Ling. Bai Lan, why are they still chatting? She should stop crying as soon as possible and look for an opportunity. She has no time to waste at her age. The system also agreed. That's right. Bai Ling cried for a long time before she looked up with red eyes. Yes, it was Bai Lan who beat me, wow. As soon as I entered the secret realm, she severely injured me without knowing the truth, wow. Bai Ling finished speaking and hurriedly added, Brother, please don't tell Master about this. I'm afraid Master will worry. Bai Lan secretly clicked his tongue. Tisk, I didn't hit her indiscriminately. The way she talks makes anyone want to punch her. Hearing the familiar name, Lu Qing's angry expression suddenly paused. You? Who said you hit you? It's Bai Lan, the outer sect servant disciple Bai Lan. Lu Qing? The name Bai Lan is like an alarm bell that appears every month, reminding Lu Qing all the time that he has not paid off this month's debt. Damn it, that's too much. Lu Qing spoke indignantly, but his tone was obviously much weaker. Bai Ling grabbed Lu Qing's sleeve with tears in her eyes. Brother, you are a master of the 5th level of qi refining, and Bai Lan's current cultivation is only the 4th level. Her spiritual roots are so poor, and her current cultivation must have been piled up with elixirs. She is definitely not your opponent. Can you teach her a lesson for me? Master Lu Qing fell silent. He taught Bai Lan a lesson? Familiar words, when put together, yet so far away. He wanted to teach him a lesson, but what happened in the Shawandishan Mountains that day was still vivid in his mind. How could he explain to his junior sister that the woman was a ruthless person who could fight against 3 qi refining cultivators alone? Okay, little junior sister, don't worry. If I meet her, I will definitely teach her a lesson for you. Lu Qing said the last 5 words feeling a little guilty. Chapter 45, Teach her a lesson? Bai Lan raised his eyebrows and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Teach her a lesson? That's good. She doesn't mind adding a few injuries to Lu Qing while collecting the debt. Wow. I knew that senior brother Lu is the best to me. Bai Ling's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Lu Qing with eyes full of gratitude. Lu Qing smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Hey, junior sister, please heal your wounds quickly. Senior brother will protect you. The 9-Een secret realm is unpredictable and complicated. You can't stay in one place for too long. Just as Bai Lan guessed, Bai Ling's luck was indeed against the will of heaven. She followed Bai Ling and lurked like this. At dusk on the 2nd day, Bai Ling accidentally found the place where the opportunity described in the plot was. There are pavilions, towers, and other buildings in the secret realm, and the place where the opportunity lies is an octagonal glazed tower built in the corner. Compared with other buildings with carved beams and painted rafters, this tower is indeed a bit unremarkable. But as luck would have it, Bai Ling still became interested in it and wanted to go in and take a look. Bai Lan knew that Bai Ling would receive the complete inheritance of an ancient alchemist here, and her attainments in the way of alchemy would also become the greatest help in her future practice. After recording the location, Bai Lan decisively loaded the save file and went back to the beginning of time. But this time, she didn't need to follow Bai Ling anymore. She could go straight to the place where the opportunity was. In just half a day, Bai Lan, who was on her way nonstop, followed her last memory and arrived in front of the octagonal glazed tower. At the same time, in another place, Bai Ling was crying to Lu Qing in the cave about her miserable experience. Artifact. System, I'm going to give you a task. Bai Lan turned his head to look at the system. The system was stunned. What task? I will go into the secret realm alone, and you go track down Long Aotian and tell me his situation in real time to ensure that another opportunity is not taken by someone else. Bai Lan patted the system on the shoulder. The system's eyes widened. I go alone. What else? If you don't want to go alone, I can pull the corpse out of the void stone and go with you. Bai Lan spread his hands helplessly. Autumn, who was lying in a coffin in the void stone, suddenly sneezed. The system scratched its head. Okay, I'll go, but don't ask that corpse puppet to follow me. I'm afraid. Bai Lan was most worried about whether there would be an illusion in the tower, based on her intuition. In the trials of the world of cultivation that test people, illusions appear very frequently. This little cutie, with no firewall installed in the system, will definitely be infected if he encounters an illusion. He is as naive as a kid who can be seduced away by a bad guy with a piece of candy. It would be more appropriate for her to go through such a difficult task as the illusion trial alone. It would be a burden if the system stayed with her. After sending away the reluctant system, Bai Lan took a deep breath and slowly walked forward to push open the tower door. This octagonal glazed tower looks very small from the outside, but once you go inside, you will realize how vast it is. Outside, there is a small gray tower, and inside there is actually a large hall. The moment Bai Lan stepped into the hall, the door behind him slowly closed. Fortunately, Bai Lan had just saved the file, so he was not panicked at all. He still looked around the scene in the hall calmly. "Who are you, and why do you dare to trespass here?" The old man's heavy and long voice seemed to come from far away. Generally speaking, people whose voices come with reverberation are all experts. Bai Lan was silent for a moment, then shook his head and laughed, and bowed in the direction where the voice came from. "Senior, there is no need to play tricks on me. Wasn't this secret realm created by you? Opening up the 9 secret realm for future generations to practice, isn't that what you wanted?" In fact, the old man knew from the beginning that there would be Qi refining disciples coming here for trials every year. What nonsense like, "Who are you, and why are you trespassing here?" is all said by the old man to enhance his own status and add reverberation to himself. The old skeleton man under the cliff also uses the same routine. Bai Lan is already very familiar with the routines of these 1,000-year-old antiques. The voice was exposed by Bai Lan and seemed a little embarrassed and fell into permanent silence. Since this secret realm is open to future generations for trials, the senior must have his own purpose. "You, and I might as well speak frankly." Bai Lan smiled slightly and went straight to the point. She is a person with a god's perspective and knows everything about the child of destiny. Bai Ling got the opportunity to enter this secret realm, so she naturally also knew the background of the old man in front of her. "Who are you? Have you been possessed by some old ghost? Tell me your name so that I can hear it." The old man spoke in a cold voice, no longer in a pretentious tone. Bai Lan held his forehead helplessly. Why do everyone think that she was possessed by someone else? "Senior, you will know if I was possessed by someone else." Bai Lan spread out his hands and said in a clear tone, "Besides, it doesn't matter whether I was possessed by someone else. What's important is that I came here to help you solve your problems." The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Pa, you want to help me solve my problems? You came here just for the opportunity." "Senior, you are joking. Who among the cultivators who come here doesn't come for opportunities? If it weren't for that illusory opportunity, no one would be stupid enough to come to such a dangerous place to die." "Humph." The old man snorted coldly. A figure slowly appeared in the magnificent hall. The old man walked up to Bai Lan with a cane, looked her up and down, and suddenly smiled. "You are really a special little kid. The technique you practice is the chaos yin-yang art, right? Senior, you are truly powerful. You can even recognize the martial arts that I practice." "Bai Lan Chukei." "Young man, aren't you afraid that I will take over your body?" The old man smiled maliciously and suddenly appeared behind Bai Lan, trying to scare her. Bai Lan remained calm. "Senior, you can try. Try her, and she will reload the save file. Don't panic, not at all." The old man wanted to see some other expressions on Bai Lan's calm face, but he never thought that she was not even afraid of being possessed. "It is true that I cannot possess your body." The old man looked indifferent, having lost interest in playing around. A cultivator can only possess another person's body once in his lifetime. What the old man meant was that he had once taken the initiative to possess someone's body and occupied that person's body for cultivation. Therefore, he no longer had the opportunity to seize the body of another person. But even so, he still failed to find the great way and eventually died here. Bai Lan's expression remained unchanged. There were so many cultivators who would do anything to achieve immortality. The old man in front of him was definitely not a good person, but his past had nothing to do with Bai Lan. But the opportunity of the old man in front of her is related to her. Who would resist the opportunity of spiritual stones? Chapter 46, Give Her a Gift. TSK. I haven't seen any young people practicing this technique for many years. The old man's eyes were sharp. You are right. This secret place was indeed created by me. I want to find a qualified young person to inherit my legacy after my death and fulfill my last wish. Don't worry, Senior. As long as you pass on the inheritance to me, I will definitely fulfill your wishes." The old man was speechless and tapped the ground with his cane. "I haven't told you what my last wish is yet." "Ahem. Please speak, senior." Because Bai Ling's storyline did not mention that Bai Ling finally fulfilled the old man's last wish, Bai Lan did not take it seriously at all. This last wish is probably just some small thing like taking care of his descendants. "Tell me, is there still a sect like the Qingyuan sect in the world of cultivation today?" The old man asked in a deep voice. Bai Lan's expression changed slightly. "Oh no, the direction of this will seems a little off." Bai Lan suddenly paused. She was silent for a long time before she slowly spoke. "Senior, you don't have a grudge against the Qingyuan sect, do you?" "No, I just have a grudge against someone in the Qingyuan sect. This person's Taoist name is Wuyin, and his cultivation is only in the early stage of Jindan." That's not right. "So many years have passed, his cultivation must have increased a lot." The old man murmured. Bai Lan was completely petrified. Hidden in the mist? Is this the Kirigakure in her memory? Not only has it increased a lot, it has also broken through to the nascent soul stage, and its status is even more honorable. "I was soft-hearted for a moment and saved his life when he was still a slave. I took him in as my follower, but I never thought that he was such a hypocritical villain. He pretended to be grateful on the surface, but secretly hated me so much that he killed my entire family after I died. After that, he pretended to be a victim to win the sympathy of my senior brother. Disgusting. So disgusting." The old man became unusually excited, and his eyes became sharp. "My Taoist partner, daughter, grandchildren, and hundreds of people in the Gongsun family all died at his hands. He had planned it all along. Ha. Ha 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 ha. I have done many evil things in my life. I am not a good person, and I have not done many good deeds. But I never thought that I would be soft-hearted for the first time in my life and meet that ungrateful person." Bai Lan was silent. She naturally had no way of knowing whether what the old man said was true or false, but it seemed that there was really no need for a Yuanying stage soul to lie to her. The Wuyin mentioned by the old man is the current Grand Elder of Qingyuan sect and the master of the sect masters Qinghe Jinren and Qingxian Jinren. Asking her to kill the sect's supreme elder? Isn't this a bit too difficult? This is as difficult as the journey to the west. Senior, the Jinan stage cultivator Wuyin you mentioned has been practicing diligently for many years after your death. His cultivation has now reached the Yuanying stage, and he is the Grand Elder of Qingyuan sect. Let's not talk about whether I have the ability to deal with him. If I attack the Grand Elder of Qingyuan sect, do you think Qingyuan sect, such a big sect in the world of cultivation, will just sit back and watch me?" Bai Lan said in a faint voice. The old man paused and frowned. "Ah, just him? Can he reach the nascent soul stage? Pa! Bai Lan! How could such an ungrateful and heartless bastard cultivate to the nascent soul stage?" The old man was almost biting his teeth. "Let's not talk about this for now. I also want to ask you, Senior, since you have a grudge against the Qingyuan sect's Grand Elder, why did your inheritance land fall into the hands of the Qingyuan sect and become a trial ground for Qi refining disciples?" Bai Lan discovered the highlight and couldn't help but speak. "When I was still alive, he was just a dog by my side. How could he be qualified to join the Qingyuan sect? In short, I only have a grudge against him, not Qingyuan sect. Besides, I'm already dead, so it doesn't matter where this secret realm ends up." The old man stroked his beard and said in a cold voice, "No matter whether Wuin's current cultivation level is Yuanying or Jindan, if you want to obtain my inheritance, there is only one condition. Go and kill Wuin." Well, it seems that he really wants to kill Kirigakure. It's understandable. After all, he was the murderer who killed his entire family. Bai Lan was silent for a while, lowering his head and falling into deep thought. Speaking of which, Wuyin is the supreme elder, and in terms of seniority, he is Bai Ling's great master. She has never seen Bai Ling in the plot attack Wuyin after inheriting this place. TSK, that's really unfair. How come it was so easy for the heroine to get the inheritance? She had to take on a hellish mission to get the inheritance. There was also an old man at the side looking at him with a look that showed no doubt at all. "Senior, aren't you afraid that my useless talent with 5 spiritual roots may prevent me from reaching the nascent soul stage in this lifetime?" Bai Lan shook his head helplessly. "What a joke! I can judge people very well, but you little girl have so many secrets." The old man snorted coldly. "If it was an ordinary kid, I would have to set up an illusion array and painstakingly set up a few test questions and mechanical puppets to test you, to see if you have the ability to inherit my legacy and kill Wuyin. But you A kid who doesn't even have a destiny. Your identity is not ordinary. Bai Lan raised his eyebrows. That is indeed very unusual. To people in the cultivation world, she should be considered an alien to some extent. There are three types of destiny: heavenly destiny, earthly destiny, and human destiny. But she was not a native of the world of cultivation, so her fate was not within the rules of this world from the very beginning. It is beyond the three realms and not within the five elements, so it is not right. In other words, as a time traveler, she is the only variable here. However, according to the routine of the cultivation world, if one wants to obtain the inheritance in the secret realm, one must accept the test of the inheritance master, go through untold hardships, and pass the test before one can get the so-called opportunity. So her current situation is, recommended for admission? Fortunately, she had turned off the system before entering here, for fear that there might be an illusion inside that would confuse him. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. I am indeed very talented and capable. You have a keen eye for talent and are truly an expert. Bai Lan said calmly. The old man's eye twitched. Why did he feel that this kid was praising himself in disguise while flattering him? Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I will fulfill your last wish. If I have enough strength one day, I will find a way to kill this person for you. After saying that, Bai Lan tactfully made a vow to his inner demons. After all, she only said that one day when she was strong enough, she would kill Kirigakure, but she didn't say at what level she would be considered strong enough. So, it will be in time to kill her after she breaks through to the divine transformation stage. The old man was not a fool. He obviously saw through Bai Lan's word game. He was not angry, but just shook his head. The youngster is cunning, but it doesn't matter. Wuyin is actually not difficult to deal with. Even if he is now a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, it cannot change the fact that he was once a dog by my side. There was a lot of sarcasm in his words. He hated that man so much. Host! The system's voice came from my mind. Bai Lan was in high spirits. How is it? Did you find Long Aotian? Found it. The system said, swallowing its saliva. And by the way, I also watched a big show. Long Aotian met a concubine, and the two of them were actually in the secret realm. The system began to hesitate. Bai Lan was speechless. Go ahead. They actually started to make love in the secret realm. The system sorted out the wording. Bai Lan? It's really fun. So, what about chance? Who wants to hear this? The most important thing is chance. Bai Lan's mind was full of Long Aotian's chance. Where did they go after they made love? The system chuckled and said, Don't worry, host. Long Aotian is still being affectionate with his harem. We have not yet found any opportunities there. The host can rest assured for now. The system will continue to monitor. That's good, protect yourself. Bai Lan advised. Aha! While Bai Lan was communicating with the system, he was also dealing with the old man's long and angry curse against Wuyin. What the senior said is very true, very true. In any case, after you kill Wuyin, you must tell him that this is the result of his evil deeds against the Gongsun family. While the two were talking, there was a rustling sound outside the hall. Junior sister, this tower looks ordinary. What's so good about it? Let's go somewhere else. It was Lu Qing's voice. Then, Bai Ling's voice came from outside. Brother, I want to go in and take a look. This secret realm is very dangerous. Let's not make things complicated. Senior brother will take you to pick some spiritual herbs. The 7-star grass used in the Foundation establishment pill is nearby. Brother, I want to go in and take a look. Besides, if I encounter danger, I still have you, my brother. Lu Qing was silent for a second, but still sighed. Okay, I'll accompany you in. Bai Lan raised his eyebrows as he listened to the conversation outside. The girl of destiny is here. Just like when Bai Ling discovered this secret place yesterday, thanks to luck, Bai Ling finally came here. But unfortunately, she was the first to get there. There was a fluctuation in the formation inside the hall, and after a moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the door of the hall. It turned out to be the 2 of them. Brother, look, there is indeed a different world in here, Bai Ling said excitedly. Lu Qing subconsciously glanced around the hall, but the moment he saw Bai Lan, he froze in place. Bai Lan stared at Bai Ling's figure, thought for a moment, his eyes flashed slightly, and a smile appeared in his eyes. She suddenly pointed at Bai Ling and looked at the old man beside her. Senior, do you know who she is? The old man was puzzled. Who is she? She is the disciple of Master Qingxian, and Qingxian is Wuyin's most valued disciple. So, in this way, she is Wuyin's great-granddaughter. Bai Lan said with a smile. The main purpose is to sow discord. The old man's eyes suddenly became sharp. Huh. You are the disciple of that old dog. Good at scolding. Bai Ling was still marveling at the wonderful cave in the previous second, and was attacked by curses for no reason in the next second. She frowned and looked up and saw Bai Lan standing with an old man in the distance, and it was the old man who had just insulted her. When he heard about the person related to Kirigakure, the old man's aura instantly turned cold. Seeing this, Bai Lan silently took a few steps back and began to watch the show. Bai Ling has worked so hard to find this place, it's impossible for her to get nothing, right? She is the most philanthropic person in the world of cultivation, and she loves giving gifts to others, such as, in front of the old man, he revealed that Bai Ling was the disciple of Wuyin, thus attracting the old man's anger. By the way, let's try whether a strong man in the nascent soul stage can kill the girl of destiny. Although the old man has become a ghost, Bai Lan can feel that he is not like the skeleton old man at the bottom of the cliff who only has a trace of soul left. The old man's soul is very solid and he still has strength. The reason why Bai Ling in the plot was able to inherit this place is probably because she hid her identity herself. She probably heard from the old man's angry words the hostile relationship between the old man and Kirigakure, which is why she did not reveal her identity as Kirigakure's disciple. Otherwise, with the old man's not-so-kind nature, he would definitely kill Bai Ling and everyone related to Kirigakure. Unfortunately, Bai Lan is standing here today, and of course he will not watch her make up lies to deceive the world. Bai Ling was naturally angry when she was scolded, but just as she was about to retort, the jade bracelet on her wrist trembled slightly. The divine beast phoenix inside whispered to Bai Ling, "Master, I feel like there is a treasure here." What? Bai Ling's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, I can sense that there is a spiritual fire inheritance here. This must be the inheritance place of a certain powerful alchemist. If the master can obtain the inheritance here, he will definitely have a bright future, Huang said anxiously. The divine beast perception is never wrong. Bai Ling suddenly raised her head, and the anger in her eyes when she looked at the old man also faded a little. She changed her expression in an instant. Ahem, may I ask who you are, senior? And why did you insult me just now? As she spoke, she looked at Bai Lan. Did she say something? Senior, please don't believe what she said. Bai Lan just smiled and didn't respond. Humph. The two of you came here to obtain my inheritance, right? The old man walked forward slowly, his voice deep. So, it turns out that you are the owner of this place. Bai Ling's voice was weak, and her eyes were also erratic. She scanned the hall like she was looking for something. Talking about something else? The old man's voice became increasingly gloomy. Bai Ling's eyes flashed. No, I'm just passing by here. I'm passing by? You are indeed the disciple of that old dog. Just like that old dog, you like to lie and deceive people. The old man said in a deep voice. Bai Ling frowned slightly. Senior, what do you mean? I don't understand what you are saying. He killed my entire family, but he has quite a few disciples. The old man sneered, and a pair of invisible hands appeared out of thin air, grabbed Bai Ling's neck, and lifted her up high. Bai Ling's appearance, gentle and kind on the outside, but with eyes that wandered behind his back, instantly evoked painful memories deep in his memory. You. Bai Ling was strangled and couldn't breathe. Her whole body was lifted into the air, and she couldn't utter a word. Chapter 47, You Can't Move This Tower. Just as Bai Ling's breathing became increasingly thinner and her face turned purple, a ray of light suddenly burst out from the jade hairpin on her head and enveloped Bai Ling's entire body. The power of the Jindan cultivator wrapped around Bai Ling and took her away from the hall at a high speed. The old man frowned slightly, but Bai Lan shook his head slightly. As expected, those who are favored by heaven are like lizards with broken tails and cannot be killed. The protagonist always escapes due to various opportunities. I think the jade hairpin just now was most likely made by Qing Xian. It was a spiritual weapon he gave to Bai Ling to save her life. It would save her life when she was in a life-threatening situation. So when Bai Lan beat Long Aotian and Bai Ling, he usually only hit the painful points. His moves were not fatal, but each move was heart-wrenching. She has some knowledge of medicine and is very familiar with the methods of beating people half to death without endangering their lives. She will definitely not trigger the life-saving magic weapon. If it weren't for the fact that my soul had to stay here and couldn't leave this tower, otherwise, humph. The old man narrowed his eyes, then slowly turned around and looked at Bai Lan. Young man, Do you have a grudge against that person just now? Bai Lan's words just now about using a knife to kill someone were too obvious, and it was impossible for the old man not to hear it. The soul of a cultivator in the nascent soul stage naturally cannot be used by a junior, although it was indeed used. Bai Lan did not hide anything and nodded. Senior is indeed very discerning. That person does have a grudge against me, but I do not want to use you to kill her. She is indeed the disciple of Wuyin. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. As he spoke, Bai Lan pointed to the person lying on the ground nearby. Senior, I have no grudge against you. Lu Qing was a young cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining. He had never seen such a scene before. From the moment Bai Ling was clamped, he was so frightened by the pressure exuded by the old man that he collapsed to the ground. Are you also the disciple of that old dog? The old man asked in a sinister tone. Lu Qing was so scared that he stammered. What disciple? I don't know. Lu Qing had no idea what was going on at this time. As he spoke, he slowly looked towards Bai Lan with an earnest look in his eyes, obviously asking for help. Bai Lan had already closed his eyes, as if he was resting. Lu Qing had no choice but to send a message to Bai Lan. You must be acquainted with this senior in front of you. I will give you as many spirit stones as you want. I beg you, please save me, say a few nice words. Let me go. I will give you as many spirit stones as you want. I almost forgot that this guy still owes me spirit stones. No wonder some people always say that the person who least wants you to die is your creditor. When a person dies, the debt is paid off. So who can she ask for her spirit stones? In that case, 600 spirit stones a month for 10 years, and then we're even. Bai Lan opened his eyes and looked at Lu Qing. The debt doubled in an instant, and the main point was that the demand was exorbitant. Lu Qing's eyes were red with anger. You! Of course, I am democratic. You can also choose to die here. After Bai Lan finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and stopped talking. The old man was already impatient at this point and said speechlessly, Do you think I'm a fool? You're talking back and forth. And you really think I can't hear you two communicating with each other? Bai Lan smiled helplessly. Hey, senior, please understand. He was the one who sent me the message first. Besides, all these things I did were to earn spirit stones to improve my strength. Only by improving my strength can I avenge you. My 5 spiritual roots. Alas, my cultivation speed is really slow. Without the spiritual stones to assist me in my cultivation, I am afraid I won't even be able to reach the threshold of the Jindan stage in this lifetime. Bai Lan said, and then waved his hand. Of course, if you let go of your hatred and don't want to seek revenge, I will follow your will. Whether Lu Qing is dead or alive is not a loss to her. It is just the loss of a long-term income. If the old man insists on killing him, she really has no objection. The old man was silent for a moment. Lu Qing on the side swallowed. The old man raised his eyelids and looked at Bai Lan. You are good at talking. The younger generation will obey the elders in everything. Humph. The old man took out a jade slip and handed it to Bai Lan. The inheritance you want is all in this jade slip. Bai Lan's eyes lit up and he took it with both hands. Thank you, senior. This means that her behavior is tacitly approved. The old man raised his hand and took the storage bag from Lu Qing's waist and threw it to Bai Lan. You are right. The spiritual energy required for the cultivation of the 5 spiritual roots is too huge. Your greedy nature for spiritual stones is worthy of your spiritual roots. Lu Qing on the side stared at his storage bag, but did not dare to speak due to the old man's strength. Bai Lan caught a glimpse of Lu Qing's actions and instantly understood why Nan Xinji was willing to flee Yuqing Peak despite the infamy he faced. In Qing Xuan's eyes, there are differences between apprentices and disciples. Look at Bai Ling. She has countless spiritual weapons and talismans on her body, and she is a personal disciple and provides one-on-one guidance. He was afraid that she would be in danger when entering the secret realm, so he personally gave her a protective treasure for the Jindan stage to save her life. On the other hand, let's look at Lu Qing. As a disciple, he does not have these. Bai Ling has the capital to be proud and arrogant, but he doesn't. If Lu Qing had the life-saving magic weapon given by Qing Xian, why would he beg himself so humbly and tremble with fear now? After driving Lu Qing out of the hall, the old man looked at Bai Lan and said, Ordinary people can't tell that this hall is built with soul-nourishing wood, which has a nourishing and beneficial effect on the soul. That's why my soul will not dissipate for a long time and can live here for a long time, but that's all. If it weren't for the soul-nourishing tree, his spirit would have vanished long ago. So that's how it is? Bai Lan looked around with a thoughtful look on his face. Soul-nourishing tree. That's a soul-nourishing tree. This is a great opportunity that even the Son of Destiny has only encountered a few times. There's actually a whole hall here. Yes, she wants it very much. If the old man had not been kind to her, she would have wanted to drive the soul away and then put this hall into the void stone. Of course, this is a joke. If one day she has the strength to no longer fear the old man's soul, she will definitely come here and move this tower into the void stone. Bai Lan would never allow anyone stronger than himself into his territory. This was his bottom line. Therefore, I can only give up temporarily with great pain. Hiss, why do you look so strange, little brat? You can't move this tower, and it's useless to stare at it for a long time. Get out of here now that you have inherited the legacy. I don't like noise. If my spirit has not dissipated after you kill Ween, you can come and say congratulations. The old man waved his sleeves, slowly left with his cane, and his figure gradually disappeared in the hall. Chapter 48, Debt Doubled. Lost the glory. You can't move this tower? No, she could really move. It's just that I can't beat you, old man, for now. Although the jade slip in his hand was light, Bai Lan knew that what was contained inside was the priceless inheritance of the nascent soul stage alchemy practitioner. Le Qing, who had been lingering at the door for a long time, walked out of the hall and stretched out his hand. My storage bag. Bai Lan looked surprised. You want your storage bag back? That thing originally belonged to me. Le King Foned. Bai Lan laughed angrily. Kid, get it clear, including the time in the Sherwan Mountains. I saved you twice. Le Qing choked and lowered his voice by 8 degrees. You and I are from the same sect. It's only right for fellow disciples to help each other. Bai Lan threw a punch at Le Qing, hitting him right in the face. He had never thought that Bai Lan would attack directly, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. What are you doing? The purpose of cultivating immortals is to do whatever you want. What's wrong with me beating you up just because you want to? After saying that, he stepped on Le Qing again and pinned him to the ground as he was about to get up. Le Qing stared and subconsciously reached for his storage bag, only to find it was empty. He raised his head angrily and saw Bai Lan shaking his storage bag with a joking look on his face. Angry? Furious? You don't want to be beaten like this, do you? So what? You can't beat me. Don't be so, Le Qing tried to fight back verbally, but Bai Lan stepped on his face halfway through his words. This kid's words were really unpleasant to the ear. Bai Lan claimed to be a gentle and kind person, but he was also a little annoyed by him. Not wanting to hear that noisy chattering sound anymore, he raised his hand and a spiritual energy restriction fell into his mouth, sealing Le Qing's mouth at the same time. Be clear about your position. You are now a prisoner in the Nineteen secret realm. Even if I really kill you, no one will know. Bai Lan leaned down slightly. Bai Ling has a protective spiritual weapon given by Qing Xian, which can save her life at a critical moment, but you don't. The woman's cold face was reflected in Le Qing's pupils, and the murderous intent in her eyes was not concealed at all. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his back, and Le Qing gradually woke up. She really wanted to kill herself? Bai Lan's easygoing personality and the outer sect servant's uniform she was wearing made this inner sect disciple subconsciously put the servant in front of him at a level lower than himself. The conditions I offered in the hall just now were 600 spirit stones per month for a period of 10 years. If you agree, I can consider sparing your life. If you don't agree, I will be a good person today and send you to the west. Bai Lan said, and a flame slowly condensed in the palm of his hand. The scorching heat hit his face, causing Le Qing to swallow. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't because of the restriction. At this moment, he could only stammer. You don't agree? TSK. Then I can only send you on your way. Bai Lan retracted his feet and stood up, taking out the soul-breaking spear from the storage bag. He agreed. Why don't you remove the restriction first, and then ask? Le Qing was crying in his heart. Taking advantage of the gap when Bai Lan stood up, Le Qing used all his strength to break the restriction in his mouth, and then he spoke in a hurry at the moment when the soul-breaking spear fell. I promise you. I promise. Well, why did you change your mind again? Bai Lan paused. You just set a ban to prevent me from speaking. How can I say anything? Le Qing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Oh, Bai Lan nodded in understanding, his eyes suddenly fixed. So what you mean is that it's my fault that I don't let you speak. Le Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he said timidly, No, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Sure enough, in the world of cultivation, nothing is better than a beating. Look, everything before was Bai Lan's fault. After being beaten, they all learned to look for the reasons in themselves. Not bad, very good. Humph. Bai Lan snorted lightly. Swear. Swear, swear. Lu Qing was stunned. As for the matter of the spirit stone, of course, we must make a vow to the inner demon to make it count. Bai Lan raised his chin. Come on. The contract based on the rules of heaven and earth in the world of cultivation, once signed, will take effect immediately and will be followed by the rules of heaven for life. As long as you are still in the world of cultivation, the side effects of the inner demon's oath will always hang over you. Whether Party A or Party B breaches the contract, the consequences will be serious. This is the only good thing about the world of cultivation. Lu Qing felt heartbroken, but because of the soul-breaking spear in Bai Lan's hand, he was forced to swear an oath to satisfy his inner demons. Earn spirit stones well and live longer. If you die early, I will lose a lot of spirit stones. Bai Lan smiled slightly, put away his spear, turned around, and walked away. Lu Qing, who was left with a debt of more than 60,000 spirit stones, slumped on the ground, his eyes dull. System, send the location, I have solved it here. The system replied in seconds. Wow, that's fast. How is Long Aotian doing? He's not still being affectionate with his harem, is he? Host, the truth has been revealed. Long Aotian is indeed still flirting with his harem. The system paused in the middle of its words, and after a while, it spoke hastily. No. Host, Long Aotian seems to have found his chance. You can follow up anytime. I'll be there soon. The alchemy inheritance just now was obtained so easily because I got there first and did not give Bai Ling any chance to make a move. This time, it was Long Aotian who discovered the opportunity first. It seemed that she would have to work hard to obtain that book of spiritual skills. Bai Lan ran quickly along the straight line towards the system's positioning. When he was almost close to the target location, he found that there were many people surrounding it. This formation can block divine consciousness. It is definitely not an ordinary thing. Why don't you guys go in? What are you doing standing here? If you can do it, go ahead. The aura emanating from this cave is quite strong. If you have the guts, go in and try. What if there's a level 3 monster hiding inside? If we go in, won't we become food for the monster? Tisk, as the crowd chattered, a figure stood out. Humph, if you don't dare to go in, I'll go in. It's Long Aotian. Seeing this, the people around looked at each other for a moment, and all burst into laughter. Someone even said jokingly, if you can come out of this cave alive, I will take your surname. Because of Bai Lan's appearance, Long Aotian's reputation as a loser has not yet been cleared, and people around him still mock him to the extreme. Humph! Long Aotian snorted coldly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the young and poor. Brother Aotian, I'll go in with you. The beauty behind Long Aotian spoke urgently. Long Aotian lowered his head and smiled evilly. Then, with the beauty behind him, strode into the cave entrance that was sealed by the formation. He still couldn't forget his hometown. Bai Lan lowered his head and thought for a moment. Chapter 49 host, you want to trick Long Aotian again. If you want to go in, just go in. Who would stand in the crowd like Long Aotian and shout, if you don't dare to go in, I'll go in. He even stood there and endured the ridicule from people around him before going in. Only Long Aotian could do this. The system saw Bai Lan's figure floating over from the corner. Host, you are finally here. Host, according to the plot description, I infer that the place where the soul technique is located is in that cave. The system looked serious. But, I don't dare to go in. The system said honestly. Bai Lan, the system is still as timid as ever. No, cautious. Turn your gaze towards the cave in front of you. This is a rather narrow cave entrance, which should not attract the attention of the monks who come here to train. But there is an unpredictable formation outside the cave, which is very strange. It doesn't look like a defensive formation, nor does it look like a killing formation. After all, Long Aotian can walk in easily. But the aura emanating from this cave was like that of a 1,000-year-old magical herb. It is a hot knowledge known to everyone in the world of cultivation. Spiritual herbs that are 10, 100, or 1,000 years old must be surrounded by companion monsters. The older the spiritual herbs are, the stronger the monsters guarding them will be. When you find a magical herb, but there are no monsters guarding it, it is either that the herb is not worth the spiritual stones, or it is most likely a scam. It is for this reason that these monks who covet the spiritual herbs linger at the entrance of the cave but dare not go in to explore. After all, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. The first one to enter is often the first to die, of course, except for the child of destiny. Patting the system on the shoulder, Bai Lan saved a file. No risk, no gain. Your host has a golden finger in hand. What are you afraid of? System. Yes. You have a cheat code that can load the save file. Under the astonished gazes of the people around him, Bai Lan said nothing and stepped into the formation alone. A group of people were left standing there looking at each other, and another person in the middle stage of chi refining rushed in. Are all the low-level monks this generation so brave? The system swallowed and followed closely. One by one, they passed through the light blue formation barrier. Who? Long Aotian heard the noise behind him, turned around, and when he saw who it was, his expression changed. It's you? Looking at Bai Lan slowly walking in from outside the barrier, Long Aotian's face turned pale. Judging from past experience, he is bound to be in trouble as long as this woman is around. Brother Aotian, she is... The woman in blue next to Long Aotian frowned. Long Aotian gnashed his teeth and said, Humph, he is just a fellow disciple, a shameless outer sect servant. Well, a nephew who beat you so hard that you had no chance to fight back. Bai Lan nodded casually, his eyes bypassing Long Aotian and looking straight into the depths of the cave. This place obviously doesn't look like the cave dwelling of human monks. The cave is dark and damp, and there is some mucus on the wall that exudes the scent of monsters. Monster lair? Bai Lan frowned and thought for a second. There must be some monster in this cave, and it must be very powerful. Besides, Long Aotian and his harem are standing here. If you want to get the opportunity, you must use your wits. Anyone who chooses to confront them head-on is a fool. It would be better to let Long Aotian deal with the difficult monster first. She would just watch from the sidelines for a while before making any plans. Let Long Aotian fight with the monsters first, and when their spiritual power is exhausted and both sides are injured, he will catch them all in one swoop. Turning his gaze to look at Long Aotian, facing that face that became helpless and furious when he saw him, Bai Lan couldn't help but smile. Forget it, the aura here is too dangerous. I won't take the risk to explore it. Uncle Long, don't die in there. The phrase, Uncle Master Long, was originally a respectful title, but when Long Aotian heard it, he always felt like he was the one being ridiculed. After saying that, Bai Lan smiled and glanced at Long Aotian, then turned and left. Just the moment her figure left the formation, Bai Lan pulled out the invisibility robe from the storage bag and quickly put it on. It seemed that he had left, but in fact he had hidden himself in the dark. When Long Aotian saw Bai Lan's figure gradually disappear at the entrance of the cave, he was surprised for a moment. She left? Left now? He was prepared that this woman would rush up to him, beat him up, snatch his storage bag, and leave. But he still felt inexplicably relieved. Brother Aotian, you seem to be very afraid of that woman? The woman in blue at the side looked puzzled. Long Aotian coughed lightly, and his expression instantly lost its fear and panic. He became a little arrogant. Sister Schwer, what are you talking about? Why would I be afraid of an outer sect servant? I can beat 10 of her 5 spiritual root losers by myself. Bai Lan, who was wearing an invisibility robe, raised his eyebrows. Good. He can beat 10 by himself. Wouldn't it be unworthy of his words if I didn't beat him back 10 times next time? Let's go in and see what the monster looks like. As if he was afraid that Schwer would ask more questions, Long Aotian quickly changed the subject, took Schwer's hand, and walked deeper into the cave. Host, you want to trick Long Aotian again? The system looked at Bai Lan, who was walking in stealthily, and hunched over and smiled. Bai Lan paused and shook his head decisively. Nonsense. This is clearly a strategic plan to consume the enemy's spiritual power and retain our own combat capability. System. Yes. Just as Bai Lan had expected, the moment Long Aotian stepped into the depths of the cave, the angry howls of monsters were heard from inside. A long blood-red snake roared out from the bottom of the pool, creating a splash of water. Just when everyone looked solemn, the blood-red snake actually rushed straight towards Bai Lan. Bai Lan. This snake has no moral principles. Why didn't it chase after Long Aotian, who is so big, but instead came to kill her in the corner? Although Bai Lan's robe can block spiritual sense and hide his figure, it cannot hide his breath. Long Aotian, who had a low level of cultivation, could not find Bai Lan's whereabouts, but the blood-colored snake at the peak of the second level could sense that there was someone in the dark. He took small phantom steps to avoid the snake's tail swing. The snake's attack missed, and it became more and more angry. It started chasing Bai Lan and roaring in the cave. One was running, the other was chasing, but Bai Lan was wearing an invisible robe, and there was only the figure of a blood-red snake running around in the cave. This scene seemed a little weird in the eyes of Long Aotian and the others. Brother Aotian, is there something wrong with this snake's brain? Why is it rushing around in this cave? Xuya askit in confusion. Long Aotian was also puzzled. Yes, I am ready for battle. Bai Lan turned his head and glanced at the giant snake that was chasing him closely, and thought to himself, yes, they are all ready for battle. Is this the child of destiny? She finally understood why those who entered the secret realm with Long Aotian had narrowly escaped death. Because their highest level of taunt is not on Long Aotian. Chapter 50 Stew It. Fortunately, the two men hadn't noticed my figure yet, and they just thought that the snake had gone mad. If that was the case, Bai Lan frowned slightly and secretly thought of a countermeasure. If she wanted to hide her figure, she could not take the initiative to attack the blood-colored snake. She could only find a way to let Long Aotian take the initiative to attack. The best way to get a man to take the initiative is to throw the danger in his face. Bai Lan's eyes sharpened, and he turned around, rushing straight towards Long Aotian, with the long snake following closely behind him. At the moment when he was about to hit Long Aotian, Bai Lan dodged and hid behind a huge rock, holding his breath, successfully allowing Long Aotian to confront the snake. Looking at the blood-red snake that suddenly rushed in front of me, Xuya, hurry, set up the formation, this monster is coming for me. Long Aotian was shocked. Shuer reacted quickly and began to set up an array around it, occasionally throwing a few talismans at the giant snake. The long snake turned its head to look at Bai Lan and wanted to chase him, but due to the attacks from the two humans beside it, it had to turn its attention to them. Long Aotian and Shuer worked together, using talismans and spells, and successfully transferred the blood-colored snake's anger to themselves. Bai Lan let out a long sigh. The system also breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. This snake is sick. Bai Lan gritted his teeth. That's right, the system echoed. System, do you want to eat snake soup? Think, it must be stewed. Stew it. Bai Lan rested for a while and took advantage of the gap to recover some spiritual power. She began to explore the battle circle between Long Aotian and the giant snake. Long Aotian, who is in the middle stage of chi refining, has to spend a lot of effort to deal with a peak second-level monster that is about to enter the foundation building stage. According to the plot, there is a soul-related technique here, but this place doesn't look like a cultivator's cave. Could it be hiding in the dark? After checking the cave up and down along the surrounding walls, Bai Lan's sight finally stopped at the pool of water where the giant snake rushed out. System, Bai Lan said softly. I have a guess. Host, you say. We have checked every part of this cave and found no abnormal spiritual fluctuations. If there is really an opportunity here, it is most likely hidden deep in this pool. Otherwise, it's like being in the snake's belly. The safest place is the most dangerous place. The place where the opportunity lies is most likely in these two places. The system's brain crashed for a moment, but it still nodded. I think so. So, I'll go down and take a look, and you stay up there and observe Long Aotian's battle situation. Bai Lan patted the system on the shoulder and was about to go into the water. The system was startled. Host, are you going down alone? What else? The system scratched its head and fell in a deep thought. It's bad. It seems that there is really no point for the host to bring him along. It would be better to use him as a camera to watch Long Aotian. Keep an eye on Long Aotian and don't let him run away. He has been exploring the secret realm for such a long time. His storage bag must be a lot fatter. Bai Lan smiled and patted the system's shoulder. System. She still couldn't forget Long Aotian's storage bag. Long Aotian entered the world of cultivation and didn't do much else, but he must have known where to buy the cheapest storage bags. After saving the game, Bai Lan held his breath and spread his spiritual awareness, then jumped decisively into the water. In just a moment, the icy cold water soaked through his clothes and penetrated deep into his bones, and Bai Lan froze for a moment. So cold. It was so cold that she felt like the flow of spiritual energy in her body had stagnated. The ice spiritual energy in this pool of water exceeds the standard, so it is obviously not a simple pool of water. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and dived deeper into the water. Just before his hands and feet were about to lose feeling from the freezing cold, Bai Lan suddenly discovered an unusual place at the bottom of the pool where spiritual energy was fluctuating. He leaned forward and slowly saw a small stone door in front of him. The outer circle of the formation seal had no spiritual stones to maintain it, and 9 out of 10 of its effects had dissipated over time, leaving only a trace of spiritual power underwater. Looking at the golden formation in front of him, Bai Lan's expression flashed. Water and gold are mutually beneficial. Placing this gold formation underwater can not only conceal one's identity, but also enhance the power of the formation. Among the 5 elements, the one that overcomes metal is fire. He raised his hand and created a fireball, which he used his spiritual power to sustain and hit the formation. When the fire was strong and the gold was weak, the moment the two spiritual energies collided, the only remaining wisp of gold dissipated, and the stone door slowly opened. The water flow miraculously bypassed the stone gate, as if there was an invisible barrier inside that isolated the water flow outside. Bai Lan's eyes flashed. He saved the game and then slowly swam into the stone chamber. The old man in the nascent soul stage in the octagonal glazed tower claims that he is the master of this secret realm, but he knows very little about the secrets of this secret realm. Now looking at the aura emanating from the skeleton in front of him, it is at least at the Jindan stage, and obviously has nothing to do with the old man in the octagonal building. It turned out that the old man was lying to him. He was definitely not the owner of the Nine secret realm. Otherwise, how could there be other people's caves and skeletons of deceased people in his secret realm? The old guy is full of lies, TSK. Bai Lan shook his head secretly. His gaze paused for a moment on the skeleton in front of him, and he extended his spiritual sense to search it, but did not detect the presence of any soul around. It seems that the predecessors here have really passed away and left no soul. Well, Senior, according to the rules of the Cultivation World, after a person dies, he will sit in meditation somewhere. If his inheritance is not left to his family, all his wealth will go to his successors. Bai Lan said, bowing to the skull, and said, I will collect your body for you. It's not for nothing. After bowing and standing up, Bai Lan began to explore the stone chamber. The stone chamber was very simple, and there was nothing in it except things for cultivation. Bai Lan searched around and finally found only a book of martial arts and a bowl. The shape of this bowl is very similar to a Buddhist bowl. It is dark black in color with runes engraved around it. It seems to be a spiritual weapon, but its grade is unknown. The structure of this stone chamber is also very intriguing. Bai Lan looked at the skeleton in front of him with a complicated expression for a moment. She was a Taoist practitioner, and the monk who passed away in front of her seemed to be a Buddhist practitioner. If you think about it carefully, she has a connection with Buddhism. When she was becoming an apprentice, in addition to her master, there was also a white-bearded monk who said that she had a good aptitude for learning and wanted to take her in as his disciple. She originally liked the old abbot who had a kind face and spoke softly and pleasantly, but the master's words brought her back to convert to Buddhism. After you convert to Buddhism, you have to eat vegetarian food every day. If you follow the master, you can drink and eat meat every day. When you grow up, the master can find a handsome Taoist partner for you. The old Taoist's smiling voice was very devilish. With just one sentence, Bai Lan's last bit of wisdom was wiped out. With 2 options before him, being a vegetarian or eating meat every day, the young Bai Lan decisively chose the latter. Unexpectedly, after entering the world of cultivation, she still had the same affinity with Buddhism as before. Host, Long Aotian is about to kill the snake. The system's anxious voice came from within the mind. Bai Lan came back to his senses. How is Long Aotian doing? He seems to be dying. Long Aotian is no longer able to do it? That's great. She will definitely take action. Chapter 51, Let's Have a Fight. After cleaning out the stone chamber completely, leaving not even a cushion behind, Bai Lan swam towards the shore along the pool. Brother Aotian, this time it's all thanks to you. If not for you, I would not be able to deal with this blood snake alone. The woman's voice with a hint of joy came from above. I'll just help you kill a monster. No need to thank me. There was a hint of pride and smile in Long Aotian's voice. Brother Aotian is worthy of being an inner sect disciple of Qingyuan's sect. He is really amazing. Once we get out of the secret realm, Shuer will definitely reward you handsomely. Long Aotian was already flattered by the praise. Just as the two of them were looking at each other with affection and understanding, crash! A sudden sound of water was heard, startling the 2 people present and making them look over. Bai Lan poked his head out from the bottom of the pool, met the surprised gazes of the 2, and waved his hand. Hi. You. Why are you still here? Long Aotian's heart skipped a beat. Didn't that woman leave? Long Aotian blinked and was once again convinced of Bai Lan's existence. She didn't leave. She just stood here. Could it be that... Have I been cheated again? Long Aotian's face darkened. Bai Lan smiled, casually cast a spell to dry the clothes, and turned his attention to the blood-colored giant snake beside him. Not bad. They actually handled the blood snake's corpse well. The hide, meat, bones, and blood are all clearly separated. It is a tone of admiration. Schwer didn't understand what she meant, but Long Aotian understood what she meant. Bai Lan, the monster materials were handled very well. It's hers. You didn't leave at all. You were just waiting for something to happen, Long Aotian said through gritting his teeth. Well, after not seeing you for a few days, you have become a lot smarter. That's cause for celebration. Bai Lan Samai Solai. Does this mean that he was stupid before? No, now is not the time to dwell on this. Long Aotian looked at the woman who was slowly approaching him with a spear in hand. He felt nervous and subconsciously tightened the storage bag around his waist. If he had enough spiritual energy an hour ago, he would have wanted to have a good fight with Bai Lan. But he had just exhausted all his spiritual power to kill the second-level blood snake, and now his spiritual power was exhausted. You are also a disciple of Qingyuan's sect. How can you attack your fellow disciples? Taking advantage of others in distress. Schwer on the side stepped forward and stood in front of Long Aotian. Bai Lan shook her head. Little girl, there are too many cases of people taking advantage of others in distress in the cultivation world. I can guarantee that if I stand here with my spiritual power exhausted today, Brother Aotian, behind you will be the first to kill me. Schwer shook her head decisively, her eyes still firm. Impossible. Brother Aotian never does anything that harms the world. The identification is complete. He is a naive person. Even Bai Lan couldn't help but chuckle. The system couldn't help but hold its forehead. Long Aotian did not harm the world, he just destroyed the cultivation world in the end. Seeing the sneaky movements of Long Aotian, who was taking out the chi-replenishing pill from his storage bag, Bai Lan raised his hand calmly and threw a fireball at him. She was best at taking advantage of opportunities to replenish her spiritual energy, so how could she not be on guard against the enemy doing this? If you know what's good for you, hand over the storage bag immediately. I might consider giving you a good beating. Bai Lan raised his chin, signaling Long Aotian to make a choice. Long Aotian's expression flashed, and he suddenly sneered. You should know that there are many people outside this cave, including my people. If I use the sound transmission talisman to call them in, what will you do? Bai Lan was silent for a second. What should she do? She is reading the file. He originally wanted to use verbal attacks to force Long Aotian to hand over his storage bag. After all, the secret realm was full of dangers, and he had to conserve his spiritual energy at all times and minimize fighting. Even though Long Aotian's group of followers were not very powerful, they had the advantage of being numerous, and a fight between them would take quite a while. Negotiations broke down, reload the game, and start over. If you were not good at literature, try martial arts. Long Aotian didn't have to be beaten. But after saying that just now, he had to get beaten today. The game went back to the moment before she came ashore. Facing Long Aotian's astonished gaze, Bai Lan stopped talking and stepped on the phantom step and flashed in front of Long Aotian in an instant. Long Aotian, whose spiritual power was almost exhausted, knew that he had lost his ability to fight, and his first thought was to turn around and run away. But Bai Lan was well aware of his little tricks. He raised his hand and made a gesture, and vines grew out from the ground and wrapped around Long Aotian's feet and bound them. Schwer at the side was startled. You? Who are you? Schwer, run. This woman is so powerful. You are no match for her, Long Aotian said angrily. Schwer's eyes were red. Brother Aotian, what nonsense are you talking about? I will not leave you. Bai Lan clicked his tongue. This scene, these lines, this atmosphere. She is a real villain. That's pretty good. After all, his original identity was cannon fodder who died in the 3rd episode, but now his status has been upgraded. I'll help you deal with her. Schwer gritted her teeth, her expression seeming to be a little painful, but she still took out a few talismans from her storage bag and threw them at Bai Lan. Bai Lan's dodging skills have been perfected through countless reloading of save files to avoid damage. During the battles during her chi training period, when she was attacked head-on by several fireball talismans and ice cones, she would no longer be as helpless as she was the first time. A few after-images flashed by, and Bai Lan's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Several fireball talismans fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The law of no harm in the smoke is 100% applicable to Bai Lan. With the help of the dust raised by the fireball talisman exploding on the ground, Bai Lan controlled the vines to bind Long Aotian firmly in place, while at the same time, he went around behind Schwer. Feeling the breath coming from behind, Schwer's back stiffened, and she turned around to meet Bai Lan's calm eyes. "Look up," Bai Lan said with a smile. Schwer looked up subconsciously and saw a long sword made of golden spiritual energy standing above her head. She dared to believe that if she dared to move a step, the golden sword above her head would fall to the ground instantly. After silencing the two men who had surrendered, Bai Lan skillfully took away the storage bags on their waists. He sighed helplessly and said in a gloomy tone, "Alas, I don't want to make things so awkward. I've already told you don't try to struggle. Just hand over what I want, and we can discuss everything." Long Aotian, whose mouth had been sealed, looked angry, his eyes fixed on his stolen storage bag. Ignoring the two people's gazes, Bai Lan put away the spoils and searched for a long time on his own. Then he took out a bundle of spirit-binding ropes from the storage bag. These were the things he took from Luqing last time. Now, they were just right for Long Aotian. After tying up Long Aotian and Schwer together, Bai Lan thought for a long time and finally hung them both above the pool. Chapter 52, Two Surprises, Generous Gifts. The soul-binding rope will cause the spiritual energy in the bound monk's body to become stagnant, making it impossible for him to cast spells. This method is perfect for the two monks who are now running out of spiritual energy. But Long Aotian is immortal. There is more than one kind of power contained in his body. Just like Bai Ling, as long as they encounter life-threatening moments, the old grandfather in his body will do his best to save his life. So even if Bai Lan used the soul-binding rope to hang the two of them here, someone would still appear in the dark to save them. Therefore, in order to add some surprise to Long Aotian when he was rescued, Bai Lan specially hung the two of them above the cold pond. According to Bai Lan's prediction, once the soul-binding rope is untied, the two of them will fall into the water. This is just one of the surprises. If Long Aotian successfully fell into the cold pond as Bai Lan predicted, he would first experience the biting cold, and after his spirits were refreshed, he would sense a strong fluctuation of spiritual power in the water. It is a hot knowledge in the world of cultivation that where there are fluctuations of spiritual energy in secret realms, there are either dangers or opportunities. When Long Aotian felt the fluctuation of spiritual power in the pond, he would definitely become suspicious and conclude that there must be a secret under the water. Of course, that spiritual power fluctuation was left intentionally by Bai Lan in order to lure Long Aotian to discover the secret and enter the stone chamber under the cold pond. After all, according to the original plot, Long Aotian would accidentally fall into the cold pond and discover the opportunity here. And when Long Aotian swam in the freezing cold pool for a long time and finally entered the stone chamber with joy, he found that there was nothing here. There was nothing in the stone chamber, and the opportunity had already been seized by someone else. The main point is just a joke. This is the second surprise. The host is so cruel. The system looked at Bai Lan's layout and couldn't help swallowing. Bai Lan shook his head. "I'm doing this all for you." "For me? Don't you like to follow the plot?" "I'm helping Long Aotian follow the plot." Think about it. In the plot, didn't he accidentally fall into the cold pond and discover the underground stone chamber, thus getting the opportunity here? Bai Lan spread his hands. "I'm helping him relive the plot." Although after experiencing this plot, Long Aotian no longer saw any shadow of opportunity. System, this. The main point is a sense of participation, right? But there are no rewards. Even the cushions in that stone chamber had been looted by the host. So Long Aotian went in to see nothing but loneliness. "I know you like to follow the plot. This is all specially arranged for you. You should be touched, right?" Bai Lan smiled and patted the system's shoulder. The system was furious. "I don't trust you. You are clearly playing tricks on Long Aotian." "Humph!" After doing all this, Bai Lan clapped his hands, stood up, and began to pack up his spoils. In addition to the corpse of the monster, there is also the spiritual grass that the giant snake lives with in the distance. The leaves are large and blue, and it seems to be a orchid, but I don't know the year. Bai Lan had no tools to pick the fruits, and he didn't want to destroy their medicinal properties. After thinking for a long time, he directly put the small piece of land around them into the void stone. "I'll go back and give it a try. Maybe I can still keep it alive." After sensing that the scent of the blue flower had disappeared, Schwer, who was hanging above the cold pond, whimpered a few times. Obviously, the purpose of her trip was for this flower, and she also asked Long Aotian to come here to pick spiritual herbs. Little girl, since you want to accompany your brother Aotian so much, I will grant your wish. You two can stay here for the time being, and I will gladly accept the storage bag and the corpse of the monster. Long Aotian, M. System. Host, you are not only a jerk, but you also want to finish off the enemy. This is the etiquette of saying hello before leaving. I'm very polite. Bai Lan took out the invisibility robe from the storage bag and put it on the moment he left the cave formation. Outside the cave, many monks gave up wandering around and went to explore other places, but there were still many people related to Long Aotian and Schwer guarding outside. If she just went out like this, with no scars or signs of fighting with monsters on her body, someone would definitely be suspicious. After walking a long way to a remote corner, Bai Lan took out the spirit stone and began to replenish his spiritual power. The system on the side said excitedly, "Great! A great victory! Long Aotian and Bai Ling's opportunities have been obtained. Congratulations!" No, strictly speaking, we have only one half of the game. Bai Lan's expression was slightly tense. He took out the scribbled map that Ji Feng had given her and pointed at the circled area. There is still a fierce battle here. If the two places she had just seized were opportunities that the two Sons of Destiny had obtained secretly without anyone knowing, then this circled-off spiritual medicine garden was a place known to all the cultivators who had entered the Nine secret realm this time. Most of the precious spiritual herbs in the secret realm grow in that medicine garden, including the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Dingyan pill in the task entrusted to her by Ji Feng. In the plot introduction, it is mentioned that there is a third-order foundation-building monster guarding the medicine garden, which cannot be obtained by chi-refining disciples. Eventually, the monks of the two sects discussed it, formed an alliance, and worked together to kill him, and finally resolved the issue by distributing according to work. Obviously, in the end, Long Aotian and Bai Ling gained the most. I understand. This time, the host must be planning to put in more effort than the two Sons of Destiny in order to obtain the highest qualification for distributing spiritual herbs. The system understood immediately. Bai Lan shook his head. Do you think I look like someone who follows the plot? System. It's not that you don't look like him. It's that you have never followed him before. Take a bigger picture. Instead of distributing those spiritual herbs with everyone else, it's better to take the initiative and get there first. Bai Lan's expression flashed. The system was silent. You really love to be the first to arrive. Because I just discovered that by using spiritual power, I can move a large piece of land and the plants growing on it into the Void Stone. Bai Lan fell into deep thought. However, such transfer of objects consumes some spiritual power and consciousness. In just a short moment of transferring the orchid, the spiritual energy in her body was consumed rapidly. The system was shocked. You don't want to move that medicinal garden away directly, do you? No, with my current spiritual power reserves and spiritual awareness, it's still a bit far-fetched to be able to move mountains and fill the sea, but it's still possible to move 2 or 3 precious spiritual herbs into the Void Stone. The system inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. It could never keep up with the host's train of thought. Let's use the old method. While everyone is fighting, I will use my invisible robe to enter the medicine garden and transplant the spiritual herbs. Bai Lan decisively finalized the plan. This plan has just been used on Long Aotian, and it has proven to be very effective. Following the direction on the map, Bai Lan began to run towards the medicine garden. Just as Bai Lan was about to reach her destination, she seemed to hear a familiar voice. Chapter 53, The True and False Long Aotian. Long Aotian, prepare to die. Bai Lan's pupils trembled violently. Ah? Who? Isn't Long Aotian hanging in the cold pond now? How lucky is the child of destiny? He was rescued in less than half an hour? No, it can't be such a coincidence. Even if he was rescued, there was no way he could catch up with me in such a short time. Bai Lan frowned slightly, saved the file, and then used the breath-concealing technique to slowly approach the direction where the sound came from. Bah! I am not Long Aotian. Not Long Aotian. Not Long Aotian. I have to say it 3 times. I am not Long Aotian. The young man's gritting teeth voice reached Bai Lan's ears. Long Aotian's #1 enemy personally confirmed that this was indeed not Long Aotian's voice. Bai Lan felt slightly relieved, climbed up a tall tree quietly, and secretly observed the situation below. You're Long Aotian. I've seen your portrait, and I can't be wrong. A man in a black robe said coldly. Bai Lan's gaze fixed. Wait, the mask on the black-clothed man's face seems to be from the Tianji Pavilion? As expected of them, being the #1 killer organization in the world of cultivation, they were able to sneak into the secret realm within the Qingyuan sect that only disciples could enter quietly. All this trouble is just to hunt down the child of destiny. Not bad, very good. Bai Lan was very pleased to see that the villains other than himself were trying so hard to deal with the protagonist. Although it seems that this killer friend has found the wrong person. Seeing the killer pulling out a dagger from his waist and preparing to attack, the monk who was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body and his spiritual energy exhausted became a little panicked, and his tone became weaker. I am from the Li family. My name is Li Shizu, the eldest son of the Li family. You really recognize the wrong person? No, you are Long Aotian. The man in black had a cold but firm tone. I am from the Li family. My grandfather knows the Jindan stage elder of Tianji Pavilion. If you really dare to attack me, you will be seeking your own death. Li Shizu gritted his teeth and said. After a pause, his eyes seemed to have thought of something. Wait, you are not sent by my second uncle to kill me. I know it. That group of people are willing to do anything to get the family property. You are Long Aotian, not the young master of the Li family. I will not make a mistake. The killer said in a cold tone. Li Shizu almost fainted from anger. Ah, Long Aotian, it must be you who did it. I will never forgive you. Bai Lan fell into deep thought, and she seemed to understand the whole story. Isn't this Li Shizu the second-generation rich man who led people to beat up Long Aotian in the sect that day? At that time, he took advantage of Long Aotian's danger and stole his storage bag. As for why the killer from Tianji Pavilion in front of him thought he was Long Aotian, TSK, this was probably also Long Aotian's work. There is a magic trick in Long Aotian's golden finger called disguise, which was taught to him by the grandfather in his mind, so Bai Lan has no channel to learn it for the time being. In the plot, Long Aotian did a lot of things with the help of this golden finger. For example, when you are being hunted by the whole world, you can change your face at any time to avoid being hunted. For example, doing bad things in front of the enemy, and then framing the enemy when something goes wrong. This operation can be said to be clever and invincible. It is a panacea for attracting hatred or escaping, and it can be used over and over again. If you have the chance, you have to find a way to learn it. The Li Shizu in front of him was the big enemy who was tricked by Long Aotian. Now that I think about it, the first time Tianji Pavilion hunted down Long Aotian was when Bai Lan was on his way to the market town for the first time. At that time, Bai Lan dug a big trap for Long Aotian and let out a lot of his secrets. Looking at the current situation, it seems that Long Aotian is a scheming guy. He had already started to divert hatred by using Li Shizu's face, since he was chased by people from Tianji Pavilion on his way to Fengshe for the first time. That's why the people in Tianji Pavilion mistook Li Shizu for Long Aotian. Wait, who's that in the tree? The black-clothed man's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he raised his hand and threw a flying blade towards Bai Lan. Bai Lan tilted his head slightly, letting the flying blade fly past his ear, and then said with a smile, You guys talk about your business. No matter what I do, I haven't done anything yet. Her cultivation had just touched the threshold of the middle stage of qi refining, and the killer in front of her had reached the great perfection of qi refining. It was not surprising that the other party found her. Take a look at the situation here first. If you can't win, just go back and mind your own business. Clapping his hands and jumping down from the tree, Bai Lan looked at the two people who looked wary, shook his head and smiled. Fellow Taoists of Tianji Pavilion don't have to be so tit for tat. I'm just a passerby. You go about your business, and I'll be around. In my opinion, there is no conflict. Before the man in black clothes could speak, Li Shizu on the ground had his eyes widened and said urgently, Oh no, you're also a member of the Qingyuan sect. You come from the same sect, so you can't just die without saving me. As he spoke, he tried to move in Bai Lan's direction. There's no need to say anymore. Since you're from the same sect, I'll just kill you too and be done with it. The man in black spoke coldly. He was too lazy to argue with the two and drew his sword from his waist. The problem is that even if you kill the two of us, you still can't complete your mission of killing Long Aotian. Bai Lan's expression remained calm. She pointed at Li Shizu on the ground and said, He is indeed the young master of the Li family. He has a protective jade pendant left by the Li family's Jindan stage ancestor. If you don't believe in his identity, you can try to give him a full-strength attack. I guarantee that it will definitely activate the protective jade pendant on his body. Li Shizu had been nodding his head as he listened, but the last sentence frightened him. What nonsense are you talking about? What does it mean to give him a full-strength attack to try it out? Is such a thing worth trying? What if the jade pendant suddenly becomes ineffective? Who is she helping? But the jade pendant seemed to be given to him by his grandfather to save his life. Just now, the killer had been mistaking him for Long Aotian, and his mind was full of thoughts on how to prove his identity, and he even forgot that he had such a life-saving trump card. Having regained his intelligence and confidence, Li Shizu's tone became arrogant again. Li Shizu glared at the assassin, gritted his teeth, and took out the jade pendant from the storage bag. But she is right. I have the protective jade pendant given to me by my grandfather. You can't kill me, but you may be killed by the power of the Jindan stage bursting out from it. If you want to attack me, think about the consequences. The person who was trembling with fear just now suddenly became arrogant. Obviously, he had gained confidence. When his eyes fell upon the jade pendant, and he felt the spiritual power contained within it, the killer's hand holding the sword paused, and his brows could not help but furrowed. Is the information sent by the headquarters false? He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Bai Lan? Chapter 54. Data not connected properly? No big problem. No, don't the killers in your Tianji Pavilion receive any professional training before taking up their posts? The corporate image of Tianji Pavilion was instantly lowered by this group of low-level chi refining killers. The intelligence work was terrible. A killer from the world of cultivation came to deliver warmth to someone's door, but he found out that he had delivered it to the wrong address. Fortunately, the warmth had not been delivered yet, so it seemed that there was still room for the mission to be turned around. The man in black came here just to kill Long Aotian, but now he finds out that he seemed to have chosen the wrong target. He is considering whether to kill him to silence him or just leave. After all, he is neither a cultivator from the Qingyuan sect nor a cultivator from the Hawan sect. Once his identity is exposed, he will inevitably be noticed by cultivators from both sects. It was fine within the secret realm, but once he left the secret realm and was targeted by a Jindan stage cultivator, it would be difficult for him to escape. But killing these two people doesn't seem realistic. If the person in front of me is really the young master of the Li family, once he took action, not only would he be unable to survive under the pressure of the protective jade pendant, he would also definitely offend the Li family. The man in black frowned and weighed the options. Seeing that the situation was no longer a stalemate, Li Shizu, who was slumped on the ground, quickly got up from the ground and hid behind Bai Lan. Bai Lan glanced at Li Shizu behind him in silence. If we are not friends, there is no point in you hiding behind me. If the killer came towards him with a sword, Bai Lan guaranteed that he would immediately use the little phantom steps to escape. She herself is still just a small chi refining level 4 cultivator with low cultivation and not very strong. But before running away, it seems like there's something I can do. When encountering Long Aotian's enemy, Bai Lan always felt sorry for Long Aotian if he didn't do something. System, print out a copy of Long Aotian's photo and information, including all his information up to now. Bai Lan sent a message to the system. Long Aotian's personal information is of great importance, involving many golden finger opportunities and secrets. It is better not to let anyone else know except her. Receive. The system finally found the meaning of its existence. He is a system. In the world of cultivation, this high-level martial arts plane is really useless. Printing things and organizing information are what he is good at. A minute later, Bai Lan took out 3 or 4 sheets of A4 size information and handed them to the man in black who was about to turn around and leave. Here. The man in black took a step back cautiously and held his sword across his body. What are you going to do? He scanned it with his spiritual sense, but found that there was no spiritual power fluctuation at all on that thing. Li Shizu, who was standing by, took a closer look. After seeing the picture and information of Long Aotian, he widened his eyes in surprise. It's him! It's him! This is Long Aotian. Hey, the black guy over there, did you see that? This is the real Long Aotian. He's been chasing me, shouting Long Aotian, Long Aotian. I've been running around in the Juyin secret realm with you for 4 or 5 days. Even if you're not tired, I'm tired in my heart, Li Shizu said angrily. This is all the information about Long Aotian at present. The skills and magic weapons he often uses are all written on it. I remember I told your colleague, Orly, last time. How come, when he assigned the project of killing Long Aotian to you, didn't he give you the information as well? Bai Lan raised his eyebrows. System scored twice. Long Aotian's information was exposed to the enemy twice in total, and Long Aotian paid a heavy price. He lost a small teleportation array and was beaten up. Light a candle for him. The man in black fell into deep thought. You're welcome. Take it, Bai Lan said with a smile. After all, Long Aotian, and I have a grudge. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have a lot of information about Long Aotian. When his bounty rises to the Xian level in the future, you can introduce your colleagues to buy information from me. I will give you a 20% discount. The bounty order of Tianji Pavilion is divided into 4 levels. Tianyi Xianwang, which correspond to nascent soul, Dan, foundation establishment, and Qi refining respectively. The bounty for Long Aotian's current killing is at the yellow level, so the killers that come to kill him are naturally the lowest level yellow level killers. His bounty will not increase to the Xian level or the Earth level because he will definitely die in my hands, and his career will end at the Huang level. The man in black snorted coldly, carefully put on a glove, and then took the S4 paper handed over by Bai Lan. Oh, yes. If you can kill Long Aotian, Bai Lan will be the first to open champagne to celebrate. The information was densely packed, clearly stating Long Aotian's name, age, height, personality, and even his full body profile photo. He is skilled in swordsmanship, possesses a heavenly level cultivation technique, is extremely powerful in bodybuilding techniques, and has multiple life-saving methods such as the art of disguise. Even the details about his ambiguous relationships with several women, his physical intimacy with several women, and the families he had grudges with were clearly written. Since Tianji Pavilion does not have detailed information about Long Aotian, then Bai Lan helped them to supplement the information. Seeing the assassin in black clothes flying away, Li Shizu on the side was shocked and said, "How do you know so much about Long Aotian? Why aren't you talking?" "Humph, wait, the clothes you're wearing. Aren't you an outer sect disciple? You're only at the 4th level of Qi refining, and you dare to come up to me. Aren't you afraid that the guy will kill you?" He was timid when in crisis, but now that he is safe, he has resumed the tone of a rich kid and even speaks in an arrogant manner. "Tisk." Bai Lan frowned and turned around. "Why are you talking so much?" If it weren't for the fact that the protective jade pendant on this kid contained the power of a Jindan cultivator, which could keep him alive, Bai Lan would have decisively reloaded the game to maximize his benefits. Let the killer from Tianji Pavilion kill this kid first. This is called following God's will. Then she took advantage of the situation to avenge her fellow disciples, which is called going with the flow. Although the killer in the late Qi refining stage is a bit tricky, and it is still unclear whether I can defeat him, it always makes sense to give it a try. What a pity. The ancestor of the Li family still values this Li Shizu very much. This time, apart from causing trouble for Long Aotian, there is nothing to gain. "Hey you, I'll remember you for daring to disrespect me, young Master Li." Li Shizu snorted coldly. Bai Lan had already disappeared on the spot with small mysterious steps, leaving Li Shizu alone, standing there dumbfounded. "Host, the information of the grandfather in Long Aotian's body is also written on the back of that document. Is it really okay to do this?" The system fell into deep thought. Li Shizu and the assassin in black had just glanced at the first page and did not turn to the rest. Little did they know that what follows is the highlight. Bai Lan chuckled. Why panic? If the news of Grandpa's existence leaks out, the one who should be panicking is Long Aotian. Indeed, the system silently lit a candle for Long Aotian in its heart. However, according to the fate of the Child of Destiny, it is unlikely that the old man's ultimate invincible golden finger will be leaked. She already had some guesses in her mind that the one who would be harmed was most likely the killer who took away Long Aotian's detailed information. After all, only the dead can keep secrets. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Bai Lan. She just stirred up trouble. Of course, everyone was happy when the news broke and waited to see what would happen. It doesn't matter if it can't explode. Chapter 55, Same Scar. After killing some time on the way, Bai Lan arrived at the medicine garden at the right time. Many Qi refining cultivators gathered outside the medicine garden. They could see the 100-year-old spiritual herbs growing in the garden with their spiritual scents, but no one dared to go in. Because there was a 3rd-level monster, a golden armored lion, sitting at the entrance of the medicine garden, staring at the monks outside like a door god. Long Aotian and Bai Ling were also standing in the crowd, but the two of them looked surprisingly similar. The scars on their bodies and their miserable appearances are very similar. Both were caused by someone. Seeing Bai Lan's slowly appearing figure, Long Aotian and Bai Ling both felt something and looked over, with the same raging anger burning in their eyes. Just looking at Long Aotian's eyes, which were several times angrier than Bai Ling's, Bai Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Judging from Long Aotian's appearance, he had probably fallen into her trap half an hour ago. After getting down from the cold pond, he discovered the empty stone house. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days since I entered the secret realm, and I thought something happened to you. When Nan Xinji saw Bai Lan, he came over and lowered his voice. Bai Lan smiled. Do you think I look like someone who might get into trouble? Nan Xinji looked Bai Lan up and down. There was not a single scar on his body, and his breathing was steady. He looked down at himself and saw 4 or 5 scars on his body, and his clothes were torn. The world's disparity. Oof. You wouldn't have found a corner to hide in, right? Nan Xinji asked suspiciously. Let's not talk about this. What's going on now? A group of people are gathered here. Bai Lan changed the subject and pointed to the medicine garden ahead. Nan Xinji sighed. Well, a third-level monster was guarding that medicinal garden. The first 2 disciples who rushed him were already buried in the monster's belly. The power of the low-level talisman explosion didn't even damage the lion's fur. It was really tough. Everyone, it's not a solution to continue wasting time here. The amount of materials in the medicine garden is astonishing. At least this is enough for us to give it a try. A female cultivator from the Huan sect who had reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage suddenly stood up and spoke loudly. Everyone agreed. Yes, apart from those 100-year-old spiritual herbs visible to the naked eye, there must be quite a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. I think it's worth a try. We are numerous and powerful. Even if that evil beast is a third-level monster, it is no match for 4 hands. If we attack it together, we may not be able to kill it. Someone took the lead, someone built up momentum, and soon the disciples of the 2 sects united together and began to discuss ways to jointly kill the golden armored lion. Junior brother Bai's cultivation is low. He is only at the 4th level of qi refining, and I'm afraid he won't be able to help much at that time. But I remember that you are good at footwork, and your speed is amazing. Why don't you attract the firepower of the monster, so that we can use all our strength to kill the monster? Bai Ling spoke suddenly. Everyone knew that this was a dangerous task. A qi refining level 4, trying to attract the firepower of a foundation establishment stage monster? That was probably courting death. It was obvious that this inner sect disciple wanted to deal with that outer sect servant disciple. But since it was none of their business, many people just turned a blind eye and looked at Bai Lan as if they were watching a show. However, many disciples of Qingyuan's sect also cast dissatisfied glances at Bai Ling. This junior sister is right. This is a serious matter, and I cannot refuse her agreement. Long Aotian's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement secretly. The 2 sons of destiny expressed their opinions, followed by Bai Ling's peach blossom and Long Aotian's harem, and the situation seemed to be quite one-sided. Nan Xinji widened his eyes and wanted to pull Bai Lan, but saw her nodded. Okay. Bai Lan nodded. Bai Ling was stunned. You agreed? Of course, Uncle Master. Don't worry. I will definitely attract the fire for you. Bai Lan smiled slightly. His eyes were quite creepy. This indifferent response made Bai Ling feel a little cold on her neck, and she felt that something was wrong. In order to give someone a taste of his own medicine, Bai Lan wanted to take advantage of the crowd fighting to sneak into the medicine garden and search for spiritual herbs. But since Bai Ling was so actively provoking her, Bai Lan didn't mind spending more time to bring her some surprises that Long Aotian had experienced before. For example, using the invisibility cloak and leading the golden armored lion to chase Bai Ling. That scene must be wonderful. My Huan sect has a killing formation that requires several disciples to set up together. After the formation is completed, it will be powerful enough to deal with a 3rd-level monster. Fellow Daoist, please lead that evil beast into the formation. The female cultivator from the Huan sect who took the lead looked at Bai Lan. The golden armored lion in the distance saw the human monks gathering together, smelled the danger keenly, and began to become restless. Okay, without further ado, I will go and lure it away. Please make sure we get it over with quickly. Bai Lan stood up first and walked towards the direction of the golden armored lion. Nan Xinji behind him tried to pull Bai Lan's sleeve for the 2nd time, but failed. Looking at the shadow that was leaving resolutely, Nan Xinji was still a little nervous, but the next second her brows frowned. I couldn't see her. I couldn't see her at all. Following Bai Lan's steps, only afterimages remained in Nan Xinji's eyes. There are 3 levels to the small mysterious steps. The method of practicing this step is very simple and unpretentious. There is no skill involved, and it all depends on practice. After reaching the 3rd level, one can walk 100 meters in an instant or disappear without a sound and in the blink of an eye. It can be said to be a wonderful technique for escaping and dodging in battle. Bai Lan's mysterious steps had already been practiced to perfection through countless reloads and dodgings. After practicing it to the second level of the pinnacle, his figure has reached the point where it is difficult to distinguish it with the naked eye. The third level golden armored lion is not clumsy and stupid, but rather very agile and swift. However, even so, its speed is still not enough for Bai Lan. With his eyes fixed on the golden armored lion, Bai Lan skillfully used the surrounding terrain to avoid damage. If he was accidentally hit and seriously injured, Bai Lan would instantly return to the beginning. The golden armored lion was quite fast, but Bai Lan had predicted its entire route of movement, and it was very cunning. The demon beast, which was in the foundation establishment stage, chased the human cultivator around the medicine garden for 7 or 8 laps, but it failed to hit him with a single claw, and every move it made missed. Roar! The golden armored lion roared angrily and chased Bai Lan's shadow with its claws several times, but all to no avail. It's just like when humans try to swatter flies and mosquitoes. They can clearly see their positions and flight paths, but they always fail to hit them when they put down the swatter. Especially since the golden armored lion used its flesh claws to hit Bai Lan, the difficulty was doubled. The golden armored lion, who was already in a bad mood, became even angrier. With an angry howl, the golden lion's originally dazzling golden hair gradually turned blood red, as if it had gone mad. Bai Lan's eyes lit up. Angry? Crazy? That's good. Bai Lan took small mysterious steps and went behind the golden armored lion. He put on an invisible robe in the blind spot of everyone's sight and rushed towards the direction of Bai Ling in the distance without hesitation. Chapter 56. Are you here to purchase goods? It is reasonable that monsters have low intelligence and go crazy, lose their minds, and rush around recklessly. It makes sense that he would rush towards Bai Ling alone after going crazy. Very reasonable. So everyone watched as the golden armored lion, which had been fooled by Bai Lan, suddenly went crazy and rushed towards Bai Ling in the distance. And the little sister who did the chores had long disappeared. Bai Ling was startled and hid behind Lu Qing tremblingly. "Lo, brother Lu, why did this golden armored lion suddenly go crazy?" Lu Qing didn't know how to answer. He was so scared. The blood-red golden armored lion rushed straight after Bai Lan. Bai Lan ran all the way and dodged behind Bai Ling. As she expected, the golden armored lion rushed towards Bai Ling and Lu Qing. She had already practiced this move on Long Aotian, and now she was very skilled in using it. The two collided, and the golden armored lion remained unmoved, but Bai Ling and the other were knocked away, looking miserable. Lu Qing has already fainted, so there is no need to mention him anymore. Looking at Bai Ling again, the one-time protective talisman given to her by Qing Xian had already been used up in the hall. Now she only had a few protective magic tools left. How could the protective magic tools of the Qi refining period be a match for the third-level monster? The violent blow caused Bai Ling to spit out blood, obviously suffering internal injuries. "Junior sister," an anxious voice sounded, and a young man in red from a distance ran towards Bai Ling, trying to help her up. This young man in red is none other than one of Bai Ling's concubines, the second disciple of true man Qing Xian, Nangong Yuan. But before the two could react, Bai Lan led the golden armored lion and rushed over again. The two were frightened for a moment and ran away together. The female cultivator of the Huan sect, who was setting up a formation in the distance, was still worried that the suddenly mad golden armored lion would rush over and destroy the formation. But after a few breaths, the golden armored lion seemed to have gone mad and only focused on the junior sister of Qing Yuan's sect and charged at her, as if she was the only one in its eyes and it had no intention of attacking anyone else. It's strange, but the leading female nun of the Huan sect breathed a sigh of relief. "My fellow disciples, form a formation with all your strength." After she finished speaking, her expression flickered slightly, and her gaze swept across the golden armored lion that was chasing Bai Ling, and a hint of deep thought flashed in her eyes. "How is it? It feels good to attract the firepower of monsters, right, Uncle Bai?" The voice transmission that suddenly appeared in his mind startled Bai Ling and made her eyes widen suddenly. "It's you!" Bai Ling gritted her teeth. "It's you who did it? Where are you?" But Bai Ling, whose attention was attracted by Bai Lan's words, was distracted for only a moment, and the golden armored lion had already arrived in front of Bai Ling and opened its bloody mouth. "Junior sister, be careful." Nangong Yuan, who had just gone to help Bai Ling, cast a green shield to block Bai Ling. However, the heavy price of using Qi refining stage cultivation to block the foundation establishment stage golden armored lion was enough to make the red-robed young man's mouth full of blood and his breathing disordered. Bai Lan's gaze paused on the red-robed young man for a moment and shook his head. one of Bai Ling's peach blossoms. As expected, there will always be someone who will sacrifice his life to save the child of destiny. Although she successfully transferred the anger of the golden lion to Bai Ling, she had a hard time running along the way. Of course, the most miserable one is Bai Ling. After all, she has never learned any body skills. She can survive until now at the hands of the Foundation establishment stage monster with her chi refining stage cultivation level. The only thing that can help her survive is the luck of being the child of destiny. Bai Ling's eyes were filled with sorrow. Second brother, don't worry about me. This monster is coming for me. Leave quickly. No, junior sister, I will definitely protect you. Second brother, let's go. No, I won't leave. Bai Lan, who was hiding in the dark, touched his nose and suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. She had gotten used to it. Whenever this happened, the standard Qiong Yao drama of Bai Ling and one of her peach blossoms would begin. Qiong Yao arrived late, but she did. If Le Qing had not been knocked unconscious just now, there would be 3 people in this scene now. What a pity, that guy is too fragile. Of course, Bai Lan can't be blamed for this. Bai Ling likes to find people to attract attention so much. How could she not go and experience it herself? Bai Lan, a conscientious businessman, even offered a buy one get one free deal, allowing Bai Ling's harem to also experience the power of the golden armored lion. It's really touching. Uncle Bai is the direct disciple of Qing Xianjinren. He has countless magic weapons on him. It must be no problem for him to save his life. Bai Lan sent a message to Bai Ling. His tone was very cheerful. Come on, I'll leave first. Bai Ling gritted her teeth in anger, but she couldn't even find Bai Lan's figure. Originally, the task of attracting the monster's firepower was forced to fall on Bai Ling. Now she had to wait for the Hahuan Sect monks in the distance to set up the formation, and then lead the golden armored lion into the formation, so that she could escape from the sea of suffering. Now Bai Ling can only pray that the monks of the Hahuan Sect will act quickly. Otherwise, what Bai Lan said before will really come true, and one of her concubines will die to save her. Bai Lan, who had already escaped, made a big detour and secretly sneaked into the medicine garden. This was her original purpose, because Bai Ling's sudden interference took her a lot of time, but it was still not too late now. System, you go watch the door. I'll dig the spiritual herbs. Bai Lan took out a small shovel with his backhand. He had found it in Long Aotian's storage bag, which contained many jade boxes used to store spiritual herbs. These are all good things for digging spiritual herbs. Long Aotian has prepared them very well, and Bai Lan is very pleased. Therefore, in Bai Lan's eyes, when going into a dungeon with the Child of Destiny, he generally doesn't need to prepare much. If you go down empty-handed, Long Aotian will deliver the equipment himself. He is very conscientious. Got it, host, don't worry. The system squatted at the location where the golden armored lion was previously, with a focused look on its face. The monks outside were all focused on the golden armored lion and didn't notice that a sneaky and invisible shadow had sneaked into the medicine garden right under their noses. Bai Lan moved quickly and with a clear purpose. After entering the medicine garden, he went straight to the deepest part where the spiritual energy was the most abundant. Bai Lan had no time to recognize the names of these spiritual herbs or their uses. The right thing to do was to collect them all into the void stone first. He transplanted the soil on the ground into the void stone. When his spiritual power was insufficient, he used the spiritual stones to replenish it on the spot. In less than half a quarter of an hour, there were only a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs over 500 years old left in this medicine garden. Bai Lan didn't dig them all away. He wanted to leave some benefits for the other cultivators outside who were serious about fighting monsters. If he really dug this place out, it would arouse suspicion. Host, the golden armored lion has entered the formation set up by the monks of the Hahuan Sect. The system reported in real time. Another quarter of an hour passed. Host, the golden armored lion is dead. The system turned around and looked into the medicine garden and suddenly choked. Originally, he thought that it would be enough for the host to dig up the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the medicine garden. In just a quarter of an hour, most of the low-level spiritual herbs on the ground were gone. Host, you are here to purchase goods, right? The system swallowed. Chapter 57. If you meet Bai Ling, kill him on the spot. Bai Lan said nothing. He waved his hand and put all the jade boxes stacked on the ground into the void stone. Then he looked at the system. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. System. Bai Lan, who did good deeds without leaving a name, collected half of the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden, then concealed his presence, put on his robe, and flew out of the medicine garden. Bai Lan, with the lowest cultivation level in the field, attracted the firepower of the golden armored lions to delay time for them to set up a formation, and now he gets the highest reward. This is reasonable, right? She was not interested in the corpse of the third-level golden armored lion. There were dozens of chi refining cultivators present, so even if she divided it, she wouldn't be able to get much. Most of the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the medicine garden went into Bai Lan's pocket, and there were not many 100-year-old ones left. He had already made a fortune on this trip, and it would be unfair to share the golden armored lion with them. The ice grass needed by Monsoon is also in the medicine garden, but the quantity is a bit scarce. It was enough to report to Ji Feng, but Bai Lan also wanted to keep some more ice condensation grass for planting and alchemy in the future. It seems that she still has to visit the place marked by her chief master on the map. Following the approximate direction marked on the map, Bai Lan ran for more than half an hour and searched around the mark for a long time. He didn't find the ice grass, but he did find a lot of its roots and stems neatly arranged. Looks like someone got there first? Damn it, Bai Lan was always the best at getting there first, but she never expected that one day someone would get there first. This herbalist is not a very smart guy, and his method of picking herbs is very similar to cutting wheat. By cutting the grass one after another like this, the roots and branches of the spiritual herb were directly separated, and most of the medicinal properties and spiritual power of the Bingning grass itself were consumed. It's a waste of resources, but not a complete waste. After all, she has the Void Stone. Bai Lan shook his head and sighed, then directly put this piece of land along with the roots of the ice grass into the Void Stone. I'll go back to the library to learn how to cultivate spiritual herbs and see if I can cultivate a new batch of ice grass seedlings based on these roots. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation of spiritual power and the sound of fighting coming from far away. Bai Lan frowned slightly, held his breath, and hid in the dark. The three Hahuan Sect disciples held the same flag-shaped spiritual weapon and chased the Yukinjuan Sect disciples all the way, forcing them into this desperate situation. The Qingyuan Sect disciples' cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, and his entire body was covered in blood and broken veins. A total of 4 cultivators who had reached the great perfection of Qi refining stage from the Hahuan Sect entered the secret realm on this trip. One of them was a female cultivator who had just fought against the golden armored lion outside the medicine garden. I didn't expect the remaining 3 to all gather together. This is really unreasonable. The Join secret realm is so large that if you just want to train and hunt for treasures, it is naturally better to spread out for the greatest benefit. Now, the 3 most powerful Qi refining stage warriors of the Hahuan Sect have gathered together. Either there is a conspiracy or there is calculation. Okay, that old fox Ji Feng really has something else in his words. Does the Hahuan Sect really want to cause trouble? In just a moment, the Qingyuan Sect disciple who was restrained died. Bai Lan frowned and sighed secretly. It's not that I don't want to save you. It's okay for a person who has reached the great perfection of Qi refining stage. It might be possible for her to try to reload the save file and dodge and fight back. The 3 Qi refining stage great perfections were indeed a bit tricky. Uncle Master, we have already turned the 9 in secret realm upside down and have almost dug deep into the ground, but we still cannot find any trace of Senior Xian Shatzi. One of the female disciples sighed. Bai Lan's pupils trembled. Who is Xian Shatzi? No, that's not important. The important thing is, Master? The Hahuan Sect disciple who had just spoken was wearing the attire of an inner sect disciple. Those who were called Uncle Masters by the inner sect disciples had either reached the Jindan stage or the foundation building stage. It doesn't look like he is in the Jindan stage, but the possibility of him being in the foundation building stage is more likely. Could it be that someone suppressed his cultivation to the Qi refining stage and entered the secret realm? My goodness, even if the foundation establishment stage suppresses the cultivation level of the Qi refining stage, it is still a dimensionality reduction attack. You, the Hahuan Sect, have no moral principles. Wait a minute. The leading female cultivator from the Hahuan Sect sneered. Dao Yu, come out. You have been hiding in the dark for a long time. Do you really think I didn't find you? Your fellow cultivator died in front of you, but you were so indifferent. Dao Yu is really cold-blooded. If the woman's cultivation level was at the foundation establishment stage, then he would indeed not be able to hide his aura in front of her. The art of concealing his breath was completely useless under the suppression of a cultivation level that spanned a major realm. That's really interesting. In your eyes, do you want me to rush out without thinking and die in your hands together with that dying fellow disciple? Only by giving my head to you can I be considered as having flesh and blood. Bai Lan sneered, but wrapped his invisibility robe tighter. A person in the foundation establishment stage can definitely kill a person in the middle chi refining stage with one blow. The female cultivator of the Huan sect frowned and chuckled. Just now, it was your Qingyuan sect disciples who took the initiative to kill people and steal treasures. We 3 weak women were just forced to defend ourselves in order to save our lives. What a forced defense! If the body of the Qingyuan sect disciple lying on the ground had not been cold, he would have been so angry that he would have vomited 3 liters of blood. Which normal chi refining level 7 cultivator would take the initiative to kill and rob 3 chi refining great perfection cultivators who form a team? It was too late to run away. I'm afraid it's the old man who hanged himself because he felt his life was too long. The Huan sect and the Qingyuan sect are allies. Our Huan sect has always been kind to others, and our disciples will never do anything unjust. Fellow Taoist, you can rest assured. Meeting is fate. Why don't you come out and talk? Only a fool would go out and talk to you. Now when we go out, we are not chatting, but discussing our fate. Bai Lan lowered his head and thought for a while, looked down at his robe, then looked up at the 3 people in the distance who had their backs to him, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If that female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage had discovered me, she would have killed me long ago and would not have wasted so much time talking to me. Now she is still willing to talk to me. Obviously, he can only sense her breath, but cannot locate her exact position. That's why he wanted to play psychological warfare with her, trying to trick her into revealing her flaws. Forget it, she can't collect the storage bags of these 3 people for the time being, so she'd better moisten them first. Oomph. You disciples of the Huan sect openly killed my disciples of the Qingyuan sect in the secret realm. You are so bold and presumptuous. I, Bai Ling, am a direct disciple of true man Qingxian. After we leave the secret realm this time, I will report your actions to Master. After Bai Lan shouted loudly, he grabbed the system's collar and flew away with the phantom steps without looking back. System, light a candle for the girl of destiny again. Even at this juncture, the host did not forget to set a trap for Bai Ling. 3 female practitioners from the Huan sect looked at each other in the distance. The leading female cultivator from the Huan sect noticed that the strange aura around them had disappeared, and her face turned cold. Send the message down. In the secret realm, if any disciple of the Huan sect encounters someone named Bai Ling, they should kill him on the spot. No need to say anything more. Yes, Uncle Master. The 2 Huan sect disciples clasped their fists in response, then took out the sound transmission talisman and issued orders. Chapter 58. It sounds like a heresy. Words spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and in less than a quarter of an hour, all the disciples of the Huan sect in the entire secret realm had received an order with the highest priority. If you encounter a female cultivator from the Qingyuan sect named Bai Ling, kill her without mercy. Bai Lan ran around with the system for half a minute, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The 3 people from the Huan sect seemed to be looking for something. Xinsha. Xinsha. The name Xinsha sounded familiar. She must have heard it somewhere. After searching in the void stone for a long time, Bai Lan's eyes fell on the jade slip in the corner, and he could clearly see a line of small words engraved on it. Suansha Danjing. Wait, could that old man in the nascent soul stage in the octagonal tower be the person the Huan sect cultivators are looking for? I casually explored the contents of this alchemy book. Explosive spirit pill, bloodbone pill, poison pill, demon luring powder, joy powder. Most of them are irregular elixirs. There are some regular elixirs, but not many. As expected, that old guy was not a nascent soul cultivator from the righteous path. He was an old demon in the nascent soul stage from the evil path. The name Xinsha sounds very evil. His gaze fell back on the Xinsha Dan Sutra. It seemed that this was the purpose of the cultivator from the Huan sect. But unfortunately, this thing now fell into her hands. The identity jade token in the storage bag flashed slightly, and it was time to leave the Jiuyin secret realm. While rushing towards the exit of the secret realm, Bai Lan met Bai Ling, who was being chased by disciples of the Huan sect on the road. My master is Master Qingxian. How dare you kill me? Bai Ling shouted angrily while running. The 2 Huan sect disciples following behind her looked at each other and said, Qingxuan's disciple? It's definitely her. She's the one we're hunting. Keep chasing. When Bai Ling discovered that revealing her master's backstage information had no effect, but instead led to an even more intense pursuit, she decisively shut up and started running. Bai Lan, wearing an invisible robe, passed by and watched a small game of chasing each other. He shook his head with emotion and said, "What a hearty movie of chasing Bai Ling. It's a pity that it's too short. Seize the bamboo shoots." The system also shook its head. Bai Lan remained invisible all the way to the exit of the secret realm and only revealed himself, encountering almost no danger along the way. Ling Xiaojinren and Ji Feng outside the secret realm had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Bai Lan flying out of the vortex, Ji Feng's eyes lit up and he sent a message. "How is it? Did you find the condensing ice grass?" Bai Lan paused when he heard this and coughed a few times with his hands covering his lips. He looked like he had survived a disaster. Ahem, ahem. In order to find the condensing ice grass from Master Uncle, I was chased by the monster for 3 days and 3 nights and suffered countless injuries. I was lucky enough to find 3 of them. Master Uncle, ahem, do you have anything to say? Ji Feng paused. What did you want to say? Bai Lan's words were full of hidden meanings, and the abacus beads broke in his face. I know you want spirit stones. Don't worry, as long as you find the condensing ice grass, you will definitely get a share of the refined Dingyan pill. Spirit stones? How many do you want? Bai Lan lowered his head and calculated. If it's lower, it's a big loss. Generally speaking, at this time you should first quote a number higher than the market price to scare the other party. Then, when the other party is in disbelief, you reluctantly lower the price and quote a price that is inflated by the market price. In this way, the price is high and low, and the other party will have the illusion that they have made a profit. Bai Lan transmitted, 1,000? Ji Feng glared. Why don't you go and rob it? She has done this kind of thing to the child of destiny many times. Bai Lan coughed lightly and said, Is it a little high? How about this? For the sake of Master Uncle, I'll give you a discount. Master Uncle will only give you 600 spiritual stones. Ji Feng glanced over with a meaningful look. After a long while, he said quietly, Forget it. 600 is 600. This trip was indeed dangerous. It was not fair to let a chi refining disciple take the risk to pick spiritual herbs. He would accept being ripped off this time. By the way, I encountered a strange thing in the secret realm this time. Bai Lan said in a voice transmission. His expression seemed to become a little puzzled. Those disciples of the Hehuan Sect seemed to be chasing a disciple named Bai Ling. It's really weird. Ji Feng paused and asked, Tell me more. How can I explain it in detail? It was she who did it. The other side has more people and more power. Uncle Bai Ling is an inner sect disciple with great strength. I'm just a small cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining with weak strength. Seeing that the situation was not good, it was natural for me to protect myself, so I ran away first. Bai Lan looked innocent. It was her job to disclose to the higher-ups of the Hehuan Sect that the Hehuan Sect members had attacked the Qingyuan Sect disciples. All the Hehuan Sect disciples had come to the secret realm to seek the inheritance of the magic cultivation, and they might turn against them in the future. If there is a war between good and evil in the future, it is possible that the Hehuan Sect will stab you in the back. But what information to reveal and how much to reveal is her business. Bai Lan told others about Bai Ling's matter because he knew that Bai Ling would definitely come out alive and her existence would serve as evidence. It seemed that Ji Feng had been on guard against the Hehuan Sect for a long time, but he did not seem to have found any definitive evidence. So he reported the matter half-truthfully to the people in the law enforcement hall. Now looking at Ji Feng's solemn expression, I'm afraid he has already made up his mind. Sure enough, a moment later, a figure staggered out from the swirling darkness. It was Bai Ling, who was covered in scars. The Hehuan Sect is not good enough. Bai Ling can actually walk out upright. Junior sister, Lu Qing and the young man in red, 2 of the concubines, stepped forward one after another to help Bai Ling up. Bai Ling struggled to stand up. With red eyes, she pointed in the direction of the Hehuan Sect. Uncle Ling Xiao, this time in the secret realm, the Hehuan Sect cultivators chased and killed me all the way for some unknown reason. If I hadn't escaped by chance, I would have died in the secret realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. True Man Hong Xiao sneered, waved his fan, and took 2 steps forward. The pressure of a Jindan stage cultivator fell on Bai Ling. Little guy, what did you just say? My disciples from the Hehuan Sect are chasing you? What a joke you're talking about. My disciples from the Hehuan Sect are always kind. Our disciples are reluctant to step on even an ant. How could they do such a thing as chasing someone? Bai Ling was speechless. Only then did she realize that she was hunted down by the disciples of the Hehuan Sect when she was alone. Even though she was seriously injured and dying now, with no one to testify for her, she could not point out that the Hahuan sect was the one who did it. "Umph, you little brat who speaks nonsense. How dare you slander my Hahuan sect?" Hong Xiao sneered. Under the pressure of the Jindan stage, the seriously injured Bai Ling had no chance to speak and fainted instantly. Ling Xiao Jinren in the distance frowned and raised his hand. "Fellow Taoist Hong Xiao, regardless of whether this matter is true or not, whether the disciples of Qingyuan sect are right or wrong is not your turn to comment." Hong Xiao chuckled. Yes, I am magnanimous and will not bother with such a youngster. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, you must properly discipline your disciples. How can you slander someone's innocence so casually? Chapter 59, it's sad and lamentable. Bai Lan was eating melon in the crowd. The two old Jindan stage monsters above are fighting each other, and it seems that Master Ling Xiao has the upper hand at the moment. Bai Ling, who was stunned by the pressure below, was surrounded by two concubines. She was healed and fed elixirs, and Xiong Yao's drama was like a third bloomer. However, some people just couldn't bear to see Bai Lan enjoying himself, and a howling sound with a crying tone suddenly sounded from behind Bai Lan. "You're not dead." Bai Lan turned around and saw Nan Xinji's incredulous face. "Hmm?" Bai Lan nodded. "If nothing unexpected happens, I am invincible." Nan Xinji was still immersed in the joy of finding his lost friend, but Bai Lan's words ruined the whole atmosphere in an instant. "She is still as confident in her life as ever." "Humph," she snorted. "It was because you suddenly disappeared and reappeared that I missed the chance to dismember the golden armored lion and the spiritual herbs in the garden. How is it? Are you upset, Bai Lan? If you beg your uncle with a few soft words, it's not impossible for your uncle to give you some things. After all, I'm an inner sect disciple, and I have a lot more money than you do." Nan Xinji raised his eyebrows. "Bai Lan, no, that's not necessary. She would feel guilty if they separated again. Although the rule in the world of immortal cultivation is that opportunities are first come, first served, ownerless items belong to the first person who gets them. But these people were diligently following the process to fight the golden armored lion, and it looked quite tiring. Unlike her, she doesn't follow the process at all. She took 8 out of 10 pieces of cake, and now Nan Xinji actually wanted to give her some. She really did. Bai Lan cried to death. No need to be polite with Master Uncle. Nan Xinji thought Bai Lan was embarrassed. Bai Lan was silent for a moment and began to change the subject awkwardly. "By the way, remember that Master Uncle asked me to bring your suicide note to you before, but it seems that it is not necessary now." When the topic turned to the suicide note, Nan Xinji no longer worried about giving the spiritual herbs to Bai Lan. "How come you still remember this? You almost forgot it." Nan Xinji looked a little embarrassed. It was her first time cultivating immortality, her first time entering a secret realm, and her first time going to such a dangerous place. She was really afraid that she would die in there. Although she was indeed chased by monsters and beasts in the secret realm and suffered a lot of injuries, at least she survived and got a lot of good things. Nan Xinji still cannot understand how Bai Lan managed to spend a month in the Juyin secret realm and still remain unharmed. Except for her hair being a little messy, the rest of her looked almost the same as before she entered the secret realm. He must have found a secluded place to hide. That must be it. Nan Xinji was heartbroken. Why couldn't she find a safe place to hide in the secret realm? In the distance, the two Jindan true immortals engaged in a long verbal battle. In the end, true immortal Ling Xiao did not break off relations with the Hahuan sect in public, as if he had some concerns. Bai Lan was just about to go on the sect's flying boat to meditate and practice for a while when he was stopped from behind by a female disciple of the Hahuan sect. "Junior sister of Qingyuan sect, please stay." Bai Lan paused. "Is she exposed? When you killed the golden armored lion earlier, the body movements you used were truly exquisite. In my opinion, although you were no match for that evil beast, you were able to restrain it with ease. Why did you suddenly disappear in the middle of the fight?" The person who came was none other than the Hahuan sect's Qi refining stage great perfection disciple who had previously formed a formation to kill the golden armored lion. Because the Qingyuan sect and the Hahuan sect are still allies on the surface, the disciples of the sects call each other senior sister and junior sister in order to show closeness. Bai Lan spread his hands. "Actually, it was Master Bai Ling in the sect who took the initiative to tell me that she would help me to restrain the monster and asked me to leave quickly, so I—" The female cultivator was silent for a second, with only 5 big words written on her face. "Do you think I believe it?" Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the inner disciple, named Bai Ling, had a grudge against her. So that's how it is? I just thought the robe my junior sister was wearing looked very familiar. So I came forward to ask, wanting to know the origin of that robe. The female cultivator from the Hahuan sect chuckled, her words hinting at something. Bai Lan's expression changed. Such an ordinary sentence is like thunder. Her new emperor's robe was discovered even a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't detect the robe, but this chi refining cultivator actually discovered it. Senior sister from the Hahuan sect, if you have something to say, just say it directly. The other party's tone was firm, so Bai Lan didn't beat around the bush and pretended to be stupid. He stopped and looked at her. The female cultivator smiled and nodded. When she opened her mouth again, her voice was transmitted in the form of telepathy and entered Bai Lan's ears. In fact, I also got that invisibility robe by chance before. The female cultivator said, sighing slightly. I got it from a killer from the Tianji Pavilion, who I eliminated in the Jiuyin secret realm. Bai Lan she pupin stang. This. Unexpected, yet reasonable. She really wanted to ask if the killer was the one who went after Long Aotian. Unfortunately, the hunt for the Child of Destiny was not halfway completed when he died. It's sad and lamentable. I got some information from that person's storage bag, and then I learned that the robe is not just a spiritual weapon, but a necessary item for entering the Tianji Pavilion, and it is also an opportunity to join the Tianji Pavilion. After the female cultivator of the Hahuan sect finished speaking, she smiled again. The people of Tianji Pavilion have always come and gone without a trace. Few people know where Tianji Pavilion is located. It is really curious. This senior sister from the Hahuan sect speaks like a walking snake, always liking to go around in circles. If you want to exchange information about Tianji Pavilion with her, just say it directly. Why go around in so many detours? Tianji Pavilion is a rare neutral organization in the world of cultivation. As long as they are given spirit stones, they will kill both the evil and the righteous. As long as the spirit stones are delivered, I will guarantee your head. Of course, except for Long Aotian and Bai Ling. However, most of the low-level chi refining cultivators cannot find the whereabouts of Tianji Pavilion. Only cultivators with certain strength and financial resources are the target customers of Tianji Pavilion. The robe in my hand was given to me by a deceased friend. Alas, it's a pity that my friend died young and never told me the origin of the robe. After hearing what I heard from you today, senior sister, it turns out that this robe actually belongs to the Tianji Pavilion. Bai Lan looked surprised. The female cultivator nodded and said, to be honest, I am looking for the whereabouts of Tianji Pavilion due to some personal matters. If you have relevant information in the future, please let me know and I will reward you generously. What could they want from Tianji Pavilion? Either they want to join and become a killer, or they want to hire someone to kill someone. Just now, the Red Silk Master said something high-sounding, saying that the disciples of the Hahuan sect were kind-hearted and would not even step on an ant. The young lady speaks softly on the surface, but secretly they are either killing people for treasure or hiring killers to kill people. TSK. Yu Hahuan sect's lies cannot be believed at all. Chapter 60. By Deshanren. The two chatted for a long time via voice transmission. Afraid of arousing suspicion, the female cultivator quickly returned to the previous topic. Alas, I didn't expect that robe to be so expensive. It seems I can't afford it. But after chatting with you for a while today, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. After saying that, the female cultivator took out a sound transmission talisman from her storage bag and said, let's make friends. My name is Di Wuyin. You can use the sound transmission talisman to keep in touch with me in the future. The 15. Some of the names are familiar. I seem to have seen them somewhere. Fifth senior sister. Bai Lan nodded and took the sound transmission note. The two people were talking and laughing here, and the disciples of the Hahuan sect opposite were looking at the two people talking and laughing. Their brows were frowned so much that they almost pinched a mosquito to death. Others couldn't tell that the atmosphere was weird, but Bai Lan, who knew the inside story of the Hahuan sect, just wanted to laugh. The 15 in front of him seemed like an outlier in the Hahuan sect. Everyone in your Hahuan sect is planning to rebel against the Water Demon sect and backstab the Qingyuan sect. And yet you still come here to make friends with the Qingyuan sect disciples. It's weird, really weird. The system couldn't hear what the two people were saying in the voice transmission for a long time, so it could only frown and stare blankly. The amount of information in those two unspoken words instantly overwhelmed him. What? The 15? The system tried its best to hold back from making any sound and communicated with Bai Lan by typing. Oh my god. She appeared. One of Long Aotian's future concubines. A venomous scorpion beauty. The venomous beauty didn't notice it, but that girl really likes to beat around the bush when she speaks. I was wondering why her name sounded so familiar. It turns out she is from Long Aotian's harem. Bai Lan pondered. She knew all about Long Aotian's opportunities, but she didn't know much about the harem because there were too many of them, and she couldn't remember them at all. She is the most powerful one in Long Aotian's future harem. I suggest the host make a decision early. This woman will be very troublesome in the future. The system said in a deep voice. She finally joined the Tianji Pavilion. In less than 100 years, she cultivated to the Jinan stage. She is good at killing people silently, and her methods are very terrifying. Bai Lan didn't care about Di Wuyin at first, but now that he knows her identity, seeing the coldness in Bai Lan's eyes, the system shuddered. Host, you are not thinking of preparing for a rainy day and getting rid of it, right? How could that be? How could I, the great good man Bai, do such a thing? Bai Lan smiled slightly, his expression gentle. But I do need to think of some ways. Before she grows up, I need to use some means to prevent her from becoming my future enemy. According to the plot, the Hehuan sect will definitely rebel in the future. It seems that Di Wuyin did not choose to join the evil path in the end, but joined Tianji Pavilion, an intelligence killer organization. Bai Lan admires Tianji Pavilion very much. After all, it is a very tenacious organization. Long Aotian was hunted down twice, and both times it was people from the Tianji Pavilion, an organization that keeps falling and getting up to fight against Destiny Child. They are really trying too hard. In the early days, this organization received many orders to kill the son and daughter of Destiny, so they kept sending people to kill Long Aotian and Bai Ling frantically. But he was defeated every time. The mission always fails for various reasons, and the protagonist is given a head and a storage bag. In the end, it was destroyed as expected. I really want Bai Ling to join the Tianji Pavilion, and then let her take on the task of hunting down Long Aotian, and then see how Tiandao will respond. After returning to the Sect, Bai Lan went to the Sect's mission hall first. As soon as he broke through the 4th level of Qi refining, he rushed to the Jiuyin secret realm. In such a rush, he almost forgot to change his disciple token. After the menial disciples break through to the middle stage of Qi refining, they can join the outer sect. Junior sister, do you really have 5 spiritual roots? Your cultivation speed. The outer sect Deacon Zhang Shan scratched his head. Bai Ling, Qing Xian's direct disciple, had only a few spiritual roots and had only just broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining. The disciple before him not only had the 5 spiritual roots, but was also the first among this batch of menial disciples to break through the middle stage of Qi refining and enter the outer sect. Is there any problem with my training speed? Bai Lan raised his eyes. Zhang Shan, no problem. There would be something fishy if there was no problem. But the most taboo thing in the world of cultivation is to inquire about other people's opportunities and encounters. Looking at the cold-faced junior brother by in front of him, Zhang Shan could only suppress his curiosity. After handing Bai Lan this month's salary, disciple token, and the standard white robes for outer disciples, Zhang Shan wanted to say something when he heard a noise outside. Master Qinghe, your good junior brother came to my Hehuan sect and made a scene. He beat up my outer disciples and even injured my apprentice. How do you want to resolve this matter? If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave. An angry roar came from outside, which was the iconic reverberation sound of a Jindan stage cultivator. Many outer disciples were all startled, and they all looked over and started discussing among themselves. It was an unknown elder from the Hehuan sect who was in the Jindan stage. For some unknown reason, he came to the Qingyuan sect and caused a big fuss. Only Bai Lan saved a file first. When the powerful fight, the younger ones suffer. If a fight breaks out and she is injured by the aftermath of the battle, she will have nowhere to complain. System, I remember this part is not in the plot. Bai Lan chatted with the system via voice transmission. The system sighed. Host, have you forgotten what you have done? Huh? What did I do? Bai Lan asked puzzledly. Oh yeah, in the secret realm, she transferred all the hatred of the Hehuan sect disciples to Bai Ling. Bai Ling was hunted down by the Hehuan sect disciples and was seriously injured. So Master Qing Xian is risking his life for the beauty he loves? For Bai Ling, he went to the Hehuan sect and caused some trouble? Hiss. Bai Ling. Lan fell into deep thought. Host, not only did you not cause a rift in the relationship between Bai Ling and Qing Xianjinren, but because of this incident, you indirectly made their relationship more solid. The system sighed. Indeed, Bai Ling would surely be moved to death after hearing this. But it's not a big problem. What does their relationship have to do with Bai Lan? It turns out to be fellow Taoist Hongru from the Hehuan Sect. I have not seen you for a long time. Another voice with reverberation sounded from the sky, and Master Qinghe appeared. Since you were questioning me, why not go to Jingdao Peak to have a talk and explain the whole story? Master Qinghe's voice was gentle and very soothing. A transparent protective shield rose above everyone, obviously created by Master Qinghe, who was afraid that a sudden battle would affect the low-level disciples below. It seems that the sect leader's attitude is also to avoid war. From Ling Xiaozhenren's attitude, it can be seen that the top leaders of Qingyuan's sect must be secretly planning something and are waiting to see what happens. They do not want to go to war with Hehuan's sect right now. However, they didn't expect something to go wrong along the way, allowing Qing Xian, a fish that escaped the net, to run to the Hehuan sect and cause a big fuss, which in turn alerted the enemy. Chapter 61, They Hurt Ling. On Yuqing Peak. Junior brother, I know you are very angry because your disciple was injured in the secret realm, but even so, you shouldn't act so rashly. Qinghe sighed, looking worried. They hurt Linger, Qing Xian said in a deep voice. The situation is changing rapidly now. The Hehuan sect has already shown signs of rebellion. Once they use this incident to stir up a fight between good and evil, my Qingyuan sect will surely become the target of public criticism. Qinghe sighed again. But they hurt Linger, Qing Xian said in a deep voice. After the great battle 10 years ago, 2 elders in the Jindan stage of my Qingyuan sect perished, and all the disciples in the foundation building and refining qi stages suffered heavy casualties. Their vitality was severely damaged. They still need time to recuperate. We must not cause any more trouble. Qinghe's brows were furrowed so tightly that they could pinch a mosquito to death. But they hurt Linger. Qing Xuan's voice was still heavy. Qinghe? He really didn't want to start a war. But given the current situation, if a war breaks out, both sides would just be playing a game of elimination. It would be fine if the demon cultivators could be wiped out in one fell swoop, but their power is no weaker than that of the righteous ones. There are many sects and families, and their power is intertwined. It is impossible to wipe them out just like that. They must pay the price for hurting Ling. Qing Xian looked gloomy. Master Qinghe gritted his teeth, tried his best to resist the urge to smash the teacup, and took a few deep breaths. Forget it. How is Bai Ling's injury? Qinghe tried to calm himself down. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Anger affects your spiritual heart. When Master Qing Xian heard the name Bai Ling, his expression eased a lot. I have healed her wounds, but she has suffered this time. I would like to trouble you to open the sect's treasure house. I need the golden jade ginseng to make medicine for her. Qinghe, could it be that the injury was too severe and damaged the tendons and veins? No, it's just, I want to make it up to her. Qinghe closed his eyes and said, Then you know that the golden jade ginseng is one of the herbs used to refine the soul-gathering pill. And one soul-gathering pill has a high probability of adding a Jindan stage cultivator to the sect. Of course I know that, but I, Qing Xuan's disciple, deserve the best. Qing Xian looked puzzled, as if asking, Is it not possible? Qinghe almost fainted from anger. Yes, of course, you can feed it whatever you want, but why do you have to use the things from the sect's treasure house? Thinking about it carefully, Qing Xian was the disciple that the master valued the most. He had been like this in the past. The master would give him whatever he wanted. Now he wants to do the same to his own disciples. The value of a qi gathering pill is equivalent to cultivating a new Jindan stage cultivator. The golden jade ginseng is even more precious as the main ingredient in refining the qi gathering pill. If it was used on a disciple who had reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, naturally no one would say anything but using it to heal a disciple in the qi refining stage. Okay. Qinghe suddenly smiled and nodded. Then let's do as Junior Brother said and use the golden jade spirit ginseng as medicine. But this will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the other elders. As he said that, Qinghe sighed. But don't worry, Junior Brother. With me here, they won't say anything even if they have grievances. Okay, thank you, Senior Brother. Qing Xian nodded, and did not notice the coldness that flashed across Master Qinghe's eyes. The resentment of the elders can indeed be suppressed, but if it accumulates too much, it will explode one day. If he can't stop it by then it won't be his fault as his senior brother. After turning around and leaving Yuqing Peak, Jinren Qinghe could no longer suppress the anger on his face. Master Qinghe, who always smiles and never reveals his emotions, was really angry this time. On his way back to the peak, he happened to meet Nan Xinji again. The disciple who used to be under Qing Xian has now become his apprentice. Qing Xianren's gaze paused for a moment on Nan Xianji. Master, master? Nan Xianji almost had a heart attack when he saw Qinghe in a furious state for the first time. The smiling tiger's sudden anger was really scary. Master Qinghe nodded. Did the trip go smoothly? It went fairly smoothly, right? Nan Xianji answered reluctantly. After all, this trip was nothing more than a series of laps around the gates of hell. It's already good that you can escape from the Nine in secret realm unscathed. Master Qinghe said in a deep voice. The second task that Master has given you is that in the Sect competition 9 months later, I want you to defeat Qing Xuan's direct disciple, Bai Ling. Ah! Nan Xianji was confused. Why? You don't have confidence? Master Qinghe snorted. I know junior brother Qing Xuan's methods best. How he teaches his disciples will never go beyond my expectations. I will personally teach you swordsmanship. In 9 months, you will definitely be better than Bai Ling. By then, I want to see how Qing Xian will view his good disciple. If a disciple who was expelled from his sect defeated his beloved disciple in public. TSK. Qinghe's expression gradually relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on his face again. Nan Xianji. Oh no, this expression is even more creepy. Here, Nan Xianji was forced to set a small goal of defeating Bai Ling in the Sect competition. At the same time, Bai Lan also set her short-term goals. Kill enemies of higher levels, and behead a demon cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, and join the law enforcement hall early. The Qingyuan sect has 8 main peaks, all of which are guarded by powerful Jindan stage cultivators. If outer sect disciples want to enter the inner sect, they can only break through the foundation building stage or take a Jindan stage elder as their teacher. Bai Lan has no interest in the 8 major peaks, nor does he want to become an apprentice. The only way to join the inner sect now is to enter the law enforcement hall. She had been coveting the inner gate library for a long time. Previously, I spent 100 contribution points to buy a batch of them at the outer gate library for free. Later, she went there again and relearned those scattered skills that were worth more than 100 contribution points. Now the outer gate library is no longer usable. The inner gate library contains not only martial arts and magical powers, but also many mid and high-level formation books, talismans, runes, pill recipes, etc. These are Bai Lan's main targets. I don't know who set this system of Qingyuan sect. It's like the redemption mall in the game I played in my previous life. You must reach a certain level or authority before you are allowed to purchase certain types of goods. Otherwise, even if an outer sect disciple has 100,000 contribution points, he cannot exchange them for the inner sect's pill recipes. It's outrageous. Looking at Bai Lan, who was frantically looking through the plot nodes to find the opportunity of becoming the Child of Destiny. The system had given up on lighting candles for the Child of Destiny. Host, what are you planning to do? Bai Lan nodded. While Bai Ling and Long Aotian are recovering from their injuries, I have to go to the Shirwan Mountains to search for opportunities and gain some experience. It happened in a flash. As soon as Bai Lan finished speaking, the sound transmission node in her storage bag emitted a fluctuation of spiritual power. Junior sister, who does menial work at the second level of Qi refining? Do you have time recently? The last batch of materials has been used up. If you have free time, can you go to the Shirwan Mountains for me again? Wu Gang's expectant voice came from the sound transmission talisman. Why did the second level of Qi refining become her prefix? And the word odd job was specially added. Is it to highlight something? Bai Lan was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I have broken through the 4th level of Qi refining. You've made a breakthrough? Wait, the second level of Qi refining a month ago. The 4th level of Qi refining. Wu Gang seemed to be counting on his fingers. Chapter 62. Brush again. Wu Gang began to doubt his life again, but everyone has their own destiny, and he quickly adjusted his mood. Junior sister Bai, with your qualifications, it's unreasonable for you not to enter the inner sect. Wu Gang sighed. She did intend to enter the inner gate, of course, using force. I am planning to go to the Shirwan Mountains in the near future. Brother Wu, if you need any monster materials, you can draw up a list for me. Bai Lan said, and added, by the way, Brother Wu, are you interested in the second level peak Blood Snake's beast materials and monster pills? Second level peak Blood Snake materials? Of course I want them. Wu Gang's tone suddenly became excited. Junior sister, you don't know, this is the order from the Sect Master, requiring Liantia Peak to refine a large number of shields and robes. The batch of spiral tortoise shells that Junior sister hunted earlier saved her life. As long as it's useful. Bai Lan nodded and fell into deep thought. Although the sect leader's attitude was to avoid war, he was obviously also making preparations before the war. Now that the iron refining peak is busy, I'm sure the other peaks, such as the Dan Peak, will not be idle either. Everyone is busy. It's better to be busy. After accepting a mission to bring warmth to the monsters in the Sherwanda Mountains, Bai Lan went to the law enforcement hall with 3 jade boxes before leaving the sect. In the plot, after Bai Ling inherited the alchemy tradition, she made a fortune with the help of many rare and strange elixirs in it. Among them was an elixir with similar effects to the Dingyan pill, called the Gaian pill, which was sold at a high price of 3,000 spirit stones. If a rare elixir with similar effects like Dingyan pill were put up for auction, it would not only be the finale, but it would probably be ranked among the top 3 in terms of rarity. By this calculation, 1 Dingyan pill is worth 3,000 spirit stones. It is equivalent to her killing in the 100,000 mountains for a month. Now I have to learn how to make elixirs. The disciple who was originally sitting at the gate of the law enforcement hall was gone, replaced by Ji Feng, who was fanning himself and waiting for someone out of boredom. A dignified foundation-building cultivator just sat on the doorstep, waiting for someone without caring about his image. Oh, you're finally here. I've had the alchemy furnace set up for quite some time, just waiting for your medicine. Ji Feng stood up with a smile and took the 3 jade boxes handed over by Bai Lan. How is the success rate of the pill? Ji Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled confidently. Don't worry, Uncle Master, although this is my first time refining Dingyan pills, there are 3 portions of Bing Ning grass. After 3 furnaces, at least 1 furnace can produce a successful pill. As he said that, Ji Feng walked into the alchemy room nearby, holding the box, and waved to Bai Lan with his back. It doesn't take long to refine the Dingyan pill. Please wait for me here for 2 hours. After saying this, he waved his hand and closed the door. Then, 2 defensive magic circles gradually rose up around the alchemy room, one to block spiritual consciousness and the other for defense. The elixir recipe is extremely precious, so when the monks are refining the elixir, they will not be willing to let outsiders observe and learn it secretly. This was done in order to protect the recipe, and secondly, to prevent the presence of outsiders, which might disturb his mind and cause unstable fire control and explosion of the furnace during alchemy. Bai Lan pondered for a moment and saved the file. Bai Lan found a cushion from his storage bag and threw it on the ground. Then he closed his eyes and began to practice. Crackling and rumbling sounds could be heard from the defensive formation from time to time. After a while, silence would return, and this cycle would repeat several times. Hearing the explosions, Bai Lan couldn't help but look sideways. Is this the noise normal people make when refining elixirs? 2 hours passed in a flash, and the door of the alchemy room was opened with a bang. The pungent smell of cigarette ash hit his face. Ji Fan, covered in dust and dirt, rushed out of the alchemy room with his nose blowing, looking unusually dejected. Uncle Master, you... Bai Lan had a bad feeling. This doesn't look like alchemy, but more like burning the alchemy room. Hey, junior brother Bai, my uncle hasn't made pills for a long time, so his hands are a little rusty. Alas, the furnace exploded. Ji Feng said helplessly. Bai Lan was silent for a second. 3 times, the furnace exploded all the time? No wonder there were crackling, sounds like firecrackers when this guy was refining the elixir. It seemed like the furnace was exploding the whole time. Today must be a bad day for me. In the past, even though 8 out of 10 furnaces were destroyed, there were always 1 or 2 times when 1 furnace would succeed. Today, 3 furnaces exploded in a row. Ji Feng sighed. Bai Lan took a deep breath, didn't waste time talking to him, and reloaded the game decisively. Fortunately, she had saved the game file beforehand because she knew that this person was unreliable. Although this guy's success rate in making pills is only 20%, you can still make pills by reloading the game and brushing it dozens of times. At least 1 out of 3 furnaces of pills can be refined. Otherwise, it would be a waste to spend so much effort and not get any pills. Time goes back to the moment when Ji Feng entered the alchemy room holding the box. Bai Lan didn't meditate this time, but studied martial arts instead. If the furnace explodes a 3rd time this time, and she has to reload the save file, all the spiritual power she has cultivated for 2 hours would be in vain. She probed her spiritual consciousness into the void stone. In addition to the skills directly passed down to her by the old skeleton man at the bottom of the cliff, she also collected a number of strange jade slips and miscellaneous books. Because I didn't understand it very well, it just stayed in the warehouse and gathered dust. Just like elementary school students cannot understand calculus, They must first learn the simplest addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and then gradually come into contact with mathematical formulas and symbols. There are more than 10,000 low-level spells in her mind. After studying the techniques and spells in the world of cultivation, she has a new understanding of these techniques and spells left behind by the Jinan stage. As the saying goes, no matter how things change, they all remain essentially the same. In fact, if we classify and compare these more than 10,000 low-level techniques, and then combine them together, we will find that many of them have similarities. For example, Water Bullet is just a fireball with a different skin and attributes. The Golden Bell cover and the Earth Shield technique look similar. The Fire Snake technique is actually a technique that was improved, modified, and strengthened by referring to the entanglement technique. In this way, her research on magic is gradually undergoing qualitative changes due to quantitative changes. Bang! The door of the alchemy room was pushed open again, and Ji Feng smiled ostentatiously this time. Junior brother Bai, I have accomplished my mission and succeeded in refining the Ding Yin pill. I made 5 pills in 1 furnace. All of them are top grade, Ji Feng said excitedly. Bai Lan opened his eyes. She was trying to compare Ling Xiao Jinren's Qinglong spear technique with the Yulong spear technique taught to her by the skeleton old man to see which one had greater advantages, when her thoughts were interrupted. It feels like someone interrupted my train of thought when I was doing math problems. TSK. But it seems that SL is still effective. Last time, 3 furnaces exploded during the monsoon, but this time only 2 furnaces exploded. You could brush it again. I'm sure you can refine a few more furnaces. My Ji Feng's alchemy level is absolutely. Before Ji Feng finished speaking, Bai Lan reloaded the save file again, and the time went back to the time when he entered the alchemy room again. She knew that with her cheap uncle's personality, he would definitely brag about himself. But he didn't rush to brag. Let her read the file first. Chapter 63, No Benefit, No Early. On the 17th time I read the file, a certain master uncle blew up the furnace 3 times, and not a single pill was made. When reloading the file for the 88th time, a certain senior uncle's furnace exploded twice, and he only managed to produce 1 furnace of Dingyan pills. Ji Feng's probability of getting the elixir is too low. The probability of getting gold by drawing cards is higher than his. This process repeated over and over again. After countless hours or 2, Bai Lan had almost read through most of the jade slips in the storage bag. Bai Lan also studied the Green Dragon Spear technique and the Wandering Dragon Spear technique, both of which are Earth-level spear techniques. Suffering from decision-making difficulties, she finally gave up the choice between the 2 and decided to practice both local-level spear techniques. She has all the supernatural powers in her hands. If she doesn't practice them, it will be a waste. Otherwise, they will just gather dust. The Azure Dragon Spear technique was given to her by Ling Xiaojinren, so it has a clean origin, and she can use it openly in the future without worry, such as in Sect competitions, slaying demons, or beating the Child of Destiny. The Wandering Dragon Spear technique is an inheritance left by the old skeleton man at the bottom of the cliff. Its existence is unknown to outsiders and is a hidden strength. It is suitable for use when you are out and don't want to reveal your identity. At that time, she could not only change her name, but also change her commonly used magic skills, which would serve as a double insurance. No, to be precise, it is to change several sets as multiple insurance. The door of the alchemy room banged again and was kicked open by Ji Feng. Junior Marshal Nephew Bai. I did it. Ji Feng was in high spirits, looking radiant. As expected of me. This is my first time refining the beauty pill, and I made 2 out of 3 batches. Bai Lan? After reading the game dozens of times, she was tired. Behind Ji Feng's 2 furnaces of elixir, there was someone carrying the heavy burden and constantly rereading the files for him. Nephew. There are 2 furnaces of pills, a total of 10 pills. You and I will split it 30% and 70% respectively. These are 3 Dingyan pills. Please keep them. Ji Feng handed over a medicine bottle. Bai Lan was slightly surprised. Is he so generous? There's a ghost. There is definitely something fishy going on. Sure enough, the next second, Ji Feng raised his hand and set up a soundproof barrier. Bai Lan took a step back and saved the game without making a sound. Don't panic, nephew. I just want to ask you a few simple questions. Ji Feng looked unusually serious. What did you gain from your trip to the Nineteen Secret Realm? Did you encounter anything strange? Or did you obtain any inheritance left by some powerful predecessors? Some powerful one? You might as well just report Xian Shatzi's ID number. Bai Lan's expression did not reveal the slightest flaw, only a hint of doubt. I didn't know. Is there a legacy left by a powerful person in the Nine Secret Realm? I thought there were only some magical herbs or some rare monsters. The system inside the barrier shook its head. Its host was truly a genius at pretending to be confused. Oh, Ji Feng paused. You may not know that in this Nine Secret Realm, there was once a demon cultivator who dominated the cultivation world hundreds of years ago, but no one has ever seen his trace. Xian Shatzi has such a great background. He can even be called a leader in the cultivation world. But even so, he was eventually killed and became a floating soul, imprisoned in that octagonal tower, where he wasted the rest of his life. One day, Bai Lan will help Xian Shatzi escape from hundreds of years of loneliness and suffering and leave the Jiuyin secret realm. Then he entered her void stone and continued to be sealed there, wasting the rest of his life. Hey, Uncle Master really thinks too highly of me. If I had really met that powerful demon cultivator, how could I have survived until now? Bai Lan waved his hands decisively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Okay, seeing that he couldn't get any secrets out of him, Ji Feng could only give up with regret. I originally thought that if you knew some secrets, I would give you another Ding Yin pill. What do you mean you want to bribe her with Ding Yin Dan? Is she someone who can be bribed with Ding Yin Dan? To be honest, although I didn't see any powerful demon cultivators on this trip, when I saw Uncle Bai Ling being hunted that day, I did hear some strange words from those Hehuan Sect disciples. Bai Lan pretended to be in deep thought for a moment. It seems that they know that Bai Ling has the aura of the divine beast phoenix, so they spared no effort to hunt her down. Let's put the blame on Bai Ling first. How she deals with it when the time comes is none of her business. After all, she only promised Bai Ling not to reveal the secret of her space jade bracelet, but she didn't say that the matter of the divine beast could not be leaked. Ji Feng's expression flashed. The breath of the divine beast phoenix? Are you sure? Maybe I heard it wrong. I originally thought that the Hehuan sect was full of gentle beauties, but I didn't expect them to be so intimidating when they were holding knives to kill people. When they fought, their shouts of killing were earth-shaking. Sigh. Bai Lan shook his head. When I saw them fighting, I turned around and ran away. In the chaos, maybe I heard it wrong, who knows? If the tone is certain, there may be suspicion of frame-up, and such an uncertain answer will be more truthful. Ji Feng fell into deep thought. Although this piece of information was not what he wanted to inquire about, if the mythical beast phoenix really existed, this piece of information would be extremely valuable. Bai Lan's eyes swept across the monsoon storage bag. The meaning was self-evident. I've given you the information, but where's the reward? Ji Feng originally wanted to get some free stuff from Bai Lan, and I tried to find out some information. I didn't expect that this girl would carry out her principle of not doing anything without profit to the end. After all, even inner disciples like Long Aotian and Bai Ling came out seriously injured after entering the Nine Secret Realm. On the other hand, Bai Lan has been in the secret realm for a month and is still as calm and composed as before entering the secret realm. She is definitely not simple. Maybe she would know something. It turns out that she did know something incredible. If the divine beast phoenix was really in Bai Ling's hands. Ji Feng's expression flashed with a trace of pain. I really don't know who you learned this temper from. Fortunately, I am young and beautiful, and I don't need many Ding Yin pills. It's okay to give you a few more. After obtaining the Ding Yin pill, Bai Lan no longer entangled with Ji Feng. He bowed decisively and turned around to walk away. If the secret of the divine beast on Bai Ling's body is told to the sect will definitely find a way to verify it. It would be easy for so many Jindan stage cultivators to extract information from a small Qi refining stage cultivator. Bai Ling is not a fool. She certainly understands the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Therefore, she did not tell anyone else, including Master Qingxian, about the space jade bracelet, the divine beast phoenix, the space spiritual spring, and many other secrets. But once the existence of the divine beast is leaked, the subsequent development of events will definitely change. But Qingyuan sect is a righteous sect and would never do anything like snatching the spiritual pet of a cultivator in the Qi refining stage, especially with true man Qingxian standing behind her. To be precise, as long as Bai Ling is loyal to Qingyuan sect, the sect will always support her. But unfortunately, Bai Ling's story after the foundation building stage is to go to the devil's way and fall in love with another group of concubines. What about the pervert from the corpse refining sect, the feminine leader of the Joyous Alliance sect who betrayed the righteous path, the evil young master of the demonic sect, and so on. Chapter 64, Wu Xianggong. The Qingyuan sect wanted to cultivate a relationship with Bai Ling, who had good qualifications, and invested heavily in Bai Ling, hoping to gain a good foundation for the sect. But Bai Ling doesn't think so. There are thousands of concubines in her harem, and she wants to fall in love. With beauty in front of you, what does a sect matter? After returning to the newly moved disciple courtyard on the outer peak from the sect's law enforcement hall, Bai Lan sorted out the resources he had obtained in the secret realm. After sorting out the spiritual herbs, elixirs, jade slips, books, and other items, they were thrown into the void stone. Qiu, who was lying in the coffin and daydreaming about the corpse spots, watched as each item was thrown into the void stone. But unfortunately, he is now a corpse, and most of the things that are useful to cultivators seem to be of no use to him. He is more suitable to use some evil things or ghost cultivation techniques to improve his strength. The world of cultivation is truly an open ocean that accommodates all things. Nowadays, even a corpse can be used for cultivation. What a pity, what a pity. The book of spiritual and mental skills I got in the secret realm is for Buddhist practitioners. It is naturally incompatible with evil things. You can't use it. Bai Lan looked at Qiu, who was lying down with no desire to live, and shook his head helplessly. Even though he doesn't have the skills that ghost cultivators practice, he can still use the skills related to the spirit and soul. But the corpse was unlucky, and even drinking cold water would get stuck in its teeth. The only spiritual practice method Bai Lan got was a Buddhist practice method, which was inherently incompatible with his. Without a way to practice, his cultivation would stagnate. Alas! Qiu let out a long sigh, and the corpse spots on his body seemed to become thicker. But aren't you a Taoist practitioner? Host? Can you also practice Buddhist techniques? The system asked in confusion. Bai Lan raised his eyebrows. Of course, as long as it is a righteous technique, I can practice it. There are 3,000 avenues, all leading to the path of ascension. In this case, it is okay for her to open up 2 paths, right? It makes sense. After taking out the jade slip, Bai Lan carefully saved the file before probing his spiritual consciousness into the jade slip. This method of practice is called Wu Xianggong, which means that each person has 1,000 faces and all appearances are different. Every time you practice a level, you will condense a face. This technique has 10 levels in total, and the faces condensed in each level are different. After practicing to the 10th level, one can condense a second spiritual consciousness. This also means that once one dies, the other spiritual consciousness will give one a chance to be reborn in nirvana. Of course, even if the soul is there, the body cannot be reshaped. After all, Wu Xianggong is just a book of spiritual practice. Perhaps for ordinary cultivators, an opportunity for nirvana and rebirth is very rare, but for Bai Lan it seems a bit useless. It's faster to reload the save file. Unless she encountered a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, he would slap her to death without saying a word, leaving her no time to reload the save file. In this way, this technique still has some effect. After she is killed instantly, a copy of her spiritual consciousness can be backed up, retaining a trace of her consciousness so that she can return to the original state again. But the Buddhist practice was a bit too profound for her after all, and she was not an expert in it, so it would take some time to study it from scratch. System: bring up all the opportunities and plots related to the 10,000 mountains. Bai Lan decided to bring warmth to the monsters in the 10,000 mountains and study this Wu Xianggong on the way. Recently, there is an opportunity that Long Aotian has obtained in the 10,000 mountains. It seems that it could be obtained in advance, the system said, scratching its head in some confusion. But this opportunity has a prerequisite. Speak. Bai Lan looked determined. It's a scene of a hero saving a beautiful woman, the system sighed. Long Aotian once rescued 2 members of the Jin family who were trapped in a monster's lair in the Shirwan Mountains. The reward was the Jin family's gratitude and a gift pack of their choice from the Jin family's treasure house. Of course, as it should be, Jin Yao was taken into Long Aotian's harem, and Jin Xianzi became Long Aotian's younger brother. This. Bai Lan paused. She remembered that Long Aotian seemed to have chosen a defensive magic weapon from the Jin family's treasure house. This magic weapon also helped Long Aotian to ward off many crises in the subsequent plot. Magical weapons are more precious than spiritual weapons. They are weapons that most cultivators can only obtain after they reach the Jinan stage. They are extremely valuable to cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Bai Lan fell into deep thought. If she doesn't seize this opportunity, Wouldn't she be unworthy of her title as the #1 villain? She was not unfamiliar with the name Jin family. There are 5 major sects in Wuyuan continent, namely Qingyuan Sect, Hawan Sect, Jinchi Sect, Liwa Sect, and Xiaoyao Sect. Apart from these, there are some small sects and gangs that are not very important. Most of them have only 1 or 2 Jindan stage cultivators guarding them, and there are no Yuanying stage cultivators behind them. These small sects and families have always lived under the shadow of the big sects, and can only rely on the little cultivation resources that flow from these behemoths to try their best to survive in the world of cultivation. But in addition to the 5 major sects, there are also many powerful aristocratic families that have been rooted for thousands of years. The 4 families are Jin, Lu, Qiu, and Li. For example, the Li family where Li Shizu belonged, and the Lu family where Lu Qing belonged. Of course, Lu Qing is not a direct descendant of the Lu family, so he is not valued by the family. So, follow the system's description. It seems that after Long Aotian heroically saved the beauty, the Jin family asked him to pick something from the Jin family treasure house in order to thank him. It is indeed a very tempting reward. If I can get a good defensive weapon, she can reduce the number of times she has to reload the game because of being seriously injured in battle. She had indeed experienced a lot of internal bleeding, broken bones, broken arms and legs, and the pain of being slammed into the ground by a golden armored lion, and then having fractures all over the body. It really hurts. Although the situation can be restored to its original state after reloading the game, the memory of the pain will not disappear. It was precisely because of this desire to reduce the pain of being killed repeatedly that Bai Lan learned the little phantom steps very quickly and maxed out his dodge skills. So, does the host plan to save or kill these 2 people from the Jin family? The system looked at Bai Lan. As the months passed, the system's speech gradually became more straightforward. But what does the phrase "to kill" or "to save" mean? Is she some kind of host who likes to kill people everywhere? Except for monsters, of course. Bai Lan thought for a moment and said, I definitely can't kill them. I'm not a demon. Moreover, as you said, Jin Yao and Jin Xinza are both direct descendants of the Jin family. The Jin family ancestor will definitely leave a mark on them. If she kills the Jin family's kid, the Jin family's ancestor will go crazy and chase her to the ends of the earth. She didn't really want to be hunted. She preferred to hunt others. So, Bai Lan, I've been doing good deeds all my life, and I love saving people the most. This time, I will save the 2 children of the Jin family and make friends with them. Apart from the plot of recruiting younger brothers and concubines, the reward given by the Jin family seems to be quite good. Bai Lan stood up decisively. Let's go. Let's set off for the Shawanishan Mountains now. We must try to clear all opportunities in the Shirwan Mountains within a month, so that Long Aotian and Bai Ling won't be able to come and drink the soup after they have recovered from their injuries. Chapter 65, A Storage Bag. Inside the Shirwana Mountains, the woman in white, holding a dark spear in her hand, stepped on tree branches and passed through the woods, leaving only a shadow. Wherever they passed, within their sight, any first-level monster they encountered would die. The place where the 2 people from the Jin family were trapped was in the deepest part of the 10,000 Mountains. It took 3 or 4 days to rush from the outside to the depths of the 10,000 Mountains. During these days, Bai Lan also killed many monsters on the way. Because she had to practice 2 volumes of Earth-level spear techniques, she suppressed her instinct to use magic and only used the soul-breaking spear to fight. Suddenly, there were some subtle fluctuations of spiritual power around Bai Lan. Sensing the increase of Earth's spiritual power under his feet, Bai Lan leaped up decisively and shot out 2 wooden spikes with his backhand, which stimulated the 2 Earth-type armored beasts that had burrowed underground to come out. Perhaps it was because Bai Lan had done too many things these days. The low-level monsters on the outskirts of the 10,000 Mountains basically turned around and ran away when they saw Bai Lan. This was the first time that a monster had rushed directly towards him. I've seen people waiting for rabbits, but I've never seen a rabbit rushing towards a tiger on its own. Bai Lan's expression flashed slightly. He tightened the spear in his hand and slowly approached the 2 monsters. The 2 ground armor beasts retreated a few steps, but did not pounce on Bai Lan to fight like ordinary first-level monsters. Instead, they turned around and ran away. Something is wrong. The behavior of these 2 little animals seemed to be enticing her to chase them. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal. Could it be that an evil cultivator had set a trap and was using the monster as bait to attract people? Bai Lan narrowed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense to investigate the surrounding situation. The system saw Bai Lan standing there motionless, looked around with some confusion, and the tone became a little worried. Host, why are you not moving? Could it be, could it be that there is the breath of a high-level monster? No. Bai Lan shook his head. I think it's the kind person who sent me the storage bag. System. I understand. It's the evil cultivator who is targeting the host and robbing him. A certain kind-hearted person named Bai never takes the initiative to hurt others. But in her heart, she secretly hopes that some evil cultivator will target her and kill her to steal her treasure. Because in this way, she can fight back and seize the treasure openly and with reason. Bai Lan's words came into being in the next moment, and ice spikes filled with cold air appeared from all directions and stabbed towards her, revealing murderous intent. Following closely behind were several talismans that flashed with spiritual light. The first move he made was a killing move, as if he was afraid that he could not kill her. First he used ice spikes, and then talismans. His main move was to send the enemy away with one move without any further ado. It seems that he is an experienced evil cultivator. Bai Lan retreated half a step without changing his expression. His spear was tinged with flames. He turned around and swept it. The layers of heat waves melted most of the ice. Using small mysterious steps, Bai Lan leaped into the air to avoid the golden light from the remaining talismans exploding, and put on an invisibility robe in the smoke. In just a few breaths, the situation changed to one where the enemy was in the light and we were in the dark. After finding a high place, Bai Lan stared at the movements below with a slightly serious expression. Sure enough, after a while, 3 monks came out from their hiding places holding their own magic weapons. Sister, where is that little girl? A cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining asked with a frown. He had prepared his ultimate move and was just waiting to go up and fight, but the next second he disappeared. The cultivator called Big Sister was a physical cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining. She frowned slightly at this moment and asked in a puzzled tone, could it be that he knows some kind of escape technique that can travel 1,000 miles in an instant? Or has he concealed his breath and figure? There was also a sword cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining who snorted coldly. I can feel that she is nearby. Look for her. She must be hiding in some corner. Well, one is a physical cultivator, one is a sword cultivator, and I don't know what the other one cultivates. Bai Lan's eyes swept over the 3 of them one by one and nodded secretly. The system lit a candle for the 3 people to see them off early. Bai Lan remained silent. After holding his breath, he jumped down with his spear in hand, his eyes fixed on the person with the lowest cultivation level, the 6th level of Qi refining. The soul-severing spear came out and hit his throat directly. The cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining keenly sensed the danger coming from behind him and subconsciously moved away in panic. Bai Lan stabbed backhand and struck the opponent's heart directly. Then he turned the gun and fired a few more shots. He decisively snatched the storage bag on the opponent's body and hid himself again. The 3 men couldn't see Bai Lan's shadow at all. To them, it was like an invisible gun suddenly appeared, stabbed someone, and then disappeared. The eldest sister, who was at the 8th level of Qi refining, reacted the fastest. She was the first to throw a fireball towards the place where the spear had just stabbed out, but she missed. That place was already deserted. The fireball hit nowhere, and only the earth was hurt. When Bai Lan used the invisibility robe to fight the evil cultivator for the first time, she knew that someone smart would try to counterattack her in the direction of her attack. From then on, whenever Bai Lan stabbed someone secretly, he would stab once and then decisively move away. The enemy was in the light while Lan was in the dark, and they were defeated one by one. The 2 cultivators in the late Qi refining stage almost couldn't hold on. Since they couldn't find Bai Lan, they chose to use area attacks, hitting him from all directions. The result of this is, it has become more difficult for Bai Lan to dodge damage, but he can still avoid danger by reloading the save file. But the spiritual energy consumption of the 2 of them increased exponentially. The physical cultivator, named Big Sister, had her arm pierced by a spear that suddenly shot out from behind her. She took 2 steps back in pain, and when she turned around to counterattack, her shot missed as expected. You can't hit it. You can't hit it at all. In the dark, Bai Lan bit a spirit stone and slowly replenished his spiritual power. He continued to concentrate and planned to launch an attack from the dark. The eldest sister frowned and said, Damn it, could it be that there is a master who has hidden his abilities? Sister, this guy is difficult to deal with. I will retreat first. One of the sword cultivators had bruises on his face and body. He could no longer bear Bai Lan's torture and was in a state of mental breakdown. What monks fear most when they go out is that the spiritual energy in their dantian will be exhausted and they will be unable to protect themselves. This is the current situation of the two of them. Otherwise, the spiritual power shield in the late stage of chi refining would not have been pierced by Bai Lan's shot. It's not that they are unwilling to take pills to replenish their spiritual power, but once someone takes the medicine out of the storage bag, they will be interrupted by the hidden power. Seeing her companions planning to retreat, the elder sister's expression changed. No, you and I cannot separate. Otherwise, as soon as she finished speaking, the swordsman who flew up and tried to escape was pierced through the throat by a spear that suddenly appeared. Blood splattered, and the swordsman's body fell heavily to the ground. Only the storage bag around his waist disappeared in an instant. Fleeting. Eldest sister, it's really not a good situation when all your teammates are dead and you are the only one left. She swallowed and said, Tao, fellow Taoist, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This is what Buddhists say. I am a Taoist. Bai Lan shook his head. As long as you let me go, I can give you my storage bag now. I can also swear to the devil in my heart that I will never attack you in this life. The woman was still resisting stubbornly. Chapter 66, One Step, One Save. Okay, throw away your storage bag and the weapons in your hands, and then raise your hands. Bai Lan raised his chin, but did not put away the spear in his hand. The physical cultivator named Big Sister's expression flashed, and her hand passed across the storage bag. After a flash of inspiration, she threw the storage bag out, and the giant hammer in her hand was also thrown far away. She seemed to be doing what she was told, but her eyes, which were fixed on the storage bag, gave away her purpose. He probably wanted to throw the talisman in his hand out the moment Bai Lan went to pick up the storage bag. Using storage bags and spiritual weapons as bait, it's true. Tisk, Bai Lan shook his head. Alas, I wanted to leave you an intact body, but now it seems that it is not necessary. The spear shot out straight, and the eldest sister saw that her plan was discovered, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. In this case, you will die here with me. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and activated the 2 talismans in her hand. The talismans moved slightly, and a strong purple light burst out from them. She was obviously at her wit's end and wanted to die together with Bai Lan. The talisman exploded instantly, and the lightning that exploded from the inside out instantly annihilated all the grass and trees within 10 meters around it. The system, squatting on a distant hillside and watching the battle with a telescope, was startled. The smoke dissipated, leaving only a storage bag and burnt ashes on the ground. Wait, where are the people? The system's brain crashed for a moment, and its brain felt hot for a while before it flew over and tried to find Bai Lan's figure in the dust on the ground. Hello? The system's brain short-circuited for a moment, and the language module stopped functioning. Broken. No way could it be that the host had a capsize in the gutter? At this time, Bai Lan in the Void Stone wiped the sweat from his head and let out a long sigh. As expected of an evil cultivator, he made up his mind to send himself and his enemies away together. Bai Lan, who had just hidden in the Void Stone for a moment, felt the external spiritual power calm down, and then he flashed out of the Void Stone. Host, why are you wandering around? I'm here. Bai Lan stepped forward and patted the system's shoulder. Under the other party's incredulous gaze, he lowered his head and picked up the storage bag on the ground. You are not dead. The system was shocked. Bai Lan smiled and spread his hands. Learn about the law of smoke without injury. System, it's a pity about these 2 talismans. They are so powerful and should be of 3rd-grade quality. It's such a waste. Bai Lan shook his head as he looked at the ashes around him. The system breathed a sigh of relief and regained its language module. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Don't worry. I'm very steady. Bai Lan smiled and checked the surroundings again. The storage bag was made of special material and was not damaged. However, the giant hammer used by the physical cultivator was smashed into ashes by the 3rd-level talisman. But it's not a big problem, thanks to the 3 evil cultivators who offered their heads and 3 storage bags to Bai Lan after he got tired of killing monsters. Half a month has passed, and we should have reached the point described in the plot. Unfortunately, the plot does not specify the location. Bai Lan sighed. According to her previous routine of seizing Bai Ling's opportunity to find the Void Stone, wouldn't she have to turn the inside of the 10,000 mountains upside down before she could find those 2 people? The description says that they are in a cave guarded by a 3rd-level monster. The 2 were trapped inside and were rescued by Long Aotian, who passed by. The system scratched its head. Just look for them? We can only look for it by force. Bai Lan saved the game and turned his gaze towards the deeper part of the forest. The outskirts of the 10,000 mountains are full of chi refining stage monsters, and she can kill them at will. But when she got inside the 10,000 mountains, monsters started killing her. There are third-level monsters with strength equivalent to that of a foundation-building stage everywhere. And if you go further in, you might even encounter a fifth-level monster in the Jinan stage. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that there is a high probability that she will encounter an evil cultivator in the foundation establishment stage who will block the road and rob her. Even if she is wearing an invisibility robe, her breath can be easily sensed. Holding his breath, Bai Lan slowed down his pace and walked towards the interior of the 10,000 mountains, saving the game with each step. Accidentally entered the monster's territory and was chased by a level 3 monster? Reload the save and take a different route. Accidentally got surrounded by evil cultivators? Reload the save immediately. Encountering a foundation establishment monk besieging and killing a monster? Reload the save file. In this way, Bai Lan began to search all the cave entrances in the 10,000 mountains by avoiding battles. A few hours later, the sun set and the afterglow of the sunset fell on a cave entrance. A figure walked out of the cave, followed by a young man holding a map. Ah, this is the 37th cave entrance found by the host. The system held a simple map drawn by itself in its hand, marking out all the cave entrances that Bai Lan had passed through. This place is empty. Let's look again. Bai Lan walked out of the cave and shook his head. Why can the child of destiny encounter the plot just by taking 2 steps? She's about to turn the 10,000 mountains upside down. Just as Bai Lan sighed, a lion's roar was heard from a distance. Bai Lan looked up. It was such a familiar roar, just like a big lion she had teased before. Hey wait, host, the third-level monster encountered by the Jean brothers and sisters mentioned in the plot seems to be a lion. The system's eyes lit up. Bai Lan nodded. Let's go and take a look just in case it is. They had only searched half of the caves in the 10,000 mountains, and the remaining half was yet to be found. If he couldn't find him, Bai Lan wanted to tie Long Aotian up and take him to the Shirwana Mountains to let him follow the plot, trying to use the halo of the Child of Destiny to find him, and then knock Long Aotian out after finding the Jean brothers and sisters. The 2 people who were almost sick of looking for the cave entrance ran all the way towards the direction where the lion's roar came from. When they were close to their destination, Bai Lan spotted a cave in the valley in the distance with his sharp eyes. A lion, a cave entrance, and 2 people. It fits the plot description very well. Bai Lan was cheered up and found a hidden place to carefully explore the situation ahead. The entrance of the cave was flashing with the light of a defensive magic circle. There were 2 chi refining monks hiding inside, who were trying their best to keep the defensive magic circle running. The golden-armored lion in the distance had already fallen into a state of rage, waving its claws from time to time, but the formation remained motionless. Look at the situation now. The 2 people hiding in the formation cannot come out, or they will be beaten to death by the golden-armored lion. The golden-armored lion wandering at the entrance of the cave could not enter the cave, as that was obviously its lair. This is a vicious circle. Fellow Taoists from afar, if you are willing to help us, you will be rewarded handsomely after we get out of this predicament. The 2 people in the cave noticed that someone was watching them from a distance. One of the women gritted her teeth and shouted for help. The tone of voice seemed to be that of trying everything possible. Bai Lan raised his eyebrows. Fellow Taoist, do you know the Jean family? I am the young master of the Jean family. If you are willing to rescue me this time, the Jean family will reward you handsomely. The young man in the cave also spoke through gritted teeth. What are you saying, fellow Taoists? My disciples of Qingyuan Sect have always been upright and helpful, Bai Lan said, clearing his throat. Although I just happened to pass by today, but since the 2 fellow Taoists have asked for help, I naturally cannot stand idly by. What a coincidence that someone just happened to pass by. The system almost laughed out loud. Chapter 67, Playing with a Big Cat. At this time, Jin Yao and Jin Xianze, who had been trapped in the cave for dozens of days, looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. It's a pity that my cultivation is shallow and I'm not good at fighting. What's more, my cultivation is only at the 4th level of chi refining. Facing this golden-armored lion, I'm afraid I can't even protect myself, Bai Lan said with a long sigh. The 2 men in golden armor in the cave felt a pang in their hearts. Could it be that their only life-saving straw was about to leave? Were all those righteous words just now just lies? But if I risk my entire fortune, It is not impossible to temporarily lure away the monster. Well, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I will go to lure the monster away myself. You two fellow Taoists choose the right time. Once the golden armored lion comes to chase me, run away quickly. Bai Lan's tone sounded as if he had made up his mind. A certain host just said something this morning. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This is what a Buddhist said and has nothing to do with her Taoist practice. Now this is used. Oh, a fickle woman. The two people in the cave looked at each other with gratitude in their hearts. Thank you for saving my life. If I can survive this time, the Jin family will reward me handsomely. Jin Yao breathed a sigh of relief again. If you can escape successfully, we will meet in the northeast. Northeast? The Jin Palace is the birth gate. This girl is quite capable and very particular. Bai Lan nodded, then flew towards the golden armored lion. Last time in the Nineteen Secret Realm, Bai Lan did tease the golden armored lion once, but last time she was fighting with it with the intention of making the lion angry and crazy and then giving Bai Ling a surprise. This time we have to fight quickly and decisively. Complete the task early and go to the Jin family to get the reward. Bai Ling's opportunity has not yet arrived. Bai Lan had already put away the spear. It was definitely not a wise move for a Qi refining stage cultivator to fight a Foundation establishment stage monster in close combat. 3 fireballs hit the golden armored lion. The lion's sight gradually shifted from the cave entrance to Bai Lan's direction. It growled and emitted a burst of spiritual light from within, breaking the fireball spell. Roar! The golden armored lion howled angrily, trying to use sonic attacks to scare Bai Lan away and give her a little shock as a 3rd-level monster. However, it was discovered that the tiny person did not flee in a hurry, but instead got closer to it in a few flashes. A few more harassing fireballs were thrown over. Bullying the lion is too much. The golden armored lion roared and spread its hooves to chase after Bai Lan. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Bai Lan began to run madly. Ha, host, have you ever played poker games? The kind where there are all kinds of roadblocks and obstacles in front of you that you need to dodge, and you have to jump and rush from time to time, while there is a big monster chasing closely from behind. Once the monster catches up with you, you lose. The system looked at Bai Lan, who was running wildly, and suddenly laughed. This is not funny. Without being able to catch his breath, Bai Lan was almost laughed at by the system. Holding on to the tree to catch her breath, Bai Lan turned her head to look behind her, only to find that the golden armored lion was only 5 meters away from her. Golden lion, roar! Bai Lan, don't look back, or you'll explode. Bai Lan didn't dare to stop for a moment. He turned around and ran away quickly with the mysterious steps. After running around the golden armored lion's home for a while, Bai Lan found a secret place and slipped into the void stone. The golden armored lion rushed over, and after finding that the provocative breath had disappeared, it sniffed and sniffed the spot. I can't smell it. I can't smell it at all. Master is in danger again. The spirit of the weapon looked at Bai Lan, who suddenly flashed into the void stone and began to absorb the spirit stone. He always felt that this scene was familiar. The spirit of the weapon flashed, and the flickering ghost fire showed a hint of nervousness. It always felt that its master liked to test the edge of danger. Although the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Nothing. I'm just playing with a big cat when I'm free. Bai Lan waved his hand and once again probed his spiritual sense out to the outside world. The golden armored lion turned around a few times and found that it really couldn't find the tiny human being. After howling in helplessness and rage, it slapped down 3 or 4 large trees around it with one palm before leaving angrily. Seeing that there was no one around, Bai Lan saved the game and exited the void stone, then flew all the way to the northeast, sending out his spiritual sense to search for the 2 people from the Jin family. These 2 siblings are quite interesting. They said they wanted to meet up with Bai Lan, and they actually found a place outside the Shirwan Mountains to wait for her. Very good. He has no intention of running away. At least Bai Lan approves of the character of these 2 people. My 2 fellow Taoists. Bai Lan took 2 steps forward and bowed. Jin Yao's eyes lit up, and she took a step forward, pinched her fingers to open the small defensive magic circle she had set up, and let Bai Lan in. The types of Long Aotian's harem are no less than Bai Ling's peach blossoms. Hong Xiao, who appears charming but is actually cold in private, and Shuer, who is so naive, have now met someone who is gentle and generous. Look at Jin Yao, opening the formation, saluting, and looking at her with a smile on her face. Her etiquette is very perfect. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although Bai Lan prefers a more direct way, such as asking them to send spirit stones directly to express their gratitude. But it's not a big problem. As long as there are benefits, she is willing to follow the plot. Thank you very much for saving our lives. We are both deeply grateful. Just now we only knew that you were a disciple of Qingyuan's sect, but did not know your name or who your master was. Jin Xinza also stepped forward to return the gift with gratitude in his voice. In the story of Long Aotian, Jin Xinza was his benefactor in the early stage and his younger brother in the later stage. Now, putting aside the impression of the plot in his mind, this person indeed gave Bai Lan the demeanor of a young master of a noble family. In short, it looks like a spiritual stone. My name is Bai Lan. I'm just an ordinary outer disciple of Qingyuan's sect, not a disciple of a certain elder in the Jindan stage. Bai Lan spoke in a polite tone, looking very kind. Jin Xinza was stunned. With the cultivation level of the 4th level of Qi refining, he was able to lure away a monster in the Foundation establishment stage by himself. With such a record, he called himself an ordinary disciple? If he is not a disciple of a Jindan stage elder, could it be? Jin Xinza and Jin Yao looked at each other. Their pupils shrank and their expressions were slightly shocked. Could it be a disciple of a Yuanying stage cultivator? Bai Lan understood the meaning in their eyes in a second, and then he reluctantly explained, I am not a disciple of a Yuanying stage elder. Please don't misunderstand me. The two were shocked. Could it be? Could it be the God transformation stage? He is not a disciple in the spirit transformation stage either. Bai Lan sighed. Jin Yao smiled awkwardly. Don't blame me, Taoist fellow Bai. We too have no intention of asking about your master. It's just that the Jin family also has contacts with the Qingyuan sect, and an elder of our clan who is in the Jindan stage is in the Qingyuan sect, so we asked this question. Taoist fellow Bai refused to tell us, so we too stopped asking. They still believe that Bai Lan has a backer. People in the world of cultivating immortals all have a problem, which is that they refuse to believe what they hear and are only willing to believe what they think. After all, everyone is a seasoned man, and they like to mix truth and lies when they speak, so you can't trust them at all. Fellow Taoist, do you have time to accompany us to the Jin Mansion for a chat? You saved our lives, and we have suffered a great loss this time. Naturally, I, Jin, must prepare a thank you gift to express my gratitude. Jin Xinza spoke first. What this means is that we need to talk about the thank you gift. After talking for so long, we finally get to the point. Jin Yao didn't know if it was because of her eyesight, but she clearly noticed that the girl opposite her, who had a dull expression on her face, became much more energetic after hearing the word thank you. Chapter 68, Saving It Once, is also saving it. The three of them hit it off immediately and went to the Jin Mansion together. Bai Lan knew that according to the plot, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Jin family would come to hunt down the two. The original plot goes like this. In desperation, the three decided to run separately and disperse their targets to maintain the maximum survival rate. As a result, the Foundation establishment cultivator chose one of the three and, very cleverly, went after Jin Xinza. Fortunately, he had a jade talisman for protection given by the golden armored ancestor. Although both he and the Foundation establishment cultivator were injured, he was able to save his life. And Long Aotian and Jin Yao, by very coincidence, came together again during their escape. Bai Lan really didn't want to leave after watching this scene. He deliberately used the skill of reloading the game to lead the three of them to bypass the area guarded by the Foundation establishment monks. The spiritual awareness of the Foundation establishment monks was limited, so as long as they went around far enough, the other party would not be able to find the three of them. But things don't always go as planned. One can avoid the Foundation building stage, but not the Qi refining stage. There are always evil cultivators who want to harm Bai Lan and take away her opportunities. A flash of arrows suddenly appeared in the forest, and 3 golden arrows pierced straight into the eyebrows of the 3 people. The 3 of them dodged sideways. Bai Lan stepped to the side with the phantom step and took the opportunity to save a game. By extending his spiritual sense, he could find a black-robed monk at the 7th level of Qi refining standing on the treetop with a longbow in his hand. This man was actually a Bao user. Before the 3 of them could stand firm, several golden arrows were shot out. The arrows that were just dodged by a few people and inserted into the ground suddenly jumped out from the ground with a buzzing sound and began to chase after them, as if they were equipped with a positioning function. Bai Lan's pupils shrank. What kind of skill was this? Could someone in the Qi refining stage perform such a fancy trick? She was very interested in the archery technique that had built-in tracking. But if you think about it carefully, there is no such part in the plot. Could it be that because she deliberately avoided the existence of the Foundation establishment stage killer, she triggered the hidden plot of the evil cultivator killing people? Outrageous. If you are not the child of destiny, you will be treated differently, right? The two members of the Jean family looked at each other, and their hearts sank. At this moment, they could only form shields together to fight back. After being trapped in the cave for several days, the elixirs and spiritual stones in their storage bags had long been exhausted, and the spiritual weapons and talismans had also been completely used up in the process of fighting against the golden armored lion. The sudden appearance of the assassin made the situation of Jin Yao and Jin Xianze, who had just escaped from the lion's mouth, even worse. Golden arrows fell like rain, and Bai Lan's expression became a little colder. What a hassle. I thought this deal had just been completed, but unexpectedly someone came out to grab the order halfway through. However, the Jean family is one of the 4 major families in the world of cultivation. I just saved these 2 lives, and the reward is so generous. If I save them twice, she would not agree to not be paid double for this order. Seeing Bai Lan frowning and looking stern, Jin Yao felt even colder in her heart, and she sighed. Friend Bai, this man is here to hunt us down. It has nothing to do with you. You can run away on your own. Before Jin Yao finished her words, Bai Lan tiptoed and rushed out. What are you talking about, brother Jin Yao? How could I abandon my companions and leave? You two just wait here. I'll be back soon. After saying this, the figure in front of him disappeared in an instant. Jin Yao was stunned and hesitated to speak. Sister, don't worry. Fellow Taoist Bai is definitely not an ordinary person. Since she is willing to take action, she must have some confidence. Jin Xianze's expression flashed, and he stopped Jin Yao. How could a disciple under a senior in the spirit transformation stage be simple? Logically speaking, if 3 people attack together, the chances of winning are the greatest. But the system understands the temperament of its host. She definitely wanted to take the black monk's storage bag for herself. That's why she rushed up alone. It was definitely like that. If it's a group battle, she can only get 1/3 of the rewards in the storage bag. Stepping on the tree trunk to gain leverage and jumping up, Bai Lan gradually approached the black-robed monk. His eyes swept across the storage bag on his waist, and then he quickly retracted his gaze. Focus on the battle first. I only kill those 2 people from the Jean family. This matter has nothing to do with you. Just leave. I won't kill you. The black-robed monk snorted coldly, glanced at Bai Lan, who was gradually approaching, and spoke in a deep voice. Why do you people in the cultivation world like to discriminate against people based on their cultivation level? You all look down on her, who is only at the 4th level of Qi refining. The last person who was so arrogant was Long Aotian, who is still recuperating in the Sect. Bai Lan snorted and laughed. Brother, if you were in the foundation building stage, this would sound quite interesting. In short, is he trying to indirectly imply that he has low cultivation level? The black-robed monk finally understood and said sternly, You are looking for death. He bent the bow and drew the arrow, which shot out quickly, but was shattered completely by Bai Lan's 2 fireballs. Fire overcomes metal. The black-robed monk's eyes turned cold, and he shot out 2 rockets, but they were blocked by Bai Lan's 2 water-pattern shields. Water controls fire. Such a coincidence? The spiritual roots of the woman in front of him were naturally incompatible with his own. Not wanting to believe in evil, the black-robed monk raised his hand and made a gesture. In an instant, a small area of sky and earth around him was covered with yellow sand. Bai Lan frowned as his vision was blocked. He gathered several wooden shields around him and put on an invisibility robe. Because there were 2 people who had to survive present, Bai Lan didn't want to use this invisibility trump card, so he had been using magic to attack. But she didn't expect that the man in black, who was eager to die, actually created this sky full of yellow sand to block the view of outsiders. He has created conditions for Bai Lan. It would be impolite not to use the special move now. Concealing his breath and extending his spiritual sense, Bai Lan instantly flashed to the side of the man in black with a gun in hand. He was still looking for Bai Lan's trace everywhere, but he never thought that the target was right behind him. The spear thrust out, and the man in black keenly sensed the murderous intent coming from behind him and tried to dodge, but Bai Lan had already predicted his position and stabbed him in the back with a backhanded spear. Blood gushed out, and the man in black died with his eyes open. After playing stealth backstab so many times, Bai Lan has become accustomed to predicting which direction these people like to hide in after sensing murderous intent. After looting his storage bag and putting it into the void stone, Bai Lan threw a fireball to destroy his body. While the yellow sand had not yet completely dissipated, Bai Lan remembered Jin Yao's previous words and probed his spiritual sense into the storage bag and took a quick scan. Sure enough, something related to the Jin family was found inside, including a token with the word Jin engraved on it. The two members of the Jin family who were watching the battle outside were extremely nervous at this moment. Just as they were about to go forward to help, they saw Bai Lan walking out from the yellow sand. Don't be impatient. She has already licked her pussy. With Bai Lan around, she has at least taken care of all the evil cultivators in the chi refining stage, and of course, the storage bag as well. Seeing the two looking at him, Bai Lan's feet became a little weaker, and he coughed a few times and said in a hollow voice, "My two fellow Taoists, Sahem, there is unrest in the Shirwan Mountains, so you and I should hurry on our way as soon as possible." Chapter 69. You and I are not destined to be together. Our meeting depends on chance. Just act it out briefly. Don't let these two think it's easy to kill them. Although it wasn't that difficult for her to kill. Jin Yao subconsciously wanted to take out some healing pills, but when she put her hand on the storage bag, she remembered that all her pills had been used up inside the 10,000 mountains. She felt even more guilty at this moment. There are tens of thousands of cultivators in Qingyuan Sect, but people like fellow Taoist Bai Lan are extremely rare. People in the world of cultivation are full of evil minds, but I never thought that there are such pure and kind people in this world. Brother Bai is truly a chivalrous man. Jin Xinza clasped his fists and bowed, looking grateful. Bai Lan waved his hand. You're welcome. Saving it once is also saving it. Saving it twice is also saving it. You and I are not destined to be together, and our meeting depends on chance. By the way, fellow Taoist Jin, this is what we just searched out from that black-robed muck. Bai Lan handed over the token. Jin Xinza took the token, and after his eyes fell on the golden words on it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, those ambitious elders used to hire some untraceable cultivators to secretly attack my sister and me, but now they don't even bother to hide." Brother Jin's expression, "Is this matter difficult? Even if we get the token as evidence, we won't be able to find that person?" Bai Lan frowned. "No, I have some guesses about who the elder from the side branch who wants to harm me and my sister is, but Jin Qin's aside, fellow Taoist, you may not know that the current head of the family is my father. Although my father has reached the Jindan stage, his lifespan is not much left. The position of the head of the family is unstable, but the side branches are powerful. Most families in the world of immortal cultivation put profit above all else. The head of the family is approaching the end of his life, and his children are only at the chi refining stage. It goes without saying who to rely on and who to ridicule. This time, the two of us believed the rumors in our tribe and mistakenly thought that there were spiritual herbs inside the Shirwan Mountains that could be used to refine longevity pills. So we took the risk and sneaked in. We never thought that we fell into a trap. Bai Lan was silent for a second. The news you two have is not too false, it just lacks a necessary condition. Because neither of you is called Bai Ling, you didn't encounter any opportunities, but you were full of dangers. The opportunity that Bai Ling got this time in the 10,000 mountains was a Tianyuan fruit tree, which was one of the substitute elixirs for refining longevity pills. However, it is still several months away from the time when the fruit matures and wrinkles. Although Bai Lan wants to get there first, he has to wait until the opportunity is right before digging them. Otherwise, a hasty transplant would damage the fruit trees. If she could refine the longevity pill, and then use it when the Jin family's patriarch is about to die. However, she still needs to think about whether to ask for favors or to get spirit stones and cash. After arriving at Songyuan City safely, Bai Lan was invited to sit at the seat of honor in the front hall of the Jin family. 4 or 5 beautiful servants came and served him spiritual tea and fruit. Is this the treatment that Long Aotian receives? Host, I feel that the Jin family is pretty good. It would be better if they didn't join forces with Long Aotian to go against you. The system sighed. Bai Lan shook his head. These two have decent character, but their future is still hard to say. Jin Xinza later worked as a younger brother to Long Aotian for several years. Later, he returned to the Jin family, seized power from his enemies, and took over the family business. Of course, to be precise, it is because Jin Yao is Long Aotian's concubine. Otherwise, that man who only cares about other people would not be interested in helping the Jin family. Bai Lan took a bite of the spiritual fruit on the table. The crisp, sweet, and juicy flesh filled his mouth, and traces of spiritual power flowed into his abdominal cavity along with the juice. However, this fruit containing spiritual power is just a drop in the bucket for Bai Lan, who is a bottomless pit of cultivation. But this spiritual fruit tastes delicious, and I could transplant some into the void stone later. These days, she dug soil everywhere and transported it into the void stone whenever she had nothing to do. She also cut down a lot of different kinds of wood and beautiful bamboo and threw them all into the void stone. In this way, Chio, who had been lying in his coffin all day, suddenly found the meaning of his existence and began to roll up his sleeves and go to work. The spirit of the weapon has control over the void stone second only to Bai Lan, so in the autumn he drew the picture and the spirit of the weapon began to work. With one spirit and one corpse working together, building bamboo houses or wooden houses, reclaiming fields, digging springs, and drawing water are all easy tasks. However, the spiritual energy within the void stone is actually much thinner than that outside. The spiritual herbs are only able to survive, and their growth rate is not very satisfactory. Bai Lan looked through the opportunity table for the Child of Destiny and found several spiritual veins. I will definitely dig a few void stones later to improve the quality of my spiritual power. Besides cultivation, playing this kind of mini-game of simulating world construction is Bai Lan's second favorite thing. There were footsteps outside the door. Sensing the approaching footsteps, Bai Lan knew that he was definitely at the Jindan stage. He stood up and looked outside the door. My young friend from Qingyuan's sect, it was you who saved Qianza and Yaoer this time? The gentle voice of a middle-aged man sounded, and the head of the Jin family smiled kindly. But the temptation hidden under kindness has not diminished. It's just a small favor. Bai Lan cupped his hands and said, "It's worth it to save 2 lives, even if there are more losses." Bai Lan came clean and said, "In short, your suspicion is unnecessary. She is only after money and nothing else. The complicated intrigues of your family have nothing to do with her. She can just take what she needs and leave. She just wants to take the opportunity." The head of the Jin family shook his head and smiled, then lowered his head to think for a long time, and then changed the subject. "My friend, do you know that there is an elusive elder Qin on the Danfeng of Qingyuan's sect?" The plot of Long Aotian is so long. Seeing Bai Lan frowning in deep thought, the head of the Jin family continued. "She is Qianza and Yaoer's biological mother." "Huh." Bai Lan looked up and pretended to be surprised. "Is this true?" "Forget it. These are all old stories, so I won't go into details. Qianza and Yaoer's cultivation is still low, so I want them to go to Qingyuan's sect to train for a few years." The head of the Jin family said, looking at Bai Lan, "If possible, I would like to trouble you to take care of them." Bai Lan's eyes twitched. "No, do you want to listen to what you were saying? She is a 4th-level Qi refining, an outer sect disciple. Jin Qianza and Jin Yao, one with a single spiritual root and the other with double spiritual roots, enter the inner sect as soon as they enter. Is this comparable? Not at all. Who takes care of whom? Senior, I am not a disciple of a Jindan stage master, nor am I a disciple of a Yuanying stage or Huashan stage cultivator. I am just an outer disciple. How can I take care of these 2 people?" Bai Lan sighed. The patriarch of the Jin family stroked his beard and laughed. "You are an ordinary outer sect disciple who led away a 3rd-level monster by yourself and killed a late-stage Qi refining cultivator in less than half an hour? The implication is, who are you trying to deceive?" Bai Lan held his forehead with his hand, feeling tired. "Don't worry, my friend. You don't need to make any oath. It's just that my son and daughter have been living in the mansion before. Compared with you, their tempers are 2. He sighed. "What are you doing? You've only known me for a few minutes, and already you're entrusting your child to me?" Bai Lan sighed. Chapter 70 Hidden Reward? There are countless cultivators in the cultivation world who want to rely on the Jin family. After all, the path to immortality is difficult, and not everyone yearns for the Great Road. But the head of the Jin family could tell at a glance that the female cultivator in front of him didn't care about these things at all. What he just said was a good opportunity to curry favor with the Jin family. If there was someone with ulterior motives, he would have agreed long ago. But at this moment, there were only 4 big words written on Bai Lan's face. Yes, 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 but it has nothing to do with me." The attitude is respectful, but perfunctory. Even though the girl was polite and smiled slightly when facing him, the indifference and sleepiness hidden in her eyes could not be concealed. The head of the Jin family sighed and began to explain. "The Jin family is powerful, and Qianza and Yao are both quite talented. When they were in the mansion before, I was able to take care of them. But once they leave the Jin family, there will definitely be people with ulterior motives who will take advantage of their innocent natures to deliberately approach them and do unjust things. The negative example is Li Seijo. The younger brothers around him are all cannon fodder, who like to provoke the protagonist. A group of hooligans who want to rely on the Li family for shade, but claim to be Li Shizu's subordinates, and are extremely arrogant in their words and deeds. The main feature is to attract hatred to the Li family everywhere and keep sending heads to the protagonist. They are the typical family that will be the first to be destroyed when the protagonist returns 3 years later. The patriarch of the Jean family is very knowledgeable. I know that if my sons and daughters have too much contact with this kind of people, it will easily lead to the extermination of the clan. But is there a possibility that the female cultivator named Bai Lan standing in front of you is the biggest villain in the eyes of the protagonist? If there's a fire pit, you will really jump into it. Bai Lan smiled slightly, but said nothing. She really didn't know what to say. The feeling of the villain becoming the protagonist in this script is so subtle. As parents, we always want to give our children more opportunities to gain experience, but we also worry that they will be targeted by bad people. Seeing this, the head of the Jean family stopped talking and got straight to the point. As the saying goes, a red flower becomes red, and a black flower becomes black. If you let them be friends with you, they will definitely be more cautious. Bai Lan was silent. Is this a complaint? No. Are you praising her for being so thoughtful? That's right. Weren't Jean Yao and Jean Xianzhe in danger because they were deceived? It feels like a big landlord in the Jindan stage and his naive children in the Qi Lianqi stage. Bai Lan said nothing, lowered his head, took a sip of tea, and fell into deep thought. If you think about it carefully, if these two people were scheming people, wouldn't Jean Yao, the beautiful, gentle, and eloquent girl, have been seduced away by Long Aotian just because she saved her life? After all, for Bai Lan, the price of saving a life is just a defensive magic weapon. Give them a defensive weapon, and they'll be even. She originally thought that she could just leave after receiving the defensive weapon. This time I actually took on a long-term mission. So, what are the mission rewards? We can talk about it if the remuneration is in place. If it's not suitable, you should just go and sit at the same table with Long Aotian. Bai Lan put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Senior, you are too kind. If we are just friends, it would be fine for me to take care of you when you encounter problems. But this..." She looked a little embarrassed but stopped at the point. Those who understand will understand. The patriarch of the Jean family smiled helplessly, raised his sleeve, and waved it, and a golden bell, shining with spiritual light, appeared on the table. Bai Lan's eyes lit up, and the sleepiness in his eyes was swept away. He asked knowingly, "Senior, what is this? Is this a reward?" Yes, yes. This reaction made the head of the Jean family on the opposite side silent for a moment. Sure enough, he was not mistaken. His long speech just now really made the little girl sleepy. Look, after seeing the treasure, this girl's eyes are shining. As expected of a hermit master, he could tell at a glance that this thing was extraordinary. The patriarch of the Jean family stroked his beard and lifted up Jean Zhong. This item is called the Golden Bell Cover. It is a magical tool made from the shell of a 7th-level monster and 1,000-year-old black iron. It can be refined and recognized by the master at the Jinan stage. Of course, it can also be used by the foundation building stage and the chi refining stage, but the effect it can exert is limited. It has a great defensive effect, but the downside is that once it's activated, you can't move. It is similar to a defensive array, but the advantage is that it does not need to be laid out in advance and can be used right out of the box. Recalling the guy who used a bow in the Shawandishan Mountains, his bow and ability to manipulate arrows were actually very useful. The only drawback was, didn't give myself a shield. How can you play with a bow without a shield? The combination of the Golden Bell Cover and the long-range bow and arrow provides another way of fighting. As long as there are sufficient spirit stones, it seems that it is not impossible to defeat the enemy in the foundation establishment stage. As long as the opponent cannot break the protective shield of the Golden Bell Cover, you just need to hide in the shield and attack from a distance. This item is so valuable. Bai Lan stood up, and his smile suddenly became more sincere. Then, I will accept it. However, didn't Long Aotian choose this magic weapon from the Jean family's treasure house? Why did he give it to her directly now? But it's not a big problem. It's a good order once it arrives. The head of the Jean family. Isn't it normal procedure? Should we be polite? In addition, you can also choose any item from my Jean family's treasure house. You saved Qianzhe and Yaoer, and the Jean family will definitely promise you a lot of benefits. The head of the Jean family added with a smile. Bai Lan's expression paused. If the Golden Bell Cover just now was the reward for her, then this promise now would be the fee for the friendship that follows. This is much better than Le Qing. Although the other party most likely thinks that he is some kind of hidden master, a disciple of a great nascent soul stage god transformation stage power. That is why he treats you with such courtesy. Senior, you are so polite. I cannot refuse a gift from an elder, so I will accept it without hesitation. Bai Lan bowed. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Her style of doing things has always been to get paid for doing things. Since the two of them are not bad people, it would be fine for them to have some cause and effect. In the future, they will quickly find an opportunity to let Long Aotian part ways with them and join the villain camp headed by Bai Lan. Live a life of a villain. My friend is really straightforward, haha. The head of the Jean family didn't know what to say. The efficiency of today's negotiations was beyond the expectations of the head of the Jean family. Looking at Bai Lan's leaving back, the head of the Jean family stroked his beard. Father. Jean Xinza walked out from behind the screen with a complicated expression. The scene when this chivalrous and kind-hearted Mr. Bai Dao was negotiating with his own father seemed to be different from what he had imagined. But it seems like there is no problem. The head of the Jean family smiled and said, "This boy will become a great man in the future. There must be a master behind him who is guiding him. You must treat him with caution." Jean Xinza nodded carefully. He must be a disciple of some hermit master. After your father leaves, whether you can keep your position as the young master will depend on your own ability. Strength, skills, and connections are all indispensable. The head of the Jean family looked helpless. It's just your father and your mother don't get along, and I don't know if she is willing to accept you too in Qingyuan's sect, alas. Jean Xinza scratched his head and said in a weak tone, "I think so. I don't think it's possible." The head of the Jean family rubbed his brows and said, "If it really doesn't work, I will sacrifice my dignity and ask her for help. Without the protection of a Jindan stage cultivator, you too will suffer a great loss." Jean Xinza was speechless. Bai Lan, who was walking towards the Jean family treasure house at this time, was in a very happy mood. Double the rewards, double the fun. Host, how come the reward you received after completing Long Aotian's story is even more generous than Long Aotian himself? The system was shocked. Bai Lan shook his head. Actually, if I think about it carefully, what I got is not much more than Long Aotian. If she guessed correctly, in the original plot, Long Aotian's interest in Jin Yao was most likely noticed by the head of the Jin family. Therefore, Long Aotian actually got two opportunities. One is the Golden Bell cover, and the other is Jin Yao. He used Jin Yao as bait to hook Long Aotian, the future big fish. The original intention of the head of the Jin family was to win over a future strong man for the Jin family. But what he didn't expect was that Long Aotian not only abducted his daughter as he wished, but also took in his son as a gift. Naturally, the Jean family fell under Long Aotian's sphere of influence. Chapter 71. A Book of Sect Rules? If he knew that Long Aotian would have more than a dozen concubines in the future and his daughter was just one of them, would he regret that decision? That's not right. The old man is about to die. So when Long Aotian's reward was converted to Bai Lan received two rewards. If you look at it one-on-one, there are actually two copies. Fortunately, the head of the Jean family did not use Jean Zetian as a bargaining chip to deal with her. Otherwise, Bai Lan would not be able to accept this task and would have to turn around and leave in the Little Phantom Steps. It's too much of a loss. It's better to have a magic weapon. I glanced at the system, which still made no sense. The Jindan stage has its own connections, and the Qi refining stage naturally has its own connections. Bai Lan shook his head. The Jean family is not a charity organization, and the person who sits on the position of the head of the family is not a sucker. If there is no profit, they will not extend the olive branch. The head of the Jean family believes that she has potential and will be able to form a golden core in the future, so he spent so much money to win her over. I think that one day in the future, when the head of the Jean family knows that I have 5 spiritual roots, his expression may be very interesting. Sir, this is where the Jean family's treasure house is located. The head of the family has instructed that you can take any item you want. The maid beside her said with a smile. A popular multiple-choice section. Bai Lan nodded and saved a file before entering. The Jean family is very powerful, and the place where the family's treasures are hidden is naturally well guarded. The treasure house made of fine iron is covered with 4 or 5 layers of defensive magic arrays, which not only prevent thieves, but even if someone in the nascent soul stage comes to steal the treasure, he will frown at the level of trouble it would cause. Most of the items here are natural treasures and magical instruments, but there are no manuals or books on martial arts. After all, compared to the big sects, the top-notch martial arts and magical powers of these families are secret and not passed on. In addition, there are swords, bows, knives, fans, musical instruments, and all kinds of magical instruments. There are also thousand-year-old magical herbs and fruits and strange and weird things that are dazzling to look at. Save the game, then choose any one of them to try out, then reload the game to see the effects of the other weapons. After a thorough look, I found that their powers are actually similar, and almost all of them have more disadvantages than advantages, and are not as practical as the Golden Bell cover. As Bai Lan read on, he opened the list of opportunities for the Child of Destiny and began to search. Don't want some of the ones on the list, you can get them first in the future. But those that are not on the list, after looking around, I found that they all seem to be third-rate stuff. TSK. It turns out that only the opportunities of the Son of Destiny are first-rate good things, and the rest are just leftovers. Finally, Bai Lan stopped at an inconspicuous corner on a nameless jade slip. Its name was written in ancient Sanskrit, but she couldn't pronounce it. I know how to read, but she can't. She had been studying Wuxiang Gong these days and was learning it everywhere. When she saw the words, she felt familiar with them and could tell at a glance that they were things used by Buddhists. There are very few Buddhist practitioners in the world of cultivation. If one wants to learn this rare tradition, one can only rely on self-study. She was the only one studying this major in the entire Qingyuan sect, and she had no tutor. So, all the skills and supernatural powers related to Buddhism must be collected, and she will use them for research. Looking at the maid waiting on the side, Bai Lan pointed at the jade slip. After getting it, he went out and found a secluded place and began to memorize the contents of the jade slip. The system looked at the familiar routine in front of it and felt as if it had seen the host entering the Qingyuan sect's library for the first time. Previously, when the host read the jade slips in batches, it was like a whirlwind, which was very scary. Host, do you want to? Scored twice. Bai Lan smiled and patted the system on the shoulder. Yes, you understand me. There is no way I would waste an opportunity to choose a jade slip that I don't know whether it will be useful in the future. So, it's time to start loading the file. Close your eyes and memorize repeatedly until you have completely memorized the content. She didn't recognize the individual Sanskrit characters, but she could guess what they meant by putting them together. It's not some kind of magical skill, but a book of rules and regulations of an ancient Buddhist sect that has long been extinct, the Five-Tone Sect. It took me 2 hours to memorize a book of sect rules. It's quite off the mark. She had never memorized the Qingyuan sect's rules and regulations well, but now she had memorized the entire book. Don't let her find the ruins of Wuyin sect in the future. Otherwise, Bai Lan's Taoism will be unstable if she doesn't plunder all of their sect's inheritance. She subconsciously thought that the things stored in the treasure house were most likely magical powers. You, the Jin family, don't recognize the words on it, so you think it's a good thing? It's very similar to the various archaeological documents displayed in a museum, with all kinds of strange and bizarre things. Don't put everything in the treasury. Is it a magic cultivation technique? The system asked doubtfully. According to the host's previous experience of rummaging through storage bags, the host is only not very concerned about the magic cultivation techniques, because most of them are harmful to the body. Some are refining souls, some are refining corpses, some are drinking blood for a long time, and some even use furnaces to absorb yang and replenish yin for a long time. Most of them will damage people's minds, make them lose their nature, and easily lead to obsession. But for a demon cultivator, being possessed by a demon is even another level of enlightenment. In short, it's all very upside down. In general, in the host's words, the cost-effectiveness is not as good as the orthodox skills. No, it's okay. Not wanting to tell the system about the embarrassing incident, Bai Lan decisively reloaded the game. Time went back to the first time he entered the Jin family treasure house, and Bai Lan finally fixed his eyes on the 1,000-year-old nightshade. There is a demonic longevity elixir in the Xianxia Danjing, which requires Solanum nigrum. Chapter 72. The small cultivation world is shocked. Just after coming out of the Jin family's treasure house, I turned around and entered the plot again. Are you the one who saved Yaoer today? The arrogant voice of the young man came from behind. After Long Aotian heroically saves the beauty's childhood sweetheart will definitely come to cause trouble. This post-plot should be about this childhood friend looking for trouble with Long Aotian. It looks like a fight is about to happen. She's good at fighting. Bai Lan turned around, saved the game, and glanced at the other person with sharp eyes. He is at the 8th level of Qi refining and is a descendant of an aristocratic family. He just might use the Golden Bell cover to test the waters. This is the Jin family's territory, so we can't beat them too hard. I'm her fiancé. young Master Lan, am making this clear today." The young man looked arrogant and swept his eyes over Bai Lan. Finally, he raised his voice and said, "From now on, my beauty, I'll protect you." Bai Lan, who had just taken out the soul-breaking spear from his storage bag. The young man opposite was also stunned. "What are you doing?" The system looked left and right for a long time, and finally sighed, "Host, you drew your gun so quickly." He was the one who was panting when he spoke. If he had said a word a little slower, I would have put my spear to his attack. After a pause of 1 second, Bai Lan decisively reloaded the game. As long as the plot resets quickly, she won't be embarrassed. After the young man's second speech, Bai Lan did not draw out his soul-severing spear this time. Instead, he nodded with a smile and bowed. "I have heard a lot about you. To be honest, Master Lan, I like to do good deeds the most. So far, I have only 2 enemies who can be counted, and both of them are in the middle stage of chi refining." The young man didn't expect Bai Lan to take it seriously and start reporting the enemy's name so directly. He waved his hand and said, "Tell me, who has the guts to harm my Yaoer's savior?" One of them is called Long Aotian, and he is a disciple of Qingyuan's Sect's Changelzhenren. The other one is called Bai Ling, and he is a disciple of Qingyuan's Sect's Qingxianzhenren. A heaven-level task will be randomly assigned to a lucky person. The young man paused, and after a while he frowned and said, "You Qingyuan's Sect. Why is there discord within the sect?" The cultivators in the middle stage of chi refining were not worth mentioning, but with the addition of 2 cultivators in the Jinan stage, the attendant beside him was smart. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, he spoke up to help. "Master, you have something important to do today. In that case, my beauty, I will say goodbye for now." After the young man finished speaking, he handed Bai Lan a sound transmission note. "This is my sound transmission note. I know you are from Qingyuan's sect, and I will look for you in the future." A group of people came in a rush, and then turned around and left in a rush. He is a low-profile version of Long Aotian, but he only inherited the ability to have a harem. The look in the young man's eyes just now showed that his intentions were not simple, and of course, his mind was also simple. This would be more practical than a fight, and she could get a storage bag afterwards. Bai Lan frowned and stared at the talisman in front of him for a second. Spiritual power flashed at his fingertips, and in an instant the talisman paper turned into ashes. "Host, according to the plot, the tree in the Shuandishan Mountains will have to wait for several months to mature. Long Aotian seems to have been flirting with his concubines all the time, and there is no important plot, so there is this period of time off." The system flipped through the schedule and looked at Bai Lan. "Let's go to the market first. The way to make money is not just to collect debts and kill monsters. You can also try talismans. You can also auction the Dingyan pills in the storage bag at Wanbao Tower." But it felt a bit bad to leave without saying goodbye. Just as Bai Lan was about to return to the front hall, he ran into Jin Yao, who looked nervous. She grabbed Bai Lan's wrist and said, "Friend Bai, did Lanfeng come here just now? Did he do anything to you?" It seems that she knows what kind of person her fiancé is. "Don't worry, he's gone." Bai Lan looked at Jin Yao, who was relieved. That's good. I'm glad I didn't cause you any trouble." The system shook its head. Why did it feel that Jin Yao should be more worried about Lanfeng? "Fellow Daoist Jin, thank you for your hospitality today. I have something important to attend to. How about we meet again when you guys arrive at Qingyuan's sect in the future?" Jin Yao's eyes lit up. "Do you know that we will go to Qingyuan's sect in the future? Didn't your father tell you?" Bai Lan looked strange. "That's right. It's normal not to tell the child about entrusting him to another care. Fellow Daoist Jin Yao, please be at ease. If you encounter any problems when you arrive at Qingyuan's sect in the future, you can tell me clearly as long as it is within my ability." Bai Lan looked serious and spoke sincerely. "It's all because of the 1,000-year-old nightshade." Jin Yao was stunned, her nose sour. "Fellow Daoist Bai, I knew that the world of cultivation is not as terrible as my father said. Look, there are good people like you everywhere." Bai Lan almost laughed out of anger. "No, Brother Jin, why are you?" Bai Lan wanted to explain something, but he was at a loss for words. The decision of the Jin family patriarch to entrust his son to others was a very wise one. We have to think of some way to let her see the real world of cultivation. Bai Lan lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and smiled with a hint of meaning. "Fellow Daoist Jin, how about you disguise yourself and go to Wanbao Tower with me?" "Of course I can, but why do you want me to disguise myself?" "You'll know then." Bai Lan smiled kindly. Jin Yao's eyes were clear and sincere. "Then wait for me." "Well, go ahead." The system looked at Jin Yao's back as she left and asked in confusion, "Host, aren't you usually alone? Why did you take the initiative to invite someone today? Get paid to do things. Bai Lan pointed at himself and said, Imagine that I am a small cultivator with no background. I take off my Qingyuan Sect disciple uniform and go to Wanbao Tower to auction 3 Dingyan pills. If I take a huge amount of spirit stones and leave the city directly, what do you think will be my fate? The system is silent. There were wandering cultivators who started staring at Bai Lan the moment she left Wanbao Tower. Within a few miles out of the city, there would be a continuous stream of wandering cultivators coming to besiege her. Show her a little shock in the world of cultivation, so that she won't be like this after entering Qingyuan Sect in the future, and help others count money after being cheated. At least I am here to protect her for the time being. After obtaining the golden bell cover, Bai Lan felt much more confident. The price of 3 Dingyan pills is at most around 10,000. Those in the Jinan stage won't look down upon it, but the evil cultivators in the foundation building and chi refining stages are more likely to target it. This is a good opportunity to test the quality of the golden bell cover. If it fails, I can just reload the game. Jean Yao changed her clothes and, at Bai Lan's suggestion, put on a veil that could block spiritual detection and cover her face. In this way, no one will recognize Jean Yao's identity. Otherwise, it is inevitable that some evil cultivators would not dare to take action because they are afraid of the Jean family. If they don't dare to take action, wouldn't Bai Lan's plan be ruined? Friend Bai, Wanbao Auction House holds an auction at the end of every month. I received an invitation letter a few days ago. We can go directly to the VIP seats. No, we're going to the general seats. The VIP seats can block spiritual detection. What if the evil cultivators in the chi refining stage cannot locate them? Jean Yao. She suddenly felt a little panicked. Chapter 73, Don't waste the chance you're given. Just come with me without worry. Don't you know my character? How can I harm you? Bai Lan smiled brightly and spoke in a kind tone. When Jean Yao saw this, the last bit of doubt in her heart disappeared. Fellow Taoist, Bai must be a good person. The head of the Jean family could not have been unaware of Bai Lan's blatant kidnapping, and he had not stopped him yet. It was obvious that he had sent people to follow and protect him secretly, and had temporarily condoned Bai Lan's strange behavior. The two men disguised themselves and entered the Wanbao Tower like ordinary cultivators. Boy, don't you look at your own status? Do you think a poor guy like you are worthy of entering Wanbao Tower? An arrogant voice said. Mr. Li is right. How can someone who can't even afford a qi-nourishing pill want to enter the auction? That's right. Being pointed at, Long Aotian's originally resolute expression suddenly cracked. Why is he poor? Why can't he even afford the qi-nourishing pill? You have to ask a man named Bai. Bai Lan's nose twitched. Such a familiar taste. Yes, if Long Aotian enters the auction house, he will be harassed and ridiculed. This is Long Aotian's standard face-slapping plot. Oomph. What are you doing? Fellow Taoist Long is a distinguished guest of our Wanbao Tower. Is young Master Li's behavior a slap in the face of our Wanbao Tower? The woman's slightly cold voice sounded from a distance. The familiar taste is coming. The second standard face-slapping plot at Long Aotian's auction is that after Aotian is bullied and ridiculed, a beautiful and powerful person will come out to save the situation. A beautiful female cultivator in her 30s strode in front of Long Aotian, blocked Li Shizu, and began to rescue Long Aotian. The woman had a charming face, and her cultivation had reached the foundation building stage. 2 waiters from Wanbao Tower followed behind her. It seemed that she had some status in Wanbao Tower. Following the silly and innocent model, Long Aotian has developed a new harem model, the charming model. Li Shizu saw the scene in front of him and frowned slightly. When did Long Aotian get involved with your Wanbao Tower? Why is it that every time he picks on Long Aotian, something unexpected happens? Fellow Taoist Long is a talisman master hired by Wanbao Tower. His success rate in drawing talismans is over 80%. How can our Wanbao Tower ignore such a rare talent? The woman looked proud. Li Shizu. Him? Draw talismans? No, when did he learn it? Bai Lan looked at Li Shizu, who was slapped in the face in just 1 second, and shook his head helplessly. Don't ask. The answer is the halo of the protagonist. Seeing Bai Lan's expression as if he had not checked the almanac before going out, the system explained. Because there is a plot in the plot that Long Aotian will hold an auction to auction the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs obtained from the Juin secret realm. But now, that pile of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs are all in Bai Lan's hands. I thought that without the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, Long Aotian would not come to the auction. In addition, Long Aotian did not get any opportunities in this part of the plot. The system scratched its head. Generally speaking, for plots without chance, the host will just skim through them. It seems that after losing the two important opportunities of the Millennium Spiritual Herb and the Golden Bell cover, Long Aotian can only rely on other ways to earn spirit stones. The ability to draw talismans was probably taught by the grandfather in his mind. Friend Bai, is he your friend? You should go up and say hello. Jean Yao saw that Bai Lan had a strange expression and couldn't help but speak. Bai Lan shook her head and grabbed Jean Yao. Her eyes filled with 3 parts of hatred, 3 parts of grief, and the remaining 4 parts were the resentment that she had tried hard to cultivate. To be honest, this man once held a grudge against me because I broke off the engagement with him, and he swore to destroy my entire family. Jean Yao's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Just because of breaking off the engagement, he wants to kill the whole family. How can he be so cruel? Forget it, I don't want to bring up the past. It's all in the past. He is now a disciple of Qing Yuan's Sect's Changelzhenren. Let's not cause any more trouble. I don't want to cause you trouble. Bai Lan looked at Pui. He turned around and pulled Jean Yao and walked in another direction, as if he was afraid of Long Aotian. In fact, he was afraid of being exposed. Jean Yao's brows were still furrowed, and when she turned to look at Long Aotian, there was a hint of anger in her eyes. The system was stunned by Bai Lan's superb performance. It only mentioned that Long Aotian wanted to wipe out its entire family, but did not mention a word about how it beat Long Aotian countless times and took away his storage bag. Seeing such a depressed and sad look, someone who didn't know would think that the entire Bai family had been wiped out. Look at Jean Yao's expression of solidarity now. She has been led astray again. Friend Bai, don't be too sad. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the evildoers won't be able to be arrogant for too long. Jean Yao could only comfort Bai Lan. Bai Lan lowered his head and smiled, his tone bitter. Thank you for your good wishes, Brother Jean. Just as Bai Lan was about to continue fooling people, a waiter in red came up to them with a smile and asked, "Are you two here to participate in this month's auction?" "Yes, I have a few pills here, and I want to entrust them to Wan Bailu for auction." The red-robed waiter still had an impeccable smile on his face. "Are you going to consign the items for the auction next month?" "Of course you can, but I want to know what grade of elixir it is." 3 Dingyan pills, all 5th-level pills. The red-dressed waiter was stunned, and a crack suddenly appeared on his flawless smile. "In the Qi refining stage, I am consigning and auctioning Dingyan pills, or 3 of them." Just with these 2 or 3 key words, Bai Lan and Jean Yao immediately attracted 3 or 4 more gazes. She thought that the things that Qi refining stage people sent for auction were just some small gadgets, so she asked casually, "Who knew it was Dingyan Dan?" It would have been fine if she just asked casually, but wasn't this customer a little too bold? With so many people coming and going here, she just openly sold out the Dingyan pills? This kind of rare elixir, whose recipe has long been lost, is a priceless treasure in the world of cultivation. But the 2 cultivators in front of him, their cultivation is only at the middle stage of Qi refining. Although the power of Wanbao Tower is so huge that ordinary cultivators dare not act rashly, is there a possibility? It is true that independent cultivators will not be in danger in Wanbao Tower and Songyuan City, but once they leave the city, things will be out of control. Murder and robbery are common. Why? Can't we send it for photos? Bai Lan look Puzai. Jean Yao on the side was also puzzled. Yes, what's wrong? Looking at the 2 pairs of clear and innocent eyes in front of him, the waiter in red was speechless. "No, of course you can. Please follow me to the 2nd floor, and let our professional appraiser from Wan Bailu assess the price." Wan Bailu has always done a good job of keeping secrets. The private rooms on the 2nd floor can be soundproof to block out spiritual detection, and the entire process of communication and sending photos is very safe. It is precisely because your Wan Bailu's procedures are too secure that Bai Lan is afraid that his information will be leaked, so he decided to self-destruct on the 1st floor. The opportunity has been given to you evil robbers, so make sure you don't waste it. Please wait a moment. Our appraiser will be here soon. The waiter in red nodded and smiled. Chapter 74, Privileges of the Protagonist. In Bai Lan's memory, when Long Aotian had some financial resources in the future, he would get many opportunities in the subsequent auctions. One of the protagonist's privileges. Ordinary monks cannot see the value of things, and things that seem like trash at first glance are considered treasures by the protagonist and are picked up at bargain prices. And the final fact is that the things picked up by the protagonist are most likely really good things. For example, she wanted to try to get a bargain. I found a magical book that looked very dusty in the Jean family treasury and went to learn it with great expectations. What was the final result? It was indeed just a dusty and useless thing. Why can the protagonist find the dusty heaven-level kung fu in the corner? She can only pick up a useless Sect rule? The gap. This is the gap. Who made Long Aotian have an old grandfather who has lived for tens of thousands of years in his mind to help him scan the treasures? Fellow Daoist, this is Qin Rouge, the treasure appraiser of our Wanbao Tower. You can take out the Dingyan pill without worry. Wanbao Tower will conduct the most professional evaluation and pricing. The red-clothed waiter brought in a purple-clothed woman. The moment he looked up, Bai Lan's expression changed slightly. The woman in purple had an elegant face and was dressed casually, but her fair face was covered with a little dust, and her outer robe was also stained with a little dust. It looked like he had just exploded a furnace of pills and was forcibly dragged here for identification. She was also familiar with the faint smell of cigarette smoke on the woman. It is somewhat similar to the disheveled appearance of Ji Feng after his furnace exploded. It seems that this appearance is standard for alchemists after their furnace explodes. Apart from these details, her appearance is somewhat similar to Jin Yao. He turned his head to glance at Jin Yao, who didn't seem to know the woman in purple. This fancy medicine bottle, I recognize it. It must have been made by that kid Ji Feng from Qingyuan's sect, right? He is quite powerful, so there is no possibility that a kid like you in the Qi refining stage would kill him and take away his treasure. So did he give you this pill himself? Exactly. Qin Rouge slightly opened the medicine bottle and sniffed it, then nodded after a while. This is indeed a 5th-level Dingyan pill. The quality is good, but it also has flaws. The proportion of Bing Ning grass in the pill is slightly higher than that of Tinglizi. If the fire control is not good, it will easily explode the furnace. Bai Lan held his forehead with his hand. That was indeed a lot of explosions. This pill was also auctioned at Wanbao Tower. The highest price was 3,000 spirit stones per pill. However, the quality of these 3 pills will be better, so we can raise the price appropriately. Qin Rouge put down the medicine bottle and looked at Bai Lan. Are you the owner of this pill? It's me. Bai Lan nodded. I suggest you don't wait any longer. These 3 pills will be auctioned at the auction tonight. The red-dressed waiter at the side was a little embarrassed. Senior Qin, this seems to violate the rules. Today, many people from the Hawan sect will be here. With their enthusiasm for the Dingyan pill, the value of this pill will increase many times. If it is left until next month, tisk. Qin Rouge waved her hand and turned away. I just said it casually. You are the ones who make the decision. Bai Lan's eyes also lit up as he looked at the waiter in red beside him. The waiter in red received the signal. His expression struggled for a moment, and he was already struggling madly on the edge of violating the rules. But regulations can certainly be broken in the face of absolute interests. After some discussion, Bai Lan's 3 Dingyan pills were put up for auction at the evening auction, and Wan Bela took a 5% commission. Friend Bai, are we really not going to the VIP seats? The private rooms there can block spiritual detection, and they also contain delicious spiritual fruits. Jin Yao said in a low voice. The VIP seats at Wanbao Tower are in the private rooms on the 2nd floor, which are shielded from spiritual detection and are single rooms, making them private and distinguished. Either you have money, power, or strength. Bai Lan shook his head. Let me ask you, from childhood to adulthood, have you always attended the auction in the VIP seats? Jin Yao nodded. Yes, you have never sat in an ordinary seat. What a pity. Today I will bring you here to experience it. Bai Lan smiled and patted Jin Yao's hand. Don't worry. Jin Yao thought about it for a few seconds, and then she realized that it made sense, so she stopped worrying about it. Compared to the private rooms, the seats on the 1st floor are obviously much simpler. People are seated next to each other, and one can see the face of the person opposite him clearly by turning his head. It is also easy for the evil cultivator to see at a glance who he wants to remember. Most monks who come to the auction but are not qualified to enter the private rooms usually try to find ways to hide their true faces to avoid being noticed. Among all kinds of masks, veils, and hats, Bai Lan's calm face, which was not covered at all, was very eye-catching. She was not wearing anything on her face, and her face was revealed to everyone, as if she was afraid that the evil cultivator would not notice her. Everyone, I will be the host of this auction at Wan Bela. An enchanting woman with a charming face walked onto the stage. She was actually one of the concubines who had protected Long Aotian in Wanbao Tower this morning. Bai Lan glanced around the place and found Long Aotian wearing a mask in a corner. Because the other party had been staring at him intently, that look filled with strong hatred, Bai Lan was very familiar with it. With a smile, Bai Lan took out a dark blue storage bag and shook it slightly in his hand. Such a meaningless action was ironic in the eyes of Long Aotian, who had been staring at Bai Lan's movements. Because that dark blue storage bag belongs to him. Although his storage bag had been taken away countless times, that storage bag was still in his hands 2 months ago, so Long Aotian certainly remembered it clearly. Under the oppression of the host, Long Aotian should have little money. Why is he coming to the auction? The system frowned. He didn't understand. Although Long Aotian doesn't have much money now, this doesn't affect his participation in the auction. Bai Lan spread his hands. Because the second privilege of the protagonist is, when the protagonist has no money to auction, there will always be rich people to pay for the protagonist. In Long Aotian scripts, most of them are arrogant young ladies from a certain force. In Bai Ling scripts, most of the people who pay the bill are her master, senior brothers, or other kinds of peach blossoms. Things turned out just as Bai Lan had expected. The next second, a familiar and graceful figure sat down next to Long Aotian. It was none other than Miss Schwer from the Secret Realm. Schwer subconsciously followed Long Aotian's gaze and looked across, and met Bai Lan's eyes with a deep smile. It's her! The woman who was in the Secret Realm last time. Schwer widened her eyes, and anger suddenly surged in her heart. Bai Lan lowered his head and laughed. He didn't do anything. He just sat there and raised his storage bag, and he attracted 2 hatreds. This is the treatment of the big villain. Ha. Friend Bai, it seems like those 2 people have been staring at you. Their eyes are weird, as if they're up to no good. Jin Yao sensed something was wrong and frowned. Bai Lan shook his head. Huh? How could that be? How could there be bad people in the world of cultivation? Chapter 75. As a villain, should I do something? Friend Bai, you are still too kind. Although the world of cultivation is not as scary as my father said, there are still bad people. Didn't we encounter many evil cultivators in the 10,000 mountains before? Jin Yao said in a low voice. Bai Lan, well, you are right. Long Aotian in the distance angrily withdrew his gaze. After all, he was not sure he could defeat that woman at the moment. But things change over time, and one day, you will win. The auction was in full swing. On the high platform in the center was a low-grade magical weapon, the moon-grabbing sword. It was said to be made by a well-known weapon refiner and was very popular. I'll give you 1,000 spirit stones, 2,500, 5,000 spirit stones, 6,000 spirit stones. Most of the bidders for this item were cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage and Chi refining stage. More than half of the private rooms on the second floor were silent, as most of the bidders were cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage. The charming auctioneer held the auction hammer in her hand with a perfect smile on her face. Young Master Li is offering 6,000 spiritual stones. Are there any other Taoist friends who would like to bid? Li Shizu always acted flamboyantly, relying on the power behind him. He had no intention of hiding his identity because there was no need to. I offer 6,100 spirit stones. The silent Long Aotian suddenly spoke, looking at the private room where Li Shizu was with a bit of provocation in his expression. You. Li Shizu was like a puffer fish and was always offended by Long Aotian. I will give you 7,000 spiritual stones. 7,100 spirit stones. Long Aotian continued to raise the price. Long Aotian, do you think I can't recognize you with a mask on? I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. How dare you snatch things from me so blatantly? Li Shizu gritted his teeth and said, I will pay you 10,000 spirit stones. The Li family spirit stones came like a strong wind, and many casual cultivators around were shocked by this generous gesture. Bai Lan leaned back in the seat leisurely and turned his gaze to the long sword in the center of the platform. Li Shizu, who is stupid and rich, hopes that he will not be beaten by his father when he returns. Magical weapons are naturally divided into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. For example, the golden bell cover given to her by the head of the Jin family is a very precious high-grade magic weapon, and its market price is basically around 30,000 spirit stones. As for the inferior magic weapon, the moon-grabbing sword, it was a low-level magic weapon that was not valued by the cultivators in the Linking Dance stage. It was most likely a mere formality, with a maximum value of 8,000 spirit stones. Li Shizu, the naive young master of the Li family, tried to provoke Long Aotian, but was fooled by Long Aotian. After being casually provoked by Long Aotian, he fell into the trap and offered a high price of 10,000 spirit stones. Wan Bela made a lot of money, and Long Aotian died of laughter. Only Li Shizu hadn't reacted yet and was still feeling smug in the box. A world was achieved in which only the head of the Li family, who had to pay the bill afterwards, was injured. You think you are worthy enough to compete with me? With only 10,000 spirit stones, who else dares to compete with me? Li Shizu said in a smug tone. Long Aotian frowned, snorted in dissatisfaction, and continued to raise the price. I bid 11,000 spirit stones. He is so arrogant. Bai Lan was silent for 2 seconds. As a villain, shouldn't he do something when the protagonist is being arrogant? This makes sense, and there is no reason not to do it. After a pause, before Li Shizu raised the price again, she sent a message to the box where Li Shizu was. If you want to see Long Aotian get humiliated, don't raise the price again. You don't really think he can come up with 10,000 spirit stones, do you? He's just teasing you. A voice suddenly came to Li Shizu's ear. He looked around with wide eyes. Who sent the message? The voice seemed familiar. He frowned and thought for 2 seconds, then was attracted by the content of the words. I was so carried away just now that I only cared about competing with Long Aotian. Now that I come to my senses and think carefully, the price of that magic weapon is indeed not worth 10,000 spirit stones. If I really spend 10,000 spirit stones to buy the moon-grabbing sword, I will probably be beaten when I return. Which kind person reminded him? Having almost been fooled by Long Aotian, Li Shizu looked at Long Aotian angrily and stopped raising the price. In just a moment, the price of the moon-grabbing sword at the auction venue was determined after the auctioneer called out 3 times. 11,000 spirit stones, the final word. Please bid for the prize and go to the Wanbao building backstage to deliver the spirit stones later. Long Aotian's pupils trembled, and he looked towards the private room on the 2nd floor with some disbelief. Why did Li Shizu suddenly stop bidding? 11,000 spirit stones seemed a bit difficult for him. His palms were covered with cold sweat, and his face turned pale. If you owe spirit stones to Wanbao Tower, your fate will definitely be miserable. Seeing this, Bai Lan nodded with satisfaction. Now the taste is just right. Brother Aotian, don't worry. Schwerer beside him looked worried and said softly, I will help you think of a way to deal with this amount of spiritual stones. Long Aotian was moved. Schwerer, if I didn't have you, I really don't know what to do. Brother Aotian, don't say that. Schwerer, believe me, when I rise in the future, I will never forget your kindness today. I believe you. The two looked at each other for a long time. Bai Lan trembled his so corny. Xiong Yao's drama arrives late, but eventually. The auction went on as usual until the finale item appeared, when the Dingyan Dan, created by Bai Lan, came on stage. As soon as the 3 words Dingyan Dan were uttered, the cultivators present immediately became excited. The road to ascension is long and endless, and not everyone can cultivate to the Jinan stage and remain eternally young. There are countless people who stop at the foundation building and cheer refining stage when their deadline is approaching. Just like the students who take the college entrance examination every year, half of them are admitted to colleges and universities, but there are always some who fail. Poor aptitude, unable to cultivate to the Jinan stage, and want to preserve your looks? Dingyan Dan, it can freeze your appearance at your most beautiful time and keep you young forever. You deserve it. The starting price is 3,000 spirit stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 100 spirit stones. The auctioneer said with a smile. Just the words 3,000 spirit stones, the huge number shattered the hearts of countless low-level cultivators. It hurts so much. I can't afford it. I can't afford it at all. A woman next to him said with tears in her eyes. Who on earth made this medicine? Can it be made in bulk? Stop using hunger marketing. It is said that Dingyan pill is an ancient recipe. It contains a magical herb that can only be found in the secret realm. It is probably impossible to refine it in bulk. Jin Yao looked towards Bai Lan, only to see that Bai Lan had a faint smile on his face and was still resting with his eyes closed. Batch refining? Good idea. It is a good way to earn spirit stones, but Dingyan pill is not a precious elixir that can improve cultivation and increase strength. She just happened to have a crop of ice grass seedlings in her storage bag, but unfortunately the growth rate was a bit slow, so she needed to get a golden finger to improve it. Chapter 76 Heartfelt Words. The 3 Dingyan pills were sold for a high price of 12,000 spirit stones amidst the scramble for them by many female cultivators who practiced the art of seduction, led by the Hawan Sect. The price of one of the Dingyan pills is as high as 5,000 spirit stones. Just as Senior Qin Rouge said, the female cultivators of the Hawan Sect will go crazy to fight for the Dingyan pills. It's fine if you like it, just like it. I just like this kind of monk who spends money lavishly. The final item to be auctioned was a chi gathering pill, which was an essential elixir for a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage to break through to the core formation stage. This was the ultimate goal of the many cultivators in the core formation stage who were sitting silently in the private rooms on the second floor. Let's go, fellow Taoist Jean. I'll take you to see a good show. Bai Lan took Jean Yao's hand and was about to leave. Jean Yao was stunned. Ah, are you leaving now? She thought the highlight was to install this. If nothing unexpected happens, the next battle will be between the Jindan stage seniors. It will be very boring. Let's go. There are many storage bags waiting for her. With such a wonderful two-way journey, how can she let those cute little guys wait for long? What do you mean by a good play? I've watched plays performed by mortals before, and they were quite interesting. Jean Yao said expectantly. Could it be that there are mortal plays in the world of cultivation? This play is not that play. You will know it when you go to see it. Without concealing his whereabouts, Bai Lan went to take the more than 10,000 spirit stones obtained from the auction of Dingyandan in such a blatant manner, and hung the storage bag around his waist in a dignified manner. The red-dressed waiter, who had been following Bai Lan and the other person to handle business, looked at Bai Lan with pity in his eyes, because there were already many probing eyes on her and Jean Yao. After counting carefully, she found that 5 people had already set their eyes on her, but their cultivation was only at the ordinary 7th or 8th level of chi refining. There also seemed to be a few opponents with unfathomable levels of cultivation. The monk who was hiding in the dark to protect Jean Yao began to sweat profusely. Suddenly, I felt like I was at war with the world. Where are we going? Jean Yao, who was following Bai Lan out of the city without knowing anything, became increasingly confused. Bai Lan shook his head. The destination is a little far from Sangyuan City, but good things come at a distance. We will see it if we go a little further. She took the initiative to go to a remote and deserted place. How proactive! She took the initiative to create conditions for the evil cultivators. Jean Yao swallowed. Bai Lan's expressionless face and the way he kept leading her deeper into the woods made Jean Yao feel uneasy. Bai, fellow Taoist Bai, why don't we go back? Jean Yao said in a low voice. I feel something is not right. Bai Lan waved his hand and lowered his voice. Don't worry, it's coming soon. By the way, when you watch the show later, follow me and don't run around. Jean Yao's heart skipped a beat. How could she encounter danger while watching a play? The sky was dark, and the occasional chirping of cicadas could be heard in the woods, making the atmosphere even more eerie. The fog gradually rose, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the footsteps of the 2 people became clearer. The concentration of water spirit in the fog is too high. It is obviously not an ordinary fog. Jean Yao, who was standing by, hadn't noticed anything was wrong when Bai Lan suddenly stopped and grabbed her wrist. What happened? Jean Yao was already nervous, and when Bai Lan suddenly grabbed her wrist, her voice trembled. Shoo! Bai Lan made a gesture to keep quiet and took out the golden bell cover from the storage bag. 3 or 4 wooden spikes came silently, and Jean Yao was startled. Just as she was about to fight back, a cover descended from the sky, covering both of them. The moment the wooden thorn collided with the golden bell, it was cut in half in an instant. You stay here and don't move. Bai Lan waved his hand and left several hundred spirit stones on the spot, and whispered, use the spirit stones to maintain the operation of the golden bell cover. After saying this, she came out of the golden bell alone, put on an invisible robe in the fog, and her figure gradually disappeared. Jean Yao nodded blankly and immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, it was not Brother Bai who wanted to kill her. Bai Lan originally wanted to use the spoils he had obtained earlier, the bow-shaped spiritual weapon, to hide in the golden bell and shoot the enemy. But she didn't expect that there would always be people who like to use this kind of fog and sand to conceal their figures to deal with her. It would be faster to use the soul-breaking spear to harvest the storage bags. She had a feeling that there would be more than just chi refining cultivators on this trip, so it would be better to fight quickly and decisively. His spiritual sense extended out, and the auras of 7 or 8 chi refining stage monks became apparent, and their sights were all focused on the conspicuous golden bell cover in the fog. Jean Yao looked at the spells and talismans that kept hitting the golden bell. The colorful colors hit the golden bell, but it was like hitting cotton and disappeared like smoke in an instant. Fortunately, the magic weapon her father gave to Brother Bai was not diluted with water, and the quality was guaranteed. Otherwise, she would be finished today. Just as I felt relieved, A scream came from somewhere in the distant fog, and the sound disappeared in an instant. Her heart tightened, and after carefully listening for a second, she realized that it was not Bai Lan's voice, but a stranger's. Only then did she feel relieved. Almost every quarter of an hour, different screams could be heard from different directions in the fog. Jin Yao was stunned. She thought she was surrounded by evil cultivators, but now it seemed that the opposite was true. She looked down at the pile of spirit stones at her feet, and it was almost used up. The 7 or 8 chi refining cultivators in the fog were killed or injured in an instant, leaving only 2 people on the scene. One of them realized that something was wrong and ran away quickly. The other person was the one who first dispersed the fog. The black-robed monk frowned. This method, which was originally intended to confuse the enemy, seemed to have the opposite effect. But it's not a big problem, because those who died were all colleagues. For people in their line of work, the lives of their colleagues are not important. But if this continues, he will be the one to die. Now he's the only one left. Fortunately, the female cultivator hasn't found him yet. It must be that her spiritual awareness is not strong enough, and she didn't detect his location. The black-robed monk breathed a sigh of relief, took out a green jade bottle from his storage bag, and with a slight flash of spiritual power at his fingertips, he pinched his fingers to raise the jade bottle. The dispersed mist was gradually collected into the bottle, and the surrounding scene gradually became clear. I thought it was some kind of magic, but it turns out to be a spiritual weapon. This thing is great. I like it very much. Suddenly, the girl's expected voice was heard from behind. The black-robed monk holding the jade bottle paused and almost dropped the bottle. It's not that the female cultivator didn't notice herself, but that she left herself until the end. Who? He looked back in panic, but found no one behind him. Why are you panicking? I'm just telling you something from the bottom of my heart. Relax. The spear suddenly thrust out, heading straight for the heart. The black-robed monk sensed something was wrong and dodged. He wanted to escape, but found vines growing under his feet that bound him for a moment. The defensive shield that had not yet been taken out of the storage bag and activated had not yet been activated, but the flaming spear had already pierced his heart. Chapter 77. Can't bear to give up the spirit stone and can't put on the storage bag. There were a total of 7 evil cultivators who came to hunt down Bai Lan and the other 2. One of them ran away when he saw that the situation was not right. The remaining 6 were now lying in front of Bai Lan, neatly lined up in a row. Brother Jean is right. Look, everyone in the cultivation world is a good person. Bai Lan smiled and raised a series of storage bags in his hand. These people were willing to risk their lives to come and deliver the storage bag to Bai Lan. Bai Lan will definitely forget this kindness. The golden bell cover is useful, but unfortunately, it consumes too many spirit stones. Just to maintain the shield for half an hour, Bai Lan consumed more than 100 spirit stones. But I got 6 storage bags in this battle, which is already a return on my investment. If you don't want to part with the spirit stones, you can't put them in the storage bag. This scene was too real, and Jin Yao, who participated in it throughout, still hasn't recovered from the shock. Her worldview was shaken. By fellow Taoists, why would they come to kill us? Jin Yao was puzzled. We have no grudges against them, and there is no conflict of interest at all. Bai Lan took 2 steps forward and pointed at the corpses one by one. You should be familiar with this blue corpse. We have encountered him at least 3 times in Wanbao building. This level of coincidence can be called premeditated. TSK, he acted too blatantly. His professional ability is the worst among these 6 corpses. So he was the first to die. These 2 corpses have been staring at us since we stepped into Wanbao Tower. This body belongs to the young man who sat behind us at the auction. The other 3 have never had direct contact with us, but they have all secretly memorized our identities. Everything was caused by Lan's blatant behavior along the way, without hiding any money. Jin Yao's silence was deafening. She was silent for a long time before she spoke in a low voice. I have never encountered this before. Of course, because you are from the Jin family, the daughter of a Jindan stage cultivator. Ordinary casual cultivators would never set their sights on you. Bai Lan said, taking off the veil on Jin Yao's face. But you did not bring any guards with you today, and you hid your identity, so no one knows your background. If she is not careful, those wandering cultivators will swarm around her like poisonous bees and devour her completely. The moment Bai Lan lifted Jin Yao's veil and revealed her identity, the 2 powerful spiritual senses around her paused, then turned around and left quietly. Someone from the Jin family slipped away. The female cultivator in white was cunning, and her plan was obviously to lure people in and kill them. Seeing how she hid her body and killed people indiscriminately just now, the two foundation-building masters who were hiding in the dark and watching the fight felt a little scared. The reason they hadn't taken action was because they were worried that Bai Lan might be a master who had hidden his skills, and that these actions were meant to lure them out. The Foundation establishment cultivators naturally wouldn't chase Bai Lan all the way here just for those few spirit stones. Their ultimate goal was to find out if Bai Lan had the recipe for the Dingyan pill. Who knew that these two people were scarier than the other? One was an evil spirit of unknown strength, and the other was the daughter of the head of the Jin family, one of the four major families. There is no need to think about Dingyan pills now. Now that we know that the female cultivator is related to the Jin family, we can turn around and withdraw. Jin Yao swallowed her saliva and said, "The world of cultivation, is this so scary?" If you have a Jindan stage cultivator as your backer, then you really don't need to know this, because with the family's resources, you will be able to cultivate to the foundation building stage safely. Her previous comfortable life was all because she lived under the shelter of a big tree. Without truly experiencing these things, how could she believe that the four words survival of the fittest were the rules of the world of cultivation? However, the Jin family's patriarch is about to die. Jin Yao and Jin Xin's biggest backer won't be able to hold on for many more years. There are countless eyes in the Jin family eyeing the position of the head of the family. As for Elder Qin, whose whereabouts are unknown as mentioned by the head of the Jin family, whether their mother is willing to protect them is another matter. Therefore, Jin Yao knew in her heart that once her father passed away, her and her brother's situation would be no different from that of independent cultivators. Even worse than the casual cultivators. The new head of the family may not be willing to accommodate the children of the two previous heads of the family. Even if they pose no threat, they will grow up in the future, and the grass must be cut off at its roots. It is precisely because of this that the head of the Jin family sent Jin Yao and Jin Xianze to Qingyuan Sect. Once they become disciples of the Sect, no one will attack them openly. You can rely on a backer for a while, but not for a lifetime. Bai Lan patted Jin Yao on the shoulder and said earnestly, "But my behavior today is a negative example. Don't learn from me when you venture into the world of cultivation in the future. Otherwise, you will easily fail. Who dares to imitate you?" Jin Yao wanted to cry, but had no tears. "But I still want to thank you today." "No need to thank me. Even without you, I would have planned to do the same thing today." High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey to hunt, disguising themselves as bait to attract evil cultivators to come and kill them. This is currently the fastest way for Bai Lan to make money. Today's show is really exciting. Ha! A deep voice came from a distance, and the person who came was the head of the Jin family. It was the secret guards around Yaoer who reported to me that Yaoer was in danger. When I asked, I learned that Yaoer had left the city with you. I was relieved instantly. The head of the Jin family smiled and glanced around. His tone was still kind. "I am very confident in your strength." "You can't be sure of that. Bai Lan would only do this if she is not Jin Yao's biological mother. Without the support of a golden finger, it would be impossible to play so big." The Jindan stage cultivator came running here in person, and it was obvious that he was worried to death that he came out of the city to look for him. If Bai Lan guessed correctly, the old man had arrived early in the morning and had just been watching. "Dad, that's not what you said when you came. The secret guard said that 7 or 8 people were targeting my sister. The situation was critical. You immediately put down the magic circle and rushed out of the house. I almost couldn't catch up with you." Jin Xianze on the side spread his hands helplessly. The head of the Jin family still had a smile on his face. He just waved his hand and used a spiritual energy seal to block Jin Xianze's mouth. Jin Xianze widened his eyes. "TSK, how come a big fox can raise 2 big rabbits in its den?" Bai Lan bowed helplessly. "It's not that the situation is critical. With the Golden Bell cover, even if 2 Foundation establishment cultivators come today, the 2 of us are sure to escape unscathed. Otherwise, how could I be willing to take fellow Daoist Jin into danger?" In Bai Lan's understanding, currently only Jindan stage cultivators are somewhat dangerous to her. Jin Yao was moved. "Fellow Daoist Bai went through all this trouble, all for her. Friend Bai, I knew you were a good person. When you were taking me out of the city, I was still wondering if you were going to kill me. Now I think I shouldn't have done that. I will never think that again." "Bai Lan?" "No, sister, if you don't tell others about this kind of thing, no one will know it." Chapter 78, What is your relationship with Wanbeilu? The fact that he had defeated 6 evil cultivators in a row made the people of the Jin family even more convinced that Bai Lan was a disciple of the spirit transformation stage. I feel that the bearded man from the Jin family is not as cunning as you say. He looked kind and gentle when he was talking to you just now. I think he is quite easy to talk to. The system looked at the backs of the people leaving and spoke with a smile. The head of the Jin family does have a long, rough beard. No, if Jin Yao had any mishap today, the kind-looking bearded man you mentioned would appear in an instant with reverberation, first killing the low-level cultivators present, and then killing me. Bai Lan turned the golden bell on his fingertips and said slowly, "Who wouldn't be anxious after taking someone's daughter to visit the wolf's den?" The premise of all harmony now depends on Bai Lan's absolute strength to ensure Jin Yao's safety. Indeed, host, every time you frantically reload the game on the edge of danger, I get anxious too. The system feels the same way. Don't be anxious in the future. There's no point in being anxious. Being anxious will only make you lose your mind, and your brain will work slower and slower. System. Today's harvest. Storage bag +6. After taking inventory of the storage bags in the Void Stone, there were more than 20 of them scattered around. Those who know clearly that Bai Lan is a famous and upright cultivator of the Qingyuan sect, while those who don't think she is doing the business of an evil cultivator. This is about the amount of money that monks who rob people on the road earn every day. But selling stolen goods certainly cannot be done in Wanbao Tower. There are so many people coming and going, including many fellow disciples from Qingyuan sect. It would be troublesome if they were seen. When dealing with storage bags, it is more appropriate to go to the black market, which is in the gray area. She took out from her storage bag the bamboo stick that the old guide handed to her when she first entered Songyuan City. The black market is located in the south of the city, in a dark alley full of red lanterns. First walk forward 10 steps, then turn left and walk 5 steps, then turn left and walk 10 steps again, then take out a bamboo stick and inject spiritual power into it. Then you can enter the black market through the teleportation array. A tedious process of winding around. As promised, Bai Lan found the dark alley full of red lanterns according to what was written on the jade slip, and then saved the file. And this damn place is so creepy. The system decisively went around behind Bai Lan. The red lanterns in the dark alley will make autumn come out for a little fun, and it will feel even better. Bai Lan said nothing, but followed the rules step by step into the darkness, then took out the bamboo stick and injected some spiritual power into it. Suddenly, a bright light flashed under her feet, and several golden runes flickered. In an instant, a suction force came from below and sucked her into the formation. There was no pain, no pressure, and no sign of death. Fortunately, it was just a simple teleportation. The buzzing sound in my ears flashed by, and when I opened my eyes again, noisy voices and lights gradually rose. "Hey, little girl, put on this mask and follow me." Before I could recover from the dizziness of the teleportation, someone patted my shoulder, and suddenly there was a mask in his hand, and the person had already walked away. His consciousness swept over the black mask in his hand, and it was miraculously blocked back. The mask that can block out the detection of spiritual consciousness seems to have the same effect as Jin Yao's veil. Although, who are you? Bai Lan frowned and looked up. The figure in front of him seemed familiar. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Are you stupid? The high-pitched voice was filled with jest, and the old man raised his eyebrows. Put on the mask and follow me. At a glance, almost all the monks around him had their true faces hidden, and some even used a toga to wrap their entire bodies, including their heads and feet, tightly. As the locals do, Bai Lan puts on the black mask. The Dingyan pill auction by Wanbao Tower was given by G-Phone. At least it came from a clear source, so it doesn't hurt to be a bit public about it and catch some evil cultivators. But this time when she came to the black market, she was here to deal with the dozens of storage bags, so she really had to keep a low profile. Which respectable and prestigious sect would go to the black market to buy dozens of storage bags? It would be embarrassing if they happened to meet a fellow disciple of Qingyuan sect whom they had met before. After glancing at the old man who was urging him in front of him, Bai Lan turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The teacher said that people who give you small gifts on the street and ask you to follow them are all bad people. Can she follow the bad guys? Of course not. Old man? Hey, you were such a heartless girl. You took my mask and left. You are immoral. Oh, yes. Wait a minute, I'm not a bad person. We've met before. Have you forgotten? Of course, Bai Lan knew him. Wasn't the invisibility robe in his hand bought from his stall? I have connections for buying and selling things. You're new to the black market. Instead of wandering around like a headless fly, you might as well follow me. The old man whispered in Bai Lan's ear. Oh, you are here to solicit customers. Bai Lan understood, turned around and looked at the old man, helplessly spread his hands and sighed about poverty. Sorry, I only have 100 spirit stones in my pocket. I can't afford anything. Little girl, you are pretending to be ignorant even though you know the truth. Although the hidden spirit robe is very useful, you don't know where it came from. Are you really not going to follow me? The old man sighed. He originally wanted to pretend to be an expert at Riddle Man, but the little girl asked him all kinds of questions and forced him to tell the truth. This robe comes from Tianji Pavilion. I've known that for a long time, Bai Lan said with a smile. The old man was stunned. Huh? How did you know? In a hurry, he even forgot to transmit the message, causing many people around to look over. How can there be something that is 100% good in the world? Every treasure has its pros and cons. Although the hidden spirit robe can hide one's body, it has a fatal weakness. The old man said in a low voice. I have something here that can eliminate its side effects. Bai Lan looked suspicious. Unscrupulous businessmen. These are all the tricks of unscrupulous businessmen. First, he tricked someone into buying the robe with a spirit stone, and then after a few months, he told her that the robe actually had side effects. Then he asked her to use the huge amount of spirit stones to buy something to eliminate the side effects. But whether to buy the thing or not is another matter. She really doesn't know the side effects of the robe. Okay, you lead the way. Following the old man through twists and turns, the two finally stopped in front of a shabby little attic. Looking up, I saw 3 big words written on the plaque above. Baoan Tower. Baoan. Bai Lan was puzzled. What is your relationship with Wanbeilu? Is it a branch of Wanbeilu in the black market? Is Wanbeilu doing so badly in the black market? This building is so shabby. What are you talking about? Wanbeilu is Wanbeilu. Baoanlu is Baoanlu. My Baoanlu is one of a kind. There is only one such store in the entire Wuyan continent. How can it be compared with those Wanbeilu that are everywhere in the world? The old man snorted. Baoanlu, as the name suggests, contains thousands and thousands of treasures, the old man said proudly. It's one of a kind. There's only one store like this. When you look up, you'll see it's a shabby little store. Outside is not the place to talk. Come with me. The old man walked into the attic with his hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. Although I have many treasures, not everyone can buy them. I only want customers who know what they are worth. Chapter 79, Profiteer. Some things come from illegal sources. Selling them to fools will only bring trouble to yourself. You know the reason. The old man stroked his beard and looked at Bai Lan with a smile. Bai Lan nodded. I see. These are all things that come from shady sources. Well, I seem to know how to cause trouble for you, senior. The old man paused while stroking his beard. He said this to remind the buyer that the things in his hands are not clean, and he should use them with caution and not expose them to others. Don't let her mess with herself. There's no point in chatting today. The old man blew his beard angrily. If time could go back to the previous moment, he would never say that sentence even if he was beaten to death, giving others an excuse for nothing. I'm just kidding. I, Bai Ling, never betray my friends. Bai Lan waved his hand. Go on. In short, if you're not a friend, you can betray him. Bai Lan's meaning was very clear. It would be best not to raise the price for her later. A fair price means we are friends. If you ask her for an exorbitant price. In ancient times, there was a spirit beast in the world of cultivation. Its name was Ling. It was very smart and clever. Its fur was made of unknown material. It was created by heaven and earth, and it could conceal its aura and conceal its spiritual consciousness. Bai Lan thought deeply for a few seconds and looked at the old man. Then I guess this hidden spirit beast is now extinct? In peacetime, this creature would be classified as a protected animal, but in the world of cultivation, that's inevitable. The old man took a sip of the tea at hand and continued. The hidden spirit robe is made of the fur of the hidden spirit beast, so it naturally inherits its greatest weakness, fear of fire. Bai Lan fell in a deep thought. Once this robe touches fire, it will burn up. If you are not careful, you may end up getting burned. According to common sense, she has fought so many times while wearing the hidden spirit robe and has fought against so many evil cultivators with different spiritual roots that she should have discovered the weakness of this robe long ago. But she was afraid of pain, so she would reload the game the moment she was hit. This detail had never been discovered. Ordinary cultivators store bottles of blood-replenishing pills in their storage bags, but she doesn't use them. She only stores spirit stones. So, This treasure is called the fire-repelling pearl. It can protect cultivators of the same level from all kinds of fire. Even if it is used against high-level cultivators, it is also a great weapon to deal with cultivators with fire spiritual roots. It is a mid-level magic weapon that only costs 20,000 spirit stones. Unexpectedly, the old man started to speak a commercial. It's not a big problem. If I meet a cultivator with fire spiritual roots, I won't use the invisible spiritual robe. Bai Lan was unmoved. She can reload the save file. When her robe catches fire, she can just reload the save file. Why waste this money? TSK. Magical tools are expensive and consume a lot of energy, so they are not something that low-level cultivators can use. In the world of cultivation, it is usually the cultivators in the Jindan stage who make good use of magic tools to fight. The golden bell cover given to her earlier was free of charge for spirit stones, so of course she was willing to accept it. But spending spirit stones to buy something that looks so worthless? That's impossible. Seeing that, Bai Lan's expression remained the same, and he stood still. The old man did not get discouraged. He lowered his head and searched for a long time, and finally found a jade slip from somewhere. Even so, the hidden spirit robe has a second side effect. To the Tianji Pavilion, the robe is like a soul lamp. As long as they want, they can find you through secret methods. The old man said in a low voice. Even if you are not on the Tianji Pavilion's wanted list, it must be uncomfortable to have your whereabouts known to everyone. Bai Lan nodded. That's true. This magical power is called soul severing. It is a spiritual consciousness technique. Its greatest use is that it can cut off the spiritual consciousness mark set by the cultivator. Cut off the spiritual connection? Bai Lan's expression changed. The fire-avoiding beads just now are useless, but the book of magical powers in front of me is quite interesting. The spiritual awareness of cultivators of the same level is about the same, so Bai Lan can easily erase the mark on the storage bag of a chi refining cultivator. The marks left by the foundation building period can be erased with some time. But the storage bag of a Jindan stage cultivator is a bit troublesome. When Bai Lan first entered the world of cultivation, among the opportunities he obtained at the bottom of the cliff were 2 storage bags left by skeleton old men. She had been coveting those 2 storage bags for a long time, but unfortunately she couldn't open them until now because the spiritual seals on them were not something she could open at her current level. I don't know if this soul-severing technique is useful. From the look of you, I can tell you've committed many murders and robberies. The old man commented objectively. Bai Lan, if you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. What if one day you accidentally kill a young master of a family or an inner disciple of a large sect, and are accidentally marked by the divine consciousness left by a high-level cultivator? You will be hunted down to the ends of the earth. The old man said with a smile. With this book of magical powers, you will have nothing to worry about. It is extremely difficult for high-level monks to have offspring, so most of them will seal their full-strength attacks and talismans and give them to their younger generations to save their lives in times of crisis. For example, the talisman that Qingxian gave to Bai Ling was for escape. Isn't this magical power more expensive than those fireproof beads? Bai Lan looked suspicious. The Baowenlu was shabby and dilapidated. She and the old man had been sitting in the store for a long time, but had not seen any new customers. It was obvious that business was not very good. Isn't it the kind of store that doesn't open for a year and then closes for a year and only takes advantage of one customer? This magical power is not cheap. It costs this much. The old man said, pointing with a finger. Bai Lan's eyes lit up. A spiritual stone? You really dare to ask for it? It's 1,000,000 spirit stones. The old man snorted. This magical power is a heavenly level magical power. There are less than a handful of heavenly level skills in the entire Wuyan continent. It's a great opportunity to come across a copy. 1,000,000 spirit stones. You really dare to ask for it? Bai Lan shook his head. She has thousands of the so-called top opportunities in her mind, officially certified by Destiny Child. Absolutely top-notch. Okay, let's get straight to the point. You should know that a cultivator in the chi refining stage cannot come up with so many spirit stones. You quoted such an astronomical figure. I guess you want me to do something else. Bai Lan said in a light tone. Yeah, I just like smart people. The old man laughed and said, I want you to sneak into the Tianji Pavilion and find some information for me. Opening your mouth is a hellish task. Why do some people always like to give her hell-level tasks? Bai Lan frowned. Go on. The intelligence network of Tianji Pavilion is one of the most extensive in the cultivation world, but some information is only known by insiders. I want you to infiltrate the inside and obtain the information that is unknown to outsiders. Does Tianji Pavilion have extensive information? The current intelligence about Long Aotian in their hands was supplemented by Bai Lan. When Bai Ling was also on the Tianji Pavilion's wanted list later, Bai Lan guessed that he would have to supplement some information for them. As long as you agree to my request and swear a vow to your inner demon, you can take this magical power for free. Chapter 80, there are always profiteers who want to kill her. Not to mention whether this technique has any drawbacks. What if it is a magic technique? Should she practice it or not? Bai Lan wanted to reload the game and come back after finishing his studies. But this technique was a heavenly one with a cultivation limit. If one practiced it below the foundation building stage, one would go astray. You said it was Tianji Pavilion's confidential information. Even if I really got inside and got the information, the people in Tianji Pavilion would definitely ask me to swear a vow to not leak the information. Bai Lan spread his hands. In this case, it would go against the oath you asked me to swear. Wouldn't I be in a dilemma then? When the loop is closed, the end result will be that you will be haunted by inner demons. If she fails to complete the task, she will have to reload the game and go back to the time before she swore the oath, which is a long time span. Everything is dangerous. If you act carefully, you will always find loopholes. If you just go to get some information, you can get a reward worth 1 million spirit stones. Are you really not tempted? It is worth 1 million, but not really 1 million spirit stones. Before that volume of heavenly magical powers turned into 1 million spirit stones, its true value remained to be discussed. The old man continued to exaggerate. As long as you successfully enter the Tianji Pavilion and become a yellow level killer, I will give you this fireproof bead. Okay, I promise you. Bai Lan nodded. She wanted to see the truth of the heavenly level technique first. If it was really as useful as the old man said, then there would be no harm in agreeing to his request. She would just treat it as going to a hell dungeon, where she would be awarded the title of Yellow Level Killer if she passed it perfectly. If the Soul Slayer didn't live up to its name, she would reload the save file and leave. You agree so soon? The old man was stunned. Based on how difficult Bai Lan had been before, the old man thought he would have to put in some effort. Of course, who wouldn't be interested in heavenly level magical powers? Bai Lan stopped talking nonsense after he finished speaking, and quickly finished his inner demon oath as if he had pressed the fast-forward button. Then he took the jade slip from the old man's hand and put it into his storage bag. The old man was stunned for a second before he came to his senses. Well, good. You were so straightforward. As he spoke, he took out a map from his storage bag and pointed to a red dot on it. This is the location of the Tianji Pavilion's headquarters. If you want to join, you must pass 3 tests. The difficulty of Qi refining cultivators is different from that of foundation establishment cultivators. I suggest you take the test in Qi refining because the entrance test in foundation establishment will be very difficult. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the old man chose Bai Lan, who was in the Qi refining stage, rather than the stronger foundation establishment stage or even the core formation stage. I need several months to prepare. Bai Ling's opportunity is still waiting for her. Don't worry. People can die in the triple test. Make sure you are fully prepared before setting off. She never forgot her original intention. After some twists and turns, she finally remembered her real purpose of coming to the black market, which was to sell stolen goods. After waving his hand and taking out more than 20 storage bags, Bai Lan looked up at the old man and said, "Would you like to take the storage bags?" The old man's pupils trembled, but he quickly came back to his senses. Collect, of course, what my Guanpu stall lacks is a storage bag. His blind box stall originally had more than 50 storage bags, and there was a 1 in 50 chance of drawing a spiritual weapon. Now Bai Lan has added more than 20 people. Won't the probability be even lower by then? The old man didn't make a penny from the 23 storage bags, but instead paid Bai Lan 2,003 spirit stones. Watching the woman's back as she left, the old man fell into deep thought. After a while, he slapped his head and said, "Oh no, I forgot to collect the spirit stone from her for the mask. Failure, big failure." After leaving Bai Lan building, Bai Lan took the 2,000 spirit stones and went straight to the spirit beast stall. Bai Ling had an opportunity on the black market where she got a treasure hunting rat. You can pick it up as well. Although Bai Lan doesn't really need the treasure hunting rat at the moment. After all, she is familiar with the golden finger of the Child of Destiny, and she can search directly when she enters the secret realm. But even if you don't need it, you should buy it. Even if I keep it in the Void Stone as a pet, I can't leave it to Bai Ling. Master, I really don't want anything. Let's go back. Didn't you feel bored staying on Yuqing Peak? How about picking a pet to accompany you? Amid the noise of the crowd, Bai Lan keenly caught two key words: master. These two people are really interesting. They know how to hide their faces when they come to the black market. But his every word and action exposed his identity. Why was he wearing the mask? Bai Lan almost didn't recognize him. Oh no, why did Bai Ling come to the black market early? The system was shocked. After all, I disrupted the normal sequence of the plot, so it's normal for accidents to occur. But even if the plot is completely different from before, the Child of Destiny will still follow the guidance of the unknown and move towards the place where the opportunity lies. Taking his eyes off Bai Ling, Bai Lan saved the game decisively and began searching the stalls one by one with quick steps. Bai Ling's arrival means that she will most likely get the treasure hunting rat first. Time is urgent. I'll start looking from the other side. The system rarely took the initiative to start working. With Bai Lan's luck, she would probably have to turn the entire black market upside down before she could find the treasure hunting rat. But the Girl of Destiny only needs to take 2 steps to find the opportunity. The system and Bai Lan worked together to conduct a carpet search around the area. After half an hour, as expected, when they reached the last stall, they ran into Master Qing Xian and his disciple. Master, I want this gray rat. Bai Ling pointed to a small cage in the corner. She just knew it. Bai Lan held his forehead with his hand and began to doubt his luck. In fact, she didn't have to look for it. She could just follow the routine. She used to look for opportunities in secret places. If she and Destiny's Child were both present, then she would only need to follow Ghost and wait for her to find the treasure hunting rat, then note the location and reload the save file to get there first. If the Destiny Child is not present, a thorough search will be necessary. But sometimes people just don't believe in evil, so Bai Lan just wanted to do an experiment and go find it himself. She always felt that the laws of this world were against her. Otherwise, how could she explain the fact that she always had to search every inch of land before she could find an opportunity? From the first time he searched for the Void Stone in the market town, to later looking for the Jean siblings in the Sherwanda Mountains, and even now looking for the treasure rat in the black market. They all look the same. Oh, this sister wearing the black mask looks so familiar. Have we known each other before? Bai Ling frowned and looked at Bai Lan, asking in confusion. That's very familiar. Not wanting to talk much with Bai Ling, Bai Lan decisively went back to the game. When Bai Ling and Qing Xian were being affectionate at the beginning, she decisively walked towards the stall. Boss, how much is this rat? Bai Lan pointed at the squeaking gray rat in the cage. Oh, this rat is a first-level spirit rat. Although it has no attack ability, it is cute and very popular among female cultivators. The price is 1,000 spirit stones. The boss said with a smile. There are always unscrupulous businessmen who want to rip her off. It would be fine if the boss knew the value of the treasure-hunting rat, calling it a first-class spirit rat, and selling it for 1,000? The unscrupulous merchants in Baowen charge less than him. Bai Lan was silent for a moment. One price, 100 spirit stones, and I'll take it. This is too much. 500 spirit stones cannot be less. Chapter 81 Pressure X2. Bai Lan glanced around the surrounding stalls. How about this? If you give me a few chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, etc., I'll grit my teeth and pay for the 500 spirit stones. These animals are not spiritual beasts, but they are raised in the world of cultivation, eating grass and feed with spiritual energy, and gradually they have gained some spirituality. The most important thing is that the meat is much more delicious, and it has lost some of the impurities contained in ordinary chicken and duck meat. It has a bit more spiritual power and is very popular among cultivators in the Qi refining stage. It often appears on the canteen plates of sects and families. Not that it's impossible. These chickens and ducks were originally intended for a third-rate small sect. Who would have thought? The shop owner clapped his hands and said, Hey, I went to see it yesterday and found that the sect had become a ruin. I don't know who destroyed it. It's scary. I have a lot of chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle. I'm almost sick of eating meat every day these days. Bai Lan acted surprised. The whole family was wiped out? It must have been done by the demon cultivator. It must have been done by an evil cultivator. The person who did it is so immoral that he didn't even deal with the corpse. Many storage bags are still hanging on the corpse. The owner's expression became sad again as he spoke. I wanted to go in and help them deal with the corpse. Even if we cultivators don't care about our afterlife, we should at least cremate those fallen Taoist friends. Unfortunately, I can't go in. Bai Lan's eyes lit up immediately. Storage bag? A Sect storage bag? The stall owner claimed to be dealing with his funeral affairs, but in fact he was coveting the storage bag. Bai Lan understood it all. TSK, I know you also want to help them take care of the aftermath. Forget it. I can't get in myself, so how can I let other Taoist friends take advantage of it? The shop owner frowned and said, I reported this matter to Qingyuan's Sect immediately, and they sent a Jindan stage cultivator to deal with the aftermath. Now all those storage bags have fallen into the pockets of Qingyuan's Sect. Bai Lan? The opportunity is given to the big sects, not left for the passing cultivators, TSK. The storage bags in the sect were worth a lot of money, and no one knew who had done it. He didn't even take the storage bags. Did they die together? Oh, the bodies of those fellow Taoists from the Lingyin sect have also been properly cremated. He added with a guilty conscience. But Lingyin sect. Bai Lan used a ray of his consciousness to wake up Xiao Tian, who was lying in the void stone. Friend, what was the name of your sect when you were alive? Xiao was lying in the coffin with a peaceful look on his face. Hearing this, he opened his eyelids and said, Lingyin sect. I am a disciple of Lingyin sect. What's wrong? Xiao Tian suddenly became anxious. Don't send me back. Master hates evil ways the most. If he sees me become like this, he will definitely kill me. Don't worry, your master can't kill you. Does your Lingyin sect have any grudges against any forces? Xiao sighed. The sect has a grudge against the corpse refining sect, and that's why I don't want to go back. This. If you add another 100 spirit stones, I'll give you another spirit beast bag. Otherwise, you can't kill all these living creatures. Bai Lan withdrew his spiritual sense and saw the owner handing over a spirit beast bag and starting to sell it. She really needed a spirit beast bag. After all, the void stone that could store living things could not be known to outsiders, so it would be a good idea to buy a spirit beast bag to hide it from others. Master, that spirit rat is so cute. I want it. Bai Ling's familiar voice came from behind. She didn't come when I was chatting with the stall owner just now, but she came now, as if she came at the right time for her to see her. Bai Lan tried to buy it directly after reloading the save file, and then he found that no matter how fast or slow he was, Bai Ling could always accidentally find the treasure hunting rat and then bring Qingxian over. After reloading the game for who knows how many times, Bai Lan gave up struggling and returned to the game where he had bargained for the first time. Master, that spirit rat is so cute. I want it. Bai Ling's familiar voice came from behind. Hearing this, Bai Lan no longer hesitated and decisively took the spirit beast bag handed over by the shopkeeper and put the treasure hunting rat in it. I'll pay the 600 spirit stones. Once the money and goods are paid, it is difficult to change the deal. Master, that spirit rat. An idea suddenly arose in Bai Ling's heart, and she subconsciously wanted to get the spiritual mouse at any cost. Wait a minute. Qingxian looked at Bai Lan. You spent 600 spirit stones on this spirit rat, right? Bai Lan turned and left. Qingxian frowned. I can pay double the spiritual stones as long as you transfer this item to me. Bai Lan walked faster. Under the pressure of the Jindan stage, Bai Lan was suddenly frozen. She frowned, showing off her power indiscriminately, without any martial ethics. I refuse. This spirit rat is already mine. It is my right to decide how to deal with it. Bai Lan said in a cold voice. 3 times the spirit stones. Qingxian said in a deep voice and continued to raise the price. The treasure hunting rat is of too great a benefit to Bai Ling. Even if Qingxian offers 10 times the price, she will never give it up. Master Qingxian of the Qingyuan sect is so arrogant. Just for the things his beloved disciple likes, he would bully a small casual cultivator like me in the street. Bai Lan snorted coldly. The eyes of the people around were instantly focused on him. No one knew each other in the black market, and there were countless evil cultivators. The cultivators who came here just wanted to get things done quickly and leave. I never thought I would come across such a big melon on the road. The scandal of Qingyuan's sect, one of the 5 major righteous sects, is so serious that even a passing spirit dog would want to hear about it. Qingxian frowned. How do you know my identity? You are the only one in the entire Qingyuan sect who can be called master. In Bai Lan's eyes, these 2 words are like Qingshuan's ID number and are very easy to remember. This fellow Taoist looks familiar, like someone I know. You should also be a disciple of my sect. Bai Ling suddenly spoke, her eyes sharp as she kept looking at Bai Lan. Don't do those useless things. Don't try to get close to me. Even if you kneel down in the street and call me your great-grandma, I was the one who bought this spirit rat first. Bai Lan said in a cold tone. How dare you, you brat? Qingxian was angry, but because of the people behind the black market, he did not take direct action. He just increased the pressure on Bai Lan. Hand over the spirit rat, or else. Otherwise, there will be no follow-up. Everyone can make harsh remarks. He only dared to increase the pressure, but did not dare to take direct action. After all, the black market was so large and spread throughout the entire cultivation world, so the people behind it would not be simple. It is precisely because the black market provides monks with the guarantee of safe transactions that everyone feels comfortable trading precious items here, and wearing masks when communicating is just a precaution against the dangers they may encounter after going out. If someone kills people here at will, no cultivator will dare to come here for normal transactions in the future. Qingshuan's advantage lies in the little self-awareness he has left. He knows that his cultivation level is only at the Jindan stage, and he cannot afford to offend the Yuanying stage cultivators behind the black market. Don't waste your time. I won't give you the rat even if I braise it, Bai Lan said through gritting his teeth. I have to go back and learn some physical training techniques. To go against the son of destiny, one needs to be tough and resolute. If you really can't do it, learn how to refine weapons and make some armor and spiritual weapons to wear. More and more people gathered around, and because they were wearing masks, no one knew their true identity, so everyone spoke more casually. Chapter 82, Long Aotian Women's Clothing. Are Qingyuan sect cultivators using their power to bully independent cultivators in the street? If this is the case, who will dare to trade safely on the black market in the future? If we buy something we like, and a Jindan stage cultivator from the Qingyuan sect comes and forces us to hand it over, do we have to do that? That's too much. He is a Jindan stage cultivator from a large sect. We can't afford to offend him. The black market is still mostly populated by independent cultivators. By positioning himself as an independent cultivator, Bai Lan quickly won the favor of the people around him. It only takes a mouth to discredit the sect, and Qingya public relations has to run around to death. Of course, the blame should be placed on Master Qingxian. After all, Bai Lan was just an innocent victim, a casual cultivator. Brother Qingxian, what you did was not very kind. Things got bigger and bigger, and soon after, the Jindan stage cultivator with reverberation finally made a brilliant appearance. The pressure on Bai Lan eased, and his eyes lit up. Is his savior here? My friend, let me make the decision. I will compensate you 10 times the amount of spirit stones, and you just let the rat go. The black-robed monk stepped forward and patted Bai Lan on the shoulder, acting as a peacemaker. Bai Lan's face darkened. I can serve you a plate of braised rat meat. What's savior? They are all in the same group, but it is understandable. After all, this is a world where strength is paramount. It is normal for the other party to stand on Qingshuan's side. This is a bit troublesome. The black-robed monk didn't expect Bai Lan to be so disrespectful, and his brows were frowned. That's not a treasure. The black-robed monk narrowed his eyes and asked, why do you value it so much? He even did not hesitate to offend the cultivators in the Jindan stage. Bai Lan saved the file, then cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice. To be honest, I can see that the rat is a treasure-hunting rat that only appears once in 100 years. They want to take it from me with only 6,000 spirit stones? Aren't they just fooling me? When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. No one expected Bai Lan to say it directly. The owner, who had been sitting in the Spirit Bee shop and happily watching the show, stood up suddenly, feeling his brain buzzing. Wrong billion. The black-robed monk's eyes lit up immediately. Treasure-hunting rat? Could this be the long-extinct treasure-hunting rat? A treasure-hunting rat with the blood of the ancient Taotai? That's right. Bai Lan raised the storage bag in his hand. Although I, Long Aotian, like to pretend to be a woman to deceive people, I never lie. I don't plan to keep this treasure-hunting rat. It will only cause trouble for a mere chi-refining stage cultivator like me. So, I plan to sell it on the black market. Bai Ling grabbed Qing Xian's sleeve. Master, if it is auctioned, I will only take half of the spiritual stones obtained from the auction, and I will make one additional request. I will cancel their qualifications for the auction. Bai Lan pointed at Qing Xian and Bai Ling. If you dare to be an enemy of me, Long Aotian, you must pay the price. Bai Ling's eyes turned cold. Long Aotian. Okay, of course you can. This request is very reasonable. Too reasonable. The black-robed monk's eyes brightened, and he backhandedly cast a spiritual weapon shield on Bai Lan. In his eyes, this was not even a request. Now that the treasure-hunting rat is in the hands of the black market, even if an auction is set up, it will ultimately be just a formality. This thing must remain in their hands. Things have already become a foregone conclusion. Looking at Bai Lan having a pleasant conversation with the black-robed monk, Bai Ling's eyes suddenly widened. A strong emotion inexplicably surged in her heart. She looked at Qing Xian, but found that her master, who always cared about her feelings, now had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Come on, fellow Taoist Long. I'll take you to the auction house. We can discuss the specific matters in detail later. The black-robed monk walked with Bai Lan, his tone extremely kind. Bai Lan, who has a god's perspective, knows that the nascent soul cultivator behind the black market is the grand elder of the Xiaoyao sect, who is best at making spirit stones in his life. But this still cannot guarantee that there will not be cases of black eating black in the black market. The black market is still called the black market, and black eating black is too much in line with corporate tradition. So she saved a file first, and if the black market route didn't work, she would try other routes. The old man in black robe took her to the private room on the second floor, comforted her with a few words, and then hurried out. After a while, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a pretty woman walked in. Are you really Brother Aotian? The woman's voice trembled. Or someone else? Bai Lan? Looking closely, I saw it was an acquaintance, Schwer. Oh no, why can I meet Long Aotian's harem everywhere? Can't she just let herself be blamed in peace? The character must not fall. Bai Lan sighed softly. Schwer, it's me, I'm Aotian. Schwer had tears in her eyes. She wanted to go forward and throw herself into Bai Lan's arms, but she couldn't. The person in front of me looks like a woman, no matter how I look at it. You are the voice and the figure. How come? She said in disbelief. I took a shape-shifting pill, but the effect hasn't worn off yet. Bai Lan began to make up a story. Schwer, it's really me. Schwer's expression was still strange. Have you forgotten? That day in the 19th secret realm, you and I did something intimate. Bai Lan's eyes were affectionate. Schwer, it was really me. A host, what nonsense are you talking about? You are not clean anymore. The system's brain almost short-circuited. Don't say anything yet, just watch me. Bai Lan stepped forward and touched Schwer's head. Don't you recognize me? Your brother Aotian? Schwer's cheeks flushed and she whispered. Then, take off your mask and let me see your face. Then I'll believe you. Bai Lan was afraid that if she took off the mask, Schwer would chop her on the spot. Not only Long Aotian will never forget her face, but Schwer, who was tricked by Bai Lan in the Join's secret realm, will also never forget it. Don't! Bai Lan grabbed Schwer's hand and whispered, there are outsiders here. She saved the file and then asked Schwer casually, why are you in the black market? Schwer was puzzled. Brother Aotian, have you forgotten? My father is from the black market. Seeing that Schwer seemed to be getting suspicious, Bai Lan decisively went back to the beginning and asked a different question. How did you know I was here? I heard that someone was causing trouble in the black market, so I want to take a look. Unexpectedly, I met Brother Aotian. Schwer lowered her head. Bai Lan felt a pain in the roots of his teeth. So, this sister heard her say in public, I, Long Aotian, like to dress up as women and deceive people. How great is the charm of the name Long Aotian. Even with Bai Lan's appearance, Schwer can still like the name Long Aotian. After saving the file, Bai Lan sighed and said with some worry, Schwer, will there be any problems if I hand this treasure-hunting rat over to the black market for auction? Brother Aotian, rest assured, I will help you. Schwer smiled coquettishly. Even if someone wants to take it all for themselves, I will not let Brother Aotian suffer any loss as long as I am here. Bai Lan was greatly shocked. Thank you, Long Aotian. Schwer, when I rise in the future, I will never let you down. I, Long Aotian, only love you in this life. Bai Lan said sincerely. Schwer heard the familiar words and immediately stopped doubting. She lowered her head and smiled. Brother Aotian, you don't have to say this to me all the time. I believe you. Chapter 83. On and off. Schwer, today, Master Qingxian bullied me in public. I, Long Aotian, will never forget it in my life. Bai Lan closed his eyes. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One day, I will trample all those who bully me under my feet. Schwer's eyes were red. Brother Aotian, Master Chang'el indulges the younger generation of the family to bully you. Your senior brothers and sisters also look down on you. And Qingyuan's sect doesn't think highly of you. Is there any point in staying in such a sect? Come with me. In fact, according to the plot, Long Aotian's luck of killing gods and Buddhas will make Qingyuan's sect value him more and more. But he was defeated by Lan repeatedly, and his storage bags were taken away one after another. He had no chance to rise, and the Qingyuan sect seemed to have no reason to train an ordinary inner disciple. Long Aotian's originally ups and downs rise turned into a decline. Okay, Schwer, I'll go with you. Bai Lan said seriously. I ignored your feelings in the past, and never responded to you positively. Swear, when this is over, I will go with you and leave Qingyuan's sect. Swear cried with joy. Really? Brother Aotian, are you really willing to? Really? I swear from now on, I will protect you, swear, until my death. You are my only weakness. Brother Aotian. Anyway, she agreed to this matter on behalf of Long Aotian first. As for whether Long Aotian himself agreed or not, it was none of her business. Looking at Schwer's ecstatic expression, if Long Aotian says again that he had never agreed to this matter, Schwer's mood will definitely fall to the bottom. Will the two of them have a cold war and quarrel then? Okay, it will be fun if we fight. There should be separation and reunion. What's the point of always being so affectionate? The two looked at each other and smiled, but the meanings behind their smiles were completely different. My dear friend Long, this treasure-hunting rat, Schwer, you are here too. What are you doing? The old man in black robe was shocked by the scene in front of him as soon as he entered the door. Schwer quickly let go of Bai Lan's hand and coughed softly. Ahem, Dad, I just came here to take a look around. As they were turning around, they started holding hands. The old man in black robe frowned, and the joy on his face disappeared. My dear friend Long, can you take out the treasure-hunting rat so that I can have a look and determine whether it is real or fake? Bai Lan nodded and handed over the spirit beast bag. Of course, a genuine treasure-hunting rat. The old man in black robe relaxed his brows, looked at another old man in black robe beside him, and then nodded. The old man in black robe grasped the spirit beast bag and suddenly smiled. The treasure-hunting rat is too precious. Young friend Long is only at the chi refining stage. Isn't it a bit ostentatious to hold this treasure-hunting rat? What do you two mean? Why don't you hand over this treasure-hunting rat to us for safekeeping first? And then after the auction is concluded, we can... The people in the black market would indeed not take action to get rid of Bai Lan. After all, these people are still righteous cultivators, not independent cultivators. They are unwilling to take the initiative to hurt others and give rise to the demon of cause and effect in their hearts. But he is very scheming. They wanted Bai Lan to hand over the treasure-hunting rat to them first. If Bai Lan left afterwards and encountered any unexpected incident on the way, the treasure-hunting rat would rightfully belong to them after she died. Want to eat for free? Dad, Schwer suddenly said. Brother Aotian, fellow Taoist, has a low level of cultivation, and today's events have been seen by many people with ulterior motives. If we let him go like this, he will definitely be in danger. It is better to leave him here until the storm is over, and then make plans. So yeah, you. The old man in black robe suddenly felt something was wrong. This illusion has existed since just now. The treasure-hunting rat is so precious. Since fellow Taoist Long is willing to entrust it to us, it is naturally out of trust. We must also ensure its safety, right? The old man in black robe. Oh no, my elbow suddenly turned outward out of control. Schwer is right. There are so many dangers outside. What if Master Qingxian is narrow-minded and wants to kill me and take the treasure? I might as well stay here until the auction is over. Bai Lan nodded in agreement. The old man in black robe frowned. Dad, Schwer's tone sounded a little more pleading. You know your daughter's character best. The old man in black robe nodded helplessly. Forget it. Let's do this for now. But Schwer, come with me, I have something to ask you. Schwer bit her lip, turned to give Bai Lan a soothing look, then followed the black-robed old man out the door. Host, these people in the black market are so scary. How about we go back to the past and not sell this treasure-hunting rat? The system stroked its heart. Although the old man in black robe did not exert any pressure just now, the eagle-like eyes that swept over were indeed quite creepy. Since entering the black market, Bai Lan has saved twice as many files as in Wanbeilu. System, you should clear the memory. Why? Have you forgotten why the treasure-hunting rat was so weak in the stall owner's hands, but became lively again in Bai Ling's hands? The system suddenly widened its eyes. I remember now, treasure-hunting rats eat spirit stones. 1 spirit stone a day. In the later stages, they even eat 3 spirit stones a day. Only Bai Ling, with the support of Yuqing Peak, can afford to raise a spiritual beast of this magnitude. Even Long Aotian next door cannot afford it. The treasure-hunting mouse eats 1 a day, and Bai Lan also eats 1 a day. How rich does one have to be able to feed these 2 gold-eating beasts? I know all the treasures it can find. Even if it finds treasures I don't know about, I can get there first after reloading the game. So what's the point of keeping a mascot that can only swallow spirit stones? It's better to sell it. The treasure-hunting mouse will starve if it stays with her, so it's better to send it away. At least it can have enough to eat. Bai Lan said, his smile gradually showing some calculation. The Xiaoyao sect is behind the black market. The two old men in black robes are obviously planning to keep the treasure-hunting rat in the hands of their own people. I guess the final winner of the auction will most likely be the Xiaoyao sect. Bai Lan seldom gives gifts to others. The last time he was so generous was when he gave the information about Long Aotian to Tianji Pavilion for free. As for the Xiaoyao sect, it is obvious that it is Long Aotian's mortal enemy, so Bai Lan doesn't mind sending it a golden finger to enhance its potential power. The reason why Xiaoyao sect and Long Aotian became enemies is very simple. Long Aotian wanted to marry Shuer, but the elder of Xiaoyao sect, the old man in black robe, disagreed. Later, Long Aotian fell in love with the elder of Xiaoyao sect, a female cultivator in the Jinan stage, who was a disciple of the Grand Elder of Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao sect's Grand Elder still disagreed. Chapter 84, Making Full Use of the Gold Finger. Later, Long Aotian abducted 2 girls from the Xiaoyao sect and left Wuyin continent. Upon learning the news, the Xiaoyao sect was furious and issued a kill order. Since then, they have been frantically hunting down Long Aotian. If you go against the protagonist, there is usually only one outcome. Either they surrender to him, or their entire family is wiped out. The Xiaoyao sect is different from the Jin family. They choose to wipe out the entire family, while Shuer also has a script of tragic love. Long Aotian's charm is comparable to many other methods of bewitching people. Look at Shuer. She is completely bewitched. He helps when asked to help, and does whatever he is asked to do. Bai Lan didn't need to do anything at all, as the other party had already started to consider everything for his brother Aotian. The happy life of the fake Long Aotian. Under Shuer's arrangement, Bai Lan settled down in the black market with peace of mind. He only had to wait for the auction to start in a month, and then take the spirit stones and leave. But pretending to be someone else is not an easy task after all. No matter how hard you try to change the subject or come up with excuses, Shuer will eventually become suspicious. So Bai Lan started trying to learn alchemy. There is a pill called the Disguise Pill in the Xinshadan Sutra, which can change one's appearance after taking it, at least temporarily eliminating Shuer's doubts. But this elixir is of the 3rd grade, and the probability of refining it successfully is about 1 in 10,000. Bai Lan was afraid that he would not be able to master it even if he read the game 100 times. Therefore, it is better to refine a first-level elixir to test the waters and gain experience points. Once you are able to refine a 2nd-level elixir, you can then refine a disguise elixir. The success rate will be much higher. First-level elixir, Blood and Bone Pill. The name of the pill, Blood and Bone Pill, sounds very poisonous, but it is actually for one to take on oneself. It is a kind of body-refining pill used by demonic cultivators. Temper your body, strengthen your muscles and bones, and refine your skin in extreme pain. The devil cultivator is worthy of being a devil cultivator. He is cruel to others, and even crueler to himself. There are probably not many people who are mentally normal after practicing in such a self-abuse way. Only Bai Ling can continue to have a romantic relationship with those evil cultivators. I don't know whether this bloodbone pill will be marketable in the future. The skeleton old man at the bottom of the cliff is worthy of being Long Aotian's novice gift package. The things he left behind are still benefiting Bai Lan. Bai Lan had never had the chance to use the dusty cauldron in his alchemy room, but now after cleaning it he could take it out and use it. The goods that had been purchased from the Nine secret realm were put to use, and the remaining few missing herds were also supplemented by Shuer under Bai Lan's persuasion. The corpse, the ghost fire spirit, and the system, 3 inhuman creatures, sat on the coffin not far away and watched Bai Lan's actions. Placing the alchemy furnace in the center, Bai Lan's fingertips sparkled with a flame, and he began to try to use the alchemist's fire-controlling technique to form a seal for the alchemy. Add the herbs to the furnace in order according to the description of the Danjing, melt their medicinal properties, and increase the firepower. I'm not trying to discourage you, but if a beginner in alchemy tries to make the pills on his own without anyone to teach him, the furnace will most likely explode. Qiu Tian leaned in the coffin, watching Bai Lan's awkward movements, his tone somewhat regretful. As a beginner in alchemy, you can't become a master unless you blow up your furnace hundreds of times and destroy spiritual herbs worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones, especially if you don't have anyone to teach you. As soon as he finished speaking, the large alchemy furnace in front of Bai Lan shook with a bang. A loud noise erupted, and thick smoke billowed out. Bai Lan coughed violently and sniffed the smell of fireworks in the air. As expected, the furnace exploded. "You scared me," Qiu Tian jumped up and said, I told you. How can you make pills by yourself? You are not a genius who can learn to be a pill refiner by yourself. Go, stop talking, corpse. Don't talk when the host is refining the elixir and disturb her mind. The furnace must have exploded because of you mumbling over there. The system pushed Qiu back into the coffin, looked at Bai Lan again, and continued to count 37. This was the 37th time that Bai Lan had failed in refining the blood and bone pill. After wiping the dust off his face, Bai Lan was not discouraged. He walked forward and turned over the ashes in the alchemy furnace, felt the medicinal power contained in the residue, recalled the details of this medicine refining, and then loaded the game again. Xinshaxi's alchemy inheritance is worthy of being a magic cultivator's thing. There are not many genuine elixirs, and the elixirs that are easy to refine are all poisonous pills that harm others and do not benefit oneself. Bai Lan didn't mind refining a few poison pills and feeding a few to Long Aotian and Bai Ling to taste the saltiness and test the medicinal properties. But she didn't have any poisonous spiritual herbs in her hands, and all she collected were righteous spiritual herbs. In the entire Xinsha Danjing, there are only 5 kinds of pills that can be refined with the spiritual herbs she has. The difficulty in refining the first-grade elixir, blood and bone pill, lies in the fact that the alchemist needs to combine 3 spiritual herbs with mutually exclusive medicinal properties. This pill is torture for the alchemist to make, it is torture for the monks to take it, and it is even more torture for the righteous monks to sell it for money. Are all demon cultivators so evil? Or is it only Zuan Shazi who is like this? Sooner or later, I will capture him and his soul and tower and bring them to the Void Stone so that I can tutor him one-on-one. Bai Lan sighed, lit the fire again, put in the spiritual herbs, and formed a seal. After reloading the game over and over again, Bai Lan has memorized the steps of each stage. After refining it more and more, she gradually discovered the root cause of the furnace explosion. The technique of forming seals, the ratio of spiritual herbs, the temperature of the spiritual fire. Except for the trivial problems that arise in these steps, Bai Lan did a good job in other aspects. This won't work. After another furnace explosion, Bai Lan lowered his head and thought for a moment. I spent some time looking through the files from my previous entry into the Join Secret Realm. I reloaded the game and met Xinshatsi again. Junior, why aren't you leaving yet? Xinshatsi looked at Bai Lan, who was standing in the middle of the hall, and spoke with a frown. Senior, if we want to refine the blood-bone pill, what kind of seal method is better? How should we control the ratio of the mist flower and the fire fruit? The system was shocked. Host you. Xinshatsi was silent for a moment before he spoke quietly. You read the jade slips really fast about the blood-bone pill. Tisk, it's just such a low-level question. You can't figure it out yourself? You still have to ask me? Looking at Bai Lan's eyes full of curiosity, Xinshatsi sighed and began to explain. So that's how it is? Bai Lan muttered a few words and reloaded the save file again. No wonder alchemists are so precious and rare in the world of cultivation. It turns out that their experience and success rate in alchemy are all based on the spiritual herbs. The only difference is that their spiritual herbs were actually consumed. Bai Lan refined the blood and bone pill 100 times and gained 100 times of experience, but he still only used the same material. 0 consumption, 0 loss, but full experience. During the 103rd time of replaying, Bai Lan was concentrating on maintaining the spiritual fire. Her spiritual sense was wrapped around the alchemy furnace to observe the internal situation. Just before the spiritual power in her body was exhausted, she smelled the fishy fragrance of the blood and bone pill. She almost laughed out loud. Zuan Shazi really didn't lie to her. Although only 1 pill was successful this time, and the other 4 pills turned into ashes, at least 1 pill was successful. Qiu in the coffin jumped up, and he felt that the corpse spots had faded a lot. Huh? You actually succeeded? Is this really your first time refining an elixir? Are you really a genius? The system that witnessed Bai Lan reloading the game 100 times. Chapter 85. Can the affairs of immortal cultivators be called exploitation? No, normally, it's normal for a furnace to produce 5 blood-bone pills. Bai Lan stirred the remaining residue in the alchemy furnace, feeling the remaining medicinal power, and muttered to himself. Judging from the experience of the furnace exploding more than 100 times before, based on the different medicinal strengths of the remaining residues in the furnace, we can infer which step of the alchemy went wrong this time. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lan decisively reloaded the game. After reloading the game dozens of times, Qiu, who saw the 5 blood-bone pills floating out of Bai Lan's furnace, fell straight back into the coffin. Well, this time there are 5, which is within the normal range. Bai Lan nodded with satisfaction. Autumn's silence was deafening. After all, he was the only one in the entire Void Stone. No, a corpse, a native of the world of cultivation. Is this normal? This is normal. But if you think about it carefully, Bai Daoyu is not a person who can use common sense to make inferences. All the impossible things happening to her seem very reasonable. But for some reason, the corpse felt a little uncomfortable, as if she and he were not of the same spiritual origin. Forget it, I'm going to die anyway, so just let it go. Save the file, and then put the 5 blood-bone pills into the bottle. Bai Lan estimated that according to the average market price of first-level pills, the maximum she could earn from these 5 blood-bone pills was 100 spirit stones. It's better to get robbed once and earn more money. The worst loss ever. Forget it, I still have to continue refining the elixir. The elixir recipe in the Xinshadan Sutra is the only one in the entire cultivation world and is extremely precious. Many strange and exotic poisons cannot be bought outside, and Xinshatzi even thoughtfully gave her a recipe for Foundation Establishment Pill and Qi Gathering Pill. Low-level elixirs were nothing, but the market price of a third-level Foundation building elixir was 50,000 spirit stones per elixir. The 6th-level Qi Gathering Pill was previously auctioned at the Wanbao Tower for a high price of 390,000 spirit stones. Work hard on refining pills, and when you become a high-level alchemist in the future, you will have reached the end. Bai Lan took a deep breath and opened the Xinshadan Sutra again. The 2nd-level elixir, Fire Yuan Dan, is a rare normal elixir in the Xinshadan Sutra. After taking it, it can enhance the cultivator's absorption of fire's spiritual power in a short period of time. He tried to refine the elixir, and the furnace exploded repeatedly. He summed up the experience and lessons, and then read the game file, and went back to Xuanshazi to ask for advice. With the experience of refining first-level pills as a foundation, this time she only reloaded the game 73 times to refine a furnace of pills. Qiu Tian looked at Bai Lan, who was quickly engaged in the preparations for refining the 3rd-grade elixir, and decisively gave up thinking. He turned to look at the dosing system. Speaking of which, are you a human or a demon? I can't see through your cultivation at all. Since this is fellow Taoist Bai's place, why do you need to hide your cultivation and act like a mortal? To be honest, I was originally a great master in the spiritualization stage with the Taoist name of cannon fodder, Heavenly Emperor. Previously, I was stabbed in the back by my friend, murdered by my beloved wife, betrayed by my disciple, and my cultivation was destroyed. I was reborn this time to seek revenge. The system shook its finger after speaking. I have too many enemies behind me. If I reveal my cultivation, it may bring her a fatal disaster, so I have been hiding my cultivation. The ghost fire spirit flashed and said in a shocked tone, Spiritual transformation stage. Is this true? The system nodded proudly. Of course. It's fake. After realizing that it gradually could not understand the immortal cultivation term spoken by the host, the system gave up its previous research direction of the psychology of the Son of Destiny, and instead devoted itself to the field of immortal cultivation, beginning to specialize in Aotian literature. The ultimate goal of the mission is to preserve the real world. So, no matter how the host completes the mission, as long as he can complete the mission, he is a good host. Therefore, the system's task for this month is to study 3 awesome novels. Perhaps it was a coincidence. The system always felt that the plots in the novels he was reading now were very similar to the real world of cultivation. Things like killing people for treasure are common in novels and are also common in the world of cultivation. There must be the soul of a master in the secret realm. The ancient monk's cave must encounter the disaster of possession. Aotian must have an old grandfather. There must be a treasure after the crisis. And there must be good fortune after surviving a disaster, and so on. Things like this are all very coincidental and a bit strange. How could I lie? Qiu Tian was also shocked. So the senior's origin is so extraordinary. I am so sorry for my disrespect. Don't panic, The system was frightened and retreated several meters before it finished speaking. In the distance, an alchemy furnace exploded with a loud bang, and flames suddenly burst out from the furnace. Bai Lan's entire face was burned by the flames, and the smell of smoke and dust hit him in the face. He had to cover his nose and step back a long way. The power of the 3rd-level elixir is so terrifying. Unlike the previous 2 times, the 1st and 2nd-level elixirs can barely be controlled by the cultivators in the Qi refining stage, but theoretically, only the cultivators in the Foundation Establishment stage can refine the 3rd-level elixir. After breaking through the foundation building stage, the spiritual power in the cultivator's dantian is almost doubled compared to the chi refining stage. The difference between a tank of spiritual power and a bowl of spiritual power is too huge. It is really tricky for Bai Lan to use the only spiritual power he has now to refine a third-level pill. Even if he put a pile of spiritual stones aside and replenished them as he consumed them, the speed at which they were consumed far exceeded the speed at which they were replenished. In addition, the medicinal properties of third-level elixirs are far more complex than those of first- and second-level elixirs. But theory is theory, practice is practice. Now that we can load the save files, everything can be considered a contingency. She might consider seeking help from external forces, such as a formation. Bai Lan thought for a moment, put on the mask, and left the void stone. Host, you want to use your sister Schwer again? The system clicked its tongue twice. Schwer has the support of the black market, which is considered the second largest force in the entire Songyuan city besides Wanbao Tower. Schwer has access to many materials and spiritual herbs that casual cultivators cannot find. She can buy it at a 20% discount. Can the affairs of immortal cultivators be called exploitation? Bai Lan snorted, knocked on Schwer's door, and changed his voice. Sister Schwer, are you in there? Brother Aotian? Schwer quickly opened the door. Is there anything wrong? For some reason, every time Schwer saw her brother Aotian in female clothing, her expression became a little awkward. If Bai Lan didn't know about her intimate past with Long Aotian in the Nining secret realm, how could Schwer believe that she was really Long Aotian? Sister Schwer, take a look at the materials on this list. You may be able to find it. Bai Lan handed over a piece of paper. Schwer took it and looked at it carefully, and suddenly laughed. Brother Aotian, you want to set up a spirit gathering formation, right? Sister Schwer is really smart. Bai Lan started to talk nonsense. So the matter of materials? Brother Aotian, don't worry. Leave everything to me. Chapter 86 she can learn. Thank you very much, Sister Schwer. Bai Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Schwer snorted. I have helped you so much, but Brother Aotian still refuses to take off his mask and reveal his true face in front of Schwer. It's not like you haven't seen my true appearance before. Bai Lan smiled helplessly and launched a bubbling sound attack. Silly girl, in this huge black market, you are the only one who knows my true appearance, and you are still not satisfied? Huh, oil. Even the oil fields don't have as much oil as hers. But Schwer buys into this, so she can learn. Okay. Just follow Brother Aotian's happiness. In short, the auction will start in 3 days. Then, you must abide by the agreement with Schwer. Schwer smiled and lowered her head, then looked up with anticipation. Bai Lan noted, don't worry. Don't worry, she will get the spirit stones and run away in 3 days. During the month of disguising himself as Long Aotian, Bai Lan was only happy when he was frantically refining pills inside the Void Stone. Of course, she also took advantage of the situation to attract a lot of hatred to Long Aotian and took on several battles for him from Schwer's secret admirers. Hopefully, 3 months later, they can all rush to the Qing Yuan Sect's Chang Luzhenren's tutelage as promised and challenge Long Aotian to a fight. 3 days passed in a flash. Even though the black market people tried their best to suppress the matter of the treasure-hunting rat, the auction still attracted a lot of people. It was said that an unknown nascent soul cultivator was present in person. After all, they want to keep it all for themselves. The more people come, the harder it will be to handle, and the auction will be just a formality. Why don't you go to the auction site? It's so lively in front. Looking at Bai Lan hiding in the corner of the back door, the system spread its hands helplessly. I will have to leave after Schwer brings me the spirit stones. There are nascent soul cultivators present today, and I don't know if my disguise pill will be exposed. He touched his face, which turned into Long Aotian after taking the disguise pill. The disguise pill contains the deceiving heart grass, which is ultimately an illusion. As an illusion, there is a possibility that it can be seen through. The face can be hidden in front of cultivators in the Jinan stage, but it is hard to say in front of Yuanying stage cultivators. Her skill of reloading the game makes her fearless when facing chi refining and foundation building, but she will still stay as far away from the core forming and nascent soul forming. People can move mountains and fill the sea, and it only takes a second to kill a chi refining cultivator. Brother Aotian, Schwer's voice came from behind. Sui. Bai Lan glanced at the storage bag in Schwer's hand, and the smile in his eyes deepened. What is the result of the auction? Looking at Long Aotian, whose appearance had restored in front of her, the last trace of doubt in Schwer's heart was dispelled. She had wanted to get close to Long Aotian several times before, but was restrained in the end because of someone's daughter. This time when she saw the real Long Aotian, she finally pounced on him. The transaction price was 640,000 spiritual stones, and it fell into the hands of Xiaoyao Sect's Sect master. There are 320,000 spiritual stones in this storage bag. Just as he had guessed, the treasure-hunting rat had indeed fallen into the hands of the Xiaoyao Sect. Schwer held the storage bag tightly in her hand, looking expectant. "Brother Aotian, you promised me before that you would run away with me. Cher's fantasy is beautiful, but the reality is cruel." She was unwilling to accept the family marriage and wanted to leave Xiaoyao Sect and run away with her beloved. But it is a pity that a naive person like her will not be able to survive in the world of cultivation for more than a few years if she leaves Xiaoyao Sect. Of course. Bai Lan took the storage bag from Schwer and said with a smile, "Schwer, go change your clothes and pack your luggage. We will leave tonight." "Okay." Schwer nodded with a smile, then skipped away. Looking at the pink dress figure gradually leaving in the distance, Bai Lan held his heart, closed his eyes, and said, My conscience hurt for a second. If Schwer hadn't intervened, she wouldn't have been able to get the spirit stones so easily. The other party was helping so diligently because he was only thinking about running away with his brother Aotian. If Bai Lan had hesitated for a second when Schwer handed her the storage bag, her conscience would not have hurt so much. She really handed me the 300,000 spirit stones without hesitation, not even for a second. Is this the charm of Long Aotian? Well, it's only 1 second. I guess you will slip away in the next second. The system said expressionlessly. Sure enough, the next moment Bai Lan put the storage bag containing 320,000 spirit stones into the void stone, turned around and took the phantom steps, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Schwer belongs to Long Aotian, and the spirit stone is hers. For the sake of these 300,000 spirit stones, next time I see her and Long Aotian appearing together, I may consider letting her storage bag go. This is the highest courtesy Bai Lan can give to his enemy. Then when she stands in front of Long Aotian and shouts to the host, "If you want to hurt my brother Aotian, kill me first," how should the host respond? I usually choose to knock her out directly. After leaving the black market, she rushed all the way to the next opportunity location. Not long after leaving Songyuan City, Bai Lan was stopped by a black-robed monk. The familiar pansy mask, the familiar Tianji pavilion killer. The only difference is that his cultivation is at the foundation building stage. "Are you Long Aotian?" The other party did not take Bai Lan seriously and said with disdain, "TSK. If it weren't for the 2 rewards, those yellow-level killers in the pavilion couldn't even deal with Long Aotian, who is in the middle stage of chi refining. They are such rubbish that they even need me to do it myself." The effect of the disguise pill has not yet worn off, and he is still holding up Long Aotian's face. Bai Lan took a step back, raised her hand, and made a gesture, and the next second she summoned the golden bell cover to protect herself. Host, aren't you going to reload the save game? I thought you wanted to reload the save game and take another route. The system quickly flew into the golden bell cover and floated behind Bai Lan. This golden bell cover was able to block a chi refining cultivator without any movement, but I don't know how it would work against a foundation establishment cultivator. I won't rush to load the data this time. I'll test the quality. Bai Lan said as he took out a pile of spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the ground, ready for the test. After measuring the quality of the golden bell cover, she read the file. The black-robed monk simply sneered, his expression as if he was looking at a dying ant. At first glance, he is the arrogant killer who has never been beaten by the Destiny Child. He doesn't even understand why the villain loses because he talks too much. But if you think about it carefully, although there are many people who have grudges against Long Aotian, there seems to be only one family that has the financial resources to go to Lord Tianji to issue a killing order. Bai Lan thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What do you mean by 2 rewards?" "Of course it means that 2 people have issued a hunting order against you at the same time." You have attracted quite a few enemies at the small chi refining stage." "Of course not. Humans are the children of destiny." It's actually a magic weapon. Interesting." The black-robed monk's tone was still leisurely. He slowly took 2 steps forward, raised his hand confidently, and struck out with a palm, hitting the golden bell cover. As the 2 forces collided, the fire palm gradually dispersed, and the force was like hitting cotton, while the golden bell cover on the opposite side remained motionless. The other party frowned slightly, and his expression became slightly serious. "Tisk, if I had known earlier, I would have crushed you to death just now." Bai Lan nodded secretly. The quality is good, but it seems a bit difficult to maintain the minimum level of spiritual power to block the attack of the foundation-building monk. I will add a few spiritual stones to test the stability. Try to punch twice more and use some strength. Bai Lan held 2 spirit stones in his hands to maintain the operation of the golden bell cover, and then looked at the black-robed monk. What did you say? Say it again. Chapter 87, Long Aotian's Miserable Life. What are you shouting for? Look at you. You're anxious again. Bai Lan stood up and knocked on the golden bell in front of him. Come on, I'll give you a chance. I, Long Aotian, will stand still and let you hit me. This is related to the speed at which she will have to run away when she sees a foundation establishment cultivator running away in the future. If the golden bell cover can really block all attacks from a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage when there is sufficient spiritual energy, then it means the test is successful. If the practice is successful, it can be applied to actual combat in the future. Theoretically, as long as she can keep hiding in the golden bell, the cultivators in the foundation building stage will not be a threat to her, and she may even have a chance to kill them. The prerequisite is that the foundation-building cultivator is a fool and is willing to stand there and let her kill him. But monks generally have brains. Before being worn down by her low-level spells, the opponent would most likely choose to turn around and leave, but her golden bell cover could not move. It's like a boss that is fixed in a specific area and can only attack enemies within a fixed range. Therefore, counterattack and foundation building are still a dream at present. Long Aotian, huh? I'll remember you. Yes, that's the name. Just remember it. Be angry, be upset, that's right. The black-robed monk was furious. He flew into the air and swung several flaming palms down towards the golden bell. The flames instantly spread to the surrounding grass and trees, and flames appeared in all directions. Compared to the chi refining stage, the area damage caused by the foundation establishment stage's magic is far greater than that of the chi refining stage. After 5 consecutive fire palms were struck down, most of the surrounding grass and trees had been burned to death. The smoke dissipated, and only Jin Zhongzhao and Bai Lan remained safe and sound. The spiritual energy in her dantian was almost exhausted, and the 3 or 4 spirit stones had been completely absorbed by her. The color of the golden bell cover had also faded a lot. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to resist the foundation building. For example, the golden bell cover is like a large electrical appliance, while Bai Lan is just a small power bank. Spiritual power is equivalent to electricity, and the strength of spiritual power directly affects the effect and maintenance time of the formation. She relied on the spiritual power from the chi refining stage to maintain the golden bell cover to block the attacks from the foundation establishment stage. After just a few palm strikes, the spiritual power in her body was running low. But it's not a big problem. Reload the game and add a spirit gathering array to see the effect. Boy, even if you have a magic weapon, your spiritual power is exhausted now. You can't hold on? Ha. The black-robed monk sneered, took out a huge hammer with his backhand, and smashed it straight towards Bai Lan. Bai Lan's gaze softened for a moment. That's great. She likes villains who talk a lot. Talk more, laugh more, and she could take the opportunity to reload the game. Time quickly went back to a few minutes ago, and Bai Lan quickly began to set up the spirit gathering formation. 5 formation flags were inserted around, and the moment the spiritual power was connected, the runes on the formation plate lit up, and the surrounding spiritual power slowly gathered towards the center of the spirit gathering formation like flowing water. Hundreds of spirit stones were scattered around, and in an instant the concentration of spirit energy in the golden bell became several times higher than before. TSK, you want to rely on the spirit gathering array to survive? You are just a cultivator in the chi refining stage. Do you think you can be fearless just because you have a magic weapon by your side? The black-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing murderous intent. Come on, stop talking nonsense and take action. Bai Lan signaled the black-robed monk to act quickly. With Long Aotian's face and such an arrogant attitude, he can indeed attract hatred. You are looking for death. The black-robed monk felt insulted. He immediately flew into the air, raised his hand, gathered a palm of fire, and smashed it down fiercely. The familiar flames attacked again. Bai Lan concentrated on maintaining the operation of the golden bell cover. In an instant, 5 fire palms fell and flames ignited. But after the smoke on the ground dissipated, a closer look revealed that the golden bell cover was still intact. Bai Lan nodded secretly. With the help of the spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy she consumed to maintain the golden bell cover was much less, and the speed of recovering spiritual energy was several times faster than before. After resisting 4 fire palms last time, her dantian was instantly empty. After resisting 5 palms this time, Bai Lan still had half of his spiritual power left in his dantian. It seems that the idea of using the spirit gathering array is effective. Host, I have done some calculations. If you want the Golden Bell cover to be able to completely defend against the attacks of Foundation establishment cultivators, you need a spirit gathering array of at least level 2 or above, and ensure that it can absorb a spirit stone every 3 minutes to ensure that the spiritual energy circulation is not exhausted. The system returned to its old business and calculated the experimental results for Bai Lan. Good, the plan works. Let's think about whether we can upgrade the first order spirit gathering array to the second order. Bai Lan nodded and looked up at the black-robed monk in the distance. 2 more fire palms came down from above his head, and the luster of the surface of the Golden Bell cover gradually dimmed under the continuous attacks. The black-robed monk still had that determined look on his face, and he dealt with Bai Lan as if he was playing with an ant. After all, according to the intelligence he obtained about Long Aotian, the small teleportation array in the other party's hand had been destroyed, and he had lost the ability to disappear instantly, so it was impossible for him to disappear on the spot. The one who sent you to kill me this time is Bai Ling from Qingyuan Sect, right? Bai Lan suddenly asked this question on the eve of loading the game. The black-robed monk raised his eyebrows slightly, did not respond, and raised his hand to strike down with another palm of fire. This expression is most likely Bai Ling. Bai Lan instantly loaded the game and returned to the save point outside Songyuan City and decisively changed direction. She couldn't go to the Shawanishan Mountains for the time being. With 300,000 spirit stones in her pocket, she felt a little excited. It is better to go back to Qingyuan Sect for the time being to avoid the limelight and hand in a task to a certain senior brother Wu. She had confronted Master Qing Xian that day under the name of Long Aotian, so it was impossible for the other party not to be angry. After checking, it was found that Long Aotian was indeed a disciple of Qingyuan Sect. Wouldn't the blame be put directly on him then? Although Long Aotian was most likely confused, his feelings were no longer important, and any further explanation would only be quibbling. But if you think about it carefully, Qingyuan Sect is still a famous and upright sect. The sect rules clearly stipulate that fellow disciples cannot kill each other. Long Aotian has not violated the sect's bottom line for the time being. I don't know if Qing Xianqing will disobey the sect rules and kill him in anger. After all, Long Aotian has a cheap master, Changle Jinren, behind him. After the effect of the disguise pill wore off, Bai Lan changed back into the attire of an outer disciple and returned to Qingyuan Sect. Brother Wu, come to the cafeteria to pick up the goods. After telepathically agreeing on the transaction location, Bai Lan found a secluded corner in the Sect cafeteria, sat down, and began to listen to gossip. It's too miserable to be in the Cliff of Repentance for a year. Even a ghost cultivator would sneeze a few times in such a place. Who made him offend Qing Xianjinren? In the history of Qingyuan Sect for thousands of years, there has never been an example of a Qi refining stage elder contradicting a Jindan stage elder. If the sect master hadn't intervened at that moment, Long Aotian would have died long ago. If he was a casual cultivator, he would have been slapped to death by Master Qing Xian. How could he still be alive? It was only because of his fellow cultivators that he was saved. His tendons and veins were broken, and he spent a year in the Cliff of Repentance, which was the best outcome. That's right. If I see a treasure-hunting rat, I can't let this opportunity go for nothing. Can a Jindan stage cultivator just rob it by force? But Jindan stage cultivators have the capital to rob and plunder. Born as an ant, I want to die. Chapter 88. Find a way to get yourself in. Bai Lan drank a sip of tea silently. It turns out there was no fight. That's okay. Now it seems that the mask that the old man in the black market gave her is quite useful. So far her identity has not been revealed, and the blame has been successfully put on Long Aotian. So, Long Aotian's tendons and veins were broken by Master Qing Xian, and then he was sent to the Cliff of Repentance to reflect on his sins. For ordinary monks, it is indeed an experience worse than death. So terrifying. Therefore, during the time he was detained, there shouldn't be any more opportunities to snatch things, so it seemed that he could rest for a while. Since entering the world of cultivation, I have been calculating the time to seize the opportunity of the 2 sons of destiny first, and it is indeed a bit tiring. While Long Aotian is in jail, it's time to take a vacation and have some time off. Host, based on my experience of reading novels these days, even if Long Aotian is sent to the Cliff of Repentance to reflect on his mistakes for a year, there is a high probability that he will encounter an opportunity. The system suddenly popped up. Bai Lan frowned slightly and sat up straight. Tell me in detail. For example, after being eroded by the 1,000-year cold air of Sigua Cliff, Long Aotian got the skill to temper his body with the cold air by chance, and repaired his muscles by the way. Another example is that while facing the wall and being imprisoned, he met a beautiful demon cultivator who was imprisoned at Sigua Cliff. By chance, the two of them took the opportunity to practice dual cultivation. Long Aotian repaired his tendons and improved greatly. Or maybe you can get to know the beautiful senior sister while facing the wall. What's more, Long Aotian may have an epiphany while thinking over the cliff. Bai Lan sighed and silently took a sip of the tea in the cup. Why does Long Aotian have opportunities everywhere? My heart is so tired. It seems that annual leave cannot be taken. But there is indeed an example in the plot of Long Aotian getting an opportunity while thinking about crossing the cliff. But this plot happened after the foundation building period. So is Long Aotian trying to trigger the rhythm of opportunities in the foundation building period in advance? It's okay. I'll save the game first. After half a month, I'll go to the Shirwan Mountains to dig for Bai Ling's opportunity, and then find a way to go to the Cliff of Repentance to greet Long Aotian. The Cliff of Repentance equals Qingyuan's Sect prison. But how do outsiders get into jail? Shouldn't she learn from Zhang San? But she can't go too far. She doesn't need a 1-year sentence. About a month will be enough. Are there any Sect rules that can be violated? If it's not serious, but you still have to reflect on it, you only need to stay in prison for a month? Bai Lan began to think. At present, Bai Ling has not told Qing Xianzhenren about the existence of this evil villain junior sister from the outer sect, because Bai Lan knows about the existence of her space jade bracelet. Bai Ling was unwilling to expose this ancient treasure, which would attract cultivators in the spirit transformation stage, thus implicating true man Qingxian. When I play the villain, I like the heroine who doesn't have a mouth. She would most likely just secretly hire someone to hunt down Bai Lan, just like she had previously hired someone in Tianji Pavilion to hunt down Long Aotian. Now, it seems that if I want to find an opportunity to go to the Cliff of Repentance, maybe I can start with Bai Ling? Forget it. It's better to stay away from the Girl of Destiny, as it's easy to get into trouble. Let's think of another way. What are you thinking about? You look like you're completely focused. A rising tone, a familiar and lively voice. Thinking about how to get myself in. Send yourself to the Cliff of Repentance and ruin Long Aotian's opportunity. What kind of body refining technique? What kind of beautiful magic cultivation? What kind of opportunity for enlightenment? She wants them all. Nan Xinji held a bowl of pork elbow in his left hand and a plate of braised pork in his right hand. He sat opposite Bai Lan and asked in a strange tone, "Send yourself in? Where?" "You." Bai Lan was startled by the 2 plates of meat in front of her. "Sister, have a good appetite." Monks do not have a strong appetite. Even for monks in the qi refining stage, 1 meal a day is enough. Don't mention it. I don't know what went wrong with Master. He actually taught me to practice swordsmanship. For a month, I relied on the fasting pills to survive. Nan Xinji sighed and said in a hollow tone, "I just finished practicing a set of swordsmanship with Master, and then senior brother jumped out and said he wanted to spar with me. He was merciless and hit the painful spots with every move." Bai Lan drank his tea silently, looking calm. He looked at Nan Xinji silently, as if he were an experienced person. This is what her master taught her, so she understands this feeling very well. He also dabbled in swordsmanship, medicine, and stick techniques. Her martial arts were honed through constant beatings. It was precisely because of her shallow martial arts foundation that she was able to use the soul-breaking spear very well. Do you know how I've been here these days? I'm almost dying for the braised pork in the cafeteria. The fasting pills taste like medicine, bitter and astringent. I see you seem to be enjoying it. Bai Lan Kai didn't believe her nonsense. If she really didn't like this, she would have run down the mountain long ago. How could she stay diligently on Jingdao Peak to practice sword? Snort. Nan Xinji was exposed to the truth, so he snorted and said no more, and started to eat hard. It was hard for her, who hadn't eaten meat for a month, to maintain etiquette and chew her food slowly. Nan Xinji's cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds, and his level stabilized at the 6th level of the qi refining stage. Such a fast advancement speed was not only due to the blessing of his dual spiritual roots, but it was also likely that he had obtained some rare treasures. The aura around her is very different from what it was a few months ago. She has indeed gained a lot in this month. By the way, as the sect master's most senior disciple, Do you know that there's a female demon cultivator imprisoned on the cliff of regret? Bai Lan's tone was casual, as if he was chatting. Nan Xinji frowned and thought for a while. I seem to have heard from my senior brother that the woman was once a righteous cultivator, but later accidentally fell into the evil way. The powerful people in the sect could not bear to see her die, so they detained her on the cliff of repentance to end her life. It really exists. It seems that this person is one of the concubines that Long Aotian will meet at the cliff of regret. He was once a righteous monk, but later fell into the evil way and was detained in the cliff of repentance. His past experience is very rich, but the rumor is probably false. The reality may not be so. Then do you know what the witch's name is, and what her current level of cultivation is? I think his surname is Gongsun, but I don't know the details. Why would I care about such things? Nan Xinji looked at Bai Lan in confusion. Chapter 89, a good opportunity to make money. What do you think? If a disciple of my sect were to have an affair with a witch on the cliff of repentance and practice dual cultivation with her, what crime would he be guilty of? Bai Lan's eyes were full of anticipation. Let's first see how many years Long Aotian will be sentenced for what he will do in the future. To put it in a more serious way, this crime is at least an affair with a demon cultivator, which violates the sect's rules and prohibitions. This act is truly despised by righteous cultivators, and he will probably be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. Yes, this punishment is comparable to life imprisonment, and she must report and expose Long Aotian. You are not going to do anything bad, are you? You keep asking me about that witch. I'm warning you. If you practice dual cultivation with a demon cultivator, you will definitely be the one to be picked. Nan Xinji seemed to have guessed something, and his expression was nervous. Demon cultivators are usually vicious and cunning. You are simple-minded and have low cultivation, so don't think of taking the wrong path. Bai Lan paused and pointed at himself. I am simple-minded and have low cultivation? What else? Nan Xinji looked puzzled. The system was speechless and choked. We suggest that Nan Xinji say this in front of Long Aotian. But what Nan Xinji said is indeed correct. I have been busy searching for opportunities these days, and my cultivation has been stuck at the 4th level of qi refining for a long time. I was so busy grinding for equipment and searching for materials that I had no time to level up my account. Cultivating immortality is really busy. Nan Xinji's tone suddenly became serious, and he leaned over slightly to whisper to Bai Lan. In a few months, it will be the Qingyuan Sect's 3-yearly Sect competition. All qi refining disciples can participate. The prize for the top 10 is a foundation establishment pill. Not bad. A foundation establishment pill can fetch a lot of spirit stones if you auction it. She has almost collected all the materials for the foundation establishment pill. After collecting all the materials, she can start refining in batches. I didn't ask you to auction it off. You should keep it for yourself. Nan Xinji was very disappointed. You didn't really listen to those people's nonsense and believe in the nonsense that people with 5 spiritual roots will never be able to build a foundation in this lifetime. No, you must have believed it. Otherwise, why would you even want to auction off the foundation establishment pill? So you studied and practiced hard for a month in order to shine in the Sect competition in a few months? Bai Lan changed the subject. No, I want to defeat Bai Ling fairly in the Sect competition. It doesn't matter what place I get. Nan Xinji said firmly. Otherwise, she will become my inner demon in the future. I'm rooting for you. Fight, fight. It was indeed the right decision to let Nan Xinji become a disciple of Qinghe Jinren. The master and disciple have the same interests. One hates Qing Xian to the core, and the other hates Bai Ling to the core. One-on-one attack on all-round weaknesses. Qing Xian and Qinghe are from the same school, so Qinghe is naturally familiar with Qing Xuan's moves. In this case, if she teaches Nan Xinji the weakness of Master Qing Xian, she will be the natural nemesis of Bai Ling. It doesn't matter whether these two can win or not. What matters is that as long as someone keeps causing trouble for the Child of Destiny, they will be busy. The Child of Destiny continues to grow through repeated suppression, setbacks, and opportunities. It's like growing flowers, just giving them sunlight but not watering them. Even a cactus can't stand it. I won't say any more. I have to pack up and prepare to go to the Shirwan Mountains for training. Nan Xinji sighed. It's just that with my cultivation level of the 6th level of qi refining, wouldn't it be too dangerous to go to the Shirwan Mountains? What did the master say? Your senior brother was also driven down the mountain for training at the same level. Alas, is this some kind of tradition of Zhengdao Peak? Bai Lan stretched out his hand. What are you doing? Nan Xinji asked puzzledly. If you want to write a suicide note, I don't mind delivering it for you. Go away, what nonsense are you talking about? My swordsmanship is invincible in the world. How could I die? Nan Shinji remembered that she had written a suicide note before, and her heart suddenly choked. She turned her head and snorted coldly. In that case, I suggest you change out of this fancy pink dress and put on the uniform of an inner sect disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Because of your status, many evil cultivators will consider giving up on attacking you. Nan Shinji was puzzled. Why? Why do you sound like an experienced person? Because she likes to lure evil cultivators to kill her. She knew best who the evil cultivator liked to target. Many evil cultivators, when faced with ordinary independent cultivators and sect disciples, will prioritize attacking independent cultivators with unknown identities and low cultivation levels, because sect disciples are likely to have backers whom they cannot afford to offend. So that's how it is. What you said makes sense. Nan Shinji nodded and walked away thoughtfully. The sect competition seems to be a good way to earn spirit stones. Bai Lan thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He sent a message to the system. Tell me, if I find someone to open a gambling stall, can I make money in the end? Many wealthy cultivators would start gambling games before such sect competitions, betting on who would win and who would lose. There was no limit to the stakes. The winner would get double, and the loser would get nothing. Many confident people will bet all their spirit stones on themselves before a fight, so that they can make a fortune after defeating the enemy. I will then hire some trolls to build momentum for my opponent and have them place bets on my opponent. If I do that, won't I make a fortune? Host you. She likes spirit stones very much. In the early stage, many people will fall into the host trap, but in the later stage, they see that you are invincible and put all the bets on you. What will you do? The system spread its hands. TSK, you don't know how to adapt. Don't be greedy at this time. You can stop gambling when you have made enough money. System, it's decided, let's do it. Host, just be happy. The qualification of 5 spiritual roots is not a hell mode for her at all because she can really afford it. After finishing a cup of tea, the person Bai Lan was really waiting for arrived. Junior sister, who was at the 4th level of Qi refining. Wu Gang came quickly, looking excited. There's no need to emphasize this prefix every time. Bai Lan handed over a storage bag. The goods are all in it. Wu Gang took the probe and scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his expression immediately brightened. As expected, a junior sister Bai. She always appears in time when I am short of materials. It's just that each of us takes what we need. Speaking of which, since you're a weapon refiner, do you know anything about refining array plates? I need an array plate for a spirit gathering array. Wu Gang nodded. Of course there is a spirit gathering array. Then, is there any way to refine a 3rd level spirit gathering array? Wu Gang paused. Which level? Level 3. According to the system's calculations, at present, the 2nd order spirit gathering array can barely maintain the smooth flow of spiritual power in the golden bell cover. To be on the safe side, wouldn't a 3rd order spirit gathering array be better? Chapter 90, I love making friends with losers. Junior sister Wu Gang pointed at himself. I am a young cultivator who just broke through the 8th level of Qi refining not long ago. It's hard for me to even refine a 2nd level spirit gathering array, let alone a 3rd level one. In that case, then you can only go to Wanbailu or the market to look for it. But Bai Lan knew that her luck had never been very good. It is not very cost-effective to directly buy a 3rd level spirit gathering array. When she left the black market, she had coaxed a lot of materials needed for the spirit gathering array from Schwer. It would save a lot of spirit stones to directly find a cultivator from the same sect who can refine equipment to refine the array plate. But I do know a senior uncle who is in the foundation building stage. He can refine array plates and is quite proficient in the art of talismans. He is also a decent person. If you really need him, you can go find him. Wu Gang lowered his voice as he spoke. It's mainly him. He knows he won't live long. So in order to save money for his silly little sister at home, who is in the Qi refining stage, he refines array plates and spiritual tools, draws talismans and carves runes, preaches to people, and does everything. The price he offers is much more reasonable than those arrogant uncles at the refining peak. The younger sister of the Foundation establishment master you mentioned, is her name Qi Xiaoru? Huh. Junior sister. How did you know? That silly little girl is really called Qi Xiaoru. Wu Gang was surprised. She knew it. She knew it. This world is a huge harem of Long Aotian. Parents who died young, a sick brother, a weak self, and a strong him. One of Long Aotian's concubines, Qi Xiaoru. Why did Long Aotian like Qi Xiaoru? because Qi Xiaoru was also a useless immortal cultivator whose engagement was broken off and who was looked down upon by the people in the sect and was always suppressed. That's why Long Aotian felt deeply empathetic towards this girl. He took her into his harem and allocated resources to help her. But those who could be taken into Long Aotian's harem could not be ordinary people. Qi Xiaoru was a loser in the early stage, but after breaking through the foundation, her strength improved by leaps and bounds, and she became a general beside Long Aotian. System, I always love to make friends with losers in the world. Now I hear that Qi Xiaoru is a loser who has been practicing for decades and is still at the second level of Qi refining. I am very happy. Why don't I go and sow discord between him and sever the cause and effect between him and Long Aotian? Bai Lan said in a deep voice. We must kill her. Qi Xiaoru is a physical cultivator who uses a hammer. It hurts when she hits someone. She has such a high martial arts value and is stubborn. If she thinks that Long Aotian is right, then she must be determined. We should either kill her completely or pull her out and plant her in our own home. In short, we must not let Long Aotian get involved. The system agreed. In Long Aotian's harem, there are dozens of genuine concubines who have been slept with by him, and there are also dozens of invisible concubines who have not been slept with but like Long Aotian. You can't kill them all. You really can't kill them all. Bai Lan thought for a long time before looking at Wu Gang, who was sorting out his storage bag. Brother Wu, what you said makes sense. I will go find the uncle in the foundation building stage you mentioned and see if I can ask him to help me refine the spirit gathering array. Junior sister, you are right to listen to me. His craftsmanship is excellent. The robes I am wearing were made by him. Wu Gang handed over the storage bag in his hand. These monster materials total 5,137 spirit stones. They are all in the storage bag. Junior sister, please count them. Ever since he got the 300,000 spirit stones, Bai Lan has not been stingy in using them when he is meditating and practicing. He can use as many as 20 spirit stones on his practice every day. 5,000 spirit stones are just enough for her to practice for half a year. In the long run, her practice speed will be able to surpass that of a cultivator with a single spiritual root. The same speed, a single spiritual root, depends on aptitude, while she relies entirely on Krypton's spiritual stones to fill the 5 spiritual roots. Looking at the Lingshire mountain with thousands of thoughts falling into the void stone, Chiu, who was lying in the coffin, closed his eyes. I'm very greedy, but I can't suck it. Corpse puppets are ghost cultivators that rely on ghost energy and cannot absorb spiritual energy. Why didn't he have so many spirit stones when he was in the Qi refining stage? It's so strange. After Bai Lan completed the transaction, he followed the address Wu Gang gave and went there. The other party was also a disciple of Lien Tiefeng of Qingyuan's sect, and his residence was above Lien Tiefeng's cave. The Qingyuan sect has a large territory, so as long as the disciples in the sect have reached the foundation building stage, they can find a suitable place on the peak to open a cave. Being close to a spiritual vein is of great benefit to cultivation. Bai Lan's small goal is to one day dig up the spiritual vein of Yuqing Peak and destroy Bai Ling's harem's #1 hideout. That place is naturally unequal to Bai Lan, from the senior brother Xiao Tianqi to the junior brother Le Qing. All of them have been unequal to her so far. She couldn't kill Bai Ling, but Master Qing Xian couldn't say for sure. Although this true man Qing Xian is not very strong at present, he is only in the middle stage of Jindan. But he is the ancestor's direct disciple after all, and is a person of acquired growth. Before he breaks through the nascent soul stage, Bai Lan believes that he must do something to add some inner demons to him, so that he will not be unable to defeat him when he grows up in the future. Outside the cave, there was a girl in green feeding a spirit beast. Seeing someone approaching, the girl turned around with a little vigilance and asked, "Who are you? Are you here to look for my brother?" "Wait!" The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. "I recognize you. You are the one who bought my stuff at the market stall a few months ago." Bai Lan paused. Then she remembered. She got the void stone from this girl, making a huge profit. "It's you." Bai Lan smiled. Qi Xiaoru was still very young at that time, and looked like someone who could be easily deceived and help others count spirit stones. "Host, I have a plan," the system said in a deep voice. "We can try to let Xiao Tian pretend to be an evil cultivator to hunt down Qi Xiaoru, and then the host will step forward to save her. Qi Xiaoru will definitely be grateful, and then let her swear that she will never have any contact with Long Aotian in the future." Even though Chiu had neglected his cultivation for a long time, he was still a corpse at the 4th level of Qi refining. He had a green face and fangs, and looked extremely sinister. He He was just right for scaring people. That's right, let's do it. Bai Lan smiled gently and looked at Qi Xiaoru. Daoyu, is your brother here? I. Xiaoru, are there any guests visiting? A voice suddenly came from the cave, and the voice seemed to be suppressing a few coughs. I heard that my uncle is good at refining array plates. I need a third-order spirit gathering array, and the materials have been almost collected. Bai Lan bowed and looked into the cave. Yes, I am a weapon refiner. The third-order spirit gathering array can be completed within half a month. A figure slowly walked out of the cave. The man was pale, and his breath was weak. It was obvious that his foundation was injured. It was just as Wu Gang said, he would not live long. As Wu Gang said, this person is not arrogant. After all, people are leaving soon, so naturally they won't put on airs. After the two negotiated, Bai Lan paid a deposit of 1,000 spirit stones, and then Bai Lan carefully saved a file. This man looked like he had a black forehead and weak steps, and he coughed after walking a few times. Bai Lan was really afraid that he would die before finishing practicing the formation. It doesn't matter if he dies, but he has to refine the formation plate for her before he dies. Chapter 91, She is so easy to cheat. Fellow Taoist. Seeing that the two had finished their serious conversation, Qi Xiaoru came over and said, You are the servant who challenged the inner sect disciple Long Aotian, right? I recognize you. I have already broken through my cultivation level and been promoted to an outer disciple. Bai Lan corrected. Ever since he broke through to the middle stage of qi refining and had a certain ability to escape, Bai Lan rarely stayed in the sect and often went out to look for opportunities. Shouldn't he seize the opportunity early on and save it for Long Aotian to upgrade to Heshi? I know. I recognize you, Qi Xiaoru said in a low voice. You are the one who provoked the inner disciple Bai Ling in front of my stall and then suffered internal injuries due to the pressure of the Foundation establishment master uncle. There is no need to mention the dark history. Sooner or later, she snatched Xiao Tianqi's storage bag. Did you know that the young master of the Li family, Li Shizu, is offering a reward for you throughout the sect? He said that as long as he finds your whereabouts, he will offer a reward of 800 spirit stones. Qi Xiaoru's eyes were filled with the light of the spirit stones. Bai Lan frowned. What does he want from me? It seems to be related to that Long Aotian. I don't know anything else. Qi Xiaoru's eyes brightened. I will take you to see Li Shizu, and I will give you 600 of the 800 spirit stones you get. How about it? Bai Lan thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. No, you only need to make a small, inner demon oath, and I will go with you. The 800 spirit stones will be yours by then. The system was shocked. Is this still possible? Otherwise, she needs something from me. A certain corpse still cannot accept that he is turned into a zombie with a green face and fangs. He lies flat on his back in the coffin every day. If he is dragged out to act, Bai Lan will probably have to waste some time persuading him. It would be better to trick her now. Qi Xiaoru might agree for the sake of the 800 spirit stones. Qi Xiaoru was stunned for a moment and suddenly looked a little alert. What? What oath? Although her cultivation level is low, she also knows that she cannot make oaths to her inner demons carelessly. You just need to swear that you will never team up with Long Aotian to deal with me or murder me in this life. How about that? It's simple, isn't it? Why not join forces with Long Aotian to deal with you? I actually don't know Long Aotian. Qi Xiaoru looked puzzled. It wasn't too much to ask, but the vow was somewhat confusing. Bai Lan spoke gently and patiently said, Long Aotian and I have a grudge. I want to, isolate him. Besides, you and him are strangers, and there is a high probability that you will not have any intersection in the future, and I won't ask you to do anything. Qi Xiaoru fell into deep thought, his expression looking like he was thinking about something very difficult to understand. Indeed, that's 800 spirit stones, and she doesn't know Long Aotian, so the worst that can happen is that she won't make friends with him in the future. After a while, she looked up. I swear, I will never stand with Long Aotian to deal with Bai Lan in this life. To murder Bai Lan, otherwise I will be haunted by demons and my cultivation will not improve at all. A friend of Qi Xiaoru, who has been practicing for 10 years and is still at the second level of qi refining, does not think that the oath of the inner demon that has prevented her from making any progress in her practice is a curse for her. Because there is no difference between before and after the oath, she was at the second level of qi refining 10 years ago, and she will most likely still be at this level 10 years later. Qi Xiaoru sighed. After being a loser for so long, he became indifferent to life and the path to ascension. Good girl. Bai Lan nodded with satisfaction. Come on, take me to see Li Shizu. Fortunately, Long Aotian didn't know that his future nascent soul stage harem decisively abandoned him because of 800 spirit stones. She's so easy to fool. The system sighed, because she hasn't met Long Aotian yet, so Long Aotian is not important to her. The biggest reason why Qi Xiaoru was determined to become Long Aotian's concubine was that Long Aotian funded her to cultivate immortality. So from this point of view, rather than saying that Qi Xiaoru likes Long Aotian, it is better to say that she simply likes spirit stones. Now, it seems that Long Aotian, who is in solitary confinement in the Cliff of Regret, currently has no financial resources to help the growth of his harem, and he himself is almost dying of thirst. I will kidnap your concubine, don't worry. Long Aotian's harem -1. The system lit the candle silently. For example, the fifth Yin and Qi Xiaoru, who have super abilities in the later stages and are expected to be promoted to nascent soul, can still intervene when necessary. For others like Shuer, whose cultivation ultimately stopped at the foundation building stage and did not progress any further, there was no need for her to worry about them. Are you short of spirit stones? On the way, Bai Lan looked at Qi Xiaoru, who was lowering his head and counting the spirit stones with his fingers. Who among those who cultivate immortality doesn't need spirit stones? I probably won't have the chance to build a foundation in this lifetime. So I want to save some spirit stones to open a shop in Songyuan City. Qi Xiaoru sighed. In the past, she had a brother who was in the foundation building stage, so she could live safely in the Qingyuan sect. But now that her brother is gone, she is afraid that it will be difficult for her to live in the sect. There are all kinds of people in Songyuan City. You don't plan to live in the city forever, do you? Qi Xiaoru nodded seriously. Brother said, with my cultivation level, I will be killed if I encounter a wild boar with a little cultivation level in the Shirwan Mountains. It is safer to stay in the city. Wild boars in the Shirwan Mountains? That's true. They are at least first-level monsters. Your brother is right. Bai Lan nodded and laughed, then comforted her. I'm not talented, but I know a little bit about divination. When I saw your face before, I calculated that you will become a great man in the future, so there is no need to give up so early. You still like to tell fortunes for people. The system floated in front of Qi Xiaoru and looked at her for a long time, then shook its head. Why can't I see anything strange about her face? You're not smart enough. Bai Lan shook his head. Bai Lan said, lowering his head and counting with his fingers, then looked at Qi Xiaoru. You must be a late bloomer, and you will have a bright future. My vision will not be wrong. Qi Xiaoru was helpless. Even if he is a late bloomer, he can't still be at the second level of Qi refining after 10 years of practice. Qi Xiaoru had been practicing Qi refining at the second level for 10 years, but in the final analysis, he was actually practicing in the wrong direction. This woman had a special physique. All the spiritual energy that she had absorbed into her body through previous practice had flowed into her limbs and bones. However, she did not know any bodybuilding techniques, and her physique became useless and she could not retain spiritual energy. The opportunity for her rise was that the grandfather in Long Aotian's mind accidentally discovered that she had a special physique and asked Long Aotian to give her a book on physical cultivation. After that, Qi Xiaoru opened the door to a new world and embarked on the path of physical cultivation. He best used a hammer to hit people. This time, there is no need for the grandfather in Long Aotian's mind. Bai Lan can go to the Qingyuan Sect's Outer Sect library to find a book on physical cultivation that uses spiritual power to temper the body and give it to Qi Xiaoru, and she will be on the right track. Well, let's make a bet on whether you can break through the foundation building stage in the future. I bet you can break through. Qi Xiaoru's eyes lit up. What's the bet? The foundation building stage is a myth for her at the moment, so it is more reasonable to ask about the bet directly. Chapter 92. One question. 100 spiritual stones. I bet 3,000 spirit stones for 10 years. I bet you will break through the foundation building stage. As long as Qi Xiaoru finds the right direction of cultivation, with her qualifications of 3 spiritual roots and the wealth saved for her by her brother, who was in the foundation building stage before his death, it will be more than enough for her to build the foundation within 10 years. With a bit more luck and a few more opportunities, it is not impossible within 5 years. Qi Xiaoru's pupils trembled. Bet? Such a big bet? Yes, do you want to bet? She couldn't help Qi Xiaoru for nothing, right? After helping her find the correct way to practice, it wouldn't be too much for her to charge 3,000 spirit stones. That makes perfect sense. The conscientious Bai Lan gives you exclusive guidance to ensure that you build a solid foundation and succeed. There is no other organization in the entire cultivation world as conscientious as hers. She will only accept spirit stones after Qi Xiaoru successfully builds his foundation. When Qi Xiaoru looked at Bai Lan, his eyes were instantly filled with kindness. Philanthropist, great philanthropist. Bet, if I can build a foundation, even pigs can climb trees. Qi Xiaoru agreed decisively, being extremely confident in his own useless status. The system, which also had a god's perspective, looked at Qi Xiaoru and shook its head after a while. The last person to make a bet with Bai Lan was Nan Xianji, and the host won without a doubt. Li Shizu and Long Aotian were from the same peak, and both became disciples of Changle Jinren at Wanjian Peak. The Taoist name of Changle Jinren is Changle, and his real name is Li. He is from the Li clan, so he will naturally favor disciples of his own clan and allocate resources to his grandchildren, such as Li Shizu. Instead, he paid less attention to disciples from other families like Long Aotian. Therefore, generally few people are willing to join Wanjian Peak. Everyone knows that Changle Jinren likes to favor those with connections, and there is no future in joining. Therefore, after Long Aotian joined Wanjian Peak, his arrogant style and proud words made the entire Wanjian Peak disciples behave strangely. On this hill, apart from Changle Jinren, no one can be more arrogant than Li Shizu. So he soon aroused Li Shizu's dissatisfaction, and the two of them became enemies. From then on, frictions continued and became out of control. When Bai Lan followed Qi Xiaoru to the outside of Wanjian Peak, they were stopped by the disciples guarding the door. Classic, so classic. The villain must have subordinates who are rude and like to cause trouble for the villain. Who are you two? One is an outer disciple, and the other is a menial disciple. Do you know the rules? Our Master Li is in seclusion practicing and has no time to meet with people like you who offer themselves to him. The gatekeeper looked very arrogant. But when you consider that these two people are Li Shizu's subordinates, everything makes much more sense. If his subordinates are not arrogant, how can they suppress Long Aotian and attract hatred from Li Shizu? This is the person your young master Li has been rewarding for several months, the outer disciple Bai Lan. Didn't you post notices everywhere saying that whoever finds Bai Lan should bring him to this young master, and that the reward is 800 spirit stones? Qi Xiaoru coughed lightly and looked at Bai Lan. Bai Lan? What the hell? Li Shizu is looking for her and is posting notices everywhere in the sect? The gatekeeper's head froze, and he slowly turned to look at Bai Lan standing beside him. Are you Bai Lan? Auto Sect dit sin Bai Lan. It's me. The man was shocked and immediately made way. Please come in. Please come in. My Master Li has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in quickly. The 3 or 4 younger brothers at the door looked at each other. 2 of them ran in to inform the others, and the other 2 led Bai Lan in. It looked like he was asking her to catch a monster. What is your relationship with that young master of the Li family? Qi Xiaoru said in a low voice. I have never seen Li Shizu be so polite to anyone. He even dared to say a few words to Bai Ling, the most favored disciple of Master Qingxian of Yuqing Peak. Bai Lan Pause? Li Shizu, you were very good. First he provoked Long Aotian, and then he mocked the daughter of destiny. What a brave cannon fodder. You have been able to survive in this world for 3 years, but what you have consumed is probably not the lifespan and luck of Master Changle. Please come, serve tea to the 2 distinguished guests. Qi Xiaoru coughed lightly. Should I leave first? Don't be in a hurry to leave. You can't miss the 800 spirit stones. Aren't you curious about what Li Shizu wants to say? Bai Lan smiled and handed over a cup of tea. What could Li Shizu want from her? Most likely it was to deal with Long Aotian. Whether he should do it or not is another matter, but he doesn't mind keeping Qi Xiaoru. Qi Xiaoru, Li Shizu, and Bai Lan are getting closer and closer. In the future, due to his stereotype of Bai Lan as a big villain, Long Aotian will definitely not even have the thought of taking Qi Xiaoru into his harem. The main point is to drag one person into the water and drag everyone into the water. To deal with Long Aotian, it would be more interesting if you bring Long Aotian's harem along to listen. Qi Xiaoru sat back silently, holding a cup of spiritual tea in his hand and taking a sip. He always felt that he, an outer sect servant at the 2nd level of Qi refining, was somewhat out of place sitting here with everyone else. The 2 of them didn't have to wait long before Li Shizu hurried over. Friend Bai. I've said it before, even if you turn into ashes and are scattered into the sea, I can still find you. Li Shizu strode into the door with a confident tone. I just went to the Shawanishan Mountains. Less than 2 months after I left the sect, a certain Mr. Li posted notices looking for me all over the sect. What's his intention? Bai Lan put down his teacup, feeling a little itchy. She preferred the way of becoming famous by beating up Long Aotian and then becoming famous in one battle, rather than the way of becoming famous by being posted on notices all over the sect looking for someone. Li Shizu paused. Akaf, my spies said that after you left Wanbao Tower that day, you were chased by a group of evil cultivators to an uninhabited place and were seriously injured. Since then, your whereabouts are unknown. I still think you are. It is definitely not her who is seriously injured. Your information network is comparable to the Tianji Pavilion. I'm doing fine, thank you. Since that incident, Bai Lan's identity has always been Long Aotian, so it would be strange if Li Shizu could find her whereabouts. Let's get straight to the point. You want to get information about Long Aotian from me? Or something else? Bai Lan looked at Li Shizu. The second generation of immortals should have a lot of spirit stones in their hands. No, I just have some questions to ask you. Li Shizu's expression became more serious. You seem to know Long Aotian very well. That day in the Juyin secret realm, I saw a lot of things on that paper. Of course, I don't know a lot about Long Aotian, but Bai Lan suddenly smiled. Information about Long Aotian is not cheap. How about this? 100 spirit stones for one question? Li Shizu slammed the table. I don't trust you. That day in the Nining secret realm, didn't you directly give the information about Long Aotian to the idiot of Tianji Pavilion across from you? But you should have heard about his final fate. Bai Lan spread his hands. Look, this is the fate of freeloaders. Li Shizu. Chapter 93. This kid must not be kept. After a certain killer got the information, he couldn't even get out of the secret realm. He turned around and met the fifth Een, who was as powerful as him. In the end, by coincidence, he was tragically killed by Long Aotian's concubines, and even his robe was stripped off. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by freeloading? Li Shizu was immediately furious. I am not Long Aotian. How could I do such a petty thing? Indeed, if that's the case, then ask if you want to know anything about Long Aotian. Qi Xiaoru, who was sitting on pins and needles, fell into deep thought. 100 spirit stones in exchange for the answer to a question. Could she listen to such expensive information? Who was the person behind Long Aotian? Li Shizu didn't pay attention to Qi Xiaoru. He frowned and asked directly. His tone was very angry. That kid is just a mud-legged person from the mortal world. He paused mid-sentence. No, the female cultivator in front of me, Bai Lan, seems to have come from the mortal world as well, a piece of clay. In short, with his poor background, even if he came to the world of cultivation, he would be nothing more than a small disciple with no background and could only rely on the sect. Li Shizu was very confused, but the skills and magical powers he learned are unheard of by me. They are not found in the two major libraries of the sect. Moreover, he can not only draw talismans but also set up formations. This is too strange. Li Shizu once glanced at the information about Long Aotian in Bai Lan's hand in the Juyin secret realm, but he did not look at it carefully at that time. The network of relationships and backgrounds on that piece of paper was extremely complicated, with all kinds of trump cards and means. It didn't seem like the background of a poor boy like Long Aotian at all. He actually didn't believe it and thought Bai Lan was making it up. But after he made trouble for the 8th time after leaving the secret realm and was slapped in the face by Long Aotian, Li Shizu began to doubt his life. Long Aotian seems to have real problems. The person behind him is a cultivator in the divine transformation stage. Li Shizu stood up suddenly, his eyes widened. What? What period are you talking about? But the old man has already fallen, and now only a remnant soul remains. He does not pose any threat. However, Long Aotian's cultivation method, magical powers, and even the means of drawing talismans and setting up formations were all taught by that cultivator in the god transformation stage. Li Shizu sat back in a daze. The words spirit transformation stage completely disrupted his thoughts. This is not what he thought. I was thinking, if you want to get rid of the person behind him, it's probably a dream. The spiritualization stage cultivator really died, and the soul he left behind is also a spiritualization stage soul. Even if the old man can't easily hurt others, it's easy for him to hide his consciousness from outsiders, or even quietly possess another person from Long Aotian. In short, killing is not an option, but hiding and escaping are the best. Otherwise, how could one leave behind a residual soul to prolong one's life after death? Even if the Qingyuan sect's ancestor Wuyin came in person, he would never be able to detect the old man in the god transformation stage on Long Aotian's body at the nascent soul stage. The answer is the protagonist's halo and the suppression of a higher realm. Even a Jindan stage cultivator, like my grandfather Changeljinren, can't find any clues. Li Shizu fronut. It's hard to say, even if you call the Qingyuans Sect's ancestors. Li Shi. He pondered for a long time, and then asked doubtfully, then why would that old man in the spiritualization stage like him? I am obviously more talented than Long Aotian. This is the second question. The answer is that Long Aotian is luckier than you. Li Shizu's heart suddenly felt stabbed. He gritted his teeth and said, the third question is, has he practiced some kind of charm technique? Why did my fifth sister fall in love with him for no reason? And senior sister Yueming from Danfeng. As far as I know, they have only known each other for a few days. How come they have become so close? As he spoke, his expression became more and more agitated. My fifth sister used to be such a reasonable girl, but since she met Long Aotian, she even refuted what I, the young master, wanted to do. As a member of the same Li family, she actually stood in front of Long Aotian when I wanted to teach him a lesson. How unreasonable. Schwerer, the daughter of the elder of Wanbao Tower, the red-dressed auctioneer of the Tsangyuan City branch of Wanbao Tower, Lu Mingyue, the senior sister of Danfeng, and Lu Xingming, the sister of Lu Mingyue, the Li family's Li Qiushui. If Bai Lan hadn't obstructed them, Jin Yao from the Jin family and Qi Xiaoru should have been included. Bai Lan stretched out his fingers and counted one by one. At present, these 5 female cultivators are all people who have an ambiguous relationship with Long Aotian, so there is no need to worry about why your fifth sister falls in love with Long Aotian. You should worry about why so many people like Long Aotian. Li Shizu fell into deep thought. Qi Xiaoru looked strange. The expressions of these two people meant only one thing. So many people? Wan Beilu, Dan Feng, and the Lu family behind them, just these 3 forces, any one of them is enough to fight a tie with his Li family. He must be a succubus. Or is it a spirit stone that has become a spirit? Why does everyone like it? Long Aotian. I must kill him. Li Shizu slammed the table and stood up, gritting his teeth and saying, if he was just a poor boy, it would be fine, but not only is he taught by a spiritualization cultivator, he is also involved with so many people. This boy must not be allowed to stay. Bai Lan chuckled. You should have said this more than once. With your broad mind, young Master Li, I don't believe you haven't sent people to hunt down Long Aotian before, but the final result should be the same. Before, I sent assassins at the Qi refining stage. This time, I sent assassins at the Foundation establishment stage. I just don't believe it. Bai Lan shook his head slowly. You are not the only one who wants to get rid of Long Aotian. Someone in Tianji Pavilion once issued a hunting order against Long Aotian. Tianji Pavilion has sent people to hunt him down many times. Previously, it even sent a Xin-level assassin in the Foundation establishment stage to hunt down Long Aotian. But the final result was failure. Li Shizu was silent again. It can't be killed. It can't be killed at all. Long Aotian, I swear to kill you. After a while, Li Shizu slammed the table again, already extremely angry. It's a very grand ideal. I fully support it. Bai Lan took a sip of tea. How do you know so much information about Long Aotian? Who are you? Li Shizu turned his head to look at Bai Lan with a puzzled tone. This question is very simple because Long Aotian is my enemy. Only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. It's normal for me to understand him. Li Shizu shuka. He was also Long Aotian's enemy. How come he didn't know all this? Have you forgotten that the original purpose of listing Long Aotian's information was to let you fully understand him, so that you can conquer him? The dead memories came back again, and the system looked at the 0% completion mark on the task interface and spoke sadly. Is that so? System. Bypassing the normal process and choosing to bypass the bug to pass the level directly can indeed complete the final task. As long as the host is happy. If the current progress continues, the 2 sons of destiny have indeed lost the possibility of destroying the world. The prerequisite is that the host can continue like this and firmly suppress these 2 sons of destiny. Chapter 94 System Recruitment. Friend Bai, you know Long Aotian so well, you must know how to deal with him. Li Shizu slammed a storage bag on the table. As long as we can kill Long Aotian, the spirit stones will not be a problem. How many spirit stones are there in here? Bai Lan couldn't help but be curious. There was a flash of pain in Li Shizu's eyes. 20,000 spirit stones. Not bad. Let me give you a suggestion. Bai Lan suddenly smiled. You add another 10,000, take 30,000 spirit stones to the Tianji Pavilion, and ask them to send a Jindan stage cultivator to kill Long Aotian. Give it a try. How about it? It will increase the difficulty of Long Aotian's Jindan stage a little bit. Refining chi, building foundation, and forming elixir correspond to simple, difficult, and hell modes. The most complete experience of frustration in cultivating immortals, and a journey with zero chance. Oh yes, he is still in the cliff of repentance. That's okay. Wait until he comes out. Then you can place an order to kill him. It's really not easy to do it in the sect. Bai Lan suggested with a smile. Li Shizu fell into deep thought and seriously considered the feasibility of this suggestion. Due to his status as a fellow disciple of the Qingyuan sect, he could beat and insult Long Aotian, but he could not kill him openly. Killing someone would be against the sect rules. The law enforcement hall is not to be trifled with. That makes sense. Since a foundation establishment cultivator can't kill that guy, then let a core formation cultivator do it. I don't believe that we can't get rid of him. Li Shizu's expression turned ruthless, and he was obviously determined to spend a lot of money. 30,000 spirit stones is a huge sum of money even if he is the young master of the Li family. Only he would be willing to spend so many spirit stones to kill Long Aotian, which is very good. Bai Lan likes to cause trouble for Long Aotian, but doesn't like to spend spirit stones on them. That would be a waste. Fellow Taoist Bai. Li Shizu came back to his senses, touched his chin, and looked at Bai Lan. I have always felt that you are not simple. You are not a disciple of a cultivator in the spiritualization stage. Are you? If I had a master at the spiritual transformation stage, how could I have kept Long Aotian until today? Bai Lan added, oh yes, this is also a problem. Li Shizu decisively shut up. From now on, he would save up spirit stones to kill Long Aotian. If Long Aotian was really a poor boy, then there would be no need to worry. But now it seems that there is indeed something fishy about him. We must not let him grow up. Is there no problem? Okay, a total of 700 spirit stones, and her 800, pay it all in one lump sum. Bai Lan stood up. The QA session was over, and it was time to take the spirit stones and leave. Let the Jinan stage kill Long Aotian. Bai Lan was already beginning to wonder how he was going to avoid being hunted down by the monks from the Tianji Pavilion. Unless the Jindan stage cultivator encountered another mortal enemy while chasing Long Aotian. And after the two of them fought, the Jindan stage cultivator who was chasing Long Aotian died in the middle of the fight. Oh no, this possibility is too great. Forget it. It's Emperor Taizu's money anyway. After the two of them collected the spirit stones, they left Wanjian Peak together. Qi Xiaoru hesitated for a long time before speaking. Why do I feel like you planned this? You already knew why the playboy from the Li family wanted to see you. But it still helped her earn the 800 spirit stones. Qi Xiaoru initially thought that there was some grudge between Li's playboy and Bai Lan, but now it seems that is not the case at all. Both of them have a grudge against the man named Long Aotian, and this trip is for conspiracy. Why think so much? You've already got the 800 spirit stones anyway. All right. Although Qi Xiaoru is not very old, as a concubine of Long Aotian, her appearance must be online. But different from the previous pure little white flower, the enchanting scorpion beauty and the gentle and talkative harem, she goes for a straightforward and honest style. System, it's time for you to come on stage. Bai Lan probed a ray of spiritual consciousness into the void stone and transmitted a message to the system. The system coughed lightly, added a voice changer, and transformed into an old voice. Ahem, is this voice okay? The young man in red instantly turned into an old man, but he still wore the red theme color. The old man in red won't work. He looks like a demon. Let's try him in white. He wants that immortal-like feeling. Bai Lan looked him up and down for a second, and quickly made his evaluation. Just like when bad guys try to trick children, they usually choose clothes that are more friendly, but the system's outfit is not friendly at all. Now! The old man in white stroked his long beard and smiled proudly, and indeed had a bit of the air of a hermit. Okay, go ahead and follow the plan. Try it first, and then reload the save if it doesn't work. Don't worry, this system is taught by you, so your acting skills will definitely be good. Okay, cannon fodder, it's up to you. Qi Xiaoru had just said goodbye to Bai Lan and was walking to a deserted place when he heard an old man's voice behind him. My dear friend, I see that you have extraordinary bones and are a great candidate for practicing my legacy. Are you willing to take me as your master and follow the path of the supreme immortal? The old man in white stroked his beard and chuckled, but there was not a trace of spiritual power in his body. Qi Xiaoru looked puzzled, but then he thought, how could there be people without cultivation in a place like Qingyuan's sect? Could it be that he is a powerful being who has hidden his cultivation? Qi Xiaoru looked strange. Senior, you are? Although he could be a powerful person, he could also be a liar who cheats people out of their spiritual stones. It's the kind that goes like this. I am true Lord Yoga. I was once a nascent soul cultivator, but one day I accidentally died and reincarnated as a chi refining cultivator. Please give me 50 spirit stones, and when I have achieved great success in my cultivation, I will appoint you as an elder of the sect. This kind of nonsense. After you give away the spirit stones, 3 years later, that person will still be a cultivator in the chi refining stage. It doesn't matter who I am, but I can help you break through the bottleneck of the second level of chi refining. From now on, you will no longer be constrained and can practice normally. The old man in white said in a gloomy tone. How? Chi Xiaoru's eyes lit up immediately, but she was still alert. Then, do you need me to pay the spirit stones? Who am I? Now that I want to take you in as my disciple, why would I ask you for spirit stones? After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and snorted, seeming a little angry. Senior, please don't be angry. Chi Xiaoru sighed, looking helpless. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I have consulted many people before, including some Jindan cultivators, and they all saw that they were helpless against my Dantian that was leaking spiritual energy. Chapter 95. Immortal cultivators can overcome all difficulties. Comparing a mere Jindan stage cultivator with me. Aren't you insulting me? How can those ordinary people see the mystery in your body? The old man snorted coldly and turned his back. Forget it. It's okay to be so cautious in the world of cultivation, since you don't trust me. The old man stroked his beard and spoke slowly after a while. When I traveled to Qingyuan's sect many years ago, I wrote a book of exercises called Golden Armor Gong. This method happens to be similar to your physique. After practicing this method, I guarantee that you will break through the third level of chi refining within a month. After the old man finished speaking, he pointed into the distance, which was the direction of the sect's outer sect library. Chi Xiaoru was stunned. Golden armor skill? Regardless of the grade of this technique, the fact that someone can write a book of techniques must mean that he has reached a level of cultivation above the nascent soul stage. Looking in the direction the old man pointed, Chi Xiaoru swallowed. Did she really meet a powerful person? But it was actually just a volume of lower-grade Xian-level skills, an ordinary, common physical cultivation technique. But it just happened to correspond to Chi Xiaoru's spiritual roots, allowing him to embark on the path of physical cultivation and get on the right track of practice. Senior, Chi Xiaoru turned around, but the old man had already disappeared. He came and went without a trace. As an immortal cultivator, Chi Xiaoru had no idea how the old man left. It is indeed a powerful thing. He was excited, and most importantly, the other party didn't ask him for spirit stones. That is truly great power. Chi Xiaoru took a few deep breaths, suppressed the joy in his heart, turned around, and headed straight for the outer library. Seeing this, a certain system whose role had ended came running back in a flash. He leaned against a tree and sighed. Well, how was it? It was a good performance, wasn't it? Not bad, not bad. He is even more powerful than Xian Shatzi, the true nascent soul cultivator. I'm really afraid that Chi Xiaoru will really think that I'm just an ordinary person and will punch me to test me. The system wiped the sweat off his face. Fortunately, Chi Xiaoru, who is at the second level of chi refining, is always nervous in a place like Qingyuan sect where there are many people with higher cultivation levels than her, so she usually does not take action. It's normal for mortals to appear in the mortal world, but for a white-haired mortal with an immortal look to appear in the cultivation world, it's likely that he has a chance. Believe me, this trick can easily fool people. Bai Lan patted the system's shoulder and said, practice your acting skills. Next time, I'll prepare some magic cultivation techniques and send them to Bai Ling as a chance. No, that's not right. You should transform into a male succubus and learn some quotations from Qiong Yao. That will definitely be more attractive to Bai Ling than chance. After finishing many trivial matters such as the general's monthly salary, Bai Lan practiced in seclusion for a few days and broke through to the fifth level of chi refining, which had already come naturally. This cultivation speed is still among the best in the single spiritual root track, but it is a bit slow in the Child of Destiny track. Bai Ling, who had just eaten the golden and jade ginseng, a rare treasure from the Sect's treasury, almost jumped 2 levels and broke through to the 7th level of chi refining. The big villain was born between heaven and earth. How could his cultivation fall behind Bai Ling? After searching the opportunity list, Bai Lan pointed to one of them and said, there is actually an evil cultivator in the chi refining stage in Bai Ling's harem. She is really hungry. This must be dealt with before she is promoted to the Foundation establishment stage. The most important thing is that this person has a bottle of thousand-year-old stalactite in his hand, which is a natural treasure that can allow a cultivator in the chi refining stage to improve his cultivation by 2 small realms after drinking just 1 drop. For low-level cultivators, this kind of natural treasure is indeed a good thing that can quickly improve their cultivation without any drawbacks. If the concubines of the Son of Destiny were righteous cultivators, it would indeed be difficult to kill them. But if they were evil cultivators, then it could not be her fault. So, getting rid of it means... The system thought for a moment and said, send him to reincarnation? Not wanting to incur the karma of killing someone for no reason, she usually waits for the other party to make the first move before she engages in self-defense. It's reasonable for righteous cultivators to slay demons and kill evil cultivators. That makes so much sense. Before leaving, Bai Lan also took away the refined third-level spirit gathering array. In this way, if there are enough spirit stones and the spirit gathering array can continuously maintain the spiritual power, the golden bell cover can indeed block the attacks of the foundation building period. However, the cost of this set of equipment is really high. The third-order spirit gathering formation plus the high-grade magic weapon are really incompatible with Bai Lan's current level of 5th-level chi refining. Hiss! Deep in the 10,000 mountains, a giant centipede with bloodthirsty eyes stared at a human female cultivator who had sneaked into its cave at some point. The fruity fragrance and spiritual power emanating from the depths of the cave are also very tempting. This is the Tianyuan fruit tree. The body is covered with dense legs and bristles, making its appearance even more creepy. In comparison, the golden-armored lions seen before have become cuter. Your cultivation world is too scary. Such an ugly bug can also cultivate to the level of a 3rd-level monster, the foundation-building stage of humans. Look at that row of densely packed legs. This system is almost having a panic attack. The system hid in the golden bell and turned its back, unwilling to look. Bai Lan remained silent. It was a little ugly, but there was no fear that they, the immortal cultivators, could not overcome. He casually threw a handful of spirit stones into the spirit gathering array, and then took out the longbow from the storage bag. The black centipede swarmed back and forth on the ground, spitting venom at the golden bell cover from time to time and swinging its tail to hit it. Draw the bow, draw the arrow, and take aim. The rocket condensed from spiritual power, shot rapidly towards the centipede's head. The centipede did not even try to dodge. The rocket burned for only a moment before disappearing into thin air. Hiss! The opponent seemed to have 10,000 health points, but Bai Lan shot an arrow, and the opponent's health points only decreased by 5. But it doesn't matter. Continue to bend the bow and draw the arrow. The 5 elements can restrain each other, but also give rise to each other. Shoot arrows in turn in the order of fire, earth, metal, water, and wood. Once an arrow misses, reload the save immediately to save as much energy as possible. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. After being hit by hundreds of arrows in a row, the shell was covered with dense wounds caused by the spiritual arrows. Even the 3rd-level monster couldn't hold on at this moment and began to try to dodge. No, you're not leaving yet? Are you really waiting for me to kill you? Bai Lan looked at a centipede that was injured but still unwilling to give up the cave and the fruit tree inside. The intelligence of a 3rd-level monster is not low. It's just a little stupid. It knows to run away even when it's injured. She was prepared that even if she couldn't kill the other person, she could only drive him away. It's just a cave. There's no need to fight for your life. Hiss! The centipede gradually became more and more violent, and it rammed towards the golden bell cover like a madman, and had already fallen into a state of madness. The surrounding rocks began to shake, and the entire cave seemed to be about to collapse. But the centipede seemed to be concerned about something and did not want to destroy the cave. Host, the reason it doesn't want to leave is probably because there are its eggs in the cave. It seemed to move just now. Could it be about to hatch? Bai Lan rubbed his arms. Now 1 centipede is enough. How about another nest? Should we kill this big one? The system looked at the 3rd-level centipede swimming around in the distance. It looks like the other party has no intention of leaving. Kill, it's been blowing for so long. Bai Lan took a deep breath and looked at the system. Keep an eye on the situation in the cave. If there is any abnormality in the Tianyuan fruit tree, notify me immediately. When the natural treasures mature, there will be brilliant visions, and many cultivators will come to fight for them. She was going to dig up the Tianyuan fruit tree and she was also going to exchange the corpse of the third-level monster in front of her for spirit stones. But the insect eggs in the hole, she didn't want them. Chapter 96, the main point, is an internal struggle. The black centipede could not break through the protection of the golden bell cover. It went mad when the battle reached a dangerous situation. Its body turned blood red, and the sound of collision with the golden bell cover was endless. Bai Lan remained calm as he hid inside the golden bell, drawing his bow and shooting arrows, scratching off the damage bit by bit. He used the eggs to hold the centipede, making it unwilling to leave and stay where it was to be scraped to death by Bai Lan. She fought this battle extremely easily. Without even having to reload the save file, she just hid in the shield and shot arrows. There were just some wasted spirit stones. In this battle, she relied entirely on the spirit stones to maintain the operation of the golden bell cover, to ensure that the spiritual power in her body was always sufficient, so that she could leave quickly after digging up the fruit trees. In this way, these piles of spirit stones were scattered out, and 400 or 500 of them were consumed in one battle, and even the concentration of spiritual power in the surroundings became much stronger. Host, the fruit tree is glowing. The system's voice came into number 2 middle school. Bai Lan perked up, put away his bow and arrow, raised his hand, and threw out a talisman. When thunder and fire collided, there was a crackling sound, which directly sent the centipede, which was already seriously injured and bleeding, away. The golden light in the cave behind him suddenly rose up and went straight into the sky. Bai Lan rushed into the cave. There were 3 Tianyuan fruits in total. They gathered the essence of heaven and earth and were of the element gold. At this moment, they were emitting dazzling golden light, waiting for people to pick them. He took out a fiery red spiritual shovel from the storage bag and dug up the entire fruit tree along the surrounding soil. This kind of natural treasure cannot be shaken by ordinary power alone and must be dug out using specific means. For example, from the Tianyuan fruit tree, the fruit needs to be picked using the fire attribute that restrains gold. Damn it, someone has already got there first. A voice came from outside the cave. Upon closer inspection, the person who came seemed to be in the initial stage of foundation building. Aning, I must get that Tianyuan fruit. My master was seriously injured for standing up for me. Tianyuan fruit is a very good spiritual fruit for healing. There was a hint of firmness in the gentle voice. There was no need to investigate. As soon as I heard the word master, I knew the person coming was Bai Ling. The man named Aning said in an unhappy voice, "Humph, shut up. I want to see who is so bold as to take my things." With a shovel containing fire's spiritual power, the whole fruit tree was dug up with its roots. The moment Bai Lan put the fruit tree into the void stone, he put on an invisibility robe and retreated to the depths of the cave. Aning, that person seems to have left. The man named Aning snorted coldly. That person has not left. I can feel the presence of another person here, but after he sent out his spiritual sense, he was unable to detect Bai Lan's exact location. Come out. I've seen you. You are only at the chi refining stage, and you dare to compete with me for the Tianyuan fruit? The man narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, "Hand over the spiritual fruit, and I will spare your life." Bai Lan sat on a small slope, holding a spirit stone in each hand and slowly replenishing his spiritual power, and ignored the 2 of them. Once Bai Lan puts on the hidden spirit robe, all the monks who can't find her location will say, "I have seen you." In fact, they didn't see anything at all. She was sitting on the upper seat, but the 2 of them were looking left and right for a long time below without even raising their heads. Of course, you can't see it even if you lift it. This guy has a good appearance, most likely from Bai Ling's harem. His name is Aning. Could he be the young master of the demon clan, Lan Ning? I guess so. Look at him. He's dressed in purple and red and has black eyeshadow. He doesn't look like a righteous monk at all. The system agreed. As expected of her, Bai Lan heard exactly what Bai Ling said just now. She brought other concubines to the Shawandishan Mountains to steal spiritual fruits in order to heal another concubine. Fortunately, Lan Ning could endure it and came to help. Is this the charm of the destined heroine? Aning, what should we do? Tianyuan fruit is hard to come by, and I don't want to miss it. Bai Ling frowned and pulled Lan Ning's sleeve. Lan Ning snorted coldly. Don't worry, I have never failed to get what I want. That's good. Otherwise, I really don't know how to face my master. He was beaten by the Yuanying old monster of the Hahuan Sect in order to stand up for me, but he kept it secret from me. Humph, is your pale-faced master the only one in your heart? You can't stop talking about him. Aren't you annoying? I'm sorry, Aining. Are you angry? I don't. No, buddy. You are the young master of the demon clan after all. How can you tolerate this? A voice suddenly sounded from his ear, and the voice that came into his ears through the air was filled with a bit of disbelief and mockery. Who are you? Come out. Lan Ning frowned and immediately struck out with his palm towards the place where the spiritual power was fluctuating, but missed. Bai Ling was also startled and took a step back. She did not receive Bai Lan's message, and her expression was confused at the moment. Ask yourself, are Bai Ling and her master really innocent? Look at how sweetly she calls him master all the time. You like her, but she doesn't have you in her heart. Lan Ning's heart was choked. Stop talking nonsense. The matter between me and Bai Ling cannot be interfered by a stranger like you. Look, you're in a hurry. Think about it carefully. True man Qingxian is a decent cultivator, and you are a demonic leader. Will he tolerate you and Bai Ling being together? It's absolutely impossible. As long as true man Qingxian is still here, you will never be able to be with Bai Ling. Lan Ning was furious and launched several palm strikes. After this indiscriminate range attack, most of the rocks around the cave fell down, but there was still no sign of the person who had spoken. Tisk, you're anxious again. Look, you're anxious again. This move scared Bai Ling. She looked at Lan Ning blankly. Aining, what's wrong with you? Does the demon cultivator have some kind of intermittent mental disorder or air-related disease? We can't delay any longer. The strange phenomenon of the appearance of the rare treasures will surely attract other cultivators around. If we delay any further, the Tianyuan fruit will surely fall into the hands of other cultivators. Bai Ling was very anxious and desperately wanted Lan Ning to come up with a countermeasure, but she didn't notice that there was something wrong with Lan Ning's gaze when he looked at her. Look, all she wants is the Tianyuan fruit, all for her good master. If you really give her the Tianyuan fruit, what will you get? By then, the relationship between them will deepen, and you will be just an outsider. The righteous and the evil are on different paths. Lan Ning said nothing. He gritted his teeth and looked around. Who are you? Why do you know so much about Bai Ling and me? What is the purpose of this action? For what? Of course, it's to find something for Master Qingxian to do. You guys are just sitting there doing nothing if you're dating, so why not fight openly or secretly? The main purpose of a fight is to cause internal friction. Chapter 97, she chooses to read the file. You ask me what my name is? Humph, I won't change my name. I'm Long Aotian, Long Aotian's younger sister. Lan Ning's expression turned ruthless, and he wrote down the two names. He slowly turned his gaze to Bai Ling beside him, and the flash of paranoia in his eyes was clearly seen by Bai Lan in the dark. See? That's the look. The system was puzzled. What kind of look? 3 parts of evil charm, 5 parts of paranoia, and 2 parts of ambiguity. The harem that can emit this kind of eyes often says, I love you. I can give you my life. Ah, can you love someone to this extent? The system was shaken. You can catch up on some Qiangyao novels. Look, you've reached a blind spot in your knowledge again. Lan Ning retracted his paranoid gaze and snorted coldly. Humph, you are right. In this case, I will first try to get rid of Qingxian and then invite Linger to the demon world, and then let her become a demon cultivator. In this way, the two of us can be together for generations to come. Haha. Yes, this is the direction. After all, he is a demon cultivator. The plot of his dark transformation can be brought forward appropriately, and those crazy and forced plots can appear now. But you don't need to invite her. Bai Ling will go to the demon world to fall in love. However, her original intention was to let the young master of the demon world fight against Qing Xianjinren, who is currently at the Jindan stage. As the wife of the daughter of destiny, true man Qingxian is in existence with rapid acquired development. Now his cultivation is still in the middle stage of Jindan period, but in another 100 years, he will be able to practice all the way and even break through to Yuanying period. His advancement speed is extremely terrifying. Someone must be found to hold him back. And I can guess your purpose. You want me to let you go, right? Indeed, with your cultivation level of the Qi refining stage, even if you hide your body, you can't escape the hands of the foundation establishment stage cultivator. Ha, but unfortunately, I must get this Tianyuan fruit. After saying that, Lan Ning opened his arms and flew into the air, and the spiritual energy around him gradually became stronger. The fire's spiritual power condensed, and a pair of blood-red wings spread out behind Lan Ning. There are many magic techniques that are like this, which are to add the abilities of monsters to oneself, strengthen the body, and use it in combat. The magic skills that Lan Ning practiced must be of this kind. Otherwise, How could a normal human monk grow little wings? Feeling that the fire energy around him was suddenly getting stronger, Bai Lan looked alert. It seemed that the other party was going to go all out. Indeed, when you can't find the opponent, using area damage to blow up the enemy is the best option. But unfortunately, feeling the gradually rising temperature around him, Bai Lan followed the wall all the way to the cave entrance using the mysterious steps. Turn around and run. At this moment, Lan Ning's pupils in the cave had turned red, his wings raised, and accompanied by a loud bird cry, flames swept around. The heat wave swept across, and everything it passed through was turned into scorched earth, and even a few centipede eggs in a cave in the distance were turned into ashes. Well, this way your family can be reunited. The death of all members is also a kind of isn't it? Thinking of this, Bai Lan's steps became faster. Lan Ning in the cave noticed that the aura in the cave suddenly disappeared. He sneered and said nothing. He just looked outside the cave silently and said in a voice transmission, "Elder Su, go ahead and kill this man. Leave the Tianyuan fruit." Bai Lan, who was rushing all the way out, had just taken half a step out of the cave when he felt a sense of pressure rising around him. When she looked up, she saw a Jindan stage cultivator standing in the air, staring at her intently. The system was almost scared to death. Ho Su Su, that old lady seems to be a cultivator in the Jindan stage, with a sinister smile and dark clothes typical of a demon cultivator. Who else could it be but an evil cultivator? I almost forgot that you second-generation immortals and demons, when you go out, you either carry a life-saving jade token or a Jindan follower. Lan Ning is the young master of the demonic sect. How could he go to the territory of the righteous sects to fall in love without bringing bodyguards? You are actually from the Tianji Pavilion. No wonder the young master couldn't detect your whereabouts just now. But it's a pity that you, little kid, haven't mastered the art of concealing your breath yet. An old woman's sinister laughter was heard from the air. This person actually sensed the hidden spirit robe. It's not bad that he mistook me for someone from the Tianji Pavilion. Because of practicing Wuxian Gong, Bai Lan's spiritual awareness is slightly stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. When using the breath-concealing technique to conceal one's own breath, even if a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage can sense the presence of another person's breath, he will not be able to locate the exact position. It's different in the Jindan stage. Under the suppression of two major realms, the aura on one's body cannot be concealed at all. Hesitating for a second between the two options of running away and going back, suddenly, a huge ghost-faced skull appeared in the sky, emitting bursts of negative energy. It rushed towards Bai Lan, wanting to swallow him into its stomach. Goodbye. Bai Lan reloaded the save file decisively. Time went back. Bai Lan flashed into the void stone, leaving the three people outside looking at each other and looking around for someone. Since there is someone in the Jindan stage present, it is best to wait for safety reasons. Once they all leave, you will be safe. Now it depends on who can afford to waste more time. It doesn't matter to her. With hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in hand, she can also practice in the void stone. It's hard to say about Bai Ling and a certain young master, Qiu Tian and Gay, who were already accustomed to Bai Lan flashing in and out from time to time, so they were somewhat surprised to see her walk directly into the training room. Could it be that we have encountered a powerful enemy that we cannot deal with? Qiu Tian blew on the yellow talisman on his head and suddenly smiled with relief. It was rare to see Bai Lan being humiliated, and the spots on his body had faded a lot. There is no normal person who cultivates immortality like her, who encounters opportunities every few days. It is most reasonable for opportunities and crises to go hand in hand. Look, we are facing a crisis now. I encountered a Jindan stage demon cultivator who likes to play with skeletons. Is it necessary to use such a big battle to deal with a mere 5th-level Qi refining cultivator like me? TSK. Bai Lan lay down on the spirit stone bed behind him with his head tilted back and closed his eyes. It feels so good to use spiritual stone as a bed. It's just a little uncomfortable. Countless spiritual powers poured into his body, and the spiritual power in his dantian gradually became saturated. This bed is like a flash charger, replenishing spiritual energy very quickly. Qiu Tian was shocked for a long while before he spoke hesitantly. You are only in the Qi refining stage, and you have provoked an enemy in the core formation stage? Is this reasonable? This is normal. It's an old tradition in the world of cultivation. If you provoke the younger, the older will come. But she usually chooses to reload the game, endure the serious injuries from the Jindan stage, and escape and then be rescued when she is in trouble. This is the script of the child of destiny. Come to think of it. Bai Lan suddenly sat up and looked at the flickering will-o'-the-wisp beside him. Little will-o'-the-wisp, if I have absolute control over the void stone, since this is a world, then can I own the laws of this place, the laws that are above everything else? Will-o'-wisp fell into deep thought. Master, what do you mean? The rules of heaven? Yes, if I possess the absolute rules here. Then in the future when I encounter a Jindan stage cultivator that I cannot defeat, I can transfer them to the void stone and then use the rules to kill him. Dreams are beautiful. No, Will-o'-wisp shook his head. Without Godhead, there is no way to control the laws of a world, and moreover, a Jindan stage cultivator is not a dead object, nor is he a homeless corpse like Qiu-tian. After sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, he ran definitely faster than Bai Lan could see. What a grand goal! All monks aspire to ascend to become gods and live as long as the heavens. What a pity, what a pity. Qiu sighed. Qiu, you have never possessed someone else's body, right? Bai Lan suddenly smiled. Qiu-tian was puzzled. Of course not. I died at the middle stage of qi refining. How could I have possessed someone else's body? Why are you asking this? Chapter 98 Rebirth. If I can find you a body of an evil cultivator, would you be willing to use it to return to life? There are so many evil cultivators in the world of cultivation. There will always be a suitable body. The dark brown corpse spots faded instantly, and the pale face under the yellow talisman suddenly widened its eyes. You, what did you say? I do. Of course I do. But I have a request. I want you to separate a strand of your soul and sign a contract with me. From now on, you will never betray me. Normally, she only helps her own people. In a place like the world of cultivation, people's hearts are unpredictable, and their own people may suddenly become enemies in the next second. I'm a good example. Before, he stood in front of Schwer with the identity of Long Aotian, and the other party believed him without a doubt. In fact, his sweet words were all lies to fool people, and his true intentions were revealed the next second. She herself is not a kind person, so how could she believe the other party's position? Xian Shatzi committed countless evil deeds, but he saved a person on a whim. However, Wu Yin killed his entire family in the end. This is a living example right in front of us. She must have taken protective measures before doing this. Measures to protect yourself. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. In fact, there is nothing wrong with being a zombie. There are also ghost cultivation techniques in the world of cultivation. If you practice diligently, you can also become a powerful person. Bai Lan patted Qiu's shoulder with a smile and handed over a stack of drawn yellow talismans. The autumn of making choices all my life. Handing over a wisp of soul is equivalent to handing over one's life, and the other party may make one disappear into thin air at any time. After being in Yi's corpse for so long, he even began to yearn for such a life without having to lick blood from the tip of a knife. Obtaining a new body and returning to the world of cultivation means entering the life and death arena again. Dude, do we even need to choose? The system floated over. She's not a bad person, so it's not a loss to sign the contract. According to the system's understanding of Bai Lan, she absolutely cannot tolerate any losses to her own camp. If Qiu-tian signed a soul contract with her, if he died accidentally, in a sense, the host would definitely choose to go back to the game to save him because of the huge loss. That's right. The will-o'-the-wisp flickered and also echoed. After all, they're old friends who have worked together in the past few months to do infrastructure construction, build houses, and farm. Bai Ling has also developed some feelings for Autumn. The kind of feeling that capitalists have towards workers. The world, which had been pitch black before, suddenly had talking creatures and light, and the spirit of the weapon was not averse to the other two non-human creatures. Qiu sighed and looked at the two scammers in front of him, feeling as if they were selling themselves. Just like the girl in that building and the two chattering madams. It's okay to sign a contract. I know that Brother Bai has too many secrets. Only the soul contract can guarantee that I will not do anything that is harmful to you. Otherwise, you will kill me. He is very self-aware. Bai Lan shook his head. You are joking. I, Bai Lan, don't like to do such bloody things. I will just trap you here, and you can't get out. In short, you will die here. Although a cultivator's soul is stronger than his physical body, it will still vanish into thin air over time. I just don't want to give up my body. Bai Lan? Why does your tone suddenly become sad? Is there really anything worth reminiscing about this blue-gray body covered with corpse spots? Or has it been like a corpse for so long that you've developed feelings for it? According to the corpse refining Sect's corpse refining notes, even if a ghost corpse loses its inner soul, it can still be controlled by people, but its strength and flexibility will be greatly reduced, but it can still move. Bai Lan tentatively suggested. Perhaps after you have a new body, you can use the corpse refining method to control your own body. Chio's eyes lit up. That makes sense. He didn't even feel that there was anything wrong with controlling his own body. Forget it, anything a corpse does is abnormal. But possessing someone's body is still risky after all. It may not succeed. If you fail, you won't even be able to make a corpse in the future. Don't worry, with me here, there's no way you'll fail. Bai Lan chuckled. I'll make you a few bottles of soul-nourishing pills to enhance your spiritual awareness, so you can use them to take over another body in the future. You can stay in the Void Stone for the next few days. If nothing goes wrong, you'll soon find a suitable body. If possible, she could go back and ask Zuan Shazi for advice on body possession on Xiao Tian's behalf, even though it was a failed experience. Autumn nodded with emotion. Here at Bai Lan's place, pills are sold by the bottle, and he is used to it. Host, you haven't already chosen someone, have you? The system looked at Bai Lan, who was flipping through the Xianshadan Sutra. There are many evil cultivators in Bai Ling's harem. I will have to fight these evil demons sooner or later. Instead of wasting their bodies with fireballs, it is better to... Why not use it for your own benefit? Very good. You have learned to answer quickly. Bai Lan said with relief. You know, Bai Ling will leave Qingyuan's Sect sooner or later after building her foundation. Long Aotian's opportunities are all within the territory of the righteous path. It is not difficult for me to get there first, but Bai Ling, who is in the place where the demon cultivators are, is no longer within her control. You don't want to go in autumn and recite Xiong Yao's quotations? The system was shocked. Things like Xiong Yao's quotations are for systems, which are mechanical creatures that are afraid of everything and even jump off cliffs and centipedes. And Xiao Tian is still a cultivator after all. Does he need to do simple tasks like conquering Bai Ling? There is no need at all. Bai Lan would choose to let him go directly. Cultivating immortality is all about snatching, grabbing, and grabbing. I need someone to follow Bai Ling and seize her opportunities in the demon world. I am not interested in those demon cultivation opportunities, but I can't just leave them to Bai Ling like this. Chapter 99. Jumping to another demon sect. Young Master, I have not seen any cultivator leaving this cave. The old woman in the Jindan stage frowned and spoke. Lan Ning was furious. How is that possible? Did you let her slip away right under your nose? He was so confident when he started out and even had a backup plan for the Jindan stage, but now he was fooled by a mere chi refining stage player. How can he continue to be a demon if this gets out? The old woman frowned slightly. Her expression became a little colder, but she still spoke respectfully. It is impossible. That person is only at the chi refining stage. If he wants to escape, his spiritual power will fluctuate, and he will not be able to escape my physical eyes. The three of them fell into deep thought again. Could it be that the person has some magic weapon to hide himself, and is still staying here, just wanting to wait for us to leave before escaping? Bai Ling suddenly spoke. Ordinary people may not think of this, but she has a space jade bracelet. She had used the space jade bracelet to escape the pursuit of the monks of the Huan sect before, so Bai Ling was very familiar with this trick, because she often did it herself. Lan Ning's expression was slightly solemn. He turned around slowly, and his eyes swept across the depths of the cave, while his spiritual sense also explored back and forth. After 3 rounds, nothing was found. The hidden spirit robe had already covered the void stone tightly, completely isolating the divine consciousness. The void stone itself was an object without any breath, not even a trace of spiritual power. It was just an ordinary stone. In that case, you stay here and guard. If that person hasn't shown up after half a month, we can make other plans. Lan Ning said in a deep voice. The old woman opened her mouth and nodded after meeting Lan Ning's murderous gaze. Yes, her mission was to protect Lan Ning, so she shouldn't leave the young master's side. But, damn this second-generation rich kid. He has a bad temper and is full of troubles. It's fine if I just protect him, but he just likes to hang around this righteous female cultivator beside him. He also asked her to protect this righteous female cultivator and threatened that if anything happened to Bai Ling, she would be held responsible. Why would a pure-blooded demon cultivator like to hang out with righteous cultivators? Now you might as well give yourself a vacation, rest for half a month, and recuperate. How many spirit stones are there in a month? There is no need to work so hard. When the old woman thought about this, she felt relieved and turned around and walked deeper into the cave. If Lan Ning died unexpectedly during this journey, then she would just switch to another demon sect. Aning, if that person doesn't come out, what should we do with the Tianyuan fruit? Bai Ling pulled Lan Ning's sleeve. Lan Ning looked at Bai Ling, his eyes darkened. Linger, your master is at least a Jindan stage cultivator. It won't be a big deal if he lacks you a Tianyuan fruit. But I want to make master happier. Bai Ling lowered her head, with some sadness between her brows. Lan Ning narrowed his eyes. Really? The system released by Bai Lan as a live camera watched the entire process. Is this the look that the host meant when he said, I love you? I will give you my life? Why do I feel that the young master of the Demon Palace has his eyes even colder, as if he is about to eat Bai Ling? The system was frightened by Lan Ning's eyes and shrank its neck. Eating also has multiple meanings. Forget it. You are still young. He definitely won't eat Bai Ling, because that's not Tang Monk's flesh. The system spread its hands. After catching up on a lot of novels, the system gradually began to understand Bai Lan. If this trend continues for a year, Lan Ning will definitely turn evil and play the trick of hiding a beautiful woman in a golden house. By then, Bai Ling will be abducted to the demon world and will not be able to leave the demon palace for several months. Bai Lan calculated with his fingers and smiled with relief. By then, Master Qing Xian will also go crazy and start looking for Bai Ling all over the world. I see, it's you indeed. Watching the two people leaving in the distance, the system also planned to return to the Void Stone, but as soon as it floated into the cave, it was startled by the scene in front of it. 2 or 3 walking skeletons were busying around in the cave. Some were setting up lamps and cushions and cleaning, some were setting up formations and pasting talismans, and some were spreading exorcism powder on the ground. Bai Lan's eyes lit up. Smart home robot in the Cultivation World? Skeleton version? But if you look closely, you can find that those skeletons have no will of their own. They are just skeletons. The old woman simply relied on the powerful spiritual awareness of a Jindan stage cultivator to manipulate 3 or 4 skeletons to do things for her at the same time. Although it is a bit creepy, the painting style is indeed much more refreshing than the orthodox style. You guys are doing a pretty good job of practicing magic. Perhaps because she was worried that there was really another person here. As Bai Ling said, the old woman in the Jindan stage did not meditate and practice, but instead studied the formation. Looking at the old woman sitting at the table fiddling with the formation plate, Bai Lan's expression changed. System, please come closer and take a look. The system's eyes are also cameras, and the images it sees can be transmitted directly to Bai Lan. After all, he is still a cultivator in the Jindan stage. Bai Lan is worried that if he extends his spiritual sense, he will be discovered by the old woman. So now he just stays in the Void Stone and operates the system to explore the situation outside.